Dreamscape Lore presents 14 Days Till Chaos, written by Austin Chambers, read for you by Gary Bennett. Chapter 1. Bellevue. The nefarious AI had quit speaking. Gone from the TV was the strange axe symbol. Stunned journalists pretended they knew what was happening, and President Roxanne Dodds' staff had whisked her away from the White House press room podium. Ramona muted the television when she heard Missy returning with a fresh homemade ice pack. The sound of vehicle doors slamming penetrated the master bedroom window. Kevin stood from sitting on the edge of the healing police officer's bed and moved to the window. They're back. He saw James and Sean get out of the old blue Ford pickup to greet Nelson and Jamar. They'd just arrived in the deceased Robert O'Hanrahan's newer model Ram 3500. The enormous truck was a garage princess, only used to tow the trailer-mounted cabin cruiser in good boating weather. At Ramona's urging, the two pairs of men had made a mission the evening before to run over and fetch the truck at the vacated Mercer Island mansion. There was just no way she could have gone. In the most of the day since, each pair of men had made one more return trip to pick up items of increasingly great value. "You good?" Ramona's face was still racked with pain. Thanks to some influence by her police superiors, she was slated to get her knee worked on in just a few hours at the nearby Overlake Medical Center. In the moments since the Axiom Hacking Collective had broadcast over the president's daily report, a deep fear that it wouldn't happen had planted itself in her mind. "No, just let everyone know I'd like to leave early. I've got a bad feeling." "Will do." Kevin thought of the gruesome injury as he went outside to help. Her nemesis, Wade Curry, had turned the tables on her with the bludgeoning tool named Incisor, a beast of her own making. The swelling was still bad, the blade and bat glancing off the top edge of her left kneecap before getting buried in the bottom of her femur. EMT Sean Fullen had been using the medical gear at their disposal to keep it cleaned as best he could. After boiling a household scrub brush, he used it and some hydrogen peroxide to scrub the wound. Ramona bit on one of Noel's old leather belts, screaming until she passed out. They had no way of knowing just how many other men's blood had already been on the blade, let alone dirt and grime. The pressure bandage had stemmed the bleeding, but as soon as Ramona had fainted, Sean had Nelson apply a tourniquet. They converted that back to tightly wrapped bandages once he was done cleaning. Kevin moved out of the front door, shooting a glance to the left. As he suspected, the curtain was drawn back, and Ramona's neighbor was deeply involved in her own version of intelligence gathering. She had been so suspicious, Kevin escorted Missy over to inform the lady that these neighborhood invaders were there to help. When the eyes in the face saw Kevin looking, the curtains pulled back down to close fully over her living room window. She'd better have family coming to help her, he thought. He refocused his mind as he approached the men who'd congregated at the back of the pickup truck. Sean was doing a spot check of the bandage over the bullet graze on Jamar's left shoulder. "You guys face any threats?" Jamar shook his head. "No, but more and more folks on that island were giving us dirty looks. A couple drove by slowly to check us out. It was almost funny to see super-rich, mostly white retired doctors and executives trying to put off a gangster stare," Nelson said. "Instead, it was kind of sad." "What'd you men get?" James Franklin asked. In the recent week, he'd learned his son had outgrown being called boy or son when he was offering fatherly conversation. His son wasn't just a man. He'd turned out to be a tough one, a righteous one. "There was a little food left," Jamar said. "It's all in the cab." The bulk of the first trip had been food, water, batteries, the household firearms and ammunition, camping and fishing supplies, the usual things people took when a crisis hit. Jamar and Nelson went on the more recent trip intending to find the rest of it, the things people might need if they decided to stay put in Ramona's house, and the strained group was nowhere near figuring out that plan, despite the rapid decay of things around them. Jamar continued. "I didn't know what tools you had in the truck, Pop, so we grabbed hand tools, anything that didn't need power. Brace and bits, handsaws, staplers, hammers, chisels. Noel's father had a ton of that kind of stuff." "That's probably good thinking, Jay," James said. Nelson picked up 2 sets of bolt cutters, a big one with nearly 4-foot handles and a small one that could easily fit in a backpack. "When I was a cop, we used to call these master keys." The small set may take a ton of strength to cut through modern steel, but it will hide easily, not get stolen. We also rummaged through the house: winter clothes, sewing kits, manual can openers, paper plates and towels and such. And some stuff from the old man's home office, Jamar said. Books on plants and wildlife, a big magnifying glass he used for reading fine print. And we topped off the diesel in the truck by siphoning gas from the big boat. That's good, Kevin said. In his mind, though, the bulk of the hull meant little to him. He knew they might not have even heard the Axiom announcement if they had the radio turned off, and for the last 20 minutes, all he could think about was leaving. He might have gone that evening if it were not for wanting to go find his brother, Keith. Did you guys have the radio on by any chance? Jamar shook his head. No, why? He was starting to know Kevin well enough to see the worry on his new friend's face. We should all go inside and talk. Ramona sat in a living room recliner in obvious pain. Despite her wishes to leave for the hospital as soon as possible, she'd agreed that everyone needed to have a discussion about the supposed disappearance of all money. It turned out that only she and Kevin had heard it out of the entire group. Diana had been sitting in a spare bedroom with her mother. Jalen and Felicity had been trying to distract themselves with a video game. Once Kevin brought the other men into the house, they spent a little time moving Ramona out of the bedroom. Everyone who couldn't sit on the living room furniture was in a chair brought in from the dining area. Ramona and Kevin had just told him about the ominous message. Now the group, minus Nana, was in alarmed shock. Diana took charge of the multiple small conversations. Has anyone studied finance or economics? What does this mean? I'm not the only small business owner, right? Sean said. The volunteer firefighter had the sole pest control business centered in the small city of Cheney, to the southwest of Spokane. He saw Nelson and James nodding. I've never studied economics, but the wiping out of every electronic record in the world can't be good, right? He scanned the room. I've read a few doomsday novels, Nelson said. Economic collapse is the trigger in some of them. When governments can't fund themselves, the first thing they'll do is blame each other. Diana laughed. They're already doing that. The president and China are practically blaming each other for this thing already. True, Nelson said. But the hackers have already had our own military attacking us. Same with them. I think most first-world governments know this is far beyond normal state-level subterfuge. What? Jalen asked. He was already annoyed his mother and brother made him sit and listen. Tricks, Nelson explained. But my point is that they'll jump right to the next thing. And in the meantime, cash is king until people figure out it is worthless. Kevin was confused. Cash should be worth more now, right? No, Nelson said. We haven't had gold backing cash on over half a century. It only holds value as long as people assume it's worth something. When folks start trying to charge $1,000 for a loaf of bread, people will quickly move to stealing and bartering. But right now, tonight, most people aren't there yet. They'll be trying to use trucks to steal ATMs and such. Nobody on the streets by themselves tonight will be safe. This caused a variety of reactions, from agreement to astonished disbelief. What? No, Diana objected. I know folks have become fools the last week, but that's a bit far-fetched. I don't know, Mama, Jamar said. He still had not told his parents about having to kill corrupt corrections officers to save his own life. They're becoming more evil and greedy every hour out there. James took his turn by asking Nelson a follow-up question. You said the government would move on to the next thing. So what'll that be? Nelson took a deep breath and let it out. Look, sometimes these books can be a bit exaggerative. But usually what happens is they'll want to maintain control. We've already seen them lock down air travel and gas stations. Next it might be all interstate travel. I don't know. Your imagination is the limit. Since it was finances were attacked, they might try to tell people to turn in cash for some temporary fake currency. Kevin spoke up. He wanted to drive the conversation past what if. He needed to get going to find his brother, that night if possible. Let's just hit the imaginary I believe button for a moment. Pretend that the worst-case scenario is true. He scanned the faces for a moment. What does that mean for us? He nodded toward Ramona. This is her house. and she'll need rest for a few weeks after her surgery. She cut him off. If it is still even on, I really need to get down there before they cancel it. Baby, bring Mama the house phone, Ramona said to her daughter. But my point is, I need to get back home. Nelson and Sean need to get home. I'm sorry you all don't have a home, he said to the Johnsons. But, he let out a frustrated gasp. But what are we going to do? Jamar asked. It was a question that was deep in everyone's mind, whether or not they knew it. Diana stood from her place next to her youngest son on the couch and addressed Ramona directly. I still plan on taking you. I just need a couple of minutes to say goodbye to my mother. Jamar objected. No, Mama, I'll go. His mother cut him off. Sean and I drew the straws on this hours ago. You stay here, watch your brother and sister. Let that wound of yours heal up some more. To Felicity and Jalen, she said, You two get into the kitchen and make up the pasta salad for everyone, like I told you earlier. Nobody in the room mistook the serious mother's tone as an option. The teens both mumbled their acknowledgments with just enough attitude to portray being victims of the chores overlord without drawing her ire. Jamar still gave Jalen a mild slap on the back of the head as he walked by. Ramona suddenly alerted to everyone. She was staring at the house phone Missy had brought over, furiously punching the buttons. The landlines are dead. A few groans and sighs rang out like an orchestrated, frustrated choir. You have a wired one? Nelson asked, just in case it's something wrong with your phone's battery? No. Ramona's anger crept onto her face, her next statement starting out normally and ending in a yell. Why do these people think they can keep destroying our lives? The rest of the group members, minus Ramona, stood. No one knew the answer to the rhetorical rant. The small council was still in deep thought about what to do. James went back out to his pickup truck to keep an eye out for suspicious people or vehicles. Sean and Jamar helped Ramona stand and get ready for her trip in the big Ram to check in for her evening surgery. Other than a battered and shot-up Mustang, that was their only vehicles. Nana's church deacon had brought them all over to Bellevue in a passenger van, a trip that had taken nearly 2 hours due to military and police checkpoints. The plan was for Kevin and Nelson to borrow the Ford around midnight. He was quickly running out of time to go find Keith. You still planning on going? Nelson asked Kevin. On the night that Kevin and Jamar went to find and help Ramona, he and Sean went to the address they had for Kevin's brother Keith as of his last arrest several months earlier. They'd reported what appeared to be, at least in his ex-cop brain, a standard drug house with all kinds of people coming and going. Yes, but I understand if you don't want to go. I know you and Sean are itching to get back to the Spokane area. I said I'd go, so I'll go. It would be nice to take one more, but I don't know how we'd swing it. He noticed Kevin starting to head into the O'Hanrahan family den. You going to catch a nap first? In a bit. I got something I want to do online before the internet suddenly disappears forever. Nelson laughed with cynicism, telling an ill-timed joke. Good thinking. I should check on my bank account. Kevin powered up the MacBook on the heavy-looking oak desk and went right to the map feature on the most common browser. He clicked on the little blue shape of a human with a walking stick. He typed in the location of the city he was in and the one he wanted to go to, his hometown of Republic in the northeast part of the state. The map gave him a route comprised of blue dots. Instead of main streets and highways, it plotted him a walking path. Over 100 hours, huh? He thought. It had given him an estimate of the time it would take to walk the well over 200-mile journey. Out to find some moleskin for the feet. Gonna put some blisters on, that's for sure. He zoomed in on the map and printed it over the course of several pages. He opted to do it a second time. There were just too many trails and logging roads across the North Cascades to get lost on. 2 copies of the walking route. Just need 2 freezer bags. One of these will stay stuffed into my sock at all times. Kevin didn't relish the thought of all that walking. He just had a gut feeling that no matter what he planned, a gremlin named Murphy would show up and throw a wrench into everything. Chapter 2. Spokane. Kenny Lance Richardson parked the red Mazda 3 in the hospital's southeast employee lot, knowing it would be a shorter walk to find Taylor's department. Right out of nursing school, she'd worked in OBGYN for 4 years, but it wasn't her passion. She'd finally landed one of the coveted roles as a surgical nurse 10 months earlier. It came with a higher pay scale, a chance to learn and assist with much more complicated procedures, and ridiculously long hours spread out over a constantly changing schedule. Operating rooms booked out all sorts of times of day, especially in the only major hospital for hundreds of miles. Kenny and their 2 children hadn't seen Taylor for nearly 3 days, a fact that was starting to piss him off. He was worried he might be reading too much into her tone on the phone calls. Like so many people in modern times, they didn't have a home phone. He'd had to pester the elderly widow next door 3 times in 2 days just to try and reach his wife. The cost of borrowing her old house phone was simply letting her hold and play with their 8-month-old son, Dylan. There were worse neighbors to have. But he heard something in Taylor's tone, something beyond exhaustion. Mrs. Park had graciously agreed to watch the children for a couple of hours. Kenny himself was already on his 3rd day off from work in the week-long crisis. He was a junior engineer with Spokane's planning department. The city had tried to brand all employees as essential in the early part of the week. But like many cities and counties throughout America, civil workers had begun to call out sick or personal leave as things digressed. Cities figured out quickly to shut down entire sectors and divisions so that once the crisis was resolved, they could go apply for federal impact funds. Nothing spoke to mayors and council members quite like a game to get free money. The irony in Kenny's mind was that for the first time in his 4-year career with the city, he was finally enjoying his job. A large, much-needed housing development had fallen drastically behind schedule. He'd been working at the build site so often, he'd been able to set up a desk in the project trailer and avoid the commute to City Hall. His mind was a vortex of thoughts and concerns as he moved back up Division Street to find the public entrance on this side of the complex campus. What if they don't want to let her go? What if she doesn't want to come home? It hadn't escaped his attention that the only reason he'd gotten past the National Guard troops 2 blocks over was because of the hospital staff parking sticker on the car. How much longer until Spokane becomes just as dangerous as Seattle or Portland? And the dreaded thought that was there in the conscious mind, no matter how badly he tried to write it off. When should we bug out to Mom's house? Once inside, it still took 35 minutes for her to come out to the surgical department's waiting area, a sign to him that at least whoever had told him he was there had relayed the message that the children were fine. "Honey bear," she said. The bags under her eyes were blue, swollen. Her voice was scratchy and tired. She leaned into her man, arms dangling around his waist, lacking the usual neck grab that pulled her tall husband down for a kiss. "What's wrong?" The question is, Kenny thought, what isn't wrong right now? How about the fact that they're treating you like an indentured servant? He was almost cutting the air with his contempt, wishing some administrator would walk by and dare to scowl. "I'm here to make someone explain to me when you get to come home to the kids." Her tired eyes welled with tears. "I'm sorry, honey. It's just—" She was frustrated, not even sure if it was Friday or Saturday. There's so much going on. The ER had to declare an emergency shutdown a few hours ago. That surprised Kenny. I hadn't heard that. They're sending patients to the Air Force Base and the VA Medical Center. And when they said they're full, the plan is to just triage in the parking lot and not treat the mildest cases at all. Kenny took a deep breath. Just hearing the words Air Force Base invoked in him a renewed concern that the country was doomed. If they could not prevent hackers from shooting missiles at their own bases, how could they keep coming onto television and lie that everything would be fine? Which was exactly why he knew, after Axiom hijacked the president's speech, it was time to go get his wife. "You have to let that go. You don't own this hospital's stress. I'm here to bring you home." The tired woman pulled her husband farther from the central check-in counter to a corner of the waiting area, within earshot of several family members of patients. She lowered her voice. "What are you saying? That I should abandon my job? I can't do that, Kenny." "Taylor, they crashed the economy today. I'm not talking about Wall Street tanking, okay? Literally every corporation and country on the planet was bankrupted this afternoon. Even our money is missing according to the credit union website. Did they really not tell you guys that?" He found himself getting hot, wanting to take off his shirt and go punch a fat bureaucrat in the cake intake port. "What do you mean?" she asked. It was like he'd just told her he believed in the tooth fairy. Who did? That didn't happen. Kenny stayed quiet, his eyes engaged with hers in a stare-off. After several agonizing seconds, she realized he wasn't relaying some wild conspiracy theory. What he was saying had happened. What does that mean? It means you need to quietly go get your purse, meet me out near your normal parking lot, and convoy home as fast as possible. Kenny approached the front door with an air of caution. It was midnight. After Taylor's mini-reunion with the kids, they put them to bed and began to inventory everything they had in terms of food and fuel. It wasn't great. Assuming the power didn't go out, they'd be able to cobble together meals for a couple of months, probably longer if they were disciplined enough to only eat twice per day. The children would get priority with food, of course. Kenny told his wife he'd eat boiled, salty pasta for a year if it meant his children got enough to eat. He caught his wife nodding off twice and suspended the emergency planning. About an hour after going to bed himself, the distinct sound of Mrs. Park's dog barking wildly woke him. After a minute, it abruptly stopped. A second unusual noise 20 minutes later, and he was up and pulling his pistol out of the small metal locking box bolted to the shelf in the closet. "You're being paranoid," he told himself as he moved down the short hall. "Just go out back and shine a flashlight around." But something, he couldn't quite place it, had alerted his subconscious to the front of the house. A shadow across the living room wall that was normally straight had a shape to it. Kenny had the 9mm stainless Kimber hanging in his right hand. He was 2 feet from putting his face in the small half-moon array of windows at the top of the front door when it came crashing into him. Something powerful and heavy had sent the door into his nose at about 50 miles per hour with a huge smash that splintered and cracked the jam and deadbolt hardware. Kenny went sailing back, dropping the pistol in the dark as he fell. It skipped across the faux wood laminate floor and rested itself under a small plastic choo-choo 3-year-old Sierra used for her walking training as a toddler. The older home had a small wall that housed the door to the coat closet near the tiny entry area. Kevin hit it, cracking the thin, hollow door with his frame and then sinking to the floor. At the same time, the thick thud of a 16-pound T-post driver hit the laminate, dropping by the first of 4 masked people who strode in. Enraged, Kenny surprised himself with the simplicity of what he said. People never quite reacted to a sudden mortal threat like they thought they would. "What?" he yelled, in complete astonishment. He tried to stand, but some sort of cold metal hit him hard in the side of the head, across the cheekbone, lower temple, and ear. The entire area shot out in instant pain, stunning him. Before he knew it, a boot had landed in his crotch, followed by another blow in the abs. All his breathing shot out. He was gasping, choking, the pain in his family jewels, the worst since a bad racking at football practice in high school. He felt a powerful hand grasp him on the jaw and pull his face away from the wall. The smell of pickles and whiskey assaulted his nostrils. "Trying to hear her moves that'll make you watch me do her." The man was shaking a thick adjustable wrench in his face. He threw Kenny back onto the floor. Kenny heard screams coming from the hall. "Taylor," Kenny thought. "No!" he yelled feebly through the daze. He tried to roll over to stand, but his nuts protested with a fresh jolt of pain. He could hear Taylor screaming. The men were yelling. At least one was rummaging in the kitchen, stuffing their food into a big trash bag. They were all operating by headlamps. Beams shot across as the kitchen raider moved around. "Hunting magazine," one man called out from near the coffee table. "Look for a gun safe." Kenny was beyond words, grunting guttural sounds like the desperate, wounded animal they'd turned him into. He pushed through the aching torture and finished rolling over, first onto one knee, then another. He could hear Taylor crying, screaming his name. The sound of a long piece of duct tape being ripped off the roll hit his ears like a Mike Tyson punch. He felt around the dark floor while trying to wait for his dazed head to stop spinning. There was nothing he could find aside from a child's shoe. He moved his hand up to the closet door and felt the doorknob. When he turned it and pulled on the door, the splintered wood made a noise. That attracted the light beam from a man who was pulling figurines and other trinkets off a shelving unit as he searched for cash or pills. "Oh, no you don't," the man yelled as he stormed across the room. "Trina, where's that tape?" In the dark, the floor cluttered with toys cost him a step as he stumbled on one. Kenny grasped onto the pitch-black closet door and immediately felt a box of his father's memorabilia. Kevin had brought it over a week earlier on his way to his deployment muster. A tiny plastic figure felt its way into his grasp. He yanked on it, and the small softball player gave way to the polished stone and plastic that comprised the rest of the old trophy. The headlamp blinded him. He kept the trophy in the closet until the last possible second, blinking. "Please, don't." The man stopped and pivoted his hips for a punch. Kenny pulled the softball trophy out and up and connected it on the man's chin with a home run swing. It wasn't a major weapon, but it did the job and shocked the man as he reacted to a sharp stone corner trashing his trailer park goatee. "What the?" Kenny's fist smashed into the bridge of the eyes and nose, directly under the headlamp. He leaped onto the man and landed several more blows until his hands started to hurt. The man was dazed. Kenny ripped the headlamp off his attacker and used it to hunt for the pistol in desperation. He moved around the living room and entry area, desperate to find the pistol, still gasping past groin pain, paranoid the rest of the crew would come pounce at any moment. He drove himself to calm through fear and pinpoint pain in his ear and cheekbone. As Kenny scanned under the near end of the couch and coffee table, he heard an unfamiliar female voice yelling at his daughter to shut up. How many were there? He thought. I don't remember, but at least one is a woman. He saw the shadows from what were at least 2 light beams slicing around the far end of the house, casting a continuous dance of shadows to flicker. A glance of metal shone like a diamond for a brief second on the living room floor. He got to his knees and swung the headlamp again. There, under the walker. Kenny crawled to the red plastic train as fast as he could. The man behind him was starting to mumble. He shoved the training toy over and saw the Kimber. He snatched it up and immediately verified the safety selector was still up. Since he was barefoot, the next best option to kicking the downed man was to run back over, flipping the pistol over in his hand as he did. He let out an instinctive yell as he swung down hard, battering the side of the man's head with the butt of the pistol. "Jesse?" he heard the woman yell. The hall grew brighter from the far end source. Someone was walking back toward the dining and living area. "You say something?" In the background, Taylor's screams and calling Kenny's names had evolved into begging. "Please," she cried in sheer terror. "Please don't." A man was tossing her around, ripping her clothes off, threatening to hurt her children if she kept fighting. Either he or Kenny was about to die. Still dizzy, Kenny realized the headlamp he'd dropped was still laying on the floor in the middle of the living room. He moved along the short wall and positioned himself next to the short bookshelf, waiting at the corner of the hallway. His right thumb moved the safety down, his confidence in knowing that a round was chambered high. The hunting weapons were in Republic. The Kimber was the only firearm he had in Spokane. It always went into its lockbox ready to rock and roll. At the last moment, and second-guessing himself, Kenny pressed the safety back up to its engaged position and transferred the pistol to his other hand. A dark shape pushed the headlamp out on the outline of the forehead. "Jesse!" a woman yelled a split second before Kenny's right hand crashed into the side of her skull. She went flying into the other corner of the hall next to the dining area and spilled to the throw rug. Kenny knew he might only have a few seconds before she screamed or yelled and blew his surprise. He took the pistol back to the dominant hand in time to swing it up. Sierra and the baby were screaming from their small bedroom. A beam of light was leaving the last bedroom, which was a home office. A man was angry that he had to interrupt tossing the room in his hunt for cash. He called at the man in the master bedroom. "Hey, we ain't got all night." The light on his head started to swing up the hall. Kenny could see the pistol's fiber-optic front sight easily. He'd been adjusting it left to right, watching it disappear behind those sides of the blacked-out rear sight as he did. He'd finished centering it and put the green glowing dot directly over the headlamp. Years of hunting had taught him the importance of a nice, smooth trigger press under buck fever. The pistol gave a loud but otherwise unimpressive pop. The bullet had passed through the lamp and the skull holding it before the muzzle flash that filled the hall had even dissipated. Kenny moved swiftly to his master bedroom. The man trying to rape Taylor made a deadly wrong conclusion. "Holy hell, Colin! You said to use knives only!" Kenny entered. The man's body was outlined by the moonlight filtering through the window blind. Kenny shot twice into center mass. "Taylor!" he yelled. She was sobbing, and her pleas had turned once more to screaming as the man fell. He was cussing in shocked disbelief, on the floor, struggling to breathe. Kenny turned on the light and moved his eyes around the room. Taylor was trying to roll herself off the bed. A man, clad in mask and dark sweatshirt, with jeans docked to his knees, was ignoring the shame of his visible limp pecker, trying to hold in the blood that was pumping out the new holes in his chest. Kenny had already moved out into the hall, flicking on the lights in the office and other bedroom. His daughter was screaming, hands and feet taped up. She was thrown into the crib with a baby crying. Still on a big game hunt, Kenny moved back down the hall, stepping over the dead man as he did. "No, no, no, mister, please." The gun barked once more at point-blank range. A rabid dog put down. Then again near the front door. The cool late summer air blew into the broken entry, airing the adrenaline and stress from the hot living room. It fluttered over the blood running down Kenny's left cheek and the urine that had started to spill out of his boxer briefs as he went into shock. He threw a hand up to the doorframe to keep from falling out of the house as the contents of dinner became the next fluid to spill out of him. Chapter 3. Capitol Hill, Seattle. The two AWOL State Guard members, one a seasoned ex-cop turned sports bar owner, the other newly seasoned in the arts of war just 50 hours earlier while rescuing Ramona and her daughter, proceeded cautiously. The crowd had filled the streets all through the well-known neighborhood east of the interstate and northern downtown area. Groups roamed. Being solo or with just one other person was a sure invitation to being harassed. Though they were both armed with concealed pistols, Nelson Butterton was growing concerned with their choice to bring pipes as a swinging weapon. They'd each taken a chunk of round stock from Ramona's garage, materials that would now never be needed for Noel's Mustang restoration project. For the last 70 yards of their approach to the targeted apartment building, they'd tagged along a much larger, drunker group headed east on John Street, like they were. "I think we should ditch the pipes," he said to Kevin. "Whatever you think." 2- and 3-story apartment buildings filled the south side of the street for several blocks. They'd parked on Broadway in the lot of a dark bank with private security guards outside who were showing no apprehension about letting the world see their rifles. They slowly pushed right from the back of the crowd. There was a general angry vibe. Firefighters were heard in 2 directions, and there was no sign of police or soldiers. "Dude, I'm so glad that Ramona gave us these clothes from her husband's closet." Nelson tossed his pipe in the night shadows behind a bush near a building's north entrance. Kevin did the same. "How much farther?" He'd given Nelson and Sean the information Jamar obtained from Ramona's desk 2 days earlier. While Kevin and Jamar had gone to Tacoma, their buddies had come to scout the address that the pencil rubbings had revealed imprinted on the page. "Next block." Kevin grew worried. Where all the people are hanging out? There was possibly 300 people in the street ahead of them. Music was blaring. There were kegs surrounded by drinkers, and barrels of trash were on fire. A bit farther east, a small mob was attacking an abandoned Humvee with bats. Someone had spray-painted the party invite on the wall of a second-floor unit outside. "End of the world party, tonight. No rules." Screams of anguish permeated the air from somewhere just to the south. Kevin pulled his hoodie up over his borrowed Salt Life ball cap, trying to keep off the radars of the people that knew the streets and its occupants. Nelson turned right onto 11th Street. "Ramona's intel said apartment 203. Let's see if there's a less clogged back entrance." The building wasn't very deep on the block before they found a dark lane that cut between it and the next unit south. People and cars clogged the alley. The backs of the ground floor units each had a small patio created by a red brick privacy wall. Between the second and third of those, a small lane existed leading to a door. Nelson led Kevin past people like they belonged there, strolling in and ascending a set of stairs to the next floor. They passed people coming and going, even on the stairs. Many had bottles of beer or pipes for smoking certain drugs. The acrid smell of various burned scents hung around the halls. Kevin knew what weed smelled like simply from the high school parking lot. "Is that—" He was in the process of asking about the smell being crystal meth or fentanyl. Nelson nodded quickly, wanting to keep Kevin quiet and not draw attention to the fact that they didn't belong there. He was on the hunt. It had become obvious by the flow of people in and out that the apartment they were looking for was partaking in the festivities. He didn't have a hoodie to pull up. Despite his borrowed clothing, he was still wearing his State Guard ball cap, an obvious trimmed haircut. Middle age and years of once being a cop practically oozed off him in a building full of young Seattle urbanites. A big man with shaggy, wavy black hair was in the doorframe to the apartment they wanted to hunt for Keith in. The man put his size 14 boot up across the entry, resting it on the jamb. He was drinking from a red cup, which he handed to the woman next to him without looking. "Ain't nothing for you to see in here." Music moved past the man, like it did from half the apartments, making the noise in the hall a mixing board of chaotic noise. Coupled with laughs, drunk voices, and occasional screams, it was hard to hear, let alone concentrate. But the man was more than clear. Kevin stepped around his shorter, stouter friend, his baby face coming off as non-threatening. "I'm looking for Keith." The big man stopped giving Nelson the evil eye after a second and looked Kevin up and down. "Who are you?" "His brother." Kevin's tone implored with the big man, his eyes nearly begging. The large foot fell from the doorframe to floor, and the man, who looked like a Pacific Islander to Kevin, turned. He let out a sigh, looking the youngster up and down. Finally, "All right, you can come in." He made only a slight effort to turn. "But not you, dude." A thick finger pointed up to within a foot of Nelson's face. Kevin moved into the crowded party, the music evolving from the jumbled mess of multiple sources he heard in the hall to the thumping hip-hop coming from a large wireless speaker in the apartment. The air was bitter with the smells of burning drugs, a mild waft of pot being overshadowed by the burned plastic smell of heavier narcotics. He pushed his way passively through world's end partiers, some dancing, others knocking stuff over in their high stupors and stumbles. Laughter was the predominant mood, though one couple was in an argument in the kitchen. "Sup, bro?" a man in a blood-red beanie asked. It was one of those really tall kind with a large volume of dreadlocks stuffed under it. "You looking for something special?" His cat that ate the canary grin revealed a smile of holes between filthy, rotting teeth. Kevin moved past the man until he was able to see into a bedroom. It was strewn with food wrappers, beer bottles, trash, and clothes. There were at least 4 people laying on the queen-size bed. 2 were involved in heavy making out and groping, with 2 others sitting on the mattress edge, deep in conversation. "Seen Keith?" Whether the short hair or the relatively clean-shaven face, Kevin stuck out in the crowd. The man in the hall straightened up a bit. "Who's asking? I'm his brother." Kevin's irritation with needing to explain himself to a crowd of Seattle hipsters was only overshadowed by his concern that he and Nelson were gravely outnumbered. If there were 10 people in the apartment, then there was probably 50. The man's smile broke wide open under glassy, dilated eyes. Far out, brah." A hand went up into the splayed stance of wanting to do a cool guy hand clasp. Kevin stuck his out, and the stoner grasped it and pulled him in for a bro hug. Kevin had to stifle the urge to puke when the wave of BO and other nastier smells washed over him like part of the Ganges River. "Yo, check the closet in that second bedroom. When it gets too crowded, he gets in there and veggies with his guitar." The man turned his attention to a drunk woman nearby. Kevin continued the slow mosey, needing to ask a couple of young ladies to step aside when he arrived at a set of closed French doors in the other bedroom. They giggled and made some risque comments about the sexy nature of his rump after he opened the doors and squatted. In front of him was indeed his middle brother, passed out on a pile of old laundry, arms wrapped around an electric guitar missing 2 strings. The aroma of keg beer, vomit, and spicy Cheetos punched Kevin in the nose. Looking at his brother's back, he pulled on Keith's shoulder. Shorter than Kevin, but still taller than average, the man was less muscular and stout than Kevin remembered him being. The rock and roll life had done him poorly. "Keith," he said, needing to nearly yell due to all the partying going on. One of the laughing women behind him spoke up. Yo, leave him alone. Put some lipstick on him, the others said with a devilish laugh. Or a dick, the first said. On his forehead. Where's that Sharpie you had earlier? She asked her mate. Nobody's drawing a Sharpie dick on my brother's head, Kevin said. Still squatting, he finished rolling his stoned brother out of the closet, duck walking back a bit as he did. Out of the jumbled mess came a simple square birdcage from the pile of dirty clothes that was intertwined with Keith's feet and lower legs. The lid popped off as the cage spilled out. The contents fell onto the dirty, stained carpet, some old bird feed husks, an empty water bowl, a gnawed cuttlebone, and a dead parakeet. One of the high women shrieked and turned agitated. You killed Keith's bird, bro! Come on, Keith, Kevin said, lightly slapping his brother's face. He got nothing. Keith was alive, but his skin was pasty and sweaty, his hair drenched with dried puke on his chin and throat. He smelled like urine, which was confirmed when Kevin scanned the wet front of his brother's jeans. Kevin pulled up on an eyelid about the same time the angry woman shoved his back. He shot up and spun, towering over the ladies. What? Not cool, dude, the other one said. Come on, Carrie, she ordered her pal. Ricky'll have something to say about this dude coming in here. She started to drag the girl out of the bedroom over another passed-out individual. And murdering Tweety, she screamed passionately as they left. Tweety? Kevin said, as he squatted next to the limp sibling once more. You're a songwriter, and all you could come up with was Tweety? Keith's eyes blinked a couple of times as he mumbled an incoherent discourse from somewhere in his drug-propelled mind. Kevin moved from squat to a one-knee kneel, wishing at that moment that Nelson had been allowed into the apartment. As the baby brother, he used to play dead body as a way of escaping the grasp of both Keith and Kenny when they were roughhousing as kids. 170 pounds of limp human weighed about twice as much as the equivalent on a barbell. He struggled and pulled until he had his helpless brother up on one shoulder. He stood, feeling the strain in his quads and glutes. Just as he turned to step over the passed-out person between him and the door, the two women returned. The one that was still squawking about the bird murderer. Hey, jerk, she said as Kevin started the careful dance out of the room. Keith made a struggling, gasping noise, his head hanging against Kevin's butt and hip. His arm slammed the bedroom door as the tall lad from Republic stepped through, careful not to hit his own head on the low frame. In the hall, the short, vocal women were forced to step through the frame of the other crowded bedroom. Excuse me, Kevin said a couple of times. He received odd stares from some and was completely ignored by others, until both he and the pliable lush on his shoulder were too big of a presence in the full hallway to ignore. Slowly, partiers parted the seats to allow him through. In the open living space, he met the large Samoan man from the front door face to face. In the large bouncer's absence at the door, Nelson had managed to slip in and mingle a few feet behind. Where you taking Kiefer, brah? The gamut of things to say flooded Kevin's mind. By his nature, he'd always been forthright, even with strangers. The last week of events had taught him a lot about the importance of guarding information. He could lie. He could ignore the question, which seemed foolish considering the man's size and the sheer number of people in the building. He opted for a partial truth. Family emergency, taking him to see our grandma. Their grandparents did live in the family home, after all, and it was less confrontational then. I don't want my brother to ever be around you Seattle scumbags ever again. Sorry, yo. He's into a lot of people for a lot of coin. Kiefer stays here. The large man started to move a big brown paw up to the dead weight on Kevin's shoulder to pull him over to his own. Kevin took a step back and knocked over another man he'd never seen sneak up behind in the crowd. The loud, rhythmic boom of rap music made it hard to hear and think. How much? He asked, in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. Maybe I can help you settle up on the tab? Have you got that much cash on you? The voice behind him said. You got bigger problems. What's he owe? Kevin repeated. He saw Nelson reaching back under his coat, near the back of his pants. He knew his partner was carrying a pistol like he was, not in the back, but in a side holster in the waistband. What's he reaching for? He wondered. If they resorted to gunplay, they just may never make it out of the building. I ain't gonna warn you again, little man, the Samoan said. His disposition was even cloudier than it had been. He stepped forward once more, hand moving up toward Keith's body. In a flash, a bright red object flew up. Nelson whipped around the big man with the mini bolt cutters and locked the jaws around the big man's thumb. "What the?" the large man screamed. He tried to jerk his hand at the odd sight, which only pulled Nelson around while he was holding on to both pry handles. The carbide jaws started to cut into skin and thumb bone. "Arrgh!" the man yelled in both pain and intense panic. "Let her go! Let her go! Quit moving!" Nelson yelled. Though the music was still blaring, every eye in the place was on the scene. Every conversation had come to a rapid halt. Several of the man's friends yelled out exclamations and insults. "Get moving, Kevin," Nelson said. With no additional prodding, Kevin moved around the two men, pushing past partygoers simply with his height and determination. "I'm out," he yelled back into the unit toward Nelson, who was already backpedaling toward the door, pulling the distraught giant man with him by the tool. The thought of losing his thumb was embedded in his psyche. There would be no heroic moves on his part. That didn't stop others from moving closer to get between Nelson and the door. "Back off, Chad," the Samoan yelled. "It ain't your thumb that's about to get cut off." "Smart man," Nelson said calmly. "2 more feet," Kevin said, guiding his partner with his words. "Get going," Nelson said. He knew Kevin would need a head start. He paused in the door and heard Kevin move down the short hallway and start descending the steps. "Stop here," he said. The large man caught in his leverage trap paused back in the same front door frame he'd blocked with his big leg minutes earlier. "What you gonna do, brah?" Beads of sweat started to pour out from under the man's black, wavy hair. "You guys gonna be cool?" Nelson asked, though he already knew the answer. "We're gonna jack you up," a voice yelled from inside the apartment. "Chill out, Breezy," the panting Samoan said. The skin had been sliced by the sharp carbide cutters. He couldn't help but stare down at his captured thumb. "We'll be cool, brah. Just let me go." He looked up at Nelson with begging in his eyes. "You know, I believe that you believe that," Nelson said. With all his force, which was much more than needed, he slammed the 2 arms of the bolt cutters together. The sickening crunch the big man felt was never heard due to the intermingling of music from all over the building, not to mention the man's agonized screams. Nelson then yanked up and smashed the metal tool on the back of the large man's head as hard as he could. A beast that size would clog the door in his woozy stupor for several seconds. Nelson heard the chaos behind him as he sprinted for the stairway. He pushed past people on the stairs and then back out in the alley, running to catch up to Kevin. He tossed the mini bolt cutters off into the shadows and pulled out his pistol. The race was on. Kevin's legs were starting to wobble. He was not so much sprinting as speed walking as quickly as his long limbs would allow without the jarring impact of having both feet off the ground at the same time. Still, his brother basically doubled his body weight and was off-center, forcing him to lean left. His right thigh was starting to fatigue, his lungs starting to burn. The near and far sounds of the lawless night, the new normal, had presented like he might make it back to the vehicle undisturbed, until he heard the loud boom of a big rifle somewhere near the building he'd bailed out of 50 meters back. The various crowd on the same westbound sidewalk as him had been mostly staring in amusement as he jogged by up until that point. Suddenly the path opened as the members of the Seattle nightlife screamed, squealed, or silently took cover in the shadows. 3 rapid pistol shots, closer but muffled as if aimed the other direction, responded behind him. Lord, please let that be Nelson. He had one more very long block with 3 apartment buildings on his left to clear before he reached Broadway and could turn for the bank parking lot. And don't let that bank security team blast me. The pounding of footsteps was catching up. He hoped it was Nelson, not wanting to waste the time and energy to turn and look. The temptation to take a rest in the shadow of a tree trunk or bush had disappeared with the volley of gunshots. "Coming up!" he heard his partner yell. Another rifle shot from whoever they'd just assaulted at the party rang out, the air splitting with a crack. Kevin had never heard the sound of a supersonic bullet over his head before, but he knew it when he heard it. No bueno! New adrenaline pushed into his blood. His tiring legs found new energy and began to run despite the pain in his lower back. The sound of Nelson's sprinting steps stopped, and once more, 3 pistol shots erupted over the course of a long second. It was too dark to pick up a specific target back down the city block, but the innocence of the city night had all moved to cover or concealment. His fire was meant to be suppressive, to simply get the pursuers to waste precious seconds ducking. After what felt like an eternity, Kevin reached the main thoroughfare of Broadway and turned left, crossing the street at an angle. The bank parking lot was only 50 or so meters away. As he left the asphalt across the concrete lot entry and sidewalk into the lot, he heard Nelson screaming from the corner. "There's at least 3 of them! Tell the kid to fire up the truck!" Jalen, Kevin suddenly remembered. He was in the big Ram 3500 they'd procured from Ramona's deceased in-laws, guarding it with a rifle he didn't seem particularly adept at holding. "Jalen, start the truck!" Jamar's younger brother, for all his expertise and bravado, had been paying attention. The loud diesel engine roared to life. He even had the sense to turn off the automatic lights. The driver's door opened. He used a flashlight to verify what he was seeing. Quick on his feet, the teenager opened the passenger door for Kevin. What's happening?" From 30 feet out, Kevin tried to bark instructions from his winded lungs. "Get in and help me. Pull him in." The boy crawled into the back seat of the crew cab and scooted backward to the far end. He helped pull the puke-stained Keith in by his arms. "Oh!" He winced as the stone man's head and neck got pulled at a weird angle from Kevin shoving him in with no care. "He'll be fine." Nelson reached the truck's front corner on the passenger side and spun, immediately aiming his pistol for the intersection corner. The street light in that direction exploded the moment another rifle shot rang out, a sign the pursuers were preparing to come around the corner. "Everyone get in!" Kevin slammed the rear door and jumped into the driver's seat. Nelson loosed 5 more shots at the tree trunk near the corner on the far side of the street and then got into the Ram. Go right! Go right!" Kevin pulled the big truck into gear. The loud engine belched heavy, smoky soot as the truck shot out of the lot and headed south. They heard 2 shots hit the tailgate as they sped away. "Are you okay?" the ex-cop asked the youngster in the back. Jaden's eyes were wide open. "We're fine." "How'd you get out of there?" Kevin asked, trying to scan the mirrors without losing too much focus on the barren avenue ahead. Nelson stayed silent for a couple of seconds. The panting of both men's breath filled the cab. "Let's just say that guy won't be giving anyone a thumbs up with his left hand anymore." Chapter 4. Spokane. Kenny's groin had a dull ache that wouldn't leave, a 3 on the 10 scale, not enough to be called agony, but enough to fester as concern in the back of his mind. He hadn't made time to ice the twins. It had taken a while for the family to come back to reality from the living nightmare they endured, and to add insult to their injuries, there was no way to report the attempted rape, the assault, and, as far as Kenny was concerned, 4 justifiable homicides. For the first several minutes, Taylor was in a frenzied state. They both were. Kenny felt every ounce of the hysteria his wife displayed as she scooped her kids up and moved them to her Nissan Rogue SUV. She sat with them in the car in the single-wide garage, engine idling. When Kenny refused to move his car, she went crazy like an angry silverback gorilla, screaming and throwing things she picked up off the floor of their ransacked home. She found his keys and moved the little Mazda, backing it up maniacally. It half-straddled the yard and the street, the little plastic rock guard under the engine and oil pan scraping on the concrete curb. That accomplished, she went back to her idling car and sat crying. The car idled for almost 2 hours. She put it into reverse more than once, backing up a few feet, then driving forward again. The toddler and the baby had cried themselves to sleep, the mother too alert for threats to do anything but seethe. She wanted to go somewhere, anywhere, but the cacophony of gunshots that popped up around town near and far through the night had kept her from starting the task of driving aimlessly. Kenny contemplated taking pictures with his phone, but ultimately worried about it being evidence, not for cops, but people who came looking for the intruders. The adrenaline rush sent him into a deep sluggishness. He changed out of the soiled skivvies and T-shirt and donned sweatpants and a light coat. The cool September desert air was starting to chill the house through the broken front door as the late hours of night became the wee hours of morning. Coming out of shock and the post-fight funk, he found himself suddenly thirsty, direly so. He guzzled nearly 2 quarts of water, then dug through a small bag for holding his shooting gear. Finding the Kydex holster he'd purchased specifically for a defensive shooters class he took 3 years earlier, he armed himself once more. The pistol went on the right, topped off with a full magazine. He had a 2-mag holster for his other hip. The mag from the pistol was 5 rounds short of its 10-round capacity, so he topped it off. Kenny noticed some blood on the bottom from whacking the guy by the front door in his temple. He cleaned everything, noticing for the first time a slight mar in that magazine's finish. He would forever know that that was a mag that did its duty, the mar acting as a visual reminder of the night that all their lives changed for the worse. The signs of the home invasion were there, and they would be in the young family's minds for time eternal. Taylor's torn panties, tossed like trash when she frantically put on new ones, the roll of duct tape in the kid's bedroom, and, of course, blood and body tissue in several locations. Kenny moved the invaders to the front yard one at a time. Each time he bent over, reminding him he'd taken a blow to the head, each drag of the dead weight reminding him he'd been kicked hard in the core. When he was done, he went and stood by his wife's idling car. For several minutes she ignored him, hands on the steering wheel with whitened knuckles. Eventually she rolled the window down. "I'm not going back in that house." The engine shut down. "Close the garage door on your way out." In the world of hints, she wanted that to hit him like an atom bomb. "Are you going to start the car again?" Taylor raised her voice to just below the level needed to stir the kids. "I'm not suicidal, Kenny." She wore a look of pure hatred, one he'd never seen before. Does she blame me? He wondered, as he punched the garage door button on the way back into the still home. He hadn't even started to process his own feelings, but there was his best friend, making him the focus of her wrath. Kenny watched the eastern sky slowly change from dark to gray to pink to a royal blue from a fold-up chair in his front yard. It was the only beautiful sight in the morose and unforgettable morning. Over near the corner of the lawn, where grass in need of a cut grew over the edge of the driveway and the curb by the road, sat a black metal mailbox on a rusty brown pole. Next to the mail station, 4 human bodies lay next to each other, resembling a large pile of refuse waiting on the weekly garbage truck. But what caught Kenny's surprise almost as much as the casual way he was watching a stack of corpses was watching 2 men 3 houses down and across the road do the same thing. He wondered if they did what he did, collected every wallet, lighter, and personal effect from the bodies, and then hid them, but he surely wasn't in the talking mood to go ask them. I assume they're the good guys, he considered, as he thought about the astronomical odds of this horrible lightning strike the same street twice in the same night. He stood and went through the house to the garage to find Taylor and the children sleeping in a huddle in the cargo hold of her SUV. He whispered, not daring to put a hand on his wife after her assault. "Taylor." Nothing. "Psst. Taylor." She jolted, head and shoulder pulling out of the cramped pile, all sleeping on a Seattle Mariners lap blanket. "You frickin' scared me. What?" "I don't think we were the only ones that got attacked. I'm going to check on Mrs. Park. Do you want to go?" His wife stared at him, the exhaustion of days at the hospital and the stress of nearly being raped taking a toll. He could see she wasn't all there behind her eyes. She shook her head quickly, trying to wake herself up. "Are you carrying the gun?" she asked. "Uh-huh." "Are they still in the house?" Kenny shook his head. Sierra made an innocent whine as she stretched and repositioned. Taylor finally nodded. "I need to see them." She put her hand out for Kenny to take and help her crawl out under the hatchback. "I need to see him dead. I need to see him dead." As they moved from garage to lawn, Kenny got the feeling she was no longer addressing him. She was trying to encourage herself. Under the morning desert breeze blowing down their suburb street, Kenny and Taylor Richardson moved along the curb, standing in the street. Facing toward their home, they looked down at the line of human scum. Man, young man, woman, and pantsless would-be rapist. 3 headshots, the rapist with 2 rounds to the torso. Taylor stared at him, her face cold and hard like a shop floor. Kenny took her hand, and she did not pull hers out of her husband's loving clasp. Soon their hands were squeezing hard. Still, they stared down at the pale cadavers. Taylor would never be that weak again, she decided at that moment. And Kenny now knew the one thing every man who had never been in mortal battle wondered. Do I have what it takes when death is on the line? When life is on the line? Kenny knocked on the broken door to Mrs. Parks's house next door to his. The dog should be barking. He spoke softly to Taylor, who was practically standing on his heels, not to startle her, but to keep her from alerting anyone in the house. He pulled the pistol from his holster. He felt it was odd for his hands to start shaking. He held the weapon with 2 hands, pointed down at an angle, and used bent elbows to keep it close. He did not want his wife to see his jittery mitts and lose confidence. He resisted the urge to tell Taylor to stay at the front door. He'd actually thought for a split second to leave the pistol with her, but instantly recalled how she had refused to go take classes, refused to learn how to use it. Right then, putting it into her hands was the worst thing he could do. They cautiously moved around corners. They found Pong, Mrs. Park's tricolored toy spaniel, dead on the back porch, a steak knife sticking out of it. Kenny looked at his wife, who locked eyes with him. He was surprised she hadn't made a noise at the sight. "Hurry," she said, her brow furrowed. "The kids are all alone." They found Mrs. Park on the far side of her bed, face down on the musty, sun-faded carpet near her window. "Mrs. Park!" Kevin rushed and knelt beside her, his tender testes reminding him once more they coveted a good icing. He gently rolled the elderly woman to her back, cradling her floppy head. She was breathing, her eyes open, glazed over. She was whispering something in her stupor. Her nightgown was soaked in blood. When Taylor saw that, she ran into the old woman's bathroom. "Grab a towel or something," Kenny said. "Here." Taylor threw a hand towel across the room to him before disappearing back into the restroom. Kenny snatched it out of the air and pressed it over the abdomen wound. He wasn't sure, but it seemed like a knife puncture to the area to the right of the stomach. Taylor came back out with a bigger towel. "I saw warfarin on her counter." What is that for?" Taylor knelt near Mrs. Park's head, avoiding the blood-soaked carpet. She started assessing the wounded woman. "It's a blood thinner." Even with no medical training, Kenny knew that was high on the bad scale. Taylor looked at where her husband was applying pressure. "There's a good chance they got her liver." She looked down at the pale neighbor. "Mrs. Park, is there anyone who we can try to get for you?" Taylor showed her husband a look. No, he thought, feeling instantly bad about it. He felt selfish, but the last thing he wanted to do was promise a dying woman he'd go on a fool's errand. "We need the cops," was all he could manage to say in his mounting anger. "Let me put her in the Mazda and take her to the hospital." He started to maneuver to get into a hoisting position on the small Asian woman when he lightly moved her head side to side. "No," Mrs. Park said. "Mrs. Park, we need to get you help." "Kenny," Taylor said, her eyes fixed on his, trying to break through his desperation. "They won't see her in time. It's too late," filled the air between them, unspoken. Mrs. Park put a thin, pasty palm on Kenny's arm. She mumbled something. Neither husband nor wife understood. Kenny squatted through his gut pain, putting his ear near her mouth. "I didn't hear you, Mrs. Park." "I said, where's the baby?" He felt her breath hit his ear. He pulled back up to look her in the eye. "The baby's fine. Do you want to see him? Tay, can you go grab Dylan?" Taylor nodded and stood, saying nothing but wearing a compassionate smile. She put a comforting hand on Kenny's back, then left. "Mrs. Park, I'm so sorry that this—" She smiled. "You can call me Unji now. Okay? Unji. Kenny was trying to see if he was saying it right. He felt the blood soaking through the towel. It was cool, nearly black in color. Mrs. Park never answered. Like her eyes, her smile faded to nothing. But a caring young couple and the thought of holding baby Dylan once more had been just enough to send her spirit to the other side on a positive note. Just as Taylor came back in and put her hand on Kenny's shoulder, the sunrise broke through a slit in the window's thin drapes. Chapter 5. Bellevue. Keith, shut up! They'd been home for hours. Each Richardson brother was lying on an inflatable, the cheap kind like people would use in a backyard pool. Kevin had found 3 of them on a garage shelf, still new in their chemical-smelling plastic wrapping, a reminder that the days of dollar store shopping and family leisure activities were quickly fading into history. He had been listening, wide awake, suffering with his brother, as Keith came back down from his drug-fueled high straight into a forced detox. His moans and groans only added salt to the wound in Kevin's ears. It was the throwing up, the sniffles, the coughing, sometimes wet, sometimes dry. The sounds of someone getting sick from drugs were bad enough. The smells, nearly indescribably bad. Where the Keith's groans and the coming insulting question were broken by another heave of bile. Kevin had already taken the medium-sized plastic bowl out to the side of the house to dump once. He got up to check it, spurred by the sound of the new wet hitting the old wet already in the container. A mild rain had started around dawn, and enough rain flow was passing the clogs in the house's gutters to give him a heavy trickle with which to wash the vessel. His patience was nearly as thin as that trickle of runoff. "You done?" It was a scolding tone, exactly the kind anyone would have after cleaning up after an annoying drunk. He picked up the garage door and slid it up, having unlocked it from the electric opener with the emergency release on the first trip out a couple of hours earlier. Kevin went back to stoop near his brother on his plastic mattress and retrieved the tub full of alcohol, bile, and puke. "Where are we?" Keith managed to croak from under his sweaty, pale face. Kevin was still dealing with the anger of finding his brother this way. He ignored the question, opting to scold instead. "My friends risked their lives to come get you." Another raspy reply. "Thanks, Mom." Keith started to shiver. Kevin pulled the mostly pink Beauty and the Beast comforter back onto his brother, lovingly lent by Missy to her favorite hero. The sense of helping Kevin was one small way for her to cope with losing her father. As Keith had drifted back and forth between hot flashes and chills, the comforter had been moved several times as a result. "You got no moral ground to be a smartass." He stood and walked toward the open garage door to go dump the bucket. 2 minutes later, he came back in and closed the big door behind him with a thud. He set the bowl back down by his brother's head, seeing that while not sleeping, Keith had once more drifted to a mental fortress to brave the storm of detoxing. "Take the bowl." Keith's hand reached out and pulled it close, eyes staying clenched the entire time. Kevin heard the door from the house open. Nelson shuffled in around the shot-up Mustang, which looked like a relic from an old action movie. "You get any sleep?" Kevin shook his head. The 2 men stood over the sick one, staring down. "You?" "Couple hours. Thanks again for helping." "You're not the only one with a black sheep in the family," Nelson said. He gave a slight grin as his young friend looked up at him. "I haven't been a cop in nearly 10 years, but I saw a lot of people just like him during my years on the job." Both of them were looking back down at Keith. They went back to being silent and caught in their own thoughts for a minute. Nelson finally added the point he was trying to get to. "Keep an eye on him." "How long until this is past?" Kevin asked. "Probably a day or 2, but that's not what I meant. Even after, he's going to be a wreck for days, weeks." "Meaning?" Kevin honestly didn't know. Nelson turned toward Kevin. Well, for starters, this detox wasn't his choice, so he's going to be pissed. Good. Kevin's face filled with anger. Nelson cut him off before he could start ranting, no matter how righteous his argument. Which means he'll lash out, steal stuff, lie. He might just disappear entirely. He's definitely going to be rifling through everyone's stuff for pills. Just be warned. It was clear to the middle-aged man that his young friend hadn't thought it through yet. Kevin nodded. I suppose you won't be able to start walking home in a day or two? Nelson nearly laughed in surprise. You serious? He might be ready in a week, if you can trust him to have your back. If he starts eating good food again. It'll take him a week to actually get a good night's sleep again. He saw Kevin's face morph with disappointment. Look, kid, I'm not trying to pop your bubble here. He put a hand on his tall friend's shoulder for a quick pat. You just need to know what you're in store for. He turned and started going back around the car to the door. I'll be back out in a bit to give you a break. James has been up and watching the house all night. I figured I can do that from here in the garage while both of you guys get some shut-eye. With that, he went into the house. Keith started to pick up the groaning and mumbling once more. Within a few seconds, he started to vomit and choke. He rolled over onto his back just enough to really make the choking take hold. Kevin squatted. For a split second, the little devil on his shoulder took control of his mind. Just let him choke, it said. You'll be done with him forever. Never have to worry about him stealing everything. Can start hiking home immediately. He stared at the sibling in disbelief, tears welling up his eyes. He could hear his pulse in his ears. What are you doing, Richardson? He scolded himself. He felt shame for even feeling that way. He reached out and pulled his brother back to a side-lying position. He stuck his finger in Keith's mouth, sweeping out the vomit, saving him from death's scythe for the umpteenth time. How's Nana? Kevin asked Jamar. They were both in the kitchen getting water. He could see his friend's face, covered in concern. Jamar had sat up with her all night while his mother and Sean had taken Ramona in for surgery. Jamar's voice was low, both from being somber and exhausted. Not much longer. My ma gets back in time. He took a long drink. It does seem like they'd be back by now, Kevin agreed. I wish there was something I could do. Jamar nodded and then moved past Kevin to go back upstairs. You got enough of your own stuff to deal with, Kev. Kevin moved into the living room where Felicity and Missy were playing Parcheesi. There was a small emergency radio playing news and other talking heads in the background. Jalen was napping on the couch, pillow over his face. Where's James? He asked Felicity. He went in there, Felicity pointed. That's my daddy's office, Missy said, her face instantly becoming sad. I'm sure he's sleeping by now, Kevin said. Anything good on the radio? Ain't really been listening to it, Felicity admitted. Do me a favor then, Kevin asked. Come wake me if the president comes on. The girls assured him they would. He knew Jamar and Nana were in the guest bedroom, so he headed to the laundry room with his air mattress from the garage in tow. He'd barely settled down in the dark space when the door opened. It was Missy. Felicity told me to come get you. Kevin sighed, remembering all the times his father had told him to be careful what he wished for. Thanks. He went back out and sat near the girls, who were seated on the floor between the coffee table and the fireplace. He picked up the small hand crank unit and gave the handle a few turns after bumping up the volume. President Dodds was already into her speech. And the United Nations Security Council agrees with our assessment that these AI-assisted hackers calling themselves Axiom are spread out around the globe, operating from at least 30 different nations. Every time proper authorities try to gather physical intelligence, they discover another layer of deception. Every server leads to another. In short, the threat to normal society is real, and the danger is imminent. We are now hiring private military contractors to help with our manpower shortage. I'm enacting full highway restrictions on top of anything your governors have already done. The only travel authorized for the next 7 days will be government in nature. Food and other critical items like fuel will continue to ship, but only after special bills of lading have been approved. I'm also calling on all citizens to turn in their precious metals, such as gold and silver. You will be given a certificate for 1.1 times its value. This is not without precedent. In 1933, President Roosevelt issued Executive Order 6102 to prevent hoarding gold during the Great Depression. Consider this your American duty. Turning it in will help our country continue to operate and survive past this unimaginable crisis. Refusal to do so will result in up to 10 years in prison and a $100,000 fine. Kevin stuck a fingertip in his ear on the off chance he'd misheard. Did she just tell everyone that the feds will be confiscating private property with mercenaries? This leads me to address violence next, the president continued. I'm ordering all Americans to check in with their local city or county health departments to be issued their digital certificates. Everyone will be given a smart card to enable travel through local checkpoints. If you own any registered firearms, you'll need to turn those in to get your travel card. Those with active warrants or unable to prove they've turned in their firearms will be housed in FEMA comfort camps until the crisis is over. The same will go for those who try to go around the checkpoint system. I know all of this sounds horrible, but it truly is the only way to reestablish law and order. Remember, we're all in this. Kevin clicked the radio off with an angry swipe. What the hell's a comfort camp? He sat and stewed on it for several minutes, watching the girls play their board game. He would love to just start walking for home, but on top of the government just making travel nearly impossible, he still had to contend with Keith. He heard Jamar come back down the stairs. His eyes were red. "Felicity," the corrections officer said. His sister looked up from the dice she'd just rolled. She saw her brother's open arms. She stood and walked over to him, joining his hug. Without words, she knew what had happened. Kevin snapped himself out of his funk. He moved toward the couch near Jalen, giving him a small nudge and pulling the pillow off his face. "What?" the teen said in protest. He picked his head up, squinting in the room's daylight. "Your Nana," Kevin said. He pointed toward Jamar and Felicity. The young man stuck his hand up, which Kevin grasped and helped pull him up to a stand. He saw the three siblings hug and cry over the loss of an irreplaceable figure in their lives, which forced him to think of his own family. Kenny and his brood, his mother, sister, and grandparents. How would he get himself and his problematic brother home to them? Chapter 6. Republic. The piece of channel beam cluttered to the shop floor with a clang. Glowing orange slag still beaded up on the smoking end. The 8-inch tall steel beam was about 6 feet long. About, meaning that this particular team of redneck mechanics didn't often care about things like measuring cuts. The other half of the beam was still clamped onto the grinding bench, a second piece of steel about the same length left over. "I can't believe you didn't bring any beer home," B.D. Baker complained to his son. The patriarch of the town's most notorious trashy family didn't care that the world was falling apart. He expected 21-year-old Dallas to procure more suds and whiskey with whatever means were necessary. He lifted his arc visor and towed the piece of steel, eyeballing the slightly crooked torch cut with the pride of a man who accepted good enough. He turned the knobs off on the torch, and the blue flame went out with a mild pop. He set the welder's hood and torch on the bench to face his son. Dallas was the oldest child, and in a family tree that resembled one of those fake tree cell towers, it actually meant he was in the middle. Dallas, with his 2 full siblings, Chloe and Seth, each 2 years younger than the one above, were his 3 kids with his current wife, Marguerite. The old man was 56 and had 2 older kids with 2 different strippers, a son and a daughter. 2 was a number he considered both dodging a bullet and inaccurate on the low side. Life hadn't been too kind to his looks, with beer, cigarettes, and a variety of pills and weeds having taken their toll on the old man. He'd started partying at the age of 10 and had never turned back. He'd just been handsome enough to let his natural charm with the ladies take over back then. Now, he was just another grumpy, broken man, with a body feeling like it was 70, but still feeling like he's 20 in his head. "Just where the hell do you expect me to buy beer, old-timer?" Dallas had learned his old man's moods, that there was a certain tone he could use in playfulness when there wasn't anything particularly wrong with the world in a certain moment. And here, 8 days after the cell doors across America magically opened, BD had been in a particularly great mood. Brian David Baker's oldest son, Billy Ray, was one of the newly released incarcerated. He'd been in a state prison near Walla Walla in the southeast part of Washington, and Big Dog Baker, as he was known locally, had it on good authority that Billy Ray would be getting home soon. In the meantime, the family that had earned most of its money in recent years operating as a stolen car chop shop was in the process of adjusting its business model. Despite his desire to spend life stoned and getting oral services from ladies who could not yet buy alcohol, the old man was always forward-thinking. He knew as soon as the government started commandeering gas stations that stolen cars were no longer going to need to be disassembled and fenced for parts. Which was too bad, in his mind, as the isolated mountain town of just a few thousand people didn't have much in the way of local money. Their isolation was exactly why theft syndicates took high-end cars to him, one enclosed trailer at a time. They'd been in business over 20 years and had never been investigated one time. Big Dog Baker and his brothers and cousins were jacks of all trades and masters of none. They worked road crews, apple orchards, farms, ranches, anything to earn legit money. Their auto body shop really wasn't, but it did pull in enough tune-ups and brake business to pass a legitimate audit. "That's just it, kid," Beatty said. "I don't expect you to buy it." Sometimes that boy has more courage than brains, he thought. He picked up a crumply pack of cigarettes with 2 left in it, pulling one out and letting it dangle from his weathered lips. "And when you go find beer, bring home smokes, too." He looked around for a missing cigarette lighter while waiting for his son's nearly guaranteed wisecrack reply. Not finding it, he grabbed the torch and striker and solved his flame problem to light the cancer stick. "I expect you to be back with party supplies by 6. We want to be ready. Your brother's been locked up for almost 3 years. Maybe he's going to Candy's first," Dallas reasoned, not wanting to be on the hook for finding all the booze for what would assuredly turn into a larger family shindig. His half-brother's mother had had the predictable misfortune of being born with a name perfect for her future calling in life. She lived in the slightly larger city of Kettle Falls to the east. Billy Ray had other half-siblings on her side, and that's where the convicted drug dealer had usually lived. Dallas had always viewed him as a threat, a competitor for their father's attention, and, more importantly, his money. Big Dog took a heavy drag on his cigarette and gave Dallas a look. He wasn't even going to bother answering, knowing his lazy son was just grasping at straws. "Try the Richardson place," he suggested. "Ain't nobody there but that goody two-shoes kid you used to play with. There's more than that. There's a sister that's got Seth twisted around her finger." He practically spat the words out. "Yeah, well, take him with you then. He can run interference while you snoop around the liquor cabinet." "They won't have much," Dallas protested. "The dad died years ago. The grandparents don't drink. The older brother lives in Spokane. And your buddy?" "He ain't my buddy." Dallas used to have a manipulative handle on Kevin Richardson when they were kids. Growing up on a farm road, hours from the big cities, a boy played with whoever was around. As younger kids, they used to build forts and start horse chip throwing fights with their siblings. Once Dallas had turned to petty theft and sneaking off with his dad's smokes and beer, Kevin had started to distance himself. They still socialized in high school to a point, but when Kevin took the fall for something Dallas had done, that closed the book on them being buddies. "He's too straight." Dallas wasn't sure if BD knew about the incident in which he'd nearly blown up the chemistry lab in high school, and he certainly wasn't going to narc on himself now. BD was tired of discussing it. "Look, boy, I don't give a damn where you get the stuff. Probably better you take the truck and go find it off our road anyway. Just get going." "What about this?" he said, waving his hands around. In the shop was a blue 1970 Chevelle, the kind with 2 white stripes on the hood. It wasn't a showpiece by any means, and it was most definitely a gas guzzler with a 454 cubic inch V8 engine. There were welding crash bars across the doors, like one might see on a beater at a local destruction derby. It had been dropped off by the Spokane theft ring they usually dealt with 2 days after the prison hack, with instructions to make it like something in Mad Max. Beatty's plans included reinforcing the trunk, protecting the radiator with a huge brush guard, and adding a spotlight rack to the top. At that moment, the channel beams were simply about protecting the passengers and frame from side impacts. "Get Chloe out here, and take that idiot brother of yours with you." Beatty took another drag as he watched Dallas walk back down the gravel driveway toward the double-wide manufactured country home. He thought about something Dallas had mentioned, that the Richardson lady had no man. She might have been a looker at one time, he thought. It wasn't her body he was interested in, though. Like his own wife, Elizabeth Richardson was getting much too flabby and wrinkled for his own selfish desires. He thought about their farm, though, their property, their belongings. Who would protect them? Their road. Are there others out there that want this road as their own? Want Republic for themselves? An idea was forming. Well, that just won't do. "Hey!" he yelled down the gravel, causing Dallas to spin and look back. "Have your brother snoop around that girl's house. See how much food they got." Chapter 7. Spokane. "Kenneth Lance Richardson, you're not listening. I will not be staying in this house tonight." Kenny's wife baffled him. How can a surgical nurse who can keep her cool when people are bleeding to death be so emotional about this? "I get it, Tay. You're scared. So am I. But where can we realistically stay tonight that will make you feel safer?" As he watched her pack with rage, not folding or truly packing clothes but jamming them into the gym bag, like there was some unseen punching bag in the bottom, he was trying to keep a level wit about the situation. Taylor routinely called it his guy logic to her closest friends. It was to one of their homes deeper into Spokane that she intended they all move to as soon as humanly possible. "Rochelle is about 7 siblings. She and I have joked about our SHTF plans more than I can ever recount. We always agreed that me and my family would be heading to the safety of her house if there was a big natural disaster." She has a huge family and a big house. They have food. They have bodies. Between her brothers and her sister's husbands, there will be enough men to have a guard around the clock." "That's assuming." "The kids, Kenny." Her tone was drifting into snarky land. "Don't you give a damn about her children's safety? That's enough." Kevin didn't often lose his cool, but that one was loud enough that Sierra started crying in her bedroom. Dylan followed suit simply because he was 8 months old, and that's what babies did when the energy around them was sour. Kenny held up 4 fingers on one hand, displaying it in her face. 4, Taylor. I killed 4 people last night. You don't think this has affected me?" He had a growl to his anger. He felt like punching the wall. The pair went quiet, the Spokane mid-afternoon sun finding a crack in the curtains. The dust in the air sparkled and flitted like tiny fairies. The dueling couple huffed and stared at each other before Taylor grabbed her bag and stormed into the bathroom to continue packing. Kenny followed her. "All I'm saying is we have to lay out all the options, the pros and cons, discuss things logically. No, Kenny, no guy logic. Why do you always have to engineer everything? I'm surprised you haven't started a chart yet." He replied as calmly as he could muster, "Because planning and thinking before deciding and acting is how people don't get hurt or killed." The fight was interrupted by a knocking at the broken front door. "Hello? It's Scott Parker from down the street." The voice was average male tone, but he was calling out loudly and clearly, trying to avoid getting shot by stressed neighbors. Taylor gave her husband a mental shrug and hand motion, non-verbally communicating with her irked facial expression. "What are you waiting for? Go answer the door." Kenny left the room and moved past the bloodstain in the hall with a huff. He didn't say anything as he and the man who claimed to be a neighbor locked eyes for the few seconds he took to cross the living room. He was a typical suburbanite, soft but not fat, late 30s to early 40s, a little taller than average, a mustache with no beard. Forehead was growing as the hairline retreated. He was dressed in cargo pants that had stuffed pockets. Most notably, he had a semi-auto rifle of some sort slung to his back, present but not immediately alarming. The stranger shot a quick glance at Kenny's holster. "Like I said, I'm Scott Parker. We're organizing a block meeting for 6 p.m., and if you need a hand taking out the trash," he motioned over his shoulder at the pile of bodies near the curb, "we've got a team working on that already." Kenny breathed a bit of relief, surprising himself that he'd been holding his breath just at the sight of a man he'd never met. "I'm just tired," he tried to convince himself. That sounds good." He stuck his hand out. "Kenny Richardson." Scott shook it. "If you count Orchard Lane and Northview Lane, yours is the 17th home we know had an attack last night." Kenny's face set like stone. 18, then. They killed the little old lady next door. "Regardless," Scott said, "things are only going to get worse. But you are only the 4th I know of that managed to take out some of the scum in the process." He grew cautious with his probing. "I hope you all came out as unscathed as you could. I mean, that's quite a pile out there." It was as bad as it could be without being worse. Kenny wasn't going to elaborate any more than that with Spokane Ned Flanders. "Any word on how many of the neighbors were—" Scott had spoken to enough folks over the preceding 2 hours that he was quickly becoming immune to the emotion of the day. "Killed? With your neighbor, I'm thinking that's about 21, 22? "What?" Kenny grew angry again. Not with Scott, just with life. This had to be some sort of organized group, ex-cons or gangs or something. "Maybe. Which is why we need to have an emergency meeting." Kenny had a feeling Scott overheard the argument through the broken door. "Yeah, we're trying to come up with a family plan. I'll try to make it. No promises. Where will it be?" Scott pointed. 4 houses down, across the road, my front yard and driveway. "I think I saw you building a pile this morning," Kenny admitted. "That was my neighbor, Mike. I'm 1 house past him. You know the big field across from Orchard Lane? He's hauled his backhoe over there and is digging holes. Individual holes for the neighbors. One big pit for the invaders. His sons are going around the neighborhood and using a skid steer and flatbed to haul bodies." "I'd appreciate their help," Kenny said. "I think I might take care of Mrs. Park's burial myself. She had a nice backyard. I'm sure that she would have appreciated knowing that was her resting place." "Suit yourself, neighbor. I have many more houses to check, so maybe I'll see you later." The men parted ways without a formal goodbye, with Kenny watching Scott move along the road for a bit before he turned and headed back toward the bedroom. He was surprised to see Taylor leaning against the wall at the near end of the hall. She had been quietly crying. "I heard most of it," she said. "And I'm sorry I've been so hard on you." She put her arms around her husband's neck. "I'm starting to think we got luckier than most of our neighbors," Kenny said. Taylor pulled her head out from the nestle of Kenny's chin and neck. "What are we going to do?" Her normally strong eyes were filled with fear of the future. "I have to go bury Mrs. Park. It's the right thing to do. That'll give me time to think. But I don't know where we can stay tonight if you insist on leaving. I think driving off to park in a lot somewhere is a horrible idea. And if," he heavily emphasized that word, "we stay at Rochelle's, there's a ton of things to consider and discuss about that before we commit. At the top of my list is the fact that she's even closer to the center of the city than we are." "We could stay at Mrs. Park's tonight," Taylor suggested. The logic escaped Kenny's train of thought, and the engineer had a hard time getting it. "Her house is no more secure than ours is." "I get that, honey. I can never sleep in our bed again. Don't you get that?" The psychology of it hit Kenny like a fat kid hitting the Slurpee machine. She was almost raped and killed in this house. He turned sheepish. Yes, Tay. I'm getting it now. Let me go dig and think so we can talk out our options. Give me about 90 minutes to get her out of the house. You can grill some freezer burgers, and the kids can play in the backyard, where we can all hear each other. Chapter 8. Vancouver, Washington. The good-looking 50-year-old hitman coughed blood into a paper towel from the safehouse's kitchen. He pulled it away from his mouth to study the clot, something of a ritual. In the one day since a dossier had landed on his lap, courtesy of his still nameless handler, he'd done his best to become mobile. Just a day or two shy of summer's end, the weather in the Portland suburb across the river and state line was lightly overcast and humid. It wasn't rain, per se, just a bunch of humidity that was coating everything. He couldn't decide if it was helping or hurting the lung in its healing process. The handler told him the bullet had miraculously gone through the shoulder meat and upper organ without hitting bone. A follow-up conversation with the cartel's contract surgeon earlier in the day had clarified that wasn't completely true. The trajectory had hit him at an odd angle, perhaps while you were sprinting or turning or diving, the man said. The middle shoulder's main bones, the scapula and clavicle, had been spared. He still had a shattered upper rib just a couple of inches from his spine. He learned it was still intact, that it would just need time, that his lung would too. Try to take it easy. Easy, Wade thought. He tossed the paper towel into the kitchen's plastic waste can and slowly walked back out to the living room, preferring the old-style high-back chair to the couch or recliner. 2 Hispanic cartel men were there, one watching the street from behind the blinds, the other working a Spanish crossword puzzle on the couch. A third was napping in one of the other bedrooms. They were assigned to be his team, his eyes, his ears, his hands, though he suspected that they were just as likely to kill him if he deviated from his assignment. They had grown largely quiet once they figured out he was fluent in Spanish. The dossier had been clear on what order to work. First, the judge. That thought made him smirk. The way the world was falling apart, the American federal judicial system would never operate again. Then again, though, the government had a way of changing the rules when it suited them, under the term temporary emergency powers. Wade laughed, knowing the temporary part rarely was. Still, the cartel was preparing for the event that this particular judge would somehow be empowered to craft warrants for all these private military contractors being hired to staff checkpoints and conduct roundups of gold and other valuables. Recent world health crises had proven people would largely follow along with the powers that be changing the rules simply because they had decided it was legal. What truly impressed Wade about the judge's file was the morally detestable photo the cartel had included. Thinner and with his former great hair, a younger version of the lawyer was laying on a bed in post-coitus glory, with not one but 2 boys not old enough to grow hair down there. I might be able to use this, he thought. It wasn't lost on Wade that all 3 on the list lived in Medina, Washington's wealthiest neighborhood, the exception being the time the governor spent in the official residence in Olympia. The judge and the tech billionaire were most likely huddling under the blanket of security provided by their personal protection forces. As to motive for killing the PC Titan, Wade assumed it must be about things he was spearheading to fight the hack and return the power to the sub-1%. And as if the gods were smiling on him, Ramona Perez O'Hanrahan's home city was in the vicinity, too. She was the only one Wade really cared about killing. The other 3 were simply a fee he was willing to pay for the cartel's help. But it was clear he wasn't supposed to touch her until he paid his dues. We'll see about that. She and Wade had nearly been the end of each other a mere 62 hours earlier. Some unknown heroes had helped her thwart her plans. It both angered him and impressed him that with her own daughter's life on the line, Ramona had the stones to have backup help her. After the judge and the computer titan, he was supposed to take out the Washington governor. In the old days, they would have been difficult hits, for sure, bigger than he'd ever done, considering he worked almost exclusively for gangs to knock off the leaders of other gangs. Surely the nasty picture and their close living proximity is an advantage, somehow. Despite the intense security surrounding the three individuals, he knew that there might be new, better, more creative opportunities that would make the work easier. Primarily, it was the fall of society that made this possible. The rules were gone, the gloves off. 8.5 days earlier, the American public would have never tolerated a car bomb, a rocket-propelled grenade, a drone-launched missile. Every resource would have been allocated to finding the culprits after such an event. 9/11 proved that. But now, since the hackers had unleashed their AI weapons, they couldn't even stop their militaries from attacking their own bases. All options were on Wade's table. The cartel wanted an outside contractor to hand over if they were somehow caught with their hand in the cookie jar, someone they could discard. They knew it. Wade knew it. It wasn't personal, just business. But Ramona, that was personal. And the judge and the billionaire living in their own personal fortresses in Medina, just a stone's throw from Ramona's home of Bellevue. Wade knew it would be too tempting to pass up. His only concern was in self-preservation, keeping the cartel from coming after him. But they just might be willing to forgive him for working out of order if he didn't let killing her slow him down on their priorities. I need some help the cartel doesn't know about, he decided as he plopped into the least comfortable chair. And not those idiot bikers, and not the fledgling neighborhood gangs. Someone from the old days in L.A. who is up here now. Someone still connected. Doughboy. We go back to the start together in the early 90s. I need to find Doughboy. Chapter 9. Bellevue. Jamar tossed and turned on one side of Ramona's borrowed king-size bed. His mother did the same on the other. He'd tried to sleep and figured he might have gotten at best an hour of rest. His head was racing. Things were collapsing faster than he ever thought they could. It was a Saturday afternoon. 8 days earlier, life was normal. Now, Nana was dead, and America was well on its way to the same result. He replayed the memory of his mother's return and having to tell her about Nana's passing. Diana was a strong woman. She would bury the pain and anger, swallowing it down like a person dying of thirst, suppress it while she still had 3 children to worry about. She and Sean had arrived mid-morning without Maria, who had been put into a horrible corner with but 2 options. The hospital was in the process of being vacated. Its equipment and personnel were deemed critical, and the facility was just too large to protect. The police and guard units were largely abandoned, with more staff opting to disappear every day. Sean held a poker face as he stood there talking to hospital security in a uniform from the state guard that he himself had deserted. The doctors and nurses that remained were being moved to one of the field hospitals set up on the sports field at nearby Bellevue College. Sean learned that it was entirely due to favors requested by the Seattle police chief and the deputy mayor that Ramona had been seen at all. They had been educated that a complex injury like hers, a piercing split of the knee and the condyles of her long bones and the crushing of the connective tissue, might take 4 or even 6 surgeries over the course of 18 months to recover from, not even to mention years of physical therapy. As it were, they were giving her a healthy dose of high-grade antibiotics. She'd been smashed by a battle club of her own making, which had the blood of several men on it when it was used on her own knee. In addition to bacterial infections, she ran a risk for blood-borne pathogens. The doctor had given her the simple choice of doing nothing or amputation. Without hesitation, Ramona opted for choice 2. Always the pragmatist, her 2 focuses in life were protecting Missy and killing Wade Curry. In her mind, she could heal and find a suitable abandoned prosthetic much faster and more easily than possibly never healing and being able to walk standing straight again. After the operation, Sean and Diana were briefed on its success and told to come back that night. By then, Ramona's clotting measures would be effective enough to accommodate a small bit of travel. Jamar broke the news to his mother. James and Nelson assured them that she would be given a proper burial in the backyard while they went to get some rest. Once Diana said her goodbyes to Nana, Jamar took his mother for some rest and laid down beside her, dog-tired and wide awake. Felicity and Jalen were grieving in their own way, which entailed no conversation and video games. During his uneasy attempt at getting shut-eye, Jamar thought about the last conversation he had with Nana. It was in the middle of the night. Of the entire family, Jamar was the one she knew had the greatest potential to become a spiritual person. "Don't fret, boy. I'm gonna go see the Lord soon." She patted his hand. "I'll be much better off than you all." Jamar smiled but said nothing. "I can see them wheels turning," she lectured. "Jesus is real, Jamar, and he loves you." "How can you be so sure, Nana? I need something more than blind faith." "It's in the good book, Jay." Her voice was weak but resolute. "But you have to read it with an open mind and a yearning heart." She smiled warmly. "You'll know true faith when you find it." Jamar was trying not to be too skeptical with a dying woman, but he really wanted to know how she could have faith after everything that had transpired. "But how can God allow all this to happen?" "People being evil to each other ain't nothing new, child. It's as old as sin and dirt. His power lies in still giving us good lives despite the evil of mankind." Jamar fell silent. "There's something else, dear." She winced hard for a moment, clutching her chest until the wave of pain passed. Jamar had seen enough of those that he'd learned asking what he could do to help only earned him a look and a lecture. He knew that sometime in the coming day she would just never recover from one of those. But on that one she did. After a few moments of rest, she continued her thought, urgent to tell him something before she passed. "You're a fine young man, Jamar, but you can't save the world." He laughed the tiniest chuckle. "I know, Nana. I'm a serious boy. You always carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. You're gonna have to make hard choices, grandson. Choices that'll eat your conscience if you don't make peace with them now." That made Jamar think. "Jamar, you're a smart lad, always been giving, standing up for justice, but you may need to do things you don't like to save your brother and sister and mama. You just need to know that's okay. The Lord knows your soul." Nana turned her head away from him. "Now you quit jabbering so much. Let an old lady rest already." Hours later, Jamar once more caught himself smiling at Nana's closing quip. He looked over at his mother and decided she might get some decent sleep if he quit shaking the bed with his own restlessness. He softly slipped out, grabbed his boots, and moved downstairs to the living room. Charcoal the mutt left his place curled up on the floor and moved to Jamar, tail wagging. The dog's depression disappeared for the moments Jamar petted him and scratched his ears. "Go lie down," he pointed a minute later. He came across Nelson and Kevin in the kitchen. "What's up?" "Just getting ready to go back out into the garage so Nelson can catch a nap," Kevin said. "And looking through the cupboards. The instant food like chips and microwavable stuff is going fast." Jamar saw the evidence to back that statement up in the form of trash and paper plates building up on the counter. He had a sneaking suspicion who was causing most of the damage. "I'll get my siblings squared away on eating more than their share. I think they forgot we lost most of our supplies in the house fire." "It's way beyond that," Nelson said. "We procured a bunch of MREs from the guard when you scooped us up at that gas station. But things are digressing rapidly, and the government is trying to force everyone to these checkpoints their private contractors are setting up. We won't be able to get food without their BS identity card." "I've been eyeballing the pantry," Kevin said, "and I'm going to preface what I'm about to say by admitting I don't know squat about cooking or baking. But Ramona's got flour, sugar, noodles, sauce packets, stuff like that. We need to use up as much of that as possible while the electricity is still on." Jamar moved over to the range and oven. "It looks like she's got gas appliances." "That won't matter," Nelson said. "The utility still needs electricity for their equipment to move the gas down the line. Same thing with public water. Gas and propane may last a while after the hackers kill the power, but it won't be that long. We need to start thinking about the long-term plan. Jamar looked back and forth between his two new but trusted friends. He was confused. I thought you guys were going to start heading east. That makes it sound like you're staying. I can't leave for a bit, Kevin said. Not while my brother is detoxing. And us and Sean all agreed we need to travel together, Nelson said. And something you and Ramona need to think about is getting out of town, where you want to go, who you're traveling with. Jamar guffawed. You sound like the doomsday preppers, like we need to bug out. What do you call fleeing to your church? Nelson countered. Or from there to here. Those were bug-outs, right? Jamar hadn't thought of it in those terms. His brow wrinkled as he pondered what they were saying. Ramona won't be in any position to travel for a while. Like I said, Kevin said, I need time to get Keith functional, but I think you all should think about coming with me to Republic. Chapter 10. Bellevue. Kevin was in Ramona's backyard, staring at a plastic playset he'd just hung a tarp on, but keeping an eye on the weather shifting overhead. The gray was a darker shade than earlier in the day. He could smell heavy rain on the way. The garage had become the ideal and preferred station for most folks in the house who staffed the overnight watch shifts. It was, therefore, not ideal for a puking, crapping, and sometimes belligerent drug addict. Neither was a plastic playset outside, but in truth, where was the ideal spot for such a creature? Kevin was going to use the small tarp from his gear bag until he made a pass through a stuffed 8-foot by 12-foot plywood shed in the yard's back corner that housed many of the same items that a million other similar sheds held across America. He focused on a decent plastic tarp and a coil of nylon twine. He needed the small playhouse to be somewhat weather-resistant. Cleaning Keith's puke was one thing. Hosing his diarrhea out of the garage while exhausted and hungry had been a stomach-turning event on a different level. His brother had to stay in the playhouse until the crap-your-pants phase had passed. Period. Yo. Kevin turned to see Jamar closing the sliding glass door. He crossed the patio and stepped out from under the cover into the medium-gray daylight. Kevin was reminded once more that his new friend had suffered a few minor injuries on their rescue mission of Ramona's daughter. A few pockmark-sized scabs from bullets splattering off concrete lined his right cheek and temple area. How's the shoulder? Kevin asked, referring to the flesh-sized graze Jamar had taken from a bullet. It had not stopped Jamar from handling the stick-shift Mustang like a NASCAR pro in their escape from the bikers. Not much more than a raspberry, Jamar said. You getting ready to move Keith out here? He was a bit skeptical of the plan, though he understood why it would make everyone else more comfortable. Kevin planned on being right there, sleeping in his hiking hammock under his own rainfly. Kevin nodded without a word. He let out a deep breath. Something on your mind, Kev? The youngster from Republic looked at his battle buddy. Though they'd only known each other a few days, they'd bonded strongly over the several brushes with danger. I need to get something off my chest. Jamar's eyebrows shifted a hair. He had no idea where this would go. Go ahead. Kevin looked at him with concern. It's nothing you can do. I just need to say this out loud, because it's weighing me down. Jamar waited, hands in his pockets, eyes locked on his friend's. I guess I'm just feeling sorry for myself. About? Keith, Kevin said, turning his gaze back to the little plastic house. I'm just trying not to get pissed, but I can't help but think about where I'd be already if I wasn't stuck here babysitting him. Jamar resisted the urge to lecture. There were only so many things one could say to something like that, so he waited in silence to force Kevin to say more. Finally, he started to choke on his vomit last night. Kevin paused for a second before turning his attention to Jamar's stare once more. And for a moment, I thought I would let him. Whoa. Jamar stopped himself of saying the next thing that crossed his mind. Kevin already knew that was a dark thought. He didn't need to be told. I'm a selfish and horrible brother, Kevin said. He was trying his best not to cry about it, to lose his man card with his friend. No, you're not, Jamar said. He is, he said with a shoulder and head nudge toward the garage. You and him? You ain't the same, Kev. I worked at Monroe. I seen the worst in people. Your brother would have wound up there if this hack hadn't hit. Kevin took that in, his eyes shifting in thought. He turned back toward the playhouse, quiet in thought. Jamar continued. What you need to do to quit moping about this is work the problem. Work the what? The problem, man. Figure it out. Find a quad and a bunch of gas, and drive him home on those back trails you printed up. Something like that. They heard the sliding glass door behind them. It was Sean, accompanied by Charcoal, the Johnson family dog. You about ready? Sean Fullen asked Jamar. The pair were getting ready to take James's truck to the hospital to bring Ramona home. Charcoal ran up and demanded the mandatory pets from Jamar first, then Kevin. When the distracted men didn't comply, he moved off toward the trees to start sniffing for a business spot. Yeah, Jamar said. We just brainstorming ideas for Kevin to get Keith on the road, not to mention all of us. What you need is a way to tow a Furno, Sean said, almost absent-mindedly. The thought the men didn't know what he was talking about went over his head until he saw Kevin turn around with a quizzical look. What? It's a brand of litter. Hell, Kevin, we got 'em back at Spokane. You mean the orange plastic ones? Kevin asked. He was suddenly energized. Sean had a tone to his answer. Yep, those. When I was a volunteer firefighter and EMT back in Cheney, we had this wheel kit that clamped onto the foot end for injured hiker rescues. Then one guy could tow it with the head elevated, or hook it up to a dirt bike or something. He was just shy of incredulous that neither man had ever seen one. Dirt bikes make too much noise and need gas, Jamar said with a headshake. Kevin looked back toward the shed with a small smile and a glimmer of hope. But there are other bikes that don't. Chapter 11. Bellevue. It was early evening, and Jamar was thankful not just for being alive after the daring night at the Tacoma Dome, but that he'd made it out with a procured battle rifle. It was broken down into 2 sections plus a magazine and staged behind the old trunk's bench seat. Looking around town was like looking at a disaster movie set, and the looks he and Sean were getting from people on foot were intimidating at the least. It wasn't a far hop to the hospital from Ramona's house, and by keeping on the arterials instead of getting on a highway, they'd avoided any new checkpoints meant to deter traffic or enforce travel rules. Sean Fullen was still in his state guard uniform. He'd been forced to present his identification the evening before, when he and Diana had checked Ramona in for her surgery. It had been a hand and eyeball check. Both men were hoping they would get that lucky again. The gray day had turned into drizzly dusk on the drive over, revealing fires large and small in most any direction. Sometimes they could see a house burning. Usually it was a car, a commercial building, or a dumpster. Sometimes it was just the glow they could see, reflected off buildings, overpasses, or fir trees. While there were some people out in the day, at relief organization bread lines or FEMA shelters, it was the massive increase in walking populace as the dark came on that had Jamar worried. Their purpose for night travel could only be bad. When they got to Overlake Medical Center, the tall rectangular building's large glass windows reflected fires like a disco ball. Jamar backed the old Ford into a spot that he could easily drive out of if he needed to. You might as well hang and watch the truck, Sean suggested. If they have some sort of network set up and find out I'm AWOL, even I may not be able to check in. Jamar gave a quick half-chuckle. I think you're giving them too much credit. Besides, they're going to release her, whether they let you in or not. True, but I'd feel better knowing we still had a truck to come back to. Checking people out of a hospital was never fast in the best of times, the EMT reminded him. Jamar had no argument with the logic. While Sean went inside, he pocketed the keys and got out. He reassembled his spoils of war rifle, but left it in the dark cab on the seat. He cranked the old-school window down, wondering for a split second how many youngsters his age would even know how to do. After closing the door and ensuring he could reach the firearm, he moved toward the sidewalk he'd backed up to and plopped open the old, dented tailgate. He took a seat, deep in his thoughts. Kevin had hinted at Jamar to bring his family to the sparsely populated town his family lived at. It was tempting, and with Nana gone, he was going to need to take an even bigger role in making family decisions. Sometimes Mama just don't get how dangerous the world is, he reminded himself. A dozen minutes became 24 as he pondered the options to protect his family. And on top of that, what would his father want to do? While not married to his mother, he was still a central figure in all their lives, not just his. He saw a woman and 2 children moving along the sidewalk. The older of the 2 little boys had his arm in a sling. The mother looked stressed, and she was fighting a purse that wouldn't stay put, in addition to her cranky, barely cooperative sons. Jamar said nothing as she passed him, but he did smile and gave a friendly nod for the brief moment her eyes had scanned his in a subconscious threat assessment. The woman moved maybe 15 feet past him and turned right at a T intersection to take another sidewalk into a much darker and more isolated parking lot. His half-hearted alertness shot up a couple of degrees when 2 men about his age stepped out of the dark from behind a small tree at the far end of his lot. They passed between 2 cars and did a rapid little half-jog to reach the same sidewalk T from the other direction. They turned left and slowly dissolved out of sight, not 40 seconds after the lady and her children did. That's high on the bad scale, Jamar thought. He stood and turned toward the pickup window to go fetch the rifle, but when he reached in and touched it, he was flooded with second thoughts. Not your fight, Johnson. You got a job to do here. Ramona needs you. The whole family needs you. This truck needs to make it back. It's too valuable to lose. His face grimaced as he wrestled with his conscience. He was mad at himself as he left the rifle alone and pulled his arm back out of the pickup. He pounded the frame right where the old felt used to keep rain from entering the door at the window slot. "Problems?" Sean asked. He was on the sidewalk, a very pained and tired-looking Ramona, half-dazed in a wheelchair in front of him. Jamar let it go. He shook his head in self-disgust. "Nah, there's a wheelchair ramp just down there." Sean maneuvered to it, and the men carefully placed her into the truck. The big Ram would have been much more comfortable, but its size, coupled with its expensive look, made it a much greater risk of attracting the wrong sorts on a night run. After securing their doped-up friend and the 3 bags of meds and supplies the doctors had provided, the men stowed weapons and strapped themselves in for the return trip. As Jamar slowly drifted out of the parking lot, he shot a look down the darkness of the next lot and sidewalk, wondering if he'd just let a family get robbed, or worse. "What is it?" Sean asked after seeing Jamar's intense gaze. "Just wondering if the line moved." "What line?" Sean craned his head to see the next lot. Jamar sighed. "The line where we do the right thing, instead of letting others get hurt." Chapter 12. Bellevue. Kevin could hear gunfire, not so close as to worry about a stray round, but close enough that the pops were distinct. Some sounded like a standard rifle, others a pistol, and the occasional heavy boom like a hunting rifle. He had just dragged his ill brother into the plastic shed. Keith offered some verbal protest, but he was powerless to stop it. Kevin had stuffed disposable lawn in leaf bags with some wet maple leaves. That was the mattress. Next came Keith. Finally, an old dog bed. Missy had shown Kevin an older cedar chest the family kept spare blankets and pillows in. He declined, knowing that this roll would be the last useful life in whatever blanket he wound up using. So he opted for the hair-covered dog bed he found in the shed. The blue plastic tarp made a sudden thwap sound. A split second later, another hit on the ball cap he had inherited from Ramona's deceased husband. The rain was picking up as the small pellets of water began to intensify on the tarp. That'll lull him to sleep, Kevin hoped. He was wearing his guard uniform coat, which had a rain hood built into the collar. He took the effort to pull that out and shield himself. He was tired enough to skip eating another freeze-dried or vacuum-sealed whatever from the stolen MREs and just crawl into his hammock. Now that Ramona was home safe and sound, his mind had been passing time thinking of bicycles. There were certain items from his gear bag that he'd started carrying in his pockets at all times, ferro rod, lighter, folding knife, compass, and now flashlight. Of course, he had small and large versions of some of these pieces. He pulled the little pen light out and walked over to the O'Hanrahan family shed. "I thought I saw you in here earlier." He scooted around some dusty golf bags and a gasoline-powered push mower. He ran the beam of light over the 3 bicycles. The child's bike was just that, built small. Mostly purple, it was speckled in the theme of some children's cartoon that Kevin wasn't familiar with. Its tires needed air, and the basket that hung from the handlebars had a broken strap. The next 2 bikes were adult-sized. They looked like standard 18 or 21-speed bikes. Kevin tried to rotate the gear shifters, but knew it wouldn't tell him much unless he was riding. One of the bikes had a detached chain. Both had flats. Both looked like they would need a major overhaul. Might be better to find new bikes and parts, he thought. And then there's the fact that I really don't want to pedal Keith's butt up the mountain passes, let alone all the way back to Republic. What about all those electric bikes everyone on YouTube rides nowadays? You'll never see one of those in Republic. He laughed. Still, what's the range on those? Can they tow weight? How do I recharge it? I bet we could charge them off abandoned cars. How would I hook up one of those gurneys to it? All the logical questions were overshadowed by one big one. How would I pay for these? Kevin wasn't beyond taking things from the State Guard. He had already thought much about the scruples of stealing to get home. If he came across a home and the folks were dead or there were signs of abandonment, whatever was left that he needed, he would take. But outright theft? Could he go to a bike shop, assuming it hadn't already been stripped clean, and outright steal what he needed? Maybe I could trade or barter. But with what? "We having a group meeting or something?" James asked. It was a couple of hours past dawn, and most of the house was up and scrambling for water and anything to eat. Diana was stirring up a large can of SpaghettiOs in the kitchen. It wasn't great or wholesome, but after days of getting used to eating much less, everyone was okay with warm and filling, even the kids. It was the last of a few cans donated by Nana's church when they left. Jamar had called his pop in from the garage, where he'd been up all night, sitting in the dark and watching for trouble. "I think so," Nelson Butterton mumbled. None of the group had been getting regular sleep. Much like the grass in the lawn with new rain, moods were becoming dampened with each passing day. He had an older model earbud hanging in one ear, plugged into a small emergency radio from his personal gear. He was using one finger to roll the small tuner dial back and forth. "I think I'll probably go hit the sack then," James said. "Hear anything good?" "I gave up on AM," Nelson said. "Trying the shortwave bands. At this time of morning we might get some late morning news from the East Coast. Nothing good so far, though." James nodded and moved toward the den, which he'd been using to take naps in. On the couch, Missy had her arms wrapped around her mother. Before moving to the kitchen to whip up a scrumptious pot of sodium-laden kids' noodles for a meal, Diana had helped Sean change Ramona's dressings out with some of the hospital-provided supplies. Now, Jalen and Felicity were using pillows and blankets to try to make her more comfortable and keep the left thigh stump elevated as much as possible. Everyone was slowly converging on the room, not just for filling bellies, but because Kevin had requested it. Kevin was standing, a blanket wrapped around him. He had come inside colder than he expected, realizing that his failure to get an under-quilt for his camping hammock had been a huge oversight. "I had an idea that might help me and Keith get on the road, but I'd need some help to implement it, especially if anyone is going east with me." He looked at Jamar. "Have you thought about what I proposed?" Jamar looked at his mother. He'd mentioned the idea to her, and instantly knew she was not a huge fan of it. They had not had a good chance to discuss it. We need to talk about it still." He didn't want to bring it up in front of his siblings until a decision had been made, knowing they would react like the teenagers they were. "What's your idea?" Ramona asked. Under the pain meds, she was trying her best to stay abreast of the state of the house and her guests. "The TLDR?" Kevin said, using the modern acronym for Too Long Didn't Read, the bloggers and social media users had started using before the hack. To drag Keith home in a durable gurney on an electric bike. But that makes it sound way easier than I think it will be. What about highway checkpoints and all the travel stuff the president brought up? Diana asked. I went onto Google Maps and used the little hiking man version to come up with a few routes home, Kevin said. What's the little hiking man? Felicity asked, wondering if there was a new video game she'd missed. The map will use streets and stuff, but it'll give you a route that avoids them as much as possible. It takes into account hiking trails, old unused roads, even utility easements. I really need to get home before the passes get snow, and this will allow me to drag Keith before he's feeling up to walking. E-bikes ain't cheap, kid, Nelson said. Forget the economics of it, Sean said. They've probably already been looted. Kevin nodded. Which is why I need to get moving on this plan as soon as possible. But I've been wrestling with my conscience on this. I can't just go steal them. You could use the Mustang, Ramona said, her voice barely audible through her pain and grogginess. Kevin shook his head. Thanks, but the whole idea is to avoid these mercenary checkpoints they're setting up. To trade, I mean. Kevin was shocked. I couldn't. I mean, that was Knowles, and... Ramona put a hand out to Kevin. In her stupor and pain, he couldn't leave her hanging. He walked over and took it in his, standing in front of her. You saved my Missy. She started to tear up. I want you to have it. Kevin clasped his other hand around the other side of hers. Thank you. I mean it. But the state of things, I don't think people will want it now. He gave her a warm smile and let her hand go before slowly moving back to his spot more in the center. We don't have much, Nelson said. But obviously, Sean and I are vested in this if we plan on getting home too. We got the nods, Sean said. Mil-spec night vision should be able to command one or even two of those bikes. Probably spare batteries too. Won't you guys be needing those? Jamar asked. And how y'all gonna recharge those batteries when they're dead? Diana asked with a motherly tone. All reasons why I need to get to an e-bike shop as soon as possible, Kevin reiterated. We also got the RPG, Ramona suggested. Kevin protested. No way. That's probably your most valuable possession, Ramona. I couldn't possibly take that from you. Several others made affirmations that they would be foolish to part with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher and rounds they still had left from the Tacoma Dome fight. Everyone was starting sidebar conversations with the nearest person. There was no consensus on any one point, except for the fact that nobody knew what they could barter. Kevin finally called the meeting to order once more. You all have finally reached the conclusion I came to while shivering in my hammock half the night, which is why I think we should go back to the National Guard field camp in Monroe. Nelson and Sean immediately stood in protest. What? Sean exclaimed. No way, Kevin, Nelson said. We went AWOL for a reason. I know, Kevin said, but that's not the one I was talking about. Chapter 13. Spokane. Man, this is BS. The young man Kenny had been up half the night with wasn't a non-stop talker, but when he did, it had only ever been about one thing, to complain about his parents. Kenny figured new acquaintance Danny to be about 2 to 3 years out of high school, which made him old enough to resent still living with his parents and too young to have any money or plans to move. He couldn't relate to people like that. He grew up working on a farm, saved every penny, went to college on loans he was paying back, and got an engineering degree. It was well past dawn, and though neither had a watch, Kenny knew it was somewhere late in the 6 a.m. hour. My dad swore someone will be out to take over by 6. The pair had been guarding only one of 2 entrances into the neighborhood of nearly 80 homes since midnight. After the well-attended meeting in a front yard the evening before, one man who proclaimed to be a Navy veteran had taken on the responsibility of establishing a watch bill. Kenny was dead tired enough to plop over. He put himself on the midnight watch right away and went back to Mrs. Park's house to take a long nap. I'll just be at the end of Northview Lane, he had reassured Taylor. The entire family had settled into the nice old lady's home and fallen into consuming sleep, the side effect of being stressed for nearly a full day. He could sprint and be back to the house in just under 90 seconds. The men were simply sitting on a concrete sidewalk in lawn chairs, the smaller of 2 lanes into the community. It passed 3 larger plots and homes before getting into the main subdivision. There had been no cars in or out the entire shift, though an occasional vehicle had driven east or west on the intersecting Johansson Road, which led to other suburbs and the closest school. The few times Kenny had talked with the younger adult, he'd always tried to present the counterpoint in a reasonable way. "I'm sure it's just first-day bugs they need to work out. It was either be reasonable to Danny or throttle him." Danny huffed. "I'll bet my old man never even goes out on one of these shifts. He's the one who made me volunteer. What's there, 300 people in this neighborhood? There was 2 of us here, 2 over on Westover. That's 4 people. 4 of us carrying the load for hundreds." Kevin countered. "Plus the 4 on watch before us, plus the 4 who will be coming on. Look, it was probably just a mix-up. Somebody told the next guys 7 or 8. "Speak of the devil," Danny said, looking up the street to see a man and woman heading toward them. The man had a plastic rifle case in one hand, and they were engaged in morning chit-chat. The woman was carrying a folding chair. Danny sprang up and started putting the rifle he'd borrowed from his father back into a case that was sitting in the grass behind their chairs. Most of a minute later, the approaching people were nearly there. They seemed to be a bit older than his own mother, Kenny decided. "Nothing to report." "Mornin'," the tall gentleman said. His spirits were almost naively chipper, like this was just some small flu bug that would pass. "My fault we're late." Kenny shot a glance at the lad squatting behind him to see if he was going to back up his complaints with rude comments. Danny chose simply to ignore the people, including not exchanging the usual social pleasantries. "I set the alarm clock for the wrong time." Danny stood and brushed past them with a certain air, heading for home on a speed walk. Kenny arose and traded smirking glances with the couple. "He needs his beauty sleep." He explained the chairs had been left there on loan from the guards before. He learned the couple were married, Chuck and Sandy Bella from Briarcliff Lane. They told him that they had learned that there was to be another meeting for anyone interested in being on the security forces at noon at the same location as last night's meeting. Kenny thanked them and headed for his family. He scanned his own home's front door when he passed it, seeing that the rope he used to tie the broken entry shut was still intact. He approached Mrs. Parks's and suddenly realized he and Taylor had never worked out an entry plan, a code word or phrase he could use besides, "Honey, I'm home." But at the moment, an odd sighting caught his attention. A loud, blue New Holland tractor was driving up the street, its diesel reverberating off the homes and vehicles. So much for anyone sleeping in, Kenny thought. The rig stopped at the end of Mrs. Park's driveway, the operator obviously wanting to talk to him. He looks pissed. The throttle reduced from a loud whine to a low rumble as Kenny approached. The glass door opened to reveal a younger man, probably just a bit older than himself. "You the guy that just got off watch?" He spoke with a cold vibe, brows furrowed. "Yeah?" Kenny was sure his perplexed look spoke for itself. "There's a meet-up at my old man's house at noon. They'll have food." Kenny nodded. He ran his eyes up and down the tractor. "You got more bodies to bury?" he joked. Jim raised an old soda bottle to his lips and released a pile of chew spit into it. He looked at Kenny with a hard stare. "Why, you go on a murder spree or something?" "What's your beef, pal?" "I say something wrong?" "I'm installing berms at both entrances, since you think you gotta know everything." The throttle kicked back up, and he closed the cab door, uninterested in small talk or wasting fuel. Kenny watched the tractor lurch forward and then shift through the low-range gears to the medium to get up to speed again. There was something odd-looking about the fellow. Not ugly, and nothing he could put his finger on. Just unique. Something familiar. Berms are not a bad idea, but did they get permission from the people on the corner houses first, or are they just doing what they want? Taylor was not thrilled about another meeting, especially right around when Sierra and Dylan would both be getting hungry and cranky for naps. But Kenny knew he and his wife were having a difficult time finding consensus on what to do. The best way to get to trust them is to talk to them. He mansplained. After a very definitive correction from his wife on the super-obviousness of his last statement, he won her over by explaining he'd met a nicer older couple that morning. You might be able to help people like them. Appealing to her charitable side was the much smarter husbandly play, and mentioning free hot dogs had won his toddler over. The collection of chairs, stools, blankets, and any other sort of thing for people to sit on had spilled to the street. Though not as well attended as the meeting the evening before, there were better than 40 folks in attendance. There were 3 middle-aged men in a position near the home's front porch, standing and generally answering questions. One had a clipboard. Another was the man that had come to their home the morning before. He called the informal gathering to order. "For anyone I didn't meet yesterday, I'm Scott Parker. I live next door," he said, pointing. "This is Dean Severinson's place." He motioned quickly toward each of the men next to him. "And Tom Witt here has built the volunteer guard watch rotation. We have a few things to discuss when it comes to protocols, what to do if we have another attack by organized criminals, stuff like that." Kenny and family were all sitting on a picnic blanket. With the children in tow, they'd managed to get a spot in the lawn. Taylor leaned over to whisper in Kenny's ear. "Is that tan, rough-looking guy the one that owns this place?" "I think so. See?" He pointed to a huge, dirty pickup truck with an in-bed toolbox and a beefy tow hitch. The decal on the door said Severinson and Sons Construction, LLC. "He's the guy that owns the tractor. I think I met one of his and Sons this morning." Taylor nodded. "Remember when I told you I had a super aggro driver riding my butt to work every morning a few months back? Guy yelled at me at the stoplight once." "Yeah, that was the truck." Kenny didn't like Taylor's tone. "Okay, it could have been him, or an employee, or a son. It doesn't matter." His body language spoke volumes. "Shh, I'm trying to listen." "And another thing to note. Everyone has agreed to donate a portion of their food stock to a central committee to help feed the guards, the backup security team, and others." "Makes sense," Kenny said softly, mainly to himself. "Everyone?" Taylor questioned her husband. She was mocking Scott Parker's words. Everyone agreed to just give these guys in their little club some of their supplies? "Tay," Kenny hissed, "just give them a chance to prove themselves. We can't do it on our own. We need to pitch in and be part of the team." Chapter 14. Republic. "Whose car is that?" 17-year-old Kendra Richardson asked her fling, Seth Baker. Using terms like boyfriend or even bae had become outdated, even taboo, to her and her cohorts at Republic's high school. It wasn't even truly that. The town was so isolated in the central northeastern mountains of the state, the sole school served every grade. A midnight blue muscle car was slowing in front of their property. Out of a cloud of dirt, the loud car pulled through the open 16-foot farm gate, which hadn't been closed since Kevin left. The family's animal pens and enclosures were behind the barn, shop, and house, and since they didn't own horses or cattle that required a large grazing area, Kendra had seen no need to close it since her bossy brother wasn't home. "Just some project car of my dad's," the youth muttered as he used his fingers to rake his shaggy hair from off his eyes. It was something he did about once a minute. Kendra thought it was cute. The rest of her family bit their tongues about what they thought. "Well, why's he bringing it here?" The teens were on the covered front porch, swinging in the old hanging bench that Kendall Richardson had built out of scrap lumber about 5 years before he died. "Beats me." He stood up and walked down 3 creaky steps to the unmanicured lawn that served as the family's septic drain field. He slowly trod the beaten path to the gravel driveway, the trademark hardpan of people who had to work hard for little pay in the farming community. Kendra followed her flame to the driveway. The classic car was quite the sight. It had old dents and scuffs, and all the SS Supersport emblems were missing. 3 wheels were dirty, faded rally mags. The 4th was a standard steel wheel, adorned in rust as opposed to paint. Both hood and truck had sun-baked white stripes, which had turned the color of old bone over the years. An ugly steel beam was welded across the door on both sides, as well as a repurposed blazer brush guard on the front, and a homemade rear bumper made out of heavy 6-foot-long galvanized industrial platform pipe 4 inches thick. It still had the male and female connectors on the ends. To an exhaust ran out the back, where B.D. Baker had added on chrome-plated extensions up at a deep angle. They ended just above and behind the trunk lid, which made the ominous V8 engine even more obnoxiously loud. Kendra scanned the vehicle. Like one of those funny short videos of people dancing in church on Instagram, it just got worse the longer she looked. There were long blade shapes protruding off the hubs of the 3 rally wheels. There was a light bar from an old power wagon with several spotlights on it. There was a custom scoop intake on the engine, something BD added. It required a hole in the hood, which he installed and simply lined the edges with high-temperature tape. And there were no windows, which made Kendra wonder why. The front and rear windshields had been replaced with an expanded metal grating. It was stout enough to stop even a heavy flying load, like a large stone. But bugs were going to slip right through the grating with ease. Since there was no windshield, the wipers had been removed. He found an old rock guard off the bottom of a junker car in their back lot and custom cut a plastic shield, which he glued down to the dash to try to funnel rain off the electric components under the dash and directly down to the floor. "Your dad will need goggles and a raincoat just to drive that thing," Kendra said as the car parked in the driveway, its throaty rumble reverberating off the house and shop building. Seth didn't reply to her, but his face said a whole lot. He wouldn't dare protest vocally, but he knew what his dad wanted, and it probably wasn't good. He led the girl to the side of the car. His dad could have a variety of reactions, depending on if he was in a good mood or a bad one. He opted for pandering first. "Sounds good, Dad." His dad pulled himself out of the open passenger window, which reminded Kendra that Seth had mentioned his oldest brother had just come into town. She presumed that was the man who pulled himself out of the driver's side. The interior had been gutted of almost all carpet, seats, and fixtures, even seat belts. Like a car built for the drag strip, the only seat was the driver's bucket chair. "Whew!" the stranger yelled, with a grin as big as a rodeo belt buckle. Kendra had never met Billy Ray, but he lived up to his name. He wore a long, filsing coat like a cowboy might. Its sturdy brown tone matched his beard and long hair, which was bundled neatly under a camo bandana. "You got that right," Beatty hollered from the other side of the car as he stretched. The Baker clan lived just a little closer to town and on the other side of Trout Creek Road than the Richardsons did. It was the kind of twisty gravel mountain road that went every direction at some point or another, paralleling the stream for which it was named. Culverts allowed that stream to change sides several times along the 8-mile road. In all, there were less than 15 small homesteads before the road dead-ended at state-owned land. At the head of the road to their east was the western bank of the long, slender Curlew Lake, which ran north toward the Canadian border. Both the lake and the state park on its far bank took their names from the next town to the north. Father and son both dusted themselves and then removed their dirty sunglasses. It was obvious to the teens that they'd been out joyriding. "How'd them bugs taste?" Seth asked his brother, who he really didn't know very well. He handled the convict with kid gloves, just in case he had their father's temper. "Not bad," the loud man said with a guffaw. "There's going to come a time where that might be all there is to eat." He slapped a heavy hand on his half-brother's shoulder, then made a show of moving past him. As his long coat whipped, he eyeballed the teenage girl's figure with a wolf's grin, then looked back at Seth and winked. "But then again, maybe not." He finished the creepy joke with a loud, long machine-gun laugh that assaulted everyone else's ears. "Dude," Seth mildly complained. "You ain't touching this," Kendra said, trying hard to hide her spike in anxiety under a display of false sass. Billy Ray just laughed more and met his dad at the front of the car, where they both meandered toward the house. The loud engine had brought Granny out to check on the hubbub. Next to her on the front porch was the aging German shepherd, Thor, who was studying the men with a wary eye. "Whoa," Beatty said loudly and with a big smile. "Peace." He made a peace sign. "We give." Both men had their hands up and laughed, trying to disarm the cautious old lady. In the house, Papa was trying to ditch the oxygen hose that generally kept him tethered to an easy chair. He always made a clumsy mess out of tripping on it, and had the art of being ineffective in an emergency, locked in solidly. Elizabeth Richardson could be heard inside yelling at her father-in-law to sit down. In a few seconds, she was on the porch holding Thor by the collar. "Brian," she greeted. The families knew each other well, from passing each other on the road to parties at the VFW, to Independence Day shows at the lake, to school events. There had never been a great fondness between them, just as they had never been foes in any quarrels. They made do. "Morning, Liz." Big Dog shifted his gaze to Granny and tipped his dirty Bud Light ball cap. "Ma'am?" Granny ignored him and turned toward her daughter-in-law. "I'm going back inside." When Kendra heard that, she knew that Granny meant to go get the shotgun. The screen door slammed. "You guys okay?" Elizabeth asked, still slightly bent to control the dog. Thor started to growl, and she made a subtle screech at him while she yanked his collar. Beatty crossed his arms and bent back a bit to give his beer belly some moving room. Yet, we're all right. We just out checking on everyone on the lane, making sure people ain't run into no outlaw types, beggars and riffraff and such." Liz Richardson shifted her eyes to the man next to BD. She'd seen Billy Ray on a handful of occasions over the years, and had never figured him to be a role model citizen. She looked back at BD. Not yet. She knew that Seth, the little pipsqueak who kept feeling up her daughter while they made out in the barn, had probably told his dad neither of her sons were home. She didn't need to agitate the known bully, but the temptation to be her natural judgy self was too great. "Why? You guys having a family reunion or something?" "Mom!" Kendra screamed, aghast. Billy Ray started laughing heavily. "I like her, Pop. She's a good un." Beatty had known the woman for decades. "Come on, Liz. Ain't no call to be like that." "We don't got nothing that nobody would want," Elizabeth said. She was trying to de-escalate after her last snide comment, and she was far from stupid, knowing their animals and garden were more than many folks had as times became hard. "But I'll keep a lookout and let you know." Beatty raised his hands to his sides. "That's all I ask, darling." With another big smile, he nodded to Billy Ray. They headed to the car, but he stopped and turned around suddenly. "I sure was sorry to hear about Kendall, Liz." "Thank you, Brian." She refused to call him by his stupid nicknames, especially when she knew his compliments were always backhanded. He looked around at the barn, the shop, the house. "Place sure looks like it could use a man's touch." With that last dash of salt in the Richardson family wound, Big Dog Baker and his oldest known offspring returned to their custom cruiser. A minute later, the loud beast moved up the road under a cloud of fall dust. Chapter 15. Monroe. "Still looks like they're running the shuttle to the field hospital," Kevin said. "You guys ready?" Jamar was in the driver's seat of the big Ram truck. Nelson, Sean, and Kevin, all in their State Guard uniforms, had a plan. The very first step was to sneak onto one of the running shuttle buses at the Guards unit's encampment at the high school near the Monroe Correctional Complex. Whereas the 3 AWOL State Guard members were on pins and needles, just being in a truck in the parking lot, Jamar was nearly as nervous. He'd been forced to kill 2 corrupt correction officers to save his own life just 4 days earlier. This was the last place he wanted to be. But they couldn't take the vehicle into the parking area at the nearby fairgrounds due to a guarded control point. As it were, they'd relied on uniforms and identifications to get them through a new travel checkpoint when they left the Highway 405 thoroughfare for the local state highway that took them to Monroe. Assuming the private contractors were provided sophisticated communications by the military, it was a matter of days, if not hours, before their names and IDs had the opposite effect and got them arrested. "Ready as we're gonna be," Nelson said. "What's a rally time and location if things go south?" Kevin mulled that for about 3 seconds. He looked at Jamar. "You know where the Safeway is on the north side of town?" "Sure." Kevin knew the others remembered because they'd just been in a mob riot there a few days earlier, 1,900 hours at Safeway. "Anyone who can't make it back to the shuttle bus and get back here, meet us there at 19. The 3 men parted with Jamar and left the Ram and casually boarded the short shuttle bus. Several minutes later, the plan moved to the next phase without incident. Having arrived at the fairgrounds, signs indicated all people arriving for hospital business needed to check in. The sign pointed to one of the local permanent structures, as opposed to one of the many tents and inflatable buildings the Naval Field Hospital had set up. Kevin passed a smoking area near the entrance and went in, finding a few administrative sailors and soldiers behind a standing check-in desk. Nervous, he watched the 2 National Guard members ahead of him in line. It appeared to be a clipboard-only procedure, no computer check-in required. For this step of the plan, he needed to get back into the clinic under the excuse of being cleared for duty. At the riot several nights earlier, he had been knocked out. It was at this very hospital that he and Jamar had first met. Nelson and Sean had no legitimate role except to act as if they were waiting for Kevin's clearance before going on an assignment. As to their plan, the 2 had a more important, illegitimate reason for tagging along. After explaining his purpose at the counter, Kevin was directed to one of the portable shelters like the one he'd found himself in after being injured. The 3 men located the correct inflatable building and entered, finding a desk with a Navy corpsman sitting at it. Not one person so far, at the check-in desk or here at the minor injury triage tent, questioned why Kevin was carrying a full rucksack. "Yes?" the clerk asked. "I need to get cleared for full duty," Kevin said. Behind the desk and clerk were a series of 8 examination tables and rolling carts of medical equipment. At the far end of the facility were an exit, largest supply and gear cabinets, and a second desk with someone sitting at it. Hanging from bearing points in the air cell tent's roof was a track system. It housed lights and, below it, the ability to pull privacy curtains around the exam tables if needed. Closed curtains gave the impression that 2 patients were being seen at the moment, though the general view of the far end was largely unobstructed. The corpsman looked behind him to scan the beds. "Take bed 3 or 4, I guess. Looks like the doc is on the phone. One of the corpsmen will get your vitals and history in a second." Kevin and his pack moved back toward the exam table. "What's with you 2? He asked Nelson and Sean. "Just waiting," Nelson said bitterly. "What's your story, sailor?" Sean said with a playful smile. "You come around here often?" The clerk wasn't impressed. "I'm in the Navy, G.I. Joe. It'll take more than that. You 2 can wait over in those chairs." The 2 men went the 7 feet over to the corner and started discussing the virtues of hair color as it pertained to the sexy factor of various actors and actresses. Kevin moved around the desk and took bed 4. It took a few minutes, but once she was done with one of the other patients, a corpsman moved over to him. "Got your CAC?" she asked, wanting his identification. Kevin handed it to her. "Why are you here?" "I need to get cleared for full duty." "Give me a couple minutes to pull up your records," she said. She then pulled the curtain around the exam table. "I'll be back." Almost immediately, Kevin heard Nelson. It's like Tarantino was out there directing them. He chuckled to himself. "Yeah?" Nelson yelled at Sean. "There's no way Brad Pitt is hotter than Gal Gadot. That's just a stupid thing to say." Kevin could hear chairs being scooted as his 2 friends stood up to square off. Sean retorted with the loudest F you he'd ever heard, followed by, "Of course not now. I'm talking about Brad Pitt from like 30 years ago, and you're the idiot. One's a man, one's a woman. That's like comparing an apple to, I don't know, your mama's giant hairy butt." That was the trigger. The men's fake argument devolved into a real shoving match. "Hey!" the clerk yelled. "Wallace, Bertie!" He called for help as the 2 men started throwing each other around the small waiting area. They flew across the clerk's desk, knocking his computer to the floor. "Stop!" Kevin heard pounding footsteps and more yelling as the 2 corpsmen went running down to the entry end of the big tent. "Come on, there's at least one more of you." He heard a third set of feet pounding as they ran, certain it was the doctor. "What the? You 3 get these jackwads under control." The voice had the command authority of a tired, cranky junior officer. Kevin went to work. He yanked the full set of wadded-up sheets and towels from Ramona's house out of his pack and stuffed them under the exam table. Peering cautiously, he looked past the drawn curtain and saw chaos. Sean and Nelson were flying back and forth like teenage boys pretending to be pro wrestlers. Everything was fair game. The tent's coffee pot, the rack of flyers for various tidbits of medical information, even the various staff themselves. Everything was in the clobbering path. While pretending to fight, what they were actually doing was fighting off the hands trying to break them up, trying to buy Kevin time. He zipped down to the far end and started opening cabinets. Hoping for medications, he found the next best thing. Into the rucksack went 2 portable oxygen concentrators with batteries, an automated defibrillator unit, and a portable ECG machine. He was quickly running out of room. He saw the exit and made the decision he was going out it. He opened the door and set the rucksack out there, then turned back to the cabinet. There was a large orange nylon bag labeled TCCC, which he knew meant it was stuffed with tourniquets and other blood loss supplies for combat care. That took a hand to hold. The last thing he grabbed was a small pump-looking device. He had no idea what it was, but he knew it would be valuable to someone. He slipped out and closed the door. Kevin set the 2 larger items down long enough to close his ruck and put them in. He picked the bag and the pump back up and started walking. "Damn it, my ID," he thought. It was too late. He didn't dare go back in to try and retrieve it. He kept going, moving his way back through the rows and columns of tents and portable buildings, passing the place where he initially signed in. 2 guard soldiers with MP armbands were running past him. "Hey!" he heard. Slowly, he turned his head. It was a sailor from the initial check-in. "Don't forget to sign out." She tossed her cigarette butt into the designated bucket and went into the building, muttering something about thick-headed soldiers as she did. Man, Kevin thought, seeing the shuttle driver getting ready to hop into the bus and take off. It was already bad enough that the others were going to need to give the MPs the slip. He didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself. He set the bag and pump down near the door and went inside to sign out on the clipboard. As he did, he heard a handheld radio on a nearby desk reporting on the commotion he and the others had caused. "That's 3. I repeat, 3 State Guard members we're looking for," a calm but serious military cop said into the radio. "One of them left his ID behind. A Richardson, Kevin Richardson." It didn't seem like any of the staff were actively paying attention to the traffic. Kevin saw the admin sailor walking over to him. "Hey," she said once more, just as he turned, so she couldn't see the name tape on his uniform. She pulled the clipboard up and read it. "Safe travels, Private Springsteen." Chapter 16. Bellevue. "I made you a drawing, Mama," 8-year-old Missy told Ramona. She sighed heavily. "I've been drawing a lot lately." She cast a glance toward the family room, where Jalen and Felicity were playing a rambunctious game of Monopoly that required more patience and math skills than she had. Ramona was laying on the couch, left amputated leg propped up, her eyes closed so she could concentrate on breathing. It was the only thing she could think of to try and minimize the use of the pain pills she'd been provided. The unfortunate side effect of that much relaxation was either falling asleep more than she wanted, or being forced to think. And in her own head was the last place Ramona Perez felt like being. She had been shot in her backplate, bruising ribs while dodging death. Her husband and dozens of other prosecutors had been publicly hanged from the Great Wheel in Seattle. Her mother-in-law had been murdered in her bathtub. And those 2 deaths had triggered her father-in-law to commit suicide. Her precious daughter had been trapped and left for dead by the most cunning and vile killer she'd ever arrested, and after crossing a bloody line of revenge and murder that she thought she would never cross, she'd lost most of a leg to an apocalyptic bludgeoning tool of her own making. With eyes still shut, Ramona interrupted her meditation breathing. "I'll look at it later, baby, but thank you. I love you." "I love you too. Do you want me to bring you some pancakes or something?" That had been the family's go-to comfort food when someone was on the mend. The fact that nobody had actually made pancakes wasn't a factor in the girl's mind. She'd been largely ignoring her own trauma since Kevin's daring rescue under the fiery Tacoma Dome roof. But with her mother's intuition, Ramona knew her baby was dealing with it just by the way she doted on the tall young man. He was intent, as he should be, on taking his brother back east to the rest of their family. In a way, the little group had become not a family so much. Try as she might, Ramona couldn't think of the correct word for their little unit. There were 3 races represented, some from the city, others from the sticks. It was likely that they would never have met in the days before. Yet somehow they'd developed a connection. The trust formed in the critical moments simply because, with no filters and no expectation, people did the right thing in the face of danger. A blond country man, barely out of his childhood, pulled her out of a hospital that was falling into chaos. Within a day or two, a black city man, not much older, rescued that same youngster and his peers from a shootout. Together, they worked the clues and backed her up, unasked, on her kamikaze mission, and saved her and her daughter in the process. Ramona didn't know the word to describe the trust and affection for when people did that for each other. But knowing how most families were somewhat dysfunctional and nasty to each other, family just didn't seem like strong enough a word. She knew Missy would miss Kevin deeply. She would too, in a little brother kind of way. "Maybe just a piece of toast, dark like Mama likes it," Ramona said. She heard her daughter leave the living room at the same time she heard the swoosh of the sliding glass door from the patio. Most of the men were gone. James was sleeping in the den that used to be Noel's office. "Hello?" Ramona stuffed her hand down into the couch cushion gap and found the pistol she'd staged there with Jamar's help a couple of hours earlier. "It's just me, dear," Diana said. She crossed the room and stood over the couch. "I didn't mean to wake you. Do you need help with the dressings? Bite to eat? Bathroom?" Ramona relaxed a bit. "No, baby girl's getting me something. Everything good outside?" She couldn't hide her anxiety. Wade Curry might have been injured, but he might not have been. Either way, his existential threat would be in the center of her mind for a long, long time. "I was just out talking with my mama," Diana said. Ramona put her hand up to hold her new friends. "I was sorry to hear that she passed." "It's okay. I also went out to check on Kevin's brother. I think he's coming out of his nasty phase. It's cold and wet out there. If the boys are gone too long, we should probably think about bringing him inside." "You ever dealt with druggies when they're detoxing?" Ramona asked. Diana gave her the look of a mother trying to raise her kids well in a poor South Seattle neighborhood. "Girl." Despite the pain, that made Ramona laugh. She changed the subject. "Listen, can you sit for a bit? There's something I wanted to talk to you and James about while they're all gone." Diana moved over to the love seat at the end of the coffee table, a slightly worried look on her face. "I know we're intruding, but I'm trying to figure out a plan, honest." "It's fine," Ramona said, "but that is kind of what I'm wondering. Is James, are you guys thinking of heading east with the others?" There was a slight trepidation to her voice, caution in the phrasing. Diana leaned around a bit to make sure her own kids weren't listening. "Honestly, I don't want to go, and neither does James. But Jamar thinks we should, and I don't want my other two to stay here neither." Ramona breathed a sigh of relief, then surprised herself when she felt the salty emotion build in the eyes. "I feel the same." She scanned toward the kitchen to ensure her daughter wasn't on the way back. "I want the men to take her to my parents in eastern Washington, but I obviously need to heal before I travel. And—" She went quiet. Diana let her play for a few seconds before guessing. "And you think this Curry fellow will come after you? Don't want your baby girl around?" Ramona nodded. She quietly wiped tears at the thought of abandoning her daughter. Diana leaned forward, and for the second time, the women held hands. "I get it, Ramona. Believe me, I get it. You are all welcome to stay," Ramona said. "In fact, I want you to. But Wade Curry, or men like him, will be coming to kill me, and our kids shouldn't be here when they do." Chapter 17. Renton. The four men slowly got out of the van that was clearly marked Doctors Without Borders and then stretched. Two of them went to the back and moved boxes of legitimate medical supplies. They then retrieved big gear bags that were full of their clothes and food. All were at least partially Hispanic, including Wade Curry. Two were Americans, and though one was not, all were fluidly bilingual with only the slightest of accents. The three cartel men, who only went by odd nicknames around Wade, had been well trained. If they had never been in the military, he would have been surprised. It wasn't some grand display of tactical prowess, or even their average fitness. It was simply something so many lacked in modern times that made them stand out. Discipline. None of them wasted time with small talk when times were boring, as much of it had been down in Vancouver and on the scenic drive north. The van and their legitimate identifications for the International Relief Organization. It was amazing what one could achieve by simply threatening the family of the head of the Human Resources Department had been all it took for them to slip easily through the checkpoints. They still hadn't seen any of the various private military contractors. Wade wondered if that was simply because there just weren't nearly enough, or was it because they're all in other countries fighting proxy wars? Still, the active and reserve Army units had set up mandatory stops at every major highway interchange. The less than 4-hour drive took almost 6. "Stay here while I clear the house," the man who was the obvious leader told Wade. He gave the other two a look when they reached the safe house porch, and both set down their bags. Without pulling out any weapons, one turned to face out and scan the subdivision for nosy neighbors, while the other did a loop around the house. They were in standard suburban America, a split-level home on a quarter-acre, complete with weathered basketball hoop over the garage door. There were potted plants inside and out. The cartel had a legit property management company who kept the place running for a tidy little tax-free fee. The man who went by Tick Hound gave the all-clear, and soon all three had finished their trips to the lavatory and conducted cursory familiarization walks around the house. The average-sized house had 3 bedrooms and 1 large family room that had been shielded from view at the living room windows by a temporary wall. It was just open lumber and plywood, but it kept the occasional snooping teen or mail handler from seeing into that bonus space. 2 of the bedrooms served as bunk rooms with a total capacity of 8 people. One was an emergency medical and recovery space, much like the one Wade had stayed in down in Vancouver. The larger enclosed family space had been converted into a weapons magazine and tactical gear cage that would have made a Tier 1 operator just a hair jealous. It wasn't just the modern weaponry that impressed Wade. Whoever had built this room thought way outside the box. There was C4 plastic explosive. There were a variety of saws and other gruesome cutting implements. There was a bear trap and a medieval mace. There were pike poles and a very sharp Damascus steel sword. It almost made him want to hang incisor in there. Almost. The cartel scooped it up when they rescued him. The evening before, he had been given back the bat that Ramona had custom-crafted into a terror club. He had been torn on whether or not he should unwrap the handle and retrieve the human tooth trophy necklace that he endeared so much. He was leaving incisor alone while he thought about what he wanted. His gut said to wait until after he'd caved Ramona's skull in with it. Part of the armory was also a Faraday cage containing radios, computers, batteries, FLIR and night vision optical gear, and drones, including a couple of big ones that could carry many pounds. There were prefabricated IEDs, claymores, and 2 launched rockets. Lying on a workbench was a new packet with Wade's name on it. He flipped it open and scanned. There were new photos, some from the land or a boat, others from the sky, of each of the 3 cartel targets' homes. Someone had even typed up a report of the travel patterns and identified security team for the recent few days. These guys are doing everything but pull the trigger for me, Wade thought, for not the first time. The hair on the back of his neck was standing, and it took a lot to worry a man with as many face-to-face kills as him. Wade was finally ready to admit in his conscious mind something the monster deep in his thoughts had already deduced, something that he knew he would have planned to do too in a reverse situation. These men weren't always going to protect him. Once he'd conducted the 3 hits, they were going to serve him up on a platter as the world's most valuable bargaining chip, and he had no intention of letting it get that far. Chapter 18. Monroe. Kevin and Jamar were trying their best to remain vigilant in the Safeway parking lot. It was a mix of keeping an eye on each moving person combined with sheer boredom. They had exchanged all the usual stories that young straight men do when their friendship grows, Girls they dated, girls they wished they'd dated, sports, and anything else they could think of that had to do with girls. Earlier, Jamar had grown antsy being parked so close to the prison, so he moved to the local county district court parking lot, a literal stone's throw from the fairground entrance. About the time he noticed an uptick in security Humvees buzzing about, he saw a really tall, thin, blonde soldier sporting a thick rucksack and 2 full hands headed for the shuttle waiting area. He honked a familiar rhythmic 7-beat tune that people often knocked on doors with. He remembered his father once explaining to him it was a jingle from ads for shaving cream in the old days. Shave and a haircut, 5 cents. He had to honk the tune 3 times before Kevin noticed the ram and walked right past the entry control point on foot. They got too much heat on them, he had told Jamar. They'll be hiding until things die down. No way they're getting on the shuttle. Might as well head to Safeway. Nearly 2.5 hours later, and having seen many security patrols zipping along Highway 2, they made the tough choice to leave once 7 p.m. had come and gone with no sign of Sean and Nelson. Jamar decided they should take a much longer route through neighborhoods and side streets to avoid the highway checkpoint. The men discussed the scenario, knowing that option also carried with it an increased risk of being yanked out of the truck by a mob should they slow down or stop. So Jamar was very loose following the rules of the road, something made easier by the lack of people driving due to fuel shortages. "I think we got a problem," Jamar said. They were on a fairly straight, fast road next to 60 Acres Park, almost to the city of Redmond, just 1 city over from Ramona's neighborhood. "We got a tail?" Kevin asked, turning around. It was late September and on the dark side of dusk in the 7 o'clock hour. "Maybe. They're so far back it's hard to tell, but it feels like they followed us all the way through those side streets earlier." "This is a dark truck. Pull over around this curve and kill the lights." Jamar nodded. They stopped next to a green belt of trees with a golf course on the far side. It almost looked like a refugee camp, as a tent city with various fires had formed up on the closest fairway. Kevin scanned and saw a pair of people in raincoats with hoods pulled up watching the truck through the trees. Soon 2 had become 4. "I think we're about to have company." "Same here," Jamar said. The lights on the approaching vehicle grew as it slowed, and eventually pulled up and stopped right next to them. Jamar rolled the window down. He was staring at a military Humvee ambulance with a large white circle and Red Cross emblem on the door. The passenger window rolled down to reveal Nelson's broad grin. "What up, cheese bags?" Chapter 19. Spokane. It was a bit after 8 p.m., and Kenny found himself once again trying to bite his tongue to keep his watch partner from getting under his skin. They found themselves at the larger, more heavily traveled entrance into their neighborhood this time. He yawned. The series of short, irregular naps was no longer cutting it. The berms that had been carved into the corner of the yards, 1 at each house on the T intersection, had been crafted when presumably Jim or one of the other Seversons dug down into the dirt and clayed to create a dugout. The dirt had been piled up on the roadside, providing some margin of ballistic protection. To what end, Kenny had no idea, as across the block was nothing but a giant open field. The backs of the homes in the nearest neighborhood to the west couldn't even be seen behind the belt of trees across the field, close to 500 yards away. "What's with all the wailing in there?" Danny complained. The 2 sat on a crude lumber bench in the trough. It was close to 3 feet deep, which meant the top of the berm was close to 4 or 5 feet tall when standing in it. Kenny could see the broken piping of what used to be a lawn sprinkler system. They were listening to an elderly couple in the house 30 feet away holler at each other and sometimes break down and cry. Alarming at first, Kenny soon realized it wasn't that someone was drastically sick or injured, more like they were fraught with stress, just like most people. Kenny was starting to get a little short with Danny. Maybe the old lady finally figured out she's never seen her kids again, or her grandkids. Maybe she's out of food or blood pressure medication. He stood and pointed at the dirt mound. Maybe she's a little pissed someone dug a giant hole in her yard. "Geez, bro. What crawled up your butt?" The youngster pulled his beanie down a bit and clasped his arms around himself. Kenny was silent for several awkward seconds. "Sorry. My wife and I got into a bit before coming back out for guard duty, and I'm tired. I guess I just relate to the old crying lady in there a bit. Let's just say you aren't the only one who's upset that we're back out here on watch 12 hours later." After an additional awkward silence, Danny stood and moved to the far end of the trench. He picked up one of the broken pieces of PVC and twirled it for a second before throwing it back down. He went to apologize without apologizing. "I guess it's easy to forget that we all got things we're pissed about. I'm pissed my dad keeps making me come out here on this stupid guard duty." "Do you know how to use that rifle?" Kenny asked, nodding toward the hard case on the ground behind the bench. Danny nodded. "Oh, yeah. My old man is a member of one of them gun clubs that likes to do all the tactical stuff. I've shot ARs and AKs most of my life." Which begged a new question from Kenny. "So is he pulling shifts too?" Danny shook his head. "He came down with this rare thing that affects his balance while I was in high school. He spends most of his time in a wheelchair." "But he can walk?" "Yep." Danny's tone had pacified a bit. Kenny figured out he wasn't so much angry at his father. He was just angry. The world had taken a massive dump on whatever plans he had for his young life, and now his disabled father was pushing him to take up the slack. "But he's big into reloading ammo. He's agreed to provide a certain amount to the general cause." "That's good," Kenny said. "We're all going to have to kick in what we can if we don't want another one of those crime sprees." "How'd you guys fare in all that?" Kenny just looked at him, then shook his head to communicate he didn't want to talk about it. "We have 2 small kids, so helping guard the hood is important to me. And my wife is a nurse, so she can probably help out some." Danny picked up a handful of stones out of the mound. He wound up like a baseball pitcher and tossed one toward the gray and orange dusk sky over the field across the road. "Cool." The sound of a toddler's voice could be heard drifting toward them from the street into the housing area. "Daddy!" Sierra screamed, her strawberry blonde ponytail swinging past her autumn coat's shoulders as she ran. She left Mom and Dylan's stroller in her wake as she sped over toward her father and Danny. "Hey, Shortcake, what are you guys doing here?" He looked up at his wife, who was walking at what he called her Costco pace. When they were at a park or on a trail, she walked casually. When they were shopping, she walked like the winds of a tornado. It was all Kenny could ever do to keep up with her. "Uh-oh. I told you I got a bad feeling, Kenny," she said. Kenny hopped out of the hole, picked up his daughter, and sped-walked to Taylor so they could talk a little more privately. "What's wrong? Why aren't you putting the kids to bed?" "That guy with the 2 eye colors just came by Mrs. Parks, looking for food for us to donate." She made air quotes with her fingers. "Wait, what? Who?" "The young guy from the construction company." She was not afraid of anyone hearing her. "Tay, stay calm." She was just about to address that little husbandly command when he saw the look on her face. "I mean, volume. Let's not be yelling for others to eavesdrop." Despite her ire, she picked up on her husband's suggestion and lowered her voice. "He woke up Dylan pounding on the door. I tried to explain that you're on watch, and he just looked at me like I was an idiot." "It must just be some sort of error. I'll sort it out tomorrow. It doesn't make sense to have us donate just so they can give it back." "I'm telling you, Kenneth Lance Richardson, they're up to something." "You said the man with 2 eye colors?" Kenny was confused. "The sun tractor guy," she explained in frustration. "He has 2 different color eyes?" Taylor retrieved their daughter from Kenny's hands and used one hand to start running the stroller back around. "How can you have not noticed that?" She started walking back to their borrowed house, content that she'd had her chance to vent. "Engineers." Chapter 20. Republic. "Screw the Eagles," Big Dog Baker said. He took another pull on the bottle of cheap whiskey, donated as a thanks for his offer of protection by one of the families on his road. He wasn't referring to the 70s band. In Republic, the only civic-minded social club that wasn't a standard bar was the Fraternal Order of Eagles. He, Billy Ray, and his cousin and nephew leaned against the bed of his beater Chevy pickup and watched the building burn. So what if the volunteer fire department shows up? And the town cop? The entire county only had 7, one police chief/officer for the City of Republic, and a total of 6 employees in the sheriff's department. There was the elected sheriff, who the men knew was more of a pandering politician and business owner than a cop. There were 3 patrol deputies, and there were 2 civil officers who were simply desk jockeys and code enforcement officials, and 2 of those 7 cops now lay dying or dead in the lit building. "I never liked that place anyhow," 48-year-old Dwight Patton said. Beatty's cousin from his mother's side, Dwight, and his son Cody, 24, were seasonal crabbers, several times per year taking processing ships from Seattle to the waters off Alaska. It was dangerous, tough work that started to pay very well once a person had a few seasons on their resume. Their hard-earned money went a lot farther for home and property living in Ferry County. The several-hour drive to Seattle a few times per year was well worth it. Each time they returned from sea, they would bring home a cargo trailer full of supplies from the big box stores in Seattle to limit the number of shopping trips to Spokane in their down weeks. As a result, they'd built up quite a larder of things to live on during the big hack event. "They all seem like a bunch of prissy old geezers." "Now y'all are the old geezers," Cody said. Beatty wasn't really listening to the banter. His mind was swirling with the events that led to the shooting. "What possessed you to kill that cop?" he asked Billy Ray. The orange glow off the town's steep, nearby mountains was unmistakable. Someone would eventually see the flames and run down to trigger the town's electronic siren. The hall had been closed, the supply of beer, booze, and friable finger foods not totally diminished but running low. That didn't stop the men from breaking in to see what was left. The 4 of them had already been drinking, with 3 also smoking a little weed a couple of hours earlier, and Billy Ray declining that in favor of amphetamine pills. His convict son was a little surprised by the question. "Well, shoot, Pop. I didn't want another strike, and the cities are probably unraveling right now, but not these little hick towns." Beatty passed the bottle to his son while giving him an incredulous look. "Another strike?" he mocked. "Son, you ain't ever got to worry about going back. Don't you see that?" Billy Ray took a swig and went back to staring at the blaze quietly. The 2 town deputies, most likely the only 2 awake and on duty for the entire county, had responded together. That alone made Beatty wonder what snitch nearby had seen them break in. The hall was nearly a half-mile out of the town center, nestled near 2 tiny subdivisions totaling about 10 homes. Someone had to have run down and found O'Connell, he thought. He's the only cop who acted like one. It's not like his little family get-together had been quiet. The Baker-Patton group had turned on the jukebox, thrown chairs around, turned on the stove in the back to rustle up some grub. They drank more of the dwindling liquor. As they were getting bored, and Beatty was getting tired enough to go home and pass out, in walked deputies Rob O'Connell and Colin Epson. And while Epson was not too far removed in temperament from the affable Deputy Enos on an old TV show, O'Connell was pure cop. The various smaller counties in Washington's northeast corner had mutual aid agreements amongst their police and fire departments. O'Connell knew who Billy Ray Baker was, which was why Big Don's oldest son pulled an older .357 Ruger Blackhawk out from his back waistband and shot the deputy in the face the moment his eyes lit up with recognition. Cody then slammed Epson in the base of his skull with a coiled fist holding a cue ball. The young deputy had not been on many calls of significant violence and was struggling to get his firearm out of the holster. The blow had dazed him. "Hit him again," Billy Ray ordered his cousin. The young crab fisherman, strong hand still wrapped around the hard white orb, knelt and straddled the dazed officer on the floor. He smashed his fist into the same spot 3 more times, knuckles stringing blood down the deputy's tan shirt back when he stood. He looked around at his senior family men for approval. Billy Ray was beaming wildly, eyes pure joy. His father, Dwight, looked shocked at all of it. He had no love for cops, but he was confused as to why his son so willingly did Billy Ray's bidding. His uncle Big Dog was already in action, pouring the house gin and tequila all over the bar, fishing for his lighter. "You did good, Cody," Billy Ray said as he passed the bottle to him. The town's electronic sirens started to blare loudly. With the phones down, that and radios were going to be the only way to roust the volunteer firefighters from their sleep. The young cousin took the bottle and drained it. Then he threw it at the burning structure. "Woo!" he yelled as he pumped both fists over his head. "I need to get laid." "We need to get out of here," Big Dog said. The night hadn't gone down exactly as he thought it would, but he was a silver linings kind of man. There was opportunity now, and he could smell it. "Get in," he ordered Billy Ray. The Pattons headed toward their own old truck. "Come over in the morning," Beatty yelled toward them. "I'll make my famous Spanish omelets. We need to talk about business." Dwight just gave his older cousin a wave. Soon both pickups pulled left out of the lot, driving through town to get onto Highway 21 and head to their homes. They made no effort to slow down or hide from the responding fire truck as they did. Chapter 21. Bellevue. Jamar stood at the sliding glass door to Ramona's home, staring at Kevin argue with his brother Keith out on the covered patio. It wasn't loud. He could just hear the occasional raised syllable. The addict looked pale, though the flesh around his eyes was the purple of a new bruise. The rain was steady. Keith was sitting on the bench of a picnic table unit, though facing away from the table and toward Kevin, who was standing near one of the potted hosta plants. Keith was bouncing one of his knees at about 100 miles per hour in Jamar's estimation. In the days before the chaos, his sister would do that when they were sitting on the couch. It drove him bonkers. They'd arrived home late, nearly at 10 p.m. After the others caught up in the stolen ambulance Humvee, it was pointed out that the rig most likely had a digital radio that could show other units where it was. They didn't want to get back to Ramona's until they crawled through every inch of every compartment on the big rig, looking for any piece of gear that might be able to be remotely tracked. After yanking out the radio equipment and a GPS tracker, they finally felt safe enough to finish the trek. After arriving at the house, they pulled the shot-up Mustang out of the garage and tried to park the green, boxy beast inside, but it was too tall. They opted to reverse it down the side of the house near the garage to keep it as out of sight as possible. There was room up to 4 patients. Unlike a traditional ambulance, instead of one center folding gurney, it had room along each side to stack one patient over the other. Almost all equipment was stowed on the front wall, except for the space a small window opened, which allowed visual contact with the cab. There were additional backboards, tourniquets, patient securing straps, and bags of gear hanging strategically on the side walls in some spots, and there were bright LED lights mounted in the ceiling. Jamar hadn't been able to sleep well. It was a medium gray outside, telling him dawn had arrived over the clouds. The night before, his mother had helped shepherd Keith into the house's den to use the same air mattress James slept on during the day. She told Jamar and Kevin she'd just felt sorry for him. He is looking better, so to speak, Jamar thought as he stood at the door. At least he isn't leaking from every orifice. But like Kevin, he had concerns. It had been one thing while he laid out of the way, shaking and sleeping, but now that he was a bit more mobile, would he become a problem? Would stuff disappear? Would he start fights with strangers once they started heading east? Would he just magically attract trouble the way people like him seem to do with almost superhuman capability? Jamar saw it was just a warm discussion and turned away from the window. He'd been trying to reuse the same glass over and over. He found it and went to the kitchen for water. His mind was going in 1,000 directions, not just worried about Keith's future behavior. What would they do when the power finally went out? Even if the hackers never hit it, surely the travel mandates would make it difficult for workers to get to plants. What were they going to do for food? How was he going to get the whole family headed east? And Ramona, with her serious recovery needs. He was so deep in thought, it took James twice to get his attention. "Jay," he called loudly the second time. "Huh?" Jamar had become so lost in thought, the water was overflowing the glass, spilling into the sink and all over his hand. "I said, what you doing, son?" His father's tired voice was filled with concern. "You all right?" Jamar shut off the faucet and turned toward James, taking a long drink. Then, "Yeah, just worried about what we're going to do to feed the kids. If I go check in at the health department or a comfort camp, they'll probably detain me for abandoning my post at the prison. Come on, Jay. I want to have a word with you, man to man." His father moved toward the den with his son in tow. Once they were both in the home office, he slid the wide pocket door shut to seal the room. James started to remove his boots after being up all night. "Me and your mama have been talking." "About?" "About what we want. About what's best for you and your brother and sister." Jamar took a quiet breath and moved past his father and the makeshift sleeping pad on the floor. He sat in the swivel office chair. "Son, you know I care about your mother. We may not be husband and wife material, but we do care about each other." "I know, and I always appreciated how you helped out Jalen and Felicity, too, when you could." James nodded. "Sure, son. When you start to get older, things like blood become less important to just doing the right thing when it comes to watching out for kids. It takes a village and all that jazz." "Where's this going, Dad?" James took a moment to gather his words and take a breath. "Your mom and I are going to stay here." "What?" "Now, just calm down, Jamar." "No, Dad. You guys cool your jets, boy." It had been a couple of years since he used the stern father voice. Jamar took a pause. "We want to stay and help Ramona." "Ramona and Missy are staying back too?" Jamar had disbelief in his voice. Worry. "That's crazy." "Not exactly, Jay." James had to think once more, find the words. "She's not going to ask your friends to get Missy to her parents' place out east, and your mama thinks you and your siblings should follow Kevin and Keith to his farm. Your friend gonna need a hand taking care of his brother on the road, you know." "Dad!" Jamar's voice wavered. His eyes became a bit damp. James had finished pulling off his boots and pants, ready to get onto the sleeping pad. He moved toward the end of the desk that Jamar had been sitting behind and opened his arms for a hug. The former correction officer stood and embraced his father, trying not to cry. Of course he was scared, but part of him was relieved a small bit too. The harsh trip east would be just a bit easier without needing to care for an amputee. Jamar started to sob into his father's chest, feeling guilty. "What if I never see you and Mama again? What if you guys die?" James Tercel Franklin put his hand on the back of his son's head, forgiving him for breaking the no-crying rule and giving off a sniffle of his own. "I did my best to raise you into a good man, son. If you live, and you keep your brother and sister alive, then our lives will not have been for nothing." Chapter 22. Bellevue. "No!" Missy screamed and cried. She immediately started hiccuping as she cried and yelled at the same time, choking on air. "First Daddy, and now you!" The little girl jumped onto the bed in her mother's room, throwing her arms around Ramona's neck, trying to climb into her mother's soul with her own. "I'm sorry," she bawled. I'm sorry, Mommy. Whatever I did, I'm sorry." As much as the scene broke Kevin's heart, he was also in shock and upset. With no discussion ahead of time, Ramona had pulled him and Missy into her bedroom to announce the decision. Not that he would have said no, but this complicated things tremendously. It would be one thing to take the girl to Republic, but the Pullman area was in the southeast corner, easily a couple of 100 miles or more away. He couldn't speak for Nelson or Sean, but they lived much closer to Ramona's parents. This Frodo the ring-bearer task would ultimately fall on one of them. Or would it? She hadn't asked them. Ramona had asked Kevin to do it. He was scared, feeling a bit rudely awakened, and just a tinge of self-pity, which he knew already that his father would have chastised him about. Ramona trusted Kevin. Missy did too, perhaps in a way that she would never trust anyone else. And the straw that broke the camel's back with this bombshell was that his plan was to cross the mountains over back roads and hiking trails close to the Canadian border. Given his hometown and Pullman were both east, they were about as opposite from each other as one cardinal direction could get. "Mija," Ramona used the Spanish term for her darling daughter. She'd fallen into her own tears and heartbreak. "It isn't forever, but it will keep you safe while I get better." In the several days since her rescue, the child had been stoic about her ordeal. This was the first time Kevin had witnessed any mention of it. "It's the man, isn't it, Mommy?" Her voice trailed as she clung to her mother, crying. Ramona was at a near loss for a response. He's... Baby, he won't hurt you if you go with Kevin." "I don't want to." Missy pushed herself off her mother, snot running down her mouth and nose as she sprinted from the room. There was a padded bench at the end of the bed, which Noel used to sit on to put on his socks. Kevin was sitting on it at an angle to make eye contact with Ramona, but he was a bit upset. He spun from her, silent. "Kevin, speak to me." Kevin reached for words, but all he could do at the start was shake his head. Finally, I don't know what to say." "I'm sorry." The tears started by her daughter's outburst continued to slowly drain down her flushed cheeks. "If only Noel were here." The tough cop had had enough. The emotion and anger had been pent up too long. She grabbed her husband's pillow and smothered her face with it. The muffled scream of rage could still be heard. Kevin looked up when he felt a presence. In the doorway was Diana, looking him in the eye. "If it'll ease your mind, James and I will be staying here too." Kevin nodded and looked down. It doesn't ease my mind, he thought, trying to conceal his anger. He could almost hear Kendall Richardson's soothing voice buried in his thoughts. "But it will, son. This will work out, somehow. It always does." Chapter 23. Seattle. The National Guard soldier eyed Kevin's military identification card carefully. She and the other 3 members of her fire team controlled the northbound traffic, mild as it was, from using the Fremont Avenue Bridge. The other half of the squad was stationed across the bridge, controlling the southbound traffic. Kitted up in her full infantry battle gear, she looked tired and wet. Her mood was as sour as a premature lemon. The system that had showed up was relentless, the Tropical Express, basically a river in the atmosphere, bringing moisture from Hawaii and dumping it once it hit the cooler air over the continental mass. She studied the truck and the big dump trailer it was towing. Ramona had Missy go introduce Nelson and Sean to the neighbor across the street. When he saw the medical Humvee, he hinted at something in return. When they discussed it with Ramona, she agreed to trade off her cheapest pistol, a Walter chambered in .380 that she never used. "We'll give him 1 box of ammo. If we need something else from him, I have another 1,000 rounds to tempt him with." When Sean tried to counsel her against trading off a firearm, Nelson was able to explain it to him from a cop's perspective. Better to have neighbors you trust armed than to be the only person armed in the neighborhood. With the trailer secured to the big ram a few minutes later, Nelson and Kevin were set to go to Seattle. "State Guard, huh? Why are you guys in a civilian truck?" The question was loaded. Her face revealed that she wasn't going to buy any bull they were selling. Kevin started to speak, but Nelson piped up with a louder voice from the passenger side. "Do you know how big the State Guard is?" She held on to the ID and shifted posture, resting her arms on her slung rifle, face shifting in annoyance at whatever Nelson was about to say next. "No idea." "Neither does the governor. We don't get funding. Hell, we had to buy our own gear." Nothing he was saying was far from fully true. He moved a pointer finger between himself and Kevin. "You're looking at like 3.5% of the entire State Guard right here." She rolled her eyes and went to hand Kevin his ID back. "You guys ought to be glad they haven't gotten us a copy of the AWOL list yet." Kevin just mouthed the first round of "the" to ask what she meant when Nelson thumped him in the leg. "We aren't AWOL specialists, just on a mission to retrieve supplies. Get out of here." She waved them past, and Kevin hit the throttle. "Sorry about the love tap," Nelson said. "I was afraid you were going to ask her what that list was." Kevin felt a bit sheepish. "I was." Nelson gave him a look as they finished crossing the bridge. The nearby Highway 99 bridge had been completely shut down to civilian traffic. "That's what it sounds like, Richardson. Come on, man." "I know, I'm just tired. Where am I supposed to turn again?" Nelson pulled out the Seattle map and unfolded it. He had used a pencil to mark off likely good routes to try in the event they crossed an armed mob. He pointed north. About then, they were passing over the famous artwork of a troll holding a VW bug, which was under the bridge near 36th Street. "We can take 46th a little way up." They were headed to one of the few bike shops in the area that specialized in electric bicycles. On the drive across Lake Washington, Kevin had taken the opportunity to let Nelson know about Ramona's intentions. He expressed his concern about the obligation, wanting to know that he could count on Nelson and Sean's help with watching out for Missy. Nelson admitted he was none too thrilled about the idea, but he himself felt a sense of obligation to help Ramona, one cop to another. Any more to discuss on the whole take Missy thing? Nelson's mind was on the mission. While there wasn't much in the way of vehicle traffic, everywhere he looked there were people. Not one or two. The pack size averaged 5 or 6, and none of them were wearing uniforms like they were. "Huh? Nah. But just after we turn onto 46th, I think we should pull over and change into the sweats she gave us." "Why?" "Uniforms are great for checkpoints." He was craning his head, scanning packs of people along the city streets, between the buildings. They looked hungry. "But I don't think they'll help us when we get to the store. I don't think soldiers are favored in the public eye anymore, if you get my drift." After another minute, "Turn here." Kevin turned, and the avenue veered northwest. In just a few minutes, they would make one last turn, drive another 8 or so blocks, and be at the bike shop. They were cutting through a neighborhood of older but well-maintained homes and apartments. Like everything up to that point, it was transforming a bit each day. Buildings were being painted on, just like they'd seen when they retrieved Keith. Barrels of trash were on fire as people tried to keep the clutter down, since the city's regular service had been suspended, and more people were out and about. "I don't know if we're going to find a good place to change clothes before we get there." "Maybe we just deal with it," Kevin said. "I can sling the shotgun across my back. You tuck your shirt in behind the pistol grip so people can see it." "I disagree. You keep that shotgun within easy reach in the truck, and I stay concealed. The last thing we need is to put them on edge. Open carry is intel they may use in some way. Very rarely is it anything but peacocking." "But you were a cop. You open carried for 15 years. Nelson chuckled. "Exactly. That's what I mean by peacocking. Turn here." Kevin did as instructed. People were paying attention to the big black truck with a big black dump trailer behind it. Nelson gave the paper map one last look. "About 6 or 7 blocks up on the right. Oh, a couple of last quick details. We're both good with bartering off one of the sets of nods, right? I don't think we have much else that will come close to fetching a few e-bikes, so sure. Let me handle it. All those years of policing and owning a bar, I've picked up a few things about lying. We'll have more power if we don't tell him about the night vision until absolutely necessary. I'll be vague on purpose. Don't blow it." Kevin was a bit insulted, but he kind of got it. In Republic, he worked at the homestead and put in a few part-time hours at the diner. This wasn't in his wheelhouse. He slowed the truck. "What's going on here?" There was a body in the road, and a group of men were running across to the south. They heard a loud pop, which had Nelson rolling his window as fast as the motor would go. He stuck his head out while Kevin slowed even more. "Should I pull over here?" "Not yet. We don't want to park out too far and have the truck disappear on us." A few hundred feet ahead, 2 men and a woman, armed with a shotgun, a golf club, and a crowbar, moved out into the street from just the other side of a small microbrewery. The man with the gun was nudging the body, trying not to get blood from the growing pool on his Birkenstock sandals. The other 2 were taunting and yelling whoever had run off. As Kevin and the ram got closer, the 3 suddenly realized that the truck was approaching. The shotgun raised at the windshield, and Kevin hit the brakes. Nelson shoved his hands out the open window. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" About then, the rain died off to nearly nothing. Kevin stared intently, heart pounding as he wondered if he was going to need to drive right over these people to save their lives. Chapter 24. East King County. Sean drove the big medical Humvee through the special lane for military rigs on the shoulder of the road. The sole checkpoint they had faced on Highway 520 had barely been a blip. Jamar had borrowed Kevin's camo raincoat to help blend in for the drive over. During the transit, he wondered how necessary ripping the radio out of the truck had been, but he'd also admitted to Sean his knowledge with radios began and ended with changing batteries and pushing the transmit button. They headed north to Redmond so they could drive around Lake Sammamish, looking for a special team of rescue experts at East Side Fire and Rescue Station 82. Along the way, he informed Sean about the stressful surprise to learn James, Diana, and Ramona were staying behind, but sending the children with them across the state. "I get it," Sean said. He'd lived with a woman for 6 years. Her kids had become his unofficial stepkids. After tending to nights of vomit, school functions, and bad tween breakups, he'd become a father over time, despite never fathering a child. Most of the ride had turned into him spilling more and more stories about his accidental family. Jamar noticed him irritated in the right spots, smiling in the right spots. He started to understand that family sometimes wasn't a blood thing. "I suppose my favorite cringe memory was when Abigail was 11, or was it 10? He shook it off. "Doesn't matter. 5th grade. They made all the 5th and 6th graders be in band, whether they wanted to or not." Jamar noticed the man smirking, having forgotten for a moment that the world was in chaos. 2 recitals. The one in late spring wasn't horrible. He went silent dramatically. "What?" Jamar asked, smiling. Sean took one hand off of the wheel and waved it. "But back in fall? Like a train wreck, bro. The brass and the flutes, just horrible. The percussion had the timing of a freeway pileup. I thought my ears would bleed." He was laughing as he spoke. He was cringing and smiling, lost in memory. "Oh," he cut himself off. "Where are we turning again?" Jamar consulted the paper map that had come with the stolen rig. "Ooh, good catch. Right up here at Sahali Way. Looks like it'll only be a few miles down the road." Sean made the turn. The men weren't oblivious to the light traffic, but what stood out in the upper middle-class area was the number of mobs in parking lots when they passed through Redmond. The last several miles had been more lightly populated. As soon as they were off the Redmond Falls City Road and onto Sahali, they noticed a large nursery and soil manufacturer. There were several dump trucks with a few men openly holding a perimeter around them, guarding the activity with open rifles. 2 large front-end loaders were filling the trucks with topsoil. There was a woman and her kids trying to move a wounded man to a truck. One of the buildings, which looked a lot like a home, was ablaze. Both men fell silent as they passed the bizarre event. They craned their necks, but Sean kept going. He looked over at a wide-eyed Jamar. "Not our fight, man." Jamar let out a big, frustrated huff and turned back to look sullenly at the woods outside his window. The scene had quickly brought them back to reality. Neither man spoke for 3 minutes, until Jamar prepped Sean to be ready to find the fire station coming up on the right side. By then, they had driven into a suburb. The station was medium in size, nestled into the woods with a manicured driveway on both sides that went around to the back from either end of the property. The first driveway was blocked off with cars. On the building itself, there were 3 bays, all with doors closed. The fire engine, large rescue rig, and ambulance were all parked sideways across the asphalt tarmac, not primed for a rapid response. More like a wall. Sean went past the station and pulled into the second driveway. He was barely able to get off the road before he stopped at a barricade. There were 2 men in civilian clothes wearing tactical gear. Both had the physiques, equipment, and glares of being police of some sort. They each wore a slung AR-15 and instinctively moved out of the path of the rig. Sean stopped at a plastic wall, identical in shape and size to a concrete Jersey barrier. It was designed to be filled with water for weight, but when empty, could easily be dragged out of the way. Beyond the obstacle were cars set up in an offset herringbone configuration. A driver would have to take a slow approach to maneuver through and get to the back of the property. Sean and Jamar could just make out some canopies in the back lot. There were side walls on them, as well as ropes holding up tarps in between. The bulk of the back area was out of view. "I think we just wandered into these guys' bug-out location," Sean said. Not a giant man, the person who wandered up to Sean's window was still larger than average and possessed a cop's commanding demeanor. I wonder if we'd be getting arrested or shot at if we weren't in uniforms and a Humvee, Jamar thought. State your business. It was clear and to the point. We're looking to talk to someone from the TRT, Sean said. He'd chosen the initials for the technical rescue team to passively imply he was an insider. In normal times, the team was most likely scattered throughout the various stations, but Sean had learned an important piece of information from the internet. The primary rescue rig that carried an abundance of ropes, hardware, harnesses, and litters for low-angle, high-angle, and wildland rescues was staged at this station. "Hold on," the man ordered, loud enough for Jamar to hear it over the idling diesel. He went and conferred with his control point partner. The second man bore an annoyed look and glared into the Humvee's cab for a split second before he moved down their slalom run of cars and disappeared around the back of the building. The other guard was in no mood for small talk and stayed near the barricade. "I can see the smoke from here," Jamar said. Sean tried to scoot down to see out Jamar's window, but the large engine cowling and small bucket seats made it difficult. Of? Jamar was looking at a tall column of black smoke in the sky a few miles north. Of that fire where someone decided dirt and beauty bark was worth killing for. Sean thought for a second or two. Probably topsoil. He shook his head. I'd have never thought that to be an apocalyptic commodity, but it makes sense. Jamar looked at him, dumbfounded. I mean, from a detached, logical point of view. We're going into fall. People can't wait for spring and summer. They'll need greenhouses now in order to have food in winter. Jamar nodded. There was no hole in that reasoning. They saw the second guard and another man, notably also in his civilian clothes, coming back down the lane between the station and woods. He started to open his door, and Sean stopped him. Don't even bother, Jamar. These guys will tell us when we can get out, in the slim chance they'll want to deal with us. Jamar re-clicked the door shut. The TRT is offline, the new arrival said. He was tall, older, with grained temples. Jamar assumed he was some sort of captain or chief in charge of the whole fire station. We're just looking for a very specific piece of equipment, Sean said. We could probably trade for it. That had the man's attention, though his skepticism was still apparent on his face. He had several days' growth of beard, too much for a firefighter. Sean's right, Jamar thought. These guys aren't first responders anymore. I bet their families are in there. What are you looking for? A Furno litter with a clamp-on wheel kit. We do have some of those litters, the older man said, but we don't use the wheel kits. No team in the area does, in my understanding. None? Sean asked. The man shook his head. I cross-train with a lot of departments, plus the fire academy at North Bend is in this department's district. Nobody in the western half of the state uses the wheel kit. We always pull them out of ravines with high-angle rope work or helicopters. Then we use ATVs. Damn. Best I could suggest is some big casters, the man said. We could still trade you for the litter. We have litters, Sean admitted. Don't need one if it doesn't have the wheel kit. He looked at Jamar. He said something that gave me an idea. I say let's get out of here. Okay, man, it's your call. Sean looked back out his window. You guys got a tractor supply around here? Nope. Closest one is up in Monroe. Just hearing the thought of going back to Monroe in the stolen rig made Sean and Jamar both shudder. All right, take care. Sean put the truck into reverse and backed out onto the road, hoping no cars were coming. It's not like there was a fire department anymore if they got smashed into. They took the big beast of a rig north. When they approached the nursery, Sean carried speed past the scene of the fire, murder, theft in progress, cautiously running a red light. He didn't want to draw any gunfire simply for being in a truck that someone might mistake as some form of authority. After they made their turn, both men exhaled loudly at the same moment, neither having realized he'd been holding his breath. Chapter 25. Spokane. You need to put that thing away, Kenny scolded his wife, or at least make some sort of scabbard for it. She had taken to tucking the biggest, heftiest kitchen knife she owned into her belt. Normally a yoga pants type of lady, she hated wearing jeans and belts, but she hated being attacked worse. She found a few good quality knives in Mrs. Park's kitchen, but the elder widow hadn't cooked in years. It appeared she'd been decluttering her house and kitchen. The knives weren't big, not like the one Taylor owned. After leaving her husband at his guard post the night before, she embraced the suck and went back into their own house. This particular butcher knife never held a good edge. They'd taken to using it on large blocks of cheese. But it was long and had good weight and a nice thick handle. She'd ventured back to their home again the following morning, learning to cope with the horrific memories and bloodstains while she worked on her preparedness project. Sierra was forced to sit in Dylan's playpen with him while she worked. Emotionally, she wasn't ready to let her kids out of her sight. Kenny had slept in until mid-morning, the fatigue of the last several nights catching up. He ventured to his own home, looking for his family, needing clean clothes, and wondering what Taylor's obsessive ire was morphing into. He found them in the garage. Taylor had taken all of anything that resembled camping equipment, backpacks, potential defensive weapons, batteries, and canned or pantry food supplies out there. She had their folding table set up, and she was building evacuation boxes for the cars and backpacks for some sort of flee-by-foot scenario. After an initial chuckle, Kenny went inside to take a wake-up shower and get some clean duds. "We can't bug out until we wash clothes first," he thought, after realizing that most of the pants he had left were his dress trousers for work. After he cleaned up, he decided starting a load of laundry was probably a good call, not just a humorous thought. Next, he wondered if Taylor was ready to come back to their house for good. "I can just cut out the bloody carpet and do a quick and easy coat of primer on the walls." He went to the garage to look for his leftover paint from decorating Dylan's nursery, and that's when he first noticed the knife tucked into her belt. "It's not even sharp," she said. Both young spouses had taken to mostly using annoyed tones. The stresses of the attacks on top of being exhausted from a week stuck at the hospital had taken its toll. "Then why have it jammed into your belt? Think about the kids." Taylor had had her fill of explaining things to her husband. "Because it's pointy. It's a freaking pointy chest plunger, and you won't give me the gun." "Don't!" Sierra yelled from her baby brother's playpen. Nearly 3, she was acutely aware that Mommy and Daddy were no longer happy people. Yell wasn't in her vocabulary yet, but the message was clear. The exasperated couple stared at each other quietly for several tense seconds. "When was the last time they ate?" Kenny asked. Taylor let out a tired sigh, the logical side of her brain reminding her it was simply a question, not a judgment by her husband. She put one hand on her hip, the other on her head, to try and will the headache out of her skull. She closed her eyes. "I made them some noodles with a butter and milk cream sauce. Dylan's running low on baby food, and it was the best thing I could think of that I could break up tiny for him. That was last night before they went to sleep, so about 10:30. Kenny saw a formula bottle and a sippy cup of water in the pan. He put his hands on his wife's shoulders. "You did great. I'm going to go over and talk to those guys who seem to think they're in charge. Maybe someone donated some old baby food or something. Then I'll make some PB&Js. We're out of bread. I think there was some over at Mrs. Park's. It was a grain bread," Taylor said. "The kids won't touch it." "If they get hungry enough, they will," Kenny said. He left his wife to her project and walked up the street. The waft of chili powder tantalized his nostrils as he walked up Scott Parker's driveway. The odor was coming from the crowd at Dean Severinson's driveway, the location of the neighborhood meetings. The 2 concrete pads were separated by lawn and a few decorative plants. Kenny cut over and found Scott inside Dean's garage, running the chili cooking operation. "Hey," Scott said. He had a mild smile, a small amount of chili decorating it. He picked a paper towel up from the table to clean his mouth after his taste test. There was a small team of ladies running 2 large canning pots of chili on a pair of propane burners. One pot sounded like they were trying to scrape out the last residuals. The organizers scanned around behind Kenny. "You're just in time. Where's the fam?" Kenny had noticed at least 30 folks eating out on the driveway. "Just in time?" he thought. "Nobody has told us a schedule, or—" Scott tossed the paper towel into a waste can at the end of the table and walked out of the garage. Kenny followed him. "We're still working the bugs out, but everyone working guard duty and their immediate families can come eat once per day. Meals will start at around 10 a.m. and go until we run out of that day's rations." "You're feeding every guard's entire household?" Scott's smile dissolved into the look of a man who was a bit frustrated he wasn't being understood. No." A nervous laugh. "Immediate families, wife, kids, live-in lover, things like that. What's to stop folks from bringing the extended family that has come here for the crisis?" Kenny was starting to see why Taylor was so skeptical. Scott raised a finger and jabbed the air with it in an aha motion. "That's why we're hosting the guards' meals here at Dean's place. Once we know who everyone is, we can control abuse like that." It sort of made sense to Kenny. I thought that the food collections would be distributed to the guards so that they could best choose how to use what they've earned. Also, his statement was cut off by Scott when he saw the home's owner come out of the house via the front door. "Hey, here's a guy you should meet." Scott walked toward the front lawn with Kenny in tow. "Dean, the owner of the house and tractor that had been doing reinforcement work and burying the dead, stopped to observe the crowd, letting his neighbor and Kenny come close to him. He wasn't overly tall, just about 6 feet, but burly of chest and arms, with a belly that told the truth about his love affair with beer. Kenny guessed him to be in his late 50s or a tad older. Tan skin covered the faded green tattoos on his forearms. Despite his weathered face, his thick hair was still mostly its natural medium shade of brown. "This is—" Scott looked to Kenny to confirm who he was talking about. Ken Richards." "Kenny Richardson," Kenny politely corrected. He stuck his hand out for a shake. The powerful man grabbed the hand and squeezed like he was crushing a beer can. As abruptly as he did, he ended it, practically throwing Kenny's hand down. "Dean," he mumbled. "I guess I don't reek of hard labor and throwing darts at the tavern," Kenny thought. "You the guy that killed 4 of the gang?" Dean asked, his gruff, deep voice skeptical as he eyed Kenny up and down. "I heard you were a city planner." "That's me," Kenny said with a self-conscious smile. "Huh. I've had nothing but trouble with your department for nearly 35 years of business." After that abrupt response, Kenny couldn't decide if he was just personally chastised or if Dean was simply blunt with everyone. He decided to change the topic. "I do have a question about the security food system." The moving alarm of a tractor approaching grew louder. Dean started to walk past the men. "Scott'll handle all that." And he was down the driveway in an instant. Kenny turned to Scott Parker. "My wife said someone was trying to solicit food donations yesterday." "Oh, really?" Scott said. He just smiled, throwing the ball back into Kenny's court with no other comment. The silence was an awkward game, and Kenny didn't even realize he was playing it. After it was apparent Scott wasn't going to offer an explanation, Kenny said, "So it doesn't make sense for us to have to contribute from our dwindling supplies just to come down here to eat." Scott looked offended. "Well, nobody's going to force you to come down here to eat." "I think you're missing the point. Like I said, we're still working out some kinks. Tell you what." The simple smile was back. "Go grab your family and come try the chili. You never know. They just might like the Daily Defense Force meal." Chapter 26. Seattle. When the woman in front of the Humvee saw Nelson's uniform ball cap, she said something to the man with the gun, but with the truck idling, Kevin couldn't understand it. The muzzle lowered to a spot somewhere in front of the man's feet. Kevin heard Nelson's side of the conversation. "We're looking for the bike shop." Muffled yelling. "Yeah, State Guard." More annoyed and unintelligible yelling. "We can trade. You might want to take a look." The woman talked to the man with the shotgun. He was breathing heavily, trying to come off the adrenaline rush. He said one last thing to her and headed back toward the bike shop parking area. He waved the other man to follow him. The woman walked up to within 10 feet of Kevin's window. "Pull into the lot entrance," she pointed. "Just past the brewery." The loud diesel ramped up a hair as Kevin nudged it forward and turned right, then left to park lengthwise along the lot's sidewalk edge. They parked and cautiously got out. Kevin moved around the rig to join Nelson in the lot's middle. The woman was in her mid-30s and wearing gray, stretchy pants and Crocs with a dark pullover Seahawks hoodie that did not conceal her neck tattoo. She held the crowbar across her waist with both hands. "You soldier boys try anything, and we'll blast you." She had a bruise forming on her left cheekbone. "We're just here to barter," Nelson said. She spun and walked toward the 4-story red brick building. "You guys better have some good stuff." Kevin trailed after Nelson. It didn't escape his attention that the tall, pudgy man with the long, curly hair and baseball bat let them both pass so he could watch them from behind. Kevin looked up and saw a wood sign with a bicycle and the business name. He relaxed a bit. Once inside, Nelson tried to break the ice. "You guys just had to teach some punks a lesson?" He dodged, stepping in a blood trail as he entered. When Kevin got inside, the violence had been apparent. Several of the store's windows, which had been reinforced with plywood covers on the inside, had bullet holes in them. There were long, heavy boxes stacked up to hold the plywood in place. He guessed those were unassembled bikes. Many of the bike stands were empty, and several bikes were lying around as if they had been knocked over in a brawl. There were 2 wounded men. 2 women were tending to one, trying to calm the man while they wrapped a nasty gash on his arm. The other man was moaning and begging for help. The woman who had led them in set the crowbar down and looked at Kevin. "G.I. Joe, you gonna stand there and look pretty or give me a hand?" She grabbed the begging man by his hands and started to drag. Kevin was at a loss, too shocked by the scene and her demand for his participation to think clearly. He went to open the door for her. Seeing Kevin's confusion, Nelson moved over quickly and grabbed the man's legs. He was in his 20s to 30s, just like all the assumed store employees were. Nelson helped drag the wounded man out to the parking area. The big man with the bat traded weapons with the guy who had the shotgun and went back outside. "What do you want?" The man would never have sold one of his expensive bikes talking so rudely to customers 10 days earlier. He went to the register counter and grabbed a paper towel, folding it and holding pressure on some sort of wound on his elbow. Nelson traded glances with Kevin, then looked at the angry man. "We're hoping you have bikes to trade." The man sighed and looked up and away. "Look, dudes, you just showed up at a bad time. Jessica," he yelled, shifting focus and moving past Nelson and Kevin. He met up with one of the women who was tending the wounded man and barked at her about an apparently lost first aid kit. Kevin had a thought. "I got some medical stuff in the truck," he said loudly, though the man didn't acknowledge it. He went out the front door and saw the big man was just finishing dragging the wounded intruder to the street, leaving him next to his now dead accomplice. He'd just used one hand while never letting go of the shotgun. A couple of others from the neighborhood had come to gawk, but he was ignoring them. Kevin retrieved his full pack from the back of the cab. It dawned on him the truck had been unlocked and that the big man would probably not risk a second of his time to guard it. He found the fob in his pocket and locked the truck. Soon he and his pack were back in the store. He went straight to the one remaining woman and the man who was agitated and complaining about his arm injury. He set the pack on the floor. "Here, I have a pressure bandage and some clotting agent that will work wonders on controlling that bleeding." He dug the supplies out of his wilderness medical pouch and went to work on the man's arm. Nelson and the apparent donor moved over to them. "Look," the man said, his demeanor much calmer. He was watching Kevin work on his buddy. "I'm sorry I was such a dick. We've just been trying to keep the store secure for so long." The exasperation was thick. "Are you the owner?" Nelson asked. The man gave him a wary look, looking at the name tape on his uniform. We're not here in a, official capacity. What do you guys want?" "We're looking to trade for up to 8 e-bikes and a few pieces of gear." The man's face turned serious, recognizing opportunity. "We're frankly surprised you're still here with stock in hand." Nelson stuck his hand out. "Name's Nelson." The man held up the elbow he was holding pressure on to wave off the handshake. "I'm Ben, the owner. We've been camped here since the start." He started calmly and then worked himself into a tizzy as he explained. "I have had almost 200 grand in inventory here, and these local douchebags keep trying to steal it." He yelled at the front door as if they were right outside. "You been hit a few times?" Ben nodded. "You understand that these bikes were between 1 and 2 grand on the low end, right? I hope you brought a lot of food in that tray." He wandered over to the front door and opened it. He stared for a second, then looked back. He called across the store. "Is that empty trailer what you're here to trade? Because I could definitely use it." This must be the part Nellie wanted me to shut up about, Kevin thought. Nelson didn't directly answer the question, but he did play into it. How many e-bikes could we get for that? Plus batteries and charge controllers that will let us recharge off abandoned cars. Oh, that is the question, isn't it? Ben said. The gears turning in his head could practically be heard. He started to pace, then spun to make his point. Don't use whatever you paid for that trailer as a straight comparison. I'll never be able to replace my supply. We need to be ready to move to greener pastures. He trailed off for several seconds, staring at Nelson in deep study and pure bargaining mode. How many bikes would you think you could get for it? And don't even dare say 8. Oh, he's good, Kevin thought. He finished wrapping his patient's arm. The guy had calmed down, and like everyone else in the room, he was trying to listen to the deal in progress without seeming like he was listening. Keep that elevated, Kevin said quietly. We would need at least 6, Nelson said. The man's face turned skeptical. Now, they don't all have to be brand new. Maybe 3 new and 3 used? The man made a flapping laugh noise with his lips as he walked back toward the service counter. I thought you were going to make a serious offer. I made a serious offer, Nelson said. He wasn't acting insulted, but he was standing his ground. You going to make a counteroffer, or should we go to that guy in Redmond? He nodded toward Kevin to start packing up his gear. Kevin caught on and slowly put the medkit away. Ben spun and walked back, a wide side-eye look on his face. Now, let's not be hasty. His angrier tone from earlier was fully gone. He was all business, shrewd but calm. I can do 1 e-bike, brand new, plus a battery and charge unit. It was Nelson's turn to laugh. We have a lot of people to move, my man. Come on, Kevin, let's get going. Wait, big guy. Now it's your turn to counter, right? That's how this works. After days of being robbed, Ben could smell the chance to earn something of value, and Nelson could smell desperation. It doesn't matter, Nelson said. I still need my trailer. I have to go do a critical job in about... He looked at his wristwatch. 35 minutes. You got anything else you want to trade? The distress was back. I want to trade the trailer, Nelson lied, after I use it one last time. Ben acted like they were best buddies. Great, and I want the trailer. The very best I could do is 2 e-bikes, and one is my oldest Gen 1 floor model. 1 new, 1 used, plus all the supplies you could reasonably need. They went quiet for a couple of seconds, but you ain't getting the bikes until you get back. Nelson pretended to fall apart at that. Oh, really? See, that isn't going to work. I need to drop the bikes off on the way to where we're headed. Couldn't we leave you with some sort of collateral? Ben cracked up. What, you mean like a driver's license or something? Get real, Rambo. Nelson whipped his head toward Kevin and nodded for him to follow. Hold up, he said to Ben. Nelson and Kevin moved over toward the corner of the store, out of earshot. You're going to resist for a few seconds and then get the nods out of your pack. Kevin just looked at him, waiting for the next instruction. Kevin, act a little. I don't know what to say, he whispered. I don't care what you say, Nelson said. Quote your grandmother's cookie recipe. Just look pissed doing it. Kevin clued in. No, they were issued to me, he said loud enough to be heard. It was Nelson's turn to improvise. Don't make me order you, Private. Kevin spun and marched back to his pack, whipping it open and pulling things out in a huff. Nelson noticed that everyone, especially Ben, had 100% focus on Kevin. We'll take the 2 e-bikes, but we need one of those brand new pedal bikes thrown in. Sure, pal, no problem. Ben really wanted to know what was about to be presented out of the pack. Kevin stood and pulled the dual-tube PVS-14 case out of the bag and walked over with a ticked look. I'm telling Top you made me trade them, he said defiantly to Nelson. He opened the case and removed the night vision, complete with its holder that allowed both tubes to be mounted to a helmet. Ben let out a low whistle. Now you're racing with nitrous. He took the device and started looking it over in disbelief. We're going to need those back, Nelson said in the most serious tone he could muster. Sure, yeah. Ben started nodding. Yeah, of course. These are just collateral. I need that trailer, man. The acting was so bad, even Kevin picked up on it immediately. Ben looked at his team. Start loading up one of the Reese Supercharger 2s into their trailer, and that old floor model, and a couple of the step-down 12-volt charge controllers with alligator clips. The tough woman started to object. You sure you wanna? Just do it, Ben growled, staring at lust at the night vision, and that rascal pedal bike in the back. The brand new one. Apparently, he looked at Nelson with a huge, lustful smile and wink. These soldiers aren't afraid to pedal. In short order, Ben had tested the nods in the supply closet, and the 3 bikes had been placed in the trailer. The other supplies were placed in the truck's bed. As Kevin finished stuffing his pack once more, he realized it would all be for naught if they got a flat. He pulled out the hammock, figuring to just make debris beds on the ground on the long trek home. Will you give me 4 spare inner tubes, a pump, and a repair kit for this? Ben looked at it quickly, stars still in his eyes, as he dreamed of being able to kill his robbers in the pitch black that very evening. Deal. Nelson and Kevin moved next to the truck after checking the security of the load. Remember, we'll be back in about an hour. We'll be needing those nods back, or else we're in big trouble. Ben mustered the smile of a door-to-door salesman. You just get that trailer back here pronto, drill sergeant. Chapter 27. Redmond. The medical Humvee cruised northwest. Once past the danger, Jamar spoke up. What'd that firefighter say that gave you an idea? We have an older Stoke-style basket litter in the back, Sean said. It's a bit banged up, but it's stout. That gray thing? Jamar asked, searching his memory. Like the kind used for hoisting people? Yes, it's like a human crab pot, just a frame and some wire. But it's steel, durable. I bet we could mount some casters to it, big ones with those rubber tires that are about 10 inches tall. Put one on each corner, at least on the foot end, that is. Then we just had to figure out how to attach the upper end to a bike. But at least it would roll along easily enough. That might work. Where will we get those? I know for sure at Tractor Supply, Sean said, but that's too far north. Probably a Lowe's. Why don't we just get one of those big 4-wheel carts like old people use for lawn work? Jamar asked. Sean just looked at him, then looked at the road and checked his mirrors. Then back to Jamar. Stop being so logical, man. Jamar smiled. You think that would work? Maybe. With all these kids to tow, supplies. Yeah, we need one of those too. But Kevin's brother is weak and sick. And not exactly tiny, Jamar added. They grow them white boys tall and skinny in Republic, I guess. Sean cracked up. I suppose it's all those apples. Now all we need to do is find a box store that hasn't been ransacked yet. That sudden revelation took what was becoming a chipper, hopeful moment and soured it. Jamar let out a breath. You had to go there, didn't you? Speak of the devil, Sean said. As the big green Humvee with the red cross painted on the side crept into Redmond, the backside of a Home Depot appeared on the right side at the next major intersection. Sean hit the brakes to take the exit to 180th Street instead of the off-ramp with a direct route to southbound Highway 520. They passed a hotel that had had several windows broken out. There were signs of ransacking in the road that led to the backside parking area, sheets, towels, and ice machine on its side. There was a small group of men guarding the entry to the lot under a pop-up canopy. Holy shnikes! Sean yelled as he stomped on the pedal. The burst of speed tossed Jamar's head back into the rest. The sound of taps hit the side of the medical rig as it sped past the small gang. Jamar grabbed the door with one hand and felt around for any handhold that he could find on top of the engine cowling to his left. The sound of gunshots finally registered with his frazzled brain. They zoomed past a cemetery. Most of it was on the right side, but there was a smaller section on the left that filled the gap between the street they were on and the garden center side of the Home Depot they were trying to get to. A lane over to the shopping area presented itself just 60 yards ahead. I'd skip the Home Depot if I were you, Jamar said. They went another 100 yards past that lane and slowed just a bit to navigate an intersection. Sean scanned the mirrors. I don't think they're chasing after us. Good eyes seeing them, man. Sean made the left, and they were now passing the lumber store's front, though on the far side of the parking lot. Some form of meeting had filled the area. There were trucks, RVs, tents, canopies. I can't tell if it is a swap meet or a refugee camp, he said. Dude, I'm thinking we just get on 520 and head south, Jamar advised. I have a bad feeling about pulling in there in this truck. No kidding, Sean agreed. He was able to keep going, passing under the highway itself, and then turn left to go get on it in the southerly direction. The small detour had cost them less than 2 minutes and nearly risked them being ambushed. They went back down Highway 520. If the scene at the nursery hadn't warned them enough, getting shot at had been the right catalyst for shutting them up. Idle chatter had disappeared like a phantom, both men being pulled back into the reality. Eyes scanned. Every car parked on the highway was scrutinized. In his head, Jamar was chastising himself for slipping into complacency. He was sure Sean was doing the same thing. A sign up ahead on the left in Bellevue caught his eye. What about Harbor Freight? Would they have the wheels? Sean clued in on the sign amongst the many elevated business signs in the low sky. Quite possibly, and it beats hunting for another big lumber franchise just to find another trading post. He slowed, guiding the big green vehicle down the next exit. Much more cautiously than they had the last time they left the highway, the men moved under the overpass and south 2 blocks. They turned onto 20th and drove less than a minute until they found the store on their right, part of a small strip mall. The store looked as if it had been already picked through. Windows were missing, the front door propped wide open with a cinder block, as if someone was just letting the breeze roll through. No lights were on, making it hard to see more than a few feet into the structure. The rest of the stores in the building were molested much the same: a Japanese restaurant, a pet care clinic, a real estate office, and a daycare. The man scanned all around them before Sean turned the diesel engine off. Once out of the military ambulance, they did the same scan, circling the rig. Jamar was carrying the rifle he'd taken off a dead biker on the night of Ramona's rescue. Sean had Ramona's personal AR-15 he'd borrowed. Their scan complete, the men held the weapons at a low ready as they approached the store. Jamar had a flashback to being taken into a cell by corrupt prison guards several days earlier. He shook off the thought. Grass crunched on the concrete walk outside the store's front under their boots. Might as well speed it up, Sean whispered from behind Jamar. Anyone in there has been able to see us all along. Jamar picked up the pace, keeping the rifle pointed low and several feet out ahead as he moved through the propped open door. He swung left, then right, trying to see in the dark. He felt Sean's presence take the left as he continued down the inner front wall toward the right. Loose items of lesser value were spilled off shelves and out of bins. He could feel nuts, bolts, pins, packaging, various small items he had to step on or use his boot to scoot out of the way while he walked. I should have had my flashlight out and ready, he realized. At that point, he didn't want to take either hand off the rifle. He heard the occasional noise from Sean's direction as his partner moved an overturned shelf or display rack to move past it. There was still an occasional tool or supply item on the shelf. Jamar realized he had now become the rat that ate after the vulture picked most of the meat off the carcass. In a few minutes, they had become comfortable with the fact that nobody else was in the dark store. A loose riding lawnmower tire on the floor near where Sean was standing told Jamar they were probably in the area where Castor's would have been. Once Jamar was at the end of the aisle, Sean relaxed his guard and bent down, looking through the bins. Most were empty, but not all were barren, especially for things like bearings, casters, and cart hardware. He found 2 of the swiveling devices, one with a 10-inch, thin steel wheel coated with a solid rubber tire. The other was 12 inches and was thicker, a more traditional rim with an air-filled tire. Both had arms attached to the hubs that led to a flat piece containing the swivel bearing. It won't be pretty, but it will work, Sean said. Kevin can decide since it's his brother. Use them one at a time in the center or one on each corner. Jamar took one of the pieces from Sean and stared at it. I'd say put them both on. It'll take tools to make the swap if one breaks out on the trail. And maybe these mounting brackets don't have the same spacing on their holes. He turned the device over, trying to have a better look. I still don't see how we'll bolt these to the litter. What we need is a welding machine. Jamar looked around the dark store. Good luck. Those were probably the first things stolen. I've never even welded, Sean said. You? Jamar shook his head. Let's get out of here. These are small specialty items, but I didn't see much else worth taking. Sean pulled a pair of whetstones out of his cargo pocket, one coarse and one fine. All the knives are long gone, but these'll do nicely for sharpening blades. He put them back and led Jamar back toward the front. Within 3 feet of the door, he suddenly dropped the casters and raised his rifle up to his shoulder and sped up. Stop! Jamar's adrenaline surged. He raised his own rifle and moved out behind his friend. Sean was headed straight for the Humvee, so he moved off toward the left to get out from behind him. He saw 2 men and 2 stuffed shopping carts at the rig. The back door opened. Another was at the open passenger door. None had firearms showing, but they were all wearing bulky raincoats that could easily conceal one. Whoa, don't shoot, one of the men at the back said with hands raised. The 2 others each raised theirs but remained silent. Get to the back, Sean ordered the one near the cab. Easy, brah, the man protested. His scowl was unusually calm. With a disconcerted look, he walked back toward his buddies. Jamar's spidey sense tingled. Why aren't they nervous? We were just looking, the first man near the back said. Jamar remembered something he'd learned in training about breaking up riots at the prison, an old cliché about keeping his head on a swivel, meaning to always scan for threats. He looked behind him at the corner of the store, where a man was taking a knee and pointing a shotgun at them. Drop your weapons, he yelled. The incident at the Tacoma Dome came flooding back. Without a thought, Jamar raised his rifle and clicked off the safety. He shot as the red dot sight was drifting onto the man's profile. No warning, no time to overthink. The man hadn't been willing to make the unfair, quiet kill, and Jamar made him pay for it. The bullet ripped into his left shoulder. His flinch from pain was enough to make him raise his shotgun. The buckshot pellets went flying over Sean's head when the man jerked his own trigger in the motion. The man closest to the shopping carts reached into the tangled mess of plastic bags, clothes, and stolen cans of food. The instant Sean saw a long, slender gun stock being pulled out, he punched 2 rounds in the center of mass. The other 2 men froze, eyes wide with disbelief and horror. The man who'd been shot dropped to where he stood, a tiny black rifle clattering to the ground, unheard due to his agonizing screams. The other man at the back screamed in shock. The one approaching from the front of the truck yelled an explosion of insults and expletives as he tried to rush Sean. The EMT was too fast, spinning and shooting 2 holes into the attacker's face at 2,500 feet per second. The head matter and blood sprayed the ground and the side of the ambulance. Jamar had taken time to ensure the man he shot had dropped the shotgun, which he did when he fell back to the ground. He spun back upon hearing Sean's shots and saw 2 of the group on the ground, with his buddy covering the third. He turned toward the building's corner and ran over, rifle still raised. You shot me! You're just a kid! Jamar hollered back in pure rage. The man before him was maybe 16. He kicked the shotgun away with a foot and stared for a long second, angry he'd been forced to shoot a teenager. You okay? He heard Sean yell from close to 30 meters away. Jamar shook it off. The boy was huffing hard, eyes full of panic and fright. Yeah, was all Jamar could yell back. He wasn't good. He was uninjured, but he was far from good. What the hell were you doing, kid? He shouted next. Can I see my brother? The wounded boy asked. Blood was starting to pool around his body on the concrete. Jamar wondered if he'd hit an artery. The lad started to cry, his breathing intensifying. Jamar picked up the youth's shotgun and a pack that was resting along the building's side wall. He started to walk away. Then another lesson from his CO training came rushing into his head. He set the 2 items down and moved back to the youngster. The kid wailed when Jamar rolled him onto his side, which caused a reaction from the one Sean was guarding. Jamar gave the teen a quick pat-down, feeling for the unlikely chance that he'd pull out a pistol and shoot him in the back. All he found and confiscated was a cheap pocket knife and 1 Twix bar. After once more collecting the things, he focused less on the screaming behind him and more on that ahead. The first man Sean had shot was gasping and moaning. The second one was as dead as disco. The one still alive wore a look unlike any Jamar had recalled seeing. It was anger, disbelief, and anguish all rolled up into one. He was sure the man, maybe 20 years old, was frozen in time. like a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. He was the one making all the noise, face scrunched in agony, hands grabbing fistfuls of wet hair on his head where he'd knocked the rain hood back. "You that kid's brother?" Jamar asked. He set the backpack and shotgun down near Sean. The man shot his red eyes at Sean. "He killed him! You guys are murderers!" "We just beat you to the draw," Sean growled. That's right, Jamar thought when he heard Sean's ire. "First time he's killed. Take out the poncho," he told the man. With a suspicious look and under the direct cover of Sean's barrel, he complied. It was sprinkling lightly, though the man was already wet from the sweat that built up under the unbreathable plastic. "Turn around," Jamar made a circle with his finger. "So that you can shoot me in the back?" the man shrieked. He spun, and Jamar moved over. He kicked the inside of the man's left ankle with his right foot, forcing his stance open. He bent over and ran the back of his hand up the inner portion of both legs. Then he repeated the process with the outer legs. Finally, he checked the pockets and the waistband. In the process, he pulled out a Bic lighter, a pair of flea market brass knuckles, and a baggie with the roach ends of several joints. But no knives or pistols. "Well?" Jamar asked Sean. "Toss the stuff from the carts into the back." Jamar looked at his partner. It wasn't the moment for a moral quandary, but he wasn't sure about the idea of profiting off the killings. Sean saw the look. "What? Let's just get out of here. Their friends or family could show up at any moment, or anyone else for that matter." Sean mulled that over, the logic appealing to him. He nodded. "At least give the carts a quick once-over." Jamar nodded back. He pulled the plastic bags out, leaving the canned goods, some tools, and other loose goods in the baskets. The bags were full of clothes, sleeping bags, bread, tortillas, porno mags, and other soft goods. There was also medication, jewelry, coins, and cash in smaller bags. It was apparent that the men had been out shopping. With no further discussion, Jamar moved the food and weapons to the back of the Humvee. The rifle that the now dead man had tried to pull out of the cart had been a Cricket, a dark gray child's rifle chambered in .22 LR. He patted down the two bodies and came up with a CZ pistol and ammunition for both firearms. He worked as quickly as he could, his mind growing darker with worry about a counterattack with each passing second. "Flip one of those shopping carts over and get under it," Sean told the man. His angry, confused face stared back for a second before he did as he was told. Sean kept his rifle on the man and backed up to the passenger door. Jamar hustled back to the store entry and picked up the two casters they'd dropped at the start of the standoff. He tossed them into the back of the rig and then jumped into the driver's seat. "I need the key." Convinced the distraught man under the shopping cart would not be a threat for several seconds, Sean lowered his weapon and pulled the key out of his coat pocket. He got in on the passenger side and tossed it over. Jamar fired up the truck, not waiting for a warm-up period. He took off and ran the big rig right over the curbs and strip of grass to get back on the road as quickly as possible. In his mind, and in the pit of his gut, worry about whether he'd done the right thing pulling the trigger first started to plant itself. Chapter 28. Lake Washington. Wade Curry leaned against the side of the cabin cruiser's hull, his knees on the deck near the vessel's aft corner, next to the small closable doorway at the transom with which swimmers could walk out onto the diving platform. Between him and the hull was an empty rack designed to hold scuba tanks. He had his elbows up on the side of the boat, trying to keep himself as steady as possible while he used the pricey ATN Binox night vision binoculars. The expensive device had a rangefinder, could show infrared views in colors or black and white, and could even record video. The breeze was creating an irksome level of chop on the lake, making his supposed recon mission difficult. He had been surprised at the number of boats on the water, many with their running lights on to avoid collisions, but many others, like their own 37-foot dive boat his cartel allies had stolen from one of several dozen private docks along Rainier Avenue, were running dark. People trying to isolate themselves from society, he concluded. Not a bad plan. Not sustainable, of course, but it would have been a good plan for an event more regionalized. With his special binoculars, he was able to see them all quite plainly. His team had some of the devices, too. Their job was avoiding collisions with the other boaters. His to scout the high-tech home of one of the world's richest men. So far, he'd seen at least 3 armed men on patrol on the mansion property. Undoubtedly, they or other unseen members of their team were using similar devices to look back at him. The file on the PC guru had some good details, including on several well-trained members of the security team. What Wade was looking for, though, wasn't obvious, and it would have been. The billionaire owned his own floating heliport, a twin-hulled ship built just to hold a helicopter landing pad. The file said it was kept over in tiny Lake Union. There must be something keeping it over there, maybe maintenance or a blockage of the connecting channel. The cartel was keeping the craft moving at about 3 knots, which was enough to keep the guards from elevating their suspicion. His kneeling wasn't just for balance. It helped him relieve strain on his shoulder and to keep a low profile. I bet that isn't the only armed force on these shores, Wade thought. This is Medina, after all. The homes on the shoreline are a combined value more than many countries' GDP. They were slowly cruising about 600 meters from land. He'd seen 2 other boats get closer in the previous 20 minutes, each time drawing a loudspeaker warning from the billionaire's boys. He hunted for the floating heliport boat mentioned in the dossier, but couldn't see it anchored. Must still be over at its moorage on Lake Union. He had scanned the file's photos and knew he should take the time to read the intel assessment more thoroughly. There was no obvious guard stations on the corners of the property. Not that it mattered to Wade. The last of his 3 compatriots had left him alone for the second time to go upchuck in private on the bow. One was on the bridge, and the third was in the cabin, taking his turn for a nap. Wade had assured the men that this scouting mission would last all night. For a lifetime for you 3. He dared not say aloud at the time. He took the fancy binoculars off his neck and pushed himself off the boat's side rail, keeping balance on his knees against the mild rocking. He reached into his pockets for 2 of the shivs he'd made in private earlier in the evening. The man had grown careless, trusting him to his own devices a bit more as time passed. In less than 70 seconds, alone near the armory workbench, he'd procured 4 long, thick, stiff zip ties, which he stuffed into his pants and underwear. He'd pulled a quick strip of duct tape off a roll and stuck it to his belly, and he put a pair of cutting dikes into his pocket. On his next trip to the bathroom, he crafted 4 prison weapons, 2 for each front pocket. You need 2? Then make 4. Starting a prison fight was always risky business. Running a piece of tape around the tie 3 inches down from the locking head, he clinched each plastic strap to itself. The tape kept a lock from running down to the near end, forming a loop perfect to slip a middle finger into. 1 inch up from that point on the remainder, he cut the heavy plastic at a very sharp angle. Any longer, and it would bend if it hit something solid. While not long enough to puncture a belly or chest, they worked well on neck arteries. When complete, his leftover scraps and the tool went into the toilet tank. Wade looked up at the bridge deck just over and forward. He could see Tick Hound sitting in the pilot chair, scanning for boats. Wade stood and moved silently down the 4 steps into the hold. With the shiv on each middle finger and closed fists, he had the perfect bloodletting tool. All he had to do was punch in the right spots. He'd only seen this weapon used once, and not a personal viewing at that. It was simply the play-by-play he'd received from others that had witnessed the prison murder. He walked quietly forward, passing a locker with scuba equipment, then the tiny galley with fridge and eating area. There was a closet-sized bathroom across from the table. A large bunk formed in the V of the hull's hold, which was where he found the big one that went by the handle Silverback. The cartel man was sleeping soundly, at an angle on the triangular mattress, his head at the far end. Wave action was like a sleeping pill to some people. It was the most dangerous moment, having to cross the man's body in the padded surface to kill him. But Wade needed the pistol that he knew the man had tucked into a holster, and he needed to get a hand on the mouth while the other hand went to work. The other 2 would be far more difficult to kill, probably downright impossible should they hear Silverback's murder. Though a right-hander, the damaged shoulder forced a role reversal. Cover the mouth with right. Plunge homemade dagger with left. Wade paused at the edge of the bunk, sliding the man's loose boots, which were on the deck, out of the way with a foot. Silverback was laying on his left side. He sighed and wiggled a bit. Wade knew the man wasn't nearly deep enough asleep for the slow crawl. He chose speed. Despite the pain in his chest, he leaped up and crawled onto the man, who took a moment of tired surprise to react. A moment he couldn't afford to spare. Straddling him, Wade's body weight forced Silverback over onto his back. He pressed down on the man's mouth with his hand, not waiting for full control to start punching the wide-open target. Lightning-fast jabs, 5 in under 2 seconds, jammed the sharp plastic into the man's right carotid, jugular, and other neck tissues. He tried to scream, but he couldn't. He tried to move, but the V-shape of the hold, combined with the killer on top of him, left him nowhere to go. The blood started to spray, making the task of mouth covering a bit more challenging. The big man flailed, the one arm not trapped under Wade's legs, but Wade's back was also up against the bottom of the main deck. He had leverage and force to press down harder. Silverback's blows couldn't get around Wade's right arm. Taking the hits had their effect on his pain and discomfort, but slowly his prey succumbed to blood loss and stopped struggling. Blood all over him, Wade fought to control his breathing as the body went limp. The man's head fell lifelessly back to its own left when Wade loosened his control over the mouth. Quickly he scooted around. He found the pistol still in its Kydex holster under a pillow a mere 2 feet from his fingertips. There was a 2-slot square magazine holder next to it. Wade moved back off the bloody bunk and used the blanket to try and wipe himself, keeping eyes and ears on the hold entry the entire time. He pulled the 2 shivs off and tossed them, grabbing Silverback's 2 holsters from the bunk. Each slid down over his own belt and hemline, the flat paddles locking them down securely. He checked the pistol, a full-frame Glock, for a round in the chamber and a full magazine. He tried to use his dominant right side to move the pistol up, but his wound ached too much. He switched to a left side one-hand grip. Stealth was important, but he was not worried about gunshots being heard by the shore-bound security staff. Sound had a way of carrying over water, but in the winds of night over choppy waves, it might never reach their ears. And if it did, they were still an excellent rifle shot away. He started up the small ladder of steps, coming face to face with the one called Jaguar. His mouth had signs of vomit around the edges, his face covered in cold sweat. Jaguar was simply on his way to clean up from ralphing. Wade couldn't take the chance. He pushed the muzzle up to within several inches of the man's face and pulled the trigger. The pop was loud in the enclosed space, but Jaguar's head did a decent job of muffling the noise on its way out of the hold. Unlike in the movies, the man did not go flying backward. His dead weight immediately fell forward down the small, inclined ladder. Wade felt sharp pain in the shoulder as he stumbled and fell backward, trying to keep from getting entangled with his victim. To make it worse, he had blood on his boots, and his feet slipped on the fiberglass floor. "Jaguar?" He heard Tick Hound yell from the bridge deck. The man quit yelling immediately after he looked aft and saw no hitman where there should have been one. Wade scrambled to his feet. Pain be damned, he passed the Glock back over to his right hand. He winced in agony, raising the sights back up to a 2-handed grip in front of him. But Tick Hound was too experienced. He wasn't going to get a point-blank shot at the man. Suddenly, the splintering of fiberglass began to thud over him. Rounds from an automatic rifle started shooting into the hold from overhead. Damn it! Wade stepped backward, forward in the boat, toward the boat's dining table and bunk. It was obvious the leader couldn't care less who he shot. I guess he figures he can get more men. After the second break in firing, Wade sprinted aft. He ran on the dying Jaguar, who was sprawled on the floor, feet still obstructing the ladder. Wade crouched and turned when he got to the hatch, shoulder in severe pain as he raised the pistol over his head. He sprang backward, coming out and landing flat on the deck near the cruiser's benches. He was now laying head aft with a more tolerable angle of aim. Tick Hound was just jumping down from the bridge deck, intending on leaping the 5 feet instead of climbing down slowly. Wade shot 2 rounds into the man's trunk as he fell, and 1 more into the top of the head when he landed with a thud and fell onto the deck. Wade Curry rested his head and took a breath. He would check the 3 men once more, but felt a sense of relief for a moment. The pain in his shoulder was throbbing. He was sure these men had a solid check-in system with their bosses. He'd even heard rumors over the years that they all had implanted RFID trackers under the skin on their backs. He'd recover for a moment, then head south as quickly as possible, opting to just leave the bodies on the boat. I'm sure the idiot shot some holes into the bottom. Have to get back before it takes on too much water. As long as it wasn't flooding too quickly, he would head south to Renton and park the craft right back at the marina they'd stolen it from. He had a good idea of where to find his friend. With a little luck, we'll be back on another boat and heading north by the end of tomorrow. Chapter 29. Bellevue. Here, eat some of the soup, Kevin instructed his brother. They were the only two people in Ramona's living room. Far from fully functional, Keith was having a lucid moment in which he was feeling up to eating something. His overall weakness and poor health had done nothing to curb his anger over the forced detox, though. Any time he spoke, he had a bitter tone, more so with Kevin than with anyone else. "Thanks, Mom. I already ate. One Twix that Jamar took off some guy doesn't count as food." He took a throw pillow from the couch and placed it on Keith's lap. He was sitting sideways on the love seat, watching the TV talk about the horrible state of the world. "You mind muting that?" "Suck it," Keith said, eyes mere slits. Kevin set the bowl of chicken noodle on the pillow. The threat of spillage forced him to take a hand off the remote, which his brother snatched up and turned off the television. "Nice. I can't believe you used to kiss Mom with that mouth." Keith threw the bowl at his brother, spilling soup all over him, the carpet, and the living room table. "Take your damn soup and stuff it up your—" Kevin was in his brother's face like a champion racehorse in heat. He had a handful of his brother's hair and a fist cocked back. The look on Keith's face was one of fear he'd never seen from him before. "Go ahead, Keith or Sutherland. Finish that statement." The taunt was one that their oldest brother Kenny invented when they were kids, when they discovered that Keith hated the actor. "A lot of people are working hard and risking a lot to help you. The next time you waste food, Al—" "You what?" Keith yelled back. He'd come to terms that his little brother could kick his butt all day long and twice on Sundays, if it had come to that. It didn't mean that Kevin had any real emotional power yet. "Go ahead," he started, mocking Kevin. "Finish that statement." Kevin slowly let go and pushed his brother back down, realizing he'd begun to lift him off the couch by the hair. He spat his next words with low-volumed detest. "You don't even deserve to go home." "Then leave me!" Keith screamed. There was no way anyone in the house was still heading toward the main floor. The fight was obvious. "Dude, why'd you even come get me?" "Because that's what family does." The two men were breathing heavily in anger. After a long, awkward moment, Keith asked, "What are you even doing here, Kevin?" He said the name like it caused him pain. "These are my friends, people I have come to trust." "No, I mean here. What are you doing over here on this side of the state? This." He pointed at Kevin's uniform trousers. "The whole guard thing was Dad's thing. Newsflash, little brother. He's gone. You don't have to impress him anymore." Kevin had had enough. "You know what?" He called his brother a few choice insults. "You hate it here so bad? Just leave. See how long you'll last. You can't even wipe your own ass." The den door slid open, and an unhappy James Franklin walked out, still in his underwear, eyes bloodshot. "You mother heifer's about done? I just went to sleep an hour ago." He wasn't quite yelling, but his displeasure and tone could have corrected Mother Teresa. Kevin nodded. "Sorry," he barely mumbled. Keith wrapped his arms around himself and slouched into the corner of the love seat. He picked up the pillow and covered his face. Satisfied he'd ended the drama, James turned around and went back into the den, slamming the sliding door shut. Jamar came down the stairs right after that. "Now you got an idea of what I grew up with." He nodded his head to get Kevin to follow him to the garage. When they stepped down into it from the house, the noise and bright arc flashes of welding filled the space. "Figured we could check on the basket." Kevin was still pissy over the turmoil with his brother. "We might not need it." The day before, when they went to return the trailer, Nelson had told a neighbor that they'd nearly lost the thing, that the group that wanted it simply didn't have enough firearms or the guts to take it from them. That sparked up a good conversation in which Nelson and Kevin had learned a bit about him. Like Noel O'Hanrahan, he'd been a bit of a classic car buff. He had the welding tools and experience, and Noel had paid him to help with the Mustang project a few times over the years. The pair had come to grow comfortable with the idea of him helping watch out for Ramona and her place. When Jamar and Sean returned and mentioned the project to attach casters to the basket, 48-year-old Walter Stell offered to trade. He wanted the rest of the .380 ammo for the pistol that Ramona had already given him for use of the trailer. He was in the process of not just attaching the wheels, but fabricating the pull handles, reinforcing all welds for added strength, and adding enough flat bar to the bottom that nobody would fall out, even if the wire mesh got ripped off entirely. Nelson was helping with that, while Jalen and Sean were building the new e-bike and overhauling the used e-bike and pedal bike. Felicity and Missy were bored and tried to watch, but Walt made them leave after too many unheeded warnings about watching the eye-damaging arc flash. "My mom and Ramona have been making their plans to fortify this place," Jamar said. He sighed. "I guess they're really going through with it. I'm not happy about this." "I don't know what to say," Kevin said. He was lost in his own thoughts and emotions about Keith. The two men watched the various projects in silence for a couple of minutes. "I should have asked for some of those saddlebag things. I'm not sure how we're going to haul supplies." Sean had mentioned getting one of those big four-wheeled garden carts, but after our incident at the store, we came straight back here. Kevin perked up a hair and pointed toward the back of the house. "Ramona's got one of those. We should go bring it in here and have him look at making us an attachment system for it." With that, the two friends carefully moved through the busy garage and around the house, each mired in his own thoughts and stresses about the coming trip. Chapter 30. Bellevue. Sean was finishing cleaning Ramona's stump near the bottom of her left femur and installing a clean vacuum dressing. One of the devices Kevin had acquired was a case containing a vacuum assist wound care pump, along with several sets of specialty supplies. The concept was simple. An occlusive dressing over a traumatic wound kept the air pressure low. It was proven to help wounds heal more quickly by draining excess fluids, keeping the wound moist and warm, increasing blood flow, and drawing the edges together. When Sean discovered the device in the goods they'd taken from Monroe, he knew they had to get it started before the Axiom hackers killed the power grid permanently. Ramona was back on the big couch in the living room, resting and trying to keep the partial leg elevated. "Do you think it's helping?" "Yes," Sean said. "I mean, I can't tell by looking, but I've heard paramedics and nurses talk about these things. They absolutely speed up healing. I wonder why the surgeon didn't send one home with me. They were probably in a hurry to get out of there. If I recall, you were one of the last patients before they all moved to one of the FEMA camps, or whatever they're calling them." The household was busy. The bikes and devices for hauling Keith and the supplies or children were being tested. Now that his brother was past the puking phase, Kevin was getting antsy to get on the trail. Room was being made in the Humvee for the gear and people to cram into. Only two could fit up front. It was decided that they should be Sean and Nelson. That left Kevin, Keith, Jamar, Jalen, Felicity, and Missy to ride in the back. Also 2 electronic bikes and a pedal bike. And, of course, the food, weapons, and other supplies. The 1 litter they'd modified, along with the garden cart, were being strapped to the top of the military ambulance. The route had been dialed in, evolved from Kevin's original plan after the addition of Missy and the e-bikes, and though half the group would be on foot, Kevin felt the slightly longer hike that was now his primary route would be worth it. He would eventually lead the pack to the North Cascade Trail, but now they would head east almost from the start. The change brought with it more paved side roads and towns, which included more options for finding ways to charge the e-bikes. Unfortunately, it also brought with it a greater risk of finding dangerous, desperate people. Kevin reminded himself that could happen anywhere, though, even up on a more isolated trail. The new plan also meant using the Humvee longer, assuming they had the diesel for it or didn't lose it for some reason. When he thought it was just him and Keith, he'd planned on hiking north to Arlington, along a smaller state road that paralleled Interstate Highway 5. From there, they would start hiking. Now they would take the Humvee east from Redmond through a series of smaller towns and back roads as far as they possibly could. He'd repeated the process he'd performed 3 days earlier, printing trail maps from the internet to be stored in freezer bags. He had no idea why the power and internet had been spared by the hackers, but he fully intended on using every resource while he had it. Kevin had suggested to Ramona that they have a household huddle to go over everything. She agreed, saying that she needed to let those that were staying behind know the full truth about her history with the killer Wade Curry. She even wanted Walt Stell, her across-the-street neighbor, there, since she expected the cartel violence to show up at her neighborhood at some point in the future. As Sean finished up checking the vacuum pump and cleaning the trash from the dressing, people were starting to accumulate. Kevin approached the wounded cop. "Do you want to do your speech announcement thing first, or let me review the plan for our trip first?" "Let me go first. Your plan may change after people hear what I have to say." Kevin made a surprised face at the ominous warning. It was getting dark out, which meant it was past evening. Everyone was up and settled on the furniture or other chairs, including James. Only Felicity and Missy were absent, the older agreeing to play with the younger to keep her away from the sensitive discussion. Most were looking at Kevin as he stood near the couch and Ramona. "Before we go over the planned route and what supplies we're taking, Ramona feels like she needed to share something." He went over to one of the camping chairs near the kitchen bar to sit next to his brother, who was sitting with drooped head, wrapped arms, and nervous knees. He had a hoodie pulled over his head. Ramona looked at Diana and James. "I appreciate that you two are going to stay and help me, but I think nobody here knows Wade Curry like I do." A couple of people shifted in their seats. The air grew still. "When I was in the detective squad, I and my partner were the ones that busted him." "Who is this cat?" 16-year-old Jalen asked. "This the guy that took Missy?" "Shush!" Jamar quietly rebuked his brother. "Yes," Ramona said. "It's all right, Jamar." Her eyes drifted as if she were thinking. "I guess it'll be about 12 years ago this coming Christmas since we caught him. He was a contract killer." "Whoa," Jalen said. "Not like in the movies," Ramona clarified. "He's an ex-LA thug who mostly just killed gang members or people who witnessed crimes. Kind of a Switzerland type, neutral, for hire by anyone, for any job. Anyway, he was not happy about being taken down by 2 lady cops. He'd done 5 hits in 3 counties in just 14 months. Once we started talking to other agencies, the pattern was clear." "What happened to your partner?" Diana asked. "Heart disease, long hours and cigarettes. She never took her stress out on the jiu-jitsu mat like I learned to do." James summarized it. "So old boy is one of the bad ones from where Jay worked. Hackers do their thing, and Psycho Boy goes on the revenge path, takes your little girl and your leg. That about it? He the one that killed your old man, too?" Ramona shook her head. "Not that big was drug cartels. No way Wade had the resources for a daylight attack and the boat escape." Diana saw where her ex's thought train was going and chimed in. "But that was awfully coincidental timing, right?" "What about the bikers?" Kevin asked. "How'd you get them lined up to help him so quickly?" "One of their officers was his cellmate for several years." "1 or 2, sure," Sean said. "But didn't you guys have to escape the entire gang?" "Motorcycle clubs have a code," Ramona said, "and a hierarchy that follows orders." Jamar had been sitting, stewing. "If I hadn't shanked that shot, he wouldn't have escaped." Several of them shifted their gaze to him. "It's all my fault he's still alive." "Stop, baby," his mother said. "There ain't no use in going down that road." "She's right, Jamar," Ramona said. "If I had never made that war club, I'd still have my leg." Walt, the neighbor, had been sitting quietly. He'd heard enough to figure out the parts he was missing. "Is that why Noel's Mustang is full of bullet holes?" The mood in the room was heavy, dark. Nobody seemed like they were going to answer, so Kevin simply said, "Yeah." "I blame myself for Roger's death," Walt admitted. In their limited interactions with him, nobody had ever taken the time to get to know him. "He was my stepdad, see?" He looked around the room as he spoke, the sentiment of the story evolving on his face as details of both loathing and love evolved. "Like a later-in-life stepdad. I was already in my early 30s when he and my mom got married." His focus moved off into some far corner of the room as he spoke. "Couldn't stand him at first. Always telling these horrendous dad jokes. Just the worst, dumb jokes." He laughed and continued. "He tried way too hard to get me to like him. He went silent, and he looked at the floor. Then Mom got sick. Everyone heard a small gasp in his speech. He was like an angel. He cared for her through 3 rounds of chemo and radiation over 7 years. He fell silent. The entire room was captivated. After Mom passed, he started coming down with dementia. Slow progression. His kids all live across the country. Once he started living at a nursing home, I started going to visit him every day. He looked up. His eyes were full of tears. When this whole hack began, I skipped going. I just knew I should have gone and brought him to stay with me here at home. The tears started to stream down his cheeks. When I finally unglued myself from the TV on about day 6, I went to go check on him. He paused, trying to muster the courage to tell the rest. All but 2 of the staff had quit coming to work. Diana put her hands to her mouth to cover her gasp. Everyone was listening as if their lives depended on it. Many of the dementia and Alzheimer patients had wandered out of the facility, Walt said softly, sullenly. After a couple of days, they finally got some help from the army. They found Roger dead in a small stream about a mile into the woods, still in his pajamas. Man, James said very quietly. Diana started to cry with empathy. Nobody knew what to say about that. You never said anything, Ramona said, sorry they'd been burdening him with their problems. Walt used his sleeve to wipe his eyes. I needed it. I needed you all. The distraction. He turned his attention to Jamar. I just wanted you to know that everyone carries a burden. Everyone has a regret about something. Jamar nodded and quietly looked away. What is it, Jamar? His mother asked. He stood up suddenly. I still don't see why you all are staying put. We have the truck and that ambulance. We'll be out of fuel soon enough, Kevin reminded him. I know, but we'll be together. You, he pointed at his mother, and you. A wave toward James. And you, Ramona. You need to get off this blood feud garbage and come be with your daughter. In just a quick minute, Jamar had shifted the room's dynamic from one of compassion and sorrow to one of alienation. Boy, James said with a firm voice, standing and punching a finger in the air toward his son. Sit down and control yourself. Jamar glared at his father for a second, then scanned everyone else. He crossed the room and found the military foul weather coat Kevin had lent him earlier. He walked out the front door into the dark rain, slamming it behind him. Chapter 31. Bellevue. Jamar pulled the rain hood up, listening to the heavy drops smack the coated nylon and rattle his ears like a muffled rock tumbler. Why can't they listen to reason? He wasn't prone to crying when emotional, but he thought he just might. It wasn't that he didn't want to be responsible for Felicity and Jalen. For the most part, they were good siblings. He knew that they would listen to him on the trail. No, it was the sense that he would never see his parents again. And he understood why they didn't want to go to the country. It was a different world. They were city folk from a diverse but largely black culture. He knew that people his age had an easier time with culture shock. But it's not like his parents were ancient, both only in their early 40s. He walked and thought without knowing where he would wind up. He remembered signs for a large forested hiking park somewhere just to the north. Unlike a rectangular city block, the Bridle Trails neighborhood was laid out by the developers to make best use of the terrain. Roads curved to allow for properties that moved along winding creeks and slopes. A few were dead-end, while others connected with each other in big loops. The area was heavily forested with the area's standard fir and cedars. Most homes had a small green belt of trees along their properties, giving folks the isolated feel, while still residing in what was simply a less compacted suburb. The hood had been named after the state park Jamar thought was out there in the rain and nightscape. Unlike city parks, it was catered toward hikers, runners, and equestrians. Not even bicycles were allowed. The park contained 2 different small arenas, while on the north end nestled several horse-related businesses. When they returned from the Monroe trip, Jamar thought he'd seen a business sign for people to stable their horses on the nearby South End, too. As he walked through the neighborhood, he tried to memorize things to help him find his way back. He just needed time to think, to cool off. He studied vehicles, yard decor, fences. The homes themselves were usually 50 to 100 feet back. In the dark rain, with people starting to cover their windows with things for added security, there just wasn't enough light to study those. He'd turned up a long, winding avenue called 130th a couple of minutes earlier, hoping something would tell him where the park was. Once he cooled off, his goal had morphed into one of providing his folks with a place they might go hide should the killer or his gang friends show up. Jamar thought he heard a pop. He stopped and spun, pulling his flashlight out of his pocket. Nothing. Calm down, Johnson, he chided himself. He didn't think he was being charged from behind, but one could no longer assume. As soon as he started to walk again, he heard another. This time he pulled the rain hood back a bit, trying to get his ears a bit more information. Another pop. Those are pistol rounds. He pulled the hood down, feeling the drops pound his hair. Seems to be through those houses' yards, not back toward Ramona's. Two louder cracks told him what he dreaded. There was an active firefight happening nearby, and now there were rifles involved. Not an all-out battle, more like a controlled defender keeping a vicious offender at bay. Jamar studied the homes and properties to his right. With each shot, he became more certain that it was only a couple of properties over. Not your fight, Jamar. The rules were becoming so damn murky. When will it be? When whoever is the villain over there kills your parents for their food? When a young family gets slaughtered for topsoil? When you have to kill another kid the same age as Jalen? Then he heard yelling, a scream, the sounds of pain and people trying to kill each other. He didn't have his rifle with him, but he did have his trusty SIG. It had already saved his life once. He drew the pistol and sprinted up the long driveway to the closest home, nearly running into the back of a parked truck. He pulled the rain hood back up to keep the water out of his eyes. With one hand, he held his gun. With the other, he kept the hood in just the right spot while he ran. There. After he passed the house, he saw flashes reflecting off trees and another house. He ran through the dark home's backyard. There was no fence between it and the one that abutted. He zipped around that home, seeing the blinds down and lights that were on suddenly clicked off. People were entrenching themselves in their houses as the nearby attack unfolded. The shots were sporadic, sometimes with long pauses. Jamar took a knee in some grass next to a tree, trying to disappear into the night while he waited for another clue. He heard a commanding voice yelling, maybe only a few dozen yards away. "They have us pinned down over here in the cul-de-sac." A radio blared loudly, most likely turned to full volume because whoever was fighting didn't have ear protection. "To move the truck and horse trailer back down that road and try to approach from the far side," the electronic voice ordered. Horse trailer? Jamar knew the stables were nearby. Someone's trying to kill them and steal the horses. He took a good look and sprinted to the tree closest to the road. Even in the rain, he was close enough to see the brake lights of a pickup truck and horse trailer when a man was going through the hassle of turning around. Jamar moved over to a brick column that held the closest home's mailbox near the asphalt and took cover. A second man spotted the back of the trailer with a flashlight through the turnaround effort. When they finished and he opened the cab to jump in, Jamar could clearly see him unsling a rifle. The door slammed shut, and the truck started to drive south, straight past Jamar. He pulled the camo hood down and pushed himself up against the brick post he was kneeling next to. Without thinking, he had an urge, an idea. The double-long horse trailer started to pass him. He yanked the raincoat up at his waist and reholstered the pistol, then sprinted for the rear of the trailer. There wasn't much in the form of a bumper. As he looked for something to grab onto, the trailer pulled away. Seconds later, it slowed around a curve and stopped. It was leaving again before it caught up, but he recognized the intersection with another road. Yes, he knew it was the end of Ramona's lane. He had turned left at this crossroad when leaving on his tantrum earlier. Jamar sprinted straight across for the house and his friends, fueled by the desire to make the area just a bit safer for those he loved. Chapter 32. Bellevue. Jamar burst through the front door, breathless. The intrusion made Kevin, who was standing and reviewing the game plan for the coming day, whip his head. James and Nelson both shot out of their chairs. The only one in the room who didn't react in some startled way was Keith. "Gun! Gunshots!" He bent over to hold his knees with one hand, using the other to gesture wildly behind him. Kevin was confused, as was the room. "Is someone chasing you?" Nelson moved closer to the entry and opened the door, taking the rifle Ramona lent him. All the long guns had been staged in the coat closet for rapid access. Jamar was getting some control over his heavy breathing. "No, but there's a stable nearby, getting attacked." He pushed off the knee, standing up and trying to control his breathing. "I know them," Ramona called from the couch. "The business has been a solid member of the neighborhood." She closed her eyes and squinted. "What are their names?" She chided herself. "This isn't something we should get involved in," Nelson said. By then, Kevin, James, Diana, and Sean had moved to the entry area to huddle. Keith, Walt, and Jalen had chosen to stay out of the way. Jamar snapped his head toward Nelson with a look. "You keep saying that. What if your parents were living here?" Nelson looked a tad surprised by the outburst, but chose not to reply. His face made it clear he still thought it was a bad idea. "What are you saying?" Kevin asked. "You think we should go get involved?" "No," James inserted with a calm, controlled father tone. "Son, you don't want to go risk everyone for some folk nobody even met." "Lydia," Ramona called out from across the living room. "I remember meeting them in the park one day. They're a married couple with a couple of odd kids. I don't remember her wife's name." "I'll go with you," Kevin said. Jamar looked at the others, then his father. "We are all people we'd never met a week ago." He pointed at the 3 AWOL guard members. "You guys. Us." He pointed at James. "Ramona." Another gesture across the room. "Now we all depend on each other for our lives." James bowed his head in defeat, secretly proud of the brave, compassionate man his son had become. "I'll go too, Jay." "Nah," Nelson said, looking at James. "I have experience. I'll go. You stay with that big dog revolver of yours and guard the others." "We done talking or what?" Sean said to indicate he was ready. "We should take the ambulance," Nelson mentioned, as everyone started to get coats and firearms. "They'll hear us coming," Kevin countered. "Not with the gunshots, unless— Jamar, did they look tactical? Plate carriers, helmets?" "No, they had their walkie-talkies cranked up. I don't think they could hear. I saw them move their truck and trailer south so they could loop around to the east." "It's your call, then. Humvee or bikes? Which means one of us is running, by the way." Kevin moved to the door to the garage. "Bikes. I'm the lankiest and probably the lightest. I'll ride in the garden cart." He stood in the open doorway, looking at them. "Let's roll." "Grab the 2 remaining nods," Jamar said. "It's nearly pitch black out there. They'll light up like beacons." "Good call," Nelson said, as the 4 men filed out into the garage. James had followed them out and opened the garage so that he could turn the light off and take his post as house guard. Jamar hopped on the pedal bike because he hadn't taken the e-bikes out to test and train earlier in the day. Nelson had the most test runs with the newer bike. The Stokes litter for pulling Keith had already been detached, so he got onto the bike and slung Ramona's rifle across his back. The garden cart was still hooked up behind the older e-bike. "I'm lighter," the tall, lanky Kevin said before crawling into the big plastic 4-wheeled tub. He and Sean were using James's shotgun and the rifle Jamar had taken from the Tacoma Dome. He secured both weapons with him, leaving Sean to drive the bike. James handed him both pair of night vision, which were always staged in the garage for home defense. "You need to lead us," Nelson said to Jamar. Jamar led the small reaction force out of Ramona's garage and turned right into the dark, wet night. They rode past 10 homes to get back to the intersection he had run through earlier. Even towing Kevin, the newer bike had more than enough zip to keep up. Jamar stopped, and the others followed suit. He pulled his rain hood down, as did the rest, everyone trying to get a bead on the gunshots. Both warring parties seemed to be strategic in their fire. "Definitely not too far," Nelson said, pointing straight through the intersection. "That's the direction I came from," Jamar said. He pointed right. "There was a truck and a horse trailer that couldn't approach, so they went that way to go from another direction." "Then let's split up," Nelson suggested. "You and I go straight, Sean and Kevin go right, And everyone remember, neither party knows we're the good guys. The bullets won't care what's in front of them. Here, Kevin said, handing off one set of night vision to Nelson. We're wasting time, Sean said. He juiced the electric bicycle and turned right, which eventually took him through a curve. They turned left at another intersection and for a moment seemed to be moving farther from the fight. Once they came to the next intersection, they quickly rode a couple of 100 meters. It almost sounded as if they had passed the action. At the next intersection, they turned left once more. One more curve, and suddenly the noise was ahead of them and growing louder with every foot they gained. Sean slowed down to a crawl, then parked the bike between a fir tree and a bush on the corner of someone's driveway. Kevin got out and handed him the rifle, keeping the shotgun. Both of them did a quick chamber and safety check. It looks like we just turned left up that little driveway. Remember that we could wind up walking right in on his trailer and team of dudes. We're going into this blind, Sean said. He took their one set of night vision from the case and removed it. After a small effort to ensure the head strap was snug and the dual-tube device was on, he looked at Kevin. Do you know how to bound? Yeah. Don't bound past me since I have the nods. Just plant by me and I'll take all the leaps. Kevin nodded. You see anything that I miss, say contact. Got it? Yes. Good luck, Kev. With that, Sean led the counter-assault on the stable property from the east. Chapter 33. Renton. Sure would have been nice to not have to steal another boat, Wade thought. The one called Tickhound had managed to shoot an assortment of 5.56mm holes into the boat's hull when he tried to kill Wade from above. There were hundreds of other boats that could be stolen, thousands. It was simply a matter of not wanting to spend the time. In addition to not wanting to swim, he also didn't want to land in South Seattle and lose the opportunity to rob the cartel safe house. Some mental math and a bit of hope told him he could make it if he didn't fart around. The boat was drafting heavy in the nose by the time Wade had dumped the bodies in the cold Black Lake and made a speed run south. The water was hazardous to travel at night, simply due to the number of boat owners riding out the crisis afloat while they thought through their next steps. Unlike any of them, probably, he had top-of-the-line night vision that operated in both IR and heat signatures. If I didn't have a cop to torture, I might just try piracy, he joked to himself. Hold up. What the hell is this? Wade slowed the craft when he saw the beams of light cutting around the lawn between the private dock and the expensive Rainier Avenue South home. Most of the homes along the street were pitch black, their wary, rich owners figuring out early on to not announce their presence to people just like Wade. Fortunately, the vacant home they'd stolen the boat from was just a couple of dozen piers up the shore from the Boeing plant's western edge. It made getting back to the starting point somewhat easy, only it wasn't vacant. From 500 meters out, the white flashlight beams shone like beacons. Neighbors, probably, he thought. Heard us throttle up when we left. Surely the cops have all abandoned their post by now. He thought through his options. He was subpar physically, and the dive out of the hold to land on his back and shoot Tickhound had iced that cake nicely. There was a couple of nice rifles on the boat that could handle shooting the three people he thought he could make out. But the lake was choppy, and this wasn't the movies where miracle shots looked easy. He looked at the largely black shoreline, some of the homes silhouetted by streetlights that had somehow not been shot out yet. Easy peasy. Wade turned the helm west and simply kicked the throttle back up to 10 knots. A line from the movie Braveheart filled his head. I'm going to pick a fight. But this was one he could avoid. Why run the risk? He motored west for 5 minutes, then moved up to shore on a low throttle, finally cutting the engine out entirely. He drifted up to a random pier, having already collected the gear and weapons into the duffel the cartel had brought. He tapped a pocket to ensure the key fob he'd taken off the cartel operator was still there. Dressed in black, Wade Garrett simply stepped off the boat without even worrying about tying it up. Let it sink where it wants. He grunted with a tinge of pain in his chest and shoulder, using his left hand to pick up the bag. It slapped him as he walked, moving by starlight and shadows around the home's landscaped lawn and pool, and straight up the neighboring property's expensive aggregate driveway. When they arrived at the start of the night, they parked 3 houses up from where they stole the boat. Wade walked straight up to the cartel's car, tossed the bag in the trunk, and left. He had no idea how long it would be before the bosses knew he'd killed their serfs, but he had to assume it would be hours, not days. He had one chance to go fetch some of the coolest weapons and gadgets, find a new car to steal, and implement his power move. Chapter 34. West of the Stables. Jamar braked the pedal bike and stopped at the end of the driveway to a dark home. He spotted the mailbox column he'd hidden behind less than 15 minutes earlier. Just ahead is where they were when I ran through these woods from the next street over. He pointed down the driveway. Another shot cracked off at the facility, letting both men know just how close they truly were. I think we should go around this house and maneuver up their yard, and then through the woods. Nelson had quickly assembled the night vision handed off by Kevin. He gave it to Jamar. You already know where you're going. Jamar took them and strapped them on. This will take a bit to get used to. Learn on the go, the ex-cop said. I'll keep back a good 30 feet since I'm running in the dark. Jamar drew his pistol and ran down the driveway, ducking around the same trees he had used for cover earlier. Once past the house, he turned and sprinted up the yard, easily dodging lawn toys and a picnic table. As he pushed through the greenbelt, he heard behind him a commotion, a growl, and a barely whispered F-bomb out of Nelson, who ran into a patio chair at full speed. Jamar stopped and looked, seeing the man was getting back up off the ground, but otherwise fine. He decided to wait for Nelson to catch up so that he could change directions through the tree belt. What are you waiting on? Nelson asked when he caught up. A shotgun blast erupted to the east, the bright light slipping through the trees for a fleeting millisecond. I'm moving toward that flash. Slowly, Nelson advised. They just shot out into the woods for a reason. We're not alone out here. Right, Jamar said, thankful that Nelson had reminded him. What was obvious in principle wasn't always easy to think of when someone was sprinting and their nerves were jacked up. He moved cautiously past the next several firs and madronas, pausing at each one to scan as much area as he could. He'd moved about 50 meters when his optical device suddenly exploded in bright light, forcing him to dodge behind a tree, worried he might be in trouble. He pulled the headset off as Nelson moved up to him. They could hear a woman's voice yelling. Looks like someone turned on a spotlight on this end of the stable, Nelson said. I can't tell what she's saying. Me neither. Jamar handed him the nods. I need to let my eyes adjust after getting zapped like that. Without using the harness, Nelson held them up to his eyes and slowly looked around the tree, trying not to look directly at the facility. Got him, he whispered. 2 guys behind 2 big cedars just at the edge of the stable's clearing. Hold up. A rifle shot cracked. The bright light in the building went out. One of them just shot out their spotlight. Looks like they're trying to pump themselves up for a sprint to the building. He handed the nods back to Jamar, who took a look. You have the rifle, Jamar said. You should take the lead. He handed the device back to Nelson, who put it on. All right. Nelson watched the two through the whitish-green screen. One of them was sprinting. After several seconds, now the other. It's time to go. He took off, crouching as he ran through the woods. The rain and wet leaves, fir needles, and small twigs made for a good padding for their footsteps. Jamar rotated around the tree, trying to pick up the shape of the building now that he was somewhat night-blind. The canopy of treetops 80 feet above made it impossible for the minuscule nighttime light to come down to ground level. Only the flash of another gunshot farther east down the length of the stable showed him how far ahead Nelson already was. 2 more flashes from the east barked, and a man's voice inside the building slowly started screaming, the fear and pain intensifying as time passed. A small burst of shots suddenly burst to the far east end, warning Jamar that Kevin and Sean had found trouble. The former CO pushed his leg to catch up. When he reached the edge of the stable property, he saw Nelson had already moved around 2 parked horse trailers and a small tractor. In the pitch, it looked as if he were nearly sprinting toward the open barn doors. Off to the right, a home-style building that was probably offices and a residence for the owners reflected bright orange on the windows. Fire? Jamar worried. If that's the reflection, then... He took off at a run to catch up to Nelson, who was trying to peel around the frame to the large barn-style door, a small sidestep at a time. I think the stable may be on fire at the far end, he said, trying not to yell. I think those 2 dudes are trying to sneak in 1 stall at a time, Nelson said. I'm going to the left stalls. I'll wave you when I'm ready to cover. Got it. Nelson swiveled at his hips, keeping the rifle muzzle up and stock pulled into his shoulder as he crossed the large door right to left. The sounds of upset horses could be heard, but the first several stalls were empty on his side. He moved into one and went to the corner close to the next stall. The stall walls were open on top, which allowed for airflow and horses to interact with people and other horses. He stepped onto a horizontal board in the wall, giving him enough of a boost to keep his rifle to his shoulder as he aimed east down the main corridor. He took one hand off the rifle temporarily and gave Jamar a signal to advance. Jamar kept the shotgun up at the ready when he rounded. He moved past the first stall on the right. When he got to the next one, the gate was closed, and a solid black horse the size of a mountain suddenly let out a loud blowing of the nostrils, then a grunt, followed by a loud whinny. He recoiled when it scared him, loudly spilling a word his mother hates, and stepping out into the 12-foot wide space running down the stable center. That was the same moment the two men moved out of a stall 30 or so feet ahead. One of them saw Jamar. "Hey!" he yelled, a split second before Nelson shot him in the throat. The lack of a good footing caused Nelson to slip off the horse partition when the recoil hit his shoulder. The shot intruder dropped an AR platform rifle and grabbed his Adam's apple, trying to keep the blood in it as it oozed out. He made a sickly, liquid noise as he yelled to his partner, who had moved ahead to the next stall the moment he heard the shot behind them. "Mark!" the gross, injured voice called. By then, Jamar's senses had confirmed to his logical mind that the horse was indeed not a mortal threat. He turned and saw the wounded man on his knees, fright filling his face. His partner leaned back out and raised the rifle at Jamar. He heard a round erupt as he was still leveling his pistol. All he could do was try to stabilize the front sight over the shape and then concentrate on it like his life depended on it. He shot back, then moved right toward the stable walls, slipping in a semi-solid horse patty. He hit the ground and lost the pistol. Damn it! Jamar scrambled on all 4 points, the fear of getting shot filling his mind. He heard another rifle shot and flinched. "How can I not be dead yet?" he screamed in his head. He reached the cig and clumsily tried to grab it and spin. His nerves besting him, he fumbled for far too long before he got a good grip and looked at his foe. The man who had been shooting was already dead. He saw the man's figure line back into the stall. Nelson was just behind Jamar and to his left, smoke still drifting out of his barrel. "Are you hit?" Nelson yelled. He put one more insurance shot in the man, then turned his aim much closer to the injured one who was now lying down in the hay-strewn dirt, the stall-bedding cedar pellets soaking up his blood. Both hands on his throat, he was choking and gagging. Jamar was shaking, his knees weak as he stood, the realization that he should be dead, slapping him like he was a side of beef at a middle-aged woman's bachelorette party. Nelson shot a quick look, in case he was acting like that due to shock. He saw no blood. I'm fine. Stop looking at me like that, man." "Stop acting like you're shot, then," Nelson retorted. He pulled the rifle the last bit into his shoulder to shoot the other intruder once more when he heard a woman's voice. "Stop!" A middle-aged woman in cowboy boots, jeans, denim jacket, and a Realtree ball cap had a compound bow aimed into the gap between Nelson and Jamar. An unspoken dance was started by the men lowering their weapons, and the lady followed suit as she crept forward. She released the tension on her knocked arrow but did not pull it off the arrow rest. Her focus shifted on the man on the ground. Jamar and Nelson exchanged a quick glance, then watched her get right up to them. "Who sent you?" she shouted at him. "Are you guys from the Mackenzies?" The man was clutching his throat wound, eyes wide open with terror, as blood leaked not just his fingers to the dirt and bedding, but down his air pipe. He was making a sickly choking sound, mouth open and contorted like a goldfish out of its bowl. Frustrated, the hardcore lady pulled the string back on her bow and shot the man in his heart without skipping a beat. Chapter 35. East of the stables. Kevin caught up to Sean at the corner of the horse trailer attached to an idling pickup truck. Both front truck doors were open, but the men were a few dozen yards away, engaged in a slow firefight, One exchanged poorly aimed shots at the building to the south of the stable. The other was across the driveway, taking cover behind a pile of panels that could be a mobile corral when assembled. He shot someone in the second-floor loft of the stables, causing the man to slowly start screaming a pained and fear-filled death cry. Then he ran up to the open stable door and pulled a road flare out of his back pocket. After igniting it on the striker built into the plastic cap, he tossed the burning stick up into the open loading window of the hayloft. The red glow of the flare emanated from the space. "How do we get up there without being seen?" Kevin asked. Looking at the rig they were behind gave Sean an idea. "Follow me." When they crept toward the tongue end of the horse trailer, he pointed while keeping the rifle raised. "Unhook the trailer." Moving trailers and equipment was a fact of life for a farm kid like Kevin, something he was doing since he was 7, though many men no longer possessed the basic skill. In the dark, he surveyed first the tongue, then the truck's bed, while Sean covered him from the attackers. He found a wheel chock and went and put it in between the two right-side tires. Then he took out a cinder block, placed under the jack. It would cut the amount of time needed for hand-cranking the tongue jack down to the ground. Once that was in place, he pulled the safety chains, lighting harness, and e-brake deadman's cable. Then he pulled the pin out of the tongue lock and opened the jaw on it, finally hand-cranking the jack down until the trailer was clear of the ball. "Okay." Hearing that, Sean moved forward toward the open driver's door, using it to cover his movement from the men farther down. He was about to take off his rifle in the nods when Kevin moved up behind him. "I'll get it," he whispered. Sean nodded and stepped aside just a foot or so, taking a knee. Kevin shoved his trunk in low on the seat, pushing on the brake with his left hand and pulling down a notch on the gear shift lever. "Ready?" Sean scooted back a foot, keeping the rifle aimed down range. "Yeah." Kevin let go of the brake and scooted back out of the large pickup. It started to roll, quickly getting up to about 5 miles per hour. Though he hadn't thought this through to the end, the opportunity revealed itself to Sean once the truck started to move away from them. "Get behind it. Keep low." The two former guard members moved along, Kevin covering the left and Sean the right, crouching and duck-walking behind the old Ford as it moved on a slow, straight path west. The drive it was on didn't run straight for the stables, but to the alley on its north side. A pasture fence lined a small field where the trees on the drive's left side gave way to a lush lawn. The man shooting at the house was hiding along that fence and was the first to notice the truck rolling. "Drop the rifle!" Kevin yelled, surprising the man when he did. The confusion of how the truck was rolling gave way to indignation and fury written on his face. The sight of the shotgun made him think hard about trying to rotate and level his gun at this new, unexpected enemy. He reluctantly dropped the firearm to the ground. On the other side, Sean beat the man to the draw when he was seen, putting 2 shots into his belly. The truck just kept rolling. In the dark, the growing orange glow of the new fire in the hayloft began to cast faint light and long shadows on the gravel area and fence to the east. Sean walked over and kicked the man's rifle away from him. "Oh, man. Gut shots. Really, dude?" He saw the man's creased expression in the fire's light. "All we wanted was your horses," he groaned. "There's a reason it was legal to hang horse thieves in the cowboy days," Sean said. He pointed the barrel at the man's head. "Suffering or mercy?" The man locked eyes with him for a moment, testing to see if Sean was bluffing. The severe pain in his belly caused him to grimace. He nodded his concurrence and turned his head, closing his eyes. Sean discharged a round into the man's forehead and walked over to where Kevin was. The man Kevin was covering was as angry as he'd ever seen a person be without words, hands raised but balled into fists. "You son of a bitch!" he yelled at Sean. "You didn't have to kill my boy!" Ignoring that, Sean looked back toward the barn, where the sound of shooting was happening at the far end, drawing Kevin's attention too. Panicked horses could also be heard. "We need to link up with the others without The explosion deafened Kevin. He dropped to a knee and spun on instinct. The smoking .38 Special was swinging toward him, having just put a hole into Sean's left temple. Kevin clicked the trigger guard safety and blasted the shotgun up at the man they'd ignored for just a couple of seconds. The buckshot caught the man in the lower jaw and face. His head rocked back with the blow. He dropped the pistol before he could get it swung all the way toward Kevin. Kevin threw himself down to his side and racked the shotgun. He pumped another shot into the man's chest as he was falling. Kevin cranked his head and found Sean on the ground, a hole in each side of his head. No! Chapter 36. Republic. The bonfire was huge, the pile of old broken pallets that had started the blaze now just heat, ash, and memory. Most of the rounds were the thicker, knottier pieces nobody bothered to split, even with the hydraulic splitter. On top of those were unbucked logs. Called pecker poles, they were long and skinny, almost too thin to bother with cutting into firewood unless one really needed it. They burned fast, but were light enough to carry on a shoulder, plant the end into the base of the fire, and just stand up until they fell in teepee style. The Bakers had already hosted their annual Independence Day bash. It had been 15 years since they had two parties in one summer, though technically summer had ended a day earlier. Despite the fact that it was a Tuesday, the bulk of the family had come. The gossip that Big Dog and Cousin Dwight had started the Eagles fire 2 days earlier had prevented none of the family or close friends from coming. Likewise, the rumor that the sheriff was building a posse had surprised very few and deterred none. With no job to report to on Wednesday morning, Tuesday might as well have been Friday. The one thing that was missing was the live band. One cousin and several friends usually played in July, but with fuel becoming more precious and the drummer living nearly 50 miles west, they just couldn't muster everyone. Speakers sitting in the house windows and facing out blasted a David Allan Coe song while folks partied. A few bales of hay, donated as protection payment by the Jones family, had been busted apart and tossed in the bed of a pickup to give kids a hayride around the property. Other bales became benches for people to sit on and watch the fire, or just get drunk and stoned. The small county was quickly running dry. People going to the party hit up the few stores for any remaining beer and alcohol, not even pretending they were going to pay. Beatty sent Dallas and Seth out to tell everyone they knew and to give orders to all those people to go do the same. Folks started showing up in the mid-afternoon. A donated cow had been butchered. A pig was on the spit on a much smaller fire near the back of the house. Barbecue was on the menu. Beatty and Billy Ray were the central figures at a crowd of people gathered around a collection of tables that had all been pushed together. Beatty had switched to a vodka bottle filled with water hours earlier. At his age, he preferred to just get his weed buzz and go take a hit on someone's pipe every hour or two. He had grown to hate hangovers, but he'd also found value in letting people believe he was drunker than he was. He'd learned of competition to his various enterprises that way over the years, or who was having sex with who in their circles. On this night, the 27-year-old daughter of a guy he'd once beat up in high school was sitting next to him, wasted and grabbing his junk under the table. He was about to push her toward Billy Ray when he figured out her other hand was already busy over there. Suddenly, the woman let out a squeal and got yanked backward off the picnic bench the three were sitting on. "You gonna just sit there and give a handy to my old man right in front of me?" Marguerite yelled. She pulled the woman by the hair and threw her to the ground. Screaming like a banshee, she jumped on the tees and began pummeling her. Dallas dropped his beer bottle and ran over to the catfight from having a conversation with his cousin Cody. He saw his dad and brother half-turned and watching, laughing near hysterically at the situation. "Mom! Ma!" he said. Another reveler handed off his beer and helped the young man pull his mother off the woman. Both were still screaming, each with a collection of scratch marks, as a few others helped separate them. "You two could have helped," he said to Beatty and Billy Ray. "I'll get your panties out of your snatch, boy," Beatty said as he got his laughter under control. Billy Ray ignored the slight, turning back to a lady who was in the chair to his right, as if his younger brother hadn't even said anything. Big Dog watched his son angrily shake his head as he walked off toward a table and chairs near an apple tree. He picked his beer off the ground and rejoined his sister Chloe and their cousin Cody. "You better watch my son," Dwight said to BD from across one of the tables. "I think he may be trying to score with Chloe." A few other cousins and friends let out a chorus of jeers, catcalls, and general laughter at the thought of the two cousins hooking up. BD saw Billy Ray shake his head, his face sour. He stood up and looked at his father. "I gotta take a piss." He left the group and headed toward the barn. "What's his problem?" Dwight asked. Beatty laughed. Well, I probably shouldn't tell the story. Most of the partiers dropped their sidebar conversations. Any story that started like that wasn't one to miss. But do you know my other daughter, the one over near Kettle Falls that nobody knew about until, 7, 8 years ago? Tabitha? Dwight guessed through his buzz. Uh-huh, that's the one. His face morphed in recollection. Her mama had this thing she did with her tongue. He started smiling. Just a nasty, adventurous old gal. More heckling and grossed-out sound effects from the listeners. With a great gag reflex, he added to more jeers. Anyway, all that only came to light about her being my daughter and whatnot because her mama caught 'em screwing like bunnies. Pin-drop silence preceded riotous laughter. After it died down, he summarized his oldest son's feelings. Anyway, old Billy Ray doesn't take stories of kissing cousins too kindly. About then, Billy Ray walked back up. You telling everyone, are you? Real nice, old man. He grabbed his can of Copenhagen off the table and then went around the other side of the laughing group. Keep your pecker to yourself, little cousin, he yelled at Cody as he walked by. Or else Jackass back there will send out a press release to the whole damn state. As the angry convict stormed over to the zombie car he'd helped his dad finish building, most of the stoned, drunk partygoers were laughing their butts off. Anyway, Beatty said to the captivated audience, now y'all know why our family tree looks like a phone pole. The zombie car roared to life, the V8 and custom exhaust announcing to everyone within a half-mile that it was alive and burning fossils. Tires spun on dirt as Billy Ray roared toward Trout Creek Road, when suddenly the property was awash in bright lights. 5 cars from 4 agencies turned on their red and blue lights out on the road at the end of the driveway. It wasn't the overwhelming response that cop killers would have received 2 weeks earlier, but the story had reached the nearby counties. A big dog named B.D. Baker was getting rabid and needed to be put down. It wasn't like Ferry County or Republic or the nearest cities and counties east and west had SWAT teams before the hack. The sparsely populated farm communities, buoyed financially only a bit by the few still operating precious metals mines, didn't have the tax base for a large volume of law enforcement. Like the fire department, they relied largely on professionally trained volunteers. But once the state and federal governments had stripped most of the resources to help the population centers, the rise of local boss hog types was inevitable. The Washington State Patrol sent 1 car with a pair of junior troopers up from Moses Lake to investigate the rumors on the radio that a couple of cops had been murdered in Republic. They and 1 other officer from Kettle Falls were the only 3 out of 20 people trying to arrest and detain the entire Baker clan party with any decent level of training and equipment. Out of the 20, 14 were community members. The district judge in Kettle Falls signed a court order granting the Ferry County Sheriff a right he technically already had to deputize a posse. Though not unheard of, in modern times posses had largely become a show of force more than an arresting force. Some were year-round organizations that staffed security at county fairs. Others monitored and cited people for parking violations or provided outer perimeters at large-scale crime scene investigations. But what had happened in Republic was akin to Judge Roy Bean putting a gang of vigilantes in charge of bringing an outlaw to justice. The problem with ideas that looked good on paper was that out in the real world, paper didn't teach untrained citizens how to not get killed. Brian David Big Dog Baker saw the reinforced zombie car speed up and knew his son was cut from true Baker cloth. The loud 454 engine was pushing the brush guard and other protective spikes they'd welded under the corners of the frame at nearly 30 miles per hour when it slammed into the Republic police car directly in the center of the driveway. He smashed the car's right side. The only reason he didn't go faster was his desire to cut a hard left and head toward the small highway into town. He hit the brakes just before impact, sending the crumpled mess and the older, out-of-shape officer flying into the barbed wire fence and field across the gravel road. His own braking with the weight of the police car had been enough to keep him from following past the edge of the 30-foot-wide dirt lane and into the runoff trench on the other side. Along the left and right edges of the Baker property, Spotlights on the tops of pickups flicked on. Members of the posse had used the noise of the party to drive up neighboring parcels, unasked and not bothering to check with those owners. They drove through the light woods and across fields with no lights on, trying to establish the chevron shape from the point that the police and troopers had formed on the lane. The assembled but slow-to-react police on the road began to fire their weapons at the heavy battle car, but it sped past them. Some partiers screamed while others panicked. Those men who were not too far drunk or wasted scrambled for cars and pickups for stashed guns. A few were wearing their pistols or a variety of knives on their hips. People clamored to get firearms and repel the would-be do-gooders. BD had sprinted, as well as his old knees would go, to the open-sided woodshop area behind the auto shop, an area with a variety of weapons stashed amongst piles of equipment, lumber, and logs. He ran into Seth and the Richardson girl, pulling up their underwear while they lay on a blanket over a pile of wood chips. He looked at the two in the dark, not really able to make out body features, but seeing enough to know what was happening. "Quit fooling around and grab your gun, kid." Dallas rounded the corner. "What do you want me to do, Dad?" Beatty grabbed the edge of a leaning pile of plywood and shoved it over. There was an old metal water heater on its side, a custom lid cut into it. He had just pulled out the barrel and body from a Vietnam-era M60. He looked at his son and mulled his options. There were a variety of things they'd built and tinkered with over the years, some tested, others not, all under the category of redneck engineering. Being a barely legitimate wrecking and body yard, they had collected a lot of spare hulks and parts over the years. "Go grab that old fire truck and take it to the stock pond. Remember how to get the power takeoff engaged, to get the pump primed and drafting off surface water?" "I think so." "Good." He pointed toward Seth. "Take that lazy brother of yours. He can start laying hose out to that old frame we welded the master stream onto." Years earlier, Beatty had taken the large-diameter nozzle that belonged with the surplus LaFrance fire engine, which had massive frame and body damage, making it auction surplus, and welded a mount for it onto an aged and barren truck frame. They'd messed around at one of the summer barbecues and learned just how high and hard they could throw pond water. He'd ruined the food and drenched half the ladies from 60 yards away that year. "Let's go, loser," Dallas yelled at his younger brother. Kendra Richardson followed the two out into the dark and past the rows of smashed autos and piles of body parts. BD took the partially assembled machine gun and slid the plastic shoulder rest on until it clicked into place. Dwight and Cody showed up just then, each holding an AK-47 they'd retrieved from their truck. "Got any more AK mags?" Dwight asked in panic. "Under that drum by the end of the mill." BD pointed. "There's a big cache in a Pelican case about 6 inches down," while Cody grabbed a nearby hoe and pounded at the packed dirt. BD gave Dwight further instructions. "But don't worry about the cops. I'll handle them. You guys find out who those guys with the spotlights are to the south." "What about those ones on the north?" "Dallas will handle them." Beatty took a 6-foot step ladder that was leaning against the table saw and unfolded it. He stepped up to the 4th rung and reached into the frame of the roof. Across the bottoms of 2 rafters was a piece of plywood. He groaned as he grabbed an old horse feed bag by the canvas strap and dragged it closer to him. "Give me a hand, cousin." He let out a heavy grunt as he took the bag down and let it fall quickly to Dwight, who handled it from there to the ground. "Geez, what do you have in here? A dead body?" Beatty just smiled. "Fun and games. Here, one more bag." He handed down a zipped-up old Adidas gym bag, which was much lighter. He descended the ladder and took the gym bag back, looping it over his shoulder and his neck, then sliding it to his backside. He hefted the heavy machine gun by its built-in carry handle with one hand. He let out another strained noise as he hefted the feed bag of linked 7.62 millimeter ammunition and walked out of the open-air woodshop and around his vehicle chop shop. He got to the party parking area and moved past about 30 cars. Some of them were turned on with nowhere to go, having been parked in hours earlier by some of those now in a shootout with the last few cops for hundreds of miles. The air snapped as a round whizzed maybe 6 feet over Beatty's head. He stopped next to a truck and surveyed the situation. At the edge of the property, on the road, were the remaining 4 police cars, 2 from Kettle Falls, 1 from Ferry County, and 1 state patrol car. He couldn't see any of the cops themselves. Muzzle flashes gave away a couple, but he had a feeling that they were probably trying to sneak on from the edges while these knuckleheads out front distracted them. He saw 4 from his party, 3 with pistols, 1 with a shotgun, all of them related by blood or marriage, returning fire and taking cover. Beatty set the gun and bag of ammo down and took one knee. He pulled the gym bag off and unzipped it, revealing his M79 single-shot grenade launcher. Though he didn't possess any of the fun grenades, he did still have a few that would help. He used the tiny, cheap gas station flashlight he'd stowed in the bag to verify he had the correct round. Satisfied, he stuffed it into the 40mm tube and launched it by dead reckoning at about a 75-degree angle. The grenade landed between his guests and the cops by the road and started filling the area with a dull yellow smoke. Next, he launched 2 Willie Petes, grenades with white phosphorus parachute flares that would light up the sky for up to a couple of minutes. He put one north for his sons to be able to start blasting the so-called posse with a powerful stream of water. He shot the other south, revealing to him the open field between his junkyard and his neighbors, and at least 6 human forms that all hit the dirt with the flare lit up overhead. Big Dog took the feed bag and fed the linked ammo into the machine gun. He unfolded the bipod legs on the barrel assembly and charged the weapon with the pull handle. The small firefight near the property's front had died down to nothing over the seconds before that, thanks to the smoke. Damn near forgot about my ears, Beatty realized. He pulled an old set of earmuffs from the gym bag and let the M60 start eating the dirt. The rapid staccato fire filled the valley and echoed off the cars and hills. He filled the men who'd been trying to cross onto his property with copper-jacketed lead. He chewed the earth up around them just to be sure the job was done. He went to work on the trucks along the property edge, then the neighbor's house 200 yards away. He had other plans for the police cars, so he opted not to mow them down. Though the feed bag was still half full, he finally stopped shooting when the machine gun's barrel was glowing orange, and the area was so smoky he could no longer see what he was shooting at. Beatty stood, his hands numb with vibration, the heat emitting off the gun like an oven. The parachute flares were finished. The dark of night was orange from his bonfire, and 2 of the trucks that he'd raised had caught on fire. He looked north and could see his boys driving the posse members back with a powerful blast from a fire hose nozzle designed to put water into a commercial structure from over 100 feet away. He pulled the earmuffs off, only to see the soberest of his party guests just staring at him. Their faces were a mixed bag of reactions: awe, shock, and fear. Beatty just stared back in amusement, knowing that he'd just elected himself the new unofficial mayor of the entire area. Who's got a drink? Chapter 37. Spokane. Let's swing by my house. Now that Kenny had set him straight on his whining, 19-year-old Danny Emmert was warming up to their forced watch-standing relationship. There were now 4 shifts per day, with 4 pairs of people on watch at any given time. 2 pair covered the community entrances. The other 2 were rovers, or roving patrols that were expected to move at will and unpredictably throughout the suburb. The best the neighborhood could come up with for a communication system was a set of donated radios that operated in the Marine band. The more common FRS, GMRS, and MURS bands found on affordable radios were being jammed with traffic from all over. But the Marine band used by boaters had been largely ignored by criminals and prepper groups. Kenny held up the radio. What about the shift? Won't that cause a problem if we get caught hanging out and not roving? Plus, what about waking up your family? He figured it to be about 1 a.m. They had just come back from checking out a tree line to the area's north, cutting between 2 homes, and were now strolling back down one of the streets. I don't mean to just chill. My dad was in the garage reloading ammo when I left. Once he's in that mode, he'll go all night without realizing it. I guess it'll be fine to just stop in and meet him, Kenny said. The idea of seeing something on the long, dark, chilly shift appealed to him, and he'd run out of conversation, his mind preoccupied with the disturbing lunches that day and the day before. It seemed odd to him that somehow the unappointed leaders of the community had manipulated everyone into doing what they wanted. Taylor was pissed, and he was growing weary of trying to be the voice of reason with her. It was becoming difficult to logically explain all their neighbors' decisions with her. The younger partner had become less whiny, shifting into telling Kenny all about how the hack had set back his plans a couple of years. When Kenny asked him what he had been prepping himself up to do in life, he learned the lad had his hopes set on being a video game player online. Kenny had met a few in college. It was something he found odd, but he also knew he was the exception to the rule for people in their 20s. He had grown up working a small farm in a rural town. Spending hours playing video games and watching Twitch had not been an option for him. Danny led him up a driveway where he gave a special rhythmic tap on the garage door with his knuckles. He punched in the code on the keypad mounted on the doorframe and looked at Kenny. "So that we don't get shot," he explained with a goofy grin. The left side of the two doors opened, and fluorescent lights began to bathe the driveway and vehicles in it with brightness. Danny ducked under the door as it passed his chest, triggering Kenny to do the same. He saw a middle-aged man in a wheelchair holding a remote. The door stopped and reversed itself before it even finished its upward run. "I knew you'd still be up," Danny said. "Who is this?" Kenny wondered about his watchmate. The young man he'd come to know as the crybaby was either a two-faced actor or genuinely loved his dad but had a hard time dealing with his emotions. Now he was witnessing a youngster who cared for and teased his dad. "You know me so well." The man turned the wheelchair just a bit and grabbed a mug of cold coffee. He swallowed it down like a man who wasn't going to waste coffee or food, no matter how nasty it was. He set the mug back down on his lowered workbench and rolled over to the two men, now standing in the middle of the garage. "Dustin Emmert," he said, extending his hand to Kenny. "Kenny Richardson," he returned as he shook. He scanned the layout. The special bench for wheelchair height even had a notch to allow him to roll into it nearly a foot. To the right of the notch was a large, blue, multi-stage ammunition reloader. To the left was a smaller green one. A pegboard held a variety of tools and trays. The shelves were constructed out of lumber to carry thousands of pounds of bullets and casings. There were gun safes, but Kenny guessed they weren't just holding firearms, but the powder and primers to make the ammo. Quite a setup. "Do me a favor, though," Dustin said. "Forget you've seen it. Danny spent a good 3 days trying to convince me you were a good guy." Kenny nodded. Sure, I get it. But, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you work out a deal to make ammo for the security guys? I mean, people must know you have all this." The man sighed and shook his head in agreement as he turned and wheeled back to the bench. "Me and my big mouth." A second exasperated sigh told Kenny not to press it. "Danny says you may—" The father went silent, trying to find the way to broach a possibly dangerous topic. After a 5-second silence, Kenny looked at Danny with confusion. "I told my dad about how your wife doesn't trust the Severinsen gang." It was Kenny's turn to sigh. "Well, now I guess we both have things we don't want people to know." "If there's one thing I learned in the Army," Dustin said. He put a bullet on top of a casing and pulled a lever. Kenny watched the machine press it down while simultaneously putting powder into another casing, widening the mouth on a different casing, and crimping the casing to the previous bullet he'd placed before they came into the garage. It fell into a bucket as a finished product when he left the handle go back up. In all, 4 rounds of ammo were in production at any moment. It's said there is no such thing as a secret. There's a famous quote about the only way 3 people can keep a secret is if 2 are dead. Kenny gave a silent chuckle, knowing that there were 3 men in the room, but not taking it as a threat that some people might. "So you're saying I should assume that the guys who think they're in charge know my wife doesn't like them?" Dustin placed another bullet, another crank of the handle, another turn of the plate, another press of the dies, another thunk into the bucket of 9mm ammo. "That's exactly what I'm saying." "Dad," Kenny looked at his partner when he chirped up, "I think we can trust him." There was another small tink as another bullet dropped into the bin attached to the press. Dustin pushed himself out of the notch and turned a 180. He locked eyes with Kenny and studied him. Kenny looked back and forth at the two, wondering what he was about to be told. A quick moment of surprise came and went when Dustin stood to adjust his pants and then sat again. It reminded him that Danny said his father wasn't paralyzed, but suffered from a balance disorder. "We're planning on getting out of town." Dustin let that settle, not wanting to divulge too much. Kenny handed the handheld radio to Danny and went to a stack of camping chairs he saw on a shelf on the opposite side of the garage. He brought one back closer to the man's workbench, unfolded it, and sat down. "My wife." He shook his head, as if the memory was eons ago. "At the start of this thing, she worked at the hospital, you see. They basically turned her into an indentured servant." He took a pull of water off the bottle he always carried on watch. "When I finally brought her home, the first thing that happened was the attack here in the neighborhood." The mention of that made Dustin clear his throat, though he sat still, quietly waiting for Kenny to finish. "After that, I had to fight tooth and nail to keep her from fleeing to her friend's place, closer to town." He paused for several seconds. I guess I just don't know what to do. I come from a small, economically depressed town up in Ferry County. She doesn't like going there, says country life is too slow. It's a nice little farm, isolated, not a lot of people around. I'm wondering if I should just club her over the head and take her there." He joked in desperation. "I'd strongly think about it if I were you," Dustin advised. "If you don't mind my asking, what's driving you to want to abandon your home?" It was an emotional hurdle for Kenny. He and Taylor had worked hard to buy their home and start their family. It just wasn't fair that they may have to give it all up for something as basic as living. Dustin clasped his hands together, elbows on the chair arms, fingertip to his mouth as if thinking. Finally, "It is probably different for me. I was an Air Force brat, then in the Army. I have moved more times than I can count. This is the third house I've owned, so it isn't sentimental to me, right?" Kenny nodded slowly, getting the point. "You're in your first house, I'm guessing? Couple of young parents, 2.4 kids, a dog, all that?" Kenny smirked at the fractional kids quip. "We've been holding out on the dog until Sierra is old enough to poop or scoop." "Well, why's your wife want to leave so badly?" "Something happened on that night." Dustin nodded. "Yeah, I forgot you were one of the houses that got hit, but that explains it. You guys are just too emotionally invested here. For you, the good. For her, the bad. But you two need to agree on a game plan. Soon." Kenny realized he'd never received an answer to his question. "You explained the logic of you wanting to leave, but not the why." "Young family 2 doors down, not unlike yours. Husband is in the Air Force, stuck on the base. She and the kids want to leave for, I don't know, her sisters or something. They were told to wait." "Huh?" Kenny couldn't fathom someone getting away with that. "By who?" "One of the Severance and Sons. I mean, it was passive-aggressive, not like an order or anything. But he spent 45 minutes over there, truck blocking the driveway. She finally had to agree not to leave in order to get him to leave her alone." Kenny was skeptical. "When was this? There must be some context missing." "Yesterday." "It's true," Danny interjected. "My mom was at the house between us and them, helping the old man can the veggies from his garden. She got to overhear enough that once he was gone, Mom went and asked the lady. She was pretty upset." "The first rule of empire building," Dustin said, almost to himself. "What?" Kenny asked. "Oh, something I read once. The first rule of empire building. And what's that?" "Reorganizing." "Meaning?" "Since we're keeping secrets and all," Dustin wheeled a bit closer, "I'm pretty sure that the guys in charge were the ones who brought that gang in to attack in the first place." Chapter 38. Renton. Wade adjusted the radio on the old Honda Civic. It was a faded, simple car, an early 90s model he'd stolen from a double-wide manufactured home. The home had pink flamingos in the postage stamp yard and a "My grandkids are cuter than your grandkids" sign hanging near the front door. Stealing the car from the open carport had required him to dust off skills from his youth, but that's why he'd chosen it. The cars from this era and earlier were easy to steal, and though a slow little pissant of a car, it wouldn't be targeted for value by criminals dumb enough to still think that mattered. He was getting nothing in real time from FM. Some were playing recorded loops of music as if the world would get back to normal. Others were playing new tracks, but they were things he'd heard on the drive up from Vancouver. After figuring out how to switch to AM, he had to turn the volume down, forgetting just how grating the static of the untuned band could be. But with broadcast ranges of hundreds of miles, there were stations to listen to, and the news was fresh. He listened to a pair of opinionated journalists discussing the mob attack on Camp Murray overnight. Now, that's interesting. He turned it up and rolled the dial in micro-adjustments for the very best signal. "I'm not saying that the Army did anything wrong on a leadership level, Tom," one voice debated. "Having reported on the military for almost 30 years, I can say this was probably a local decision made by a nervous sergeant with no combat experience. And—" "Oh, come on, David." Tom sounded skeptical and irked by his colleague. "You're saying one guy opened fire on those protesters and it sparked an intensive reaction like the videos are showing? They mowed down hundreds of people with machine guns." "I'm not saying it didn't happen." David was equally boisterous. "First off, protesters don't storm gates and turn over vehicles and set them on fire. The leadership probably had some strict rules of engagement in place, and now you're blaming the victims." Exasperated Tom asked. "That's just—" Click. Wade had heard enough. The governor is assuredly at Camp Murray, he thought, dissecting the development. Whether it was active duty or reservists, he's going to take the blame, which means I can move him to the bottom of the list. Though he'd rid himself of his babysitters, Wade knew he had to fulfill his contract if he wanted to live more than a week or two. It was his plan to make the hits so outrageously fantastic that the cartel would overlook him squashing a few soldier ants. But for now, the governor had heat, which meant a ton of extra scrutiny, which worked out in his desire to start with the others and get to Ramona quickly. He parked the little Civic next to the cartel's car where he'd abandoned it, in the Albert Talley High School parking lot. After leaving the boat, he'd made a beeline to the safe house a few blocks from the school. In addition to firearms and ammunition, he took some grenades, claymore mines, 2 large drones, a VR headset for flying them, infrared chemical lights, and 2 IEDs made from C4 plastic explosive and electronic signal receivers. Wade grabbed some clothes, food, and a little water, and incisor, of course, his prized trophy war club. If he had to bug out, that would be the one thing he grabbed. He transferred the duffel from the boat and the second duffel of guns and grenades from one trunk to another. He looked up at the eastern sky, turning a dark gray as the sun began to start its daily ascent. When he did, he saw 4 individuals crossing the parking lot on BMX bikes. There were only 2 working lights left in the lot, but they provided more than enough light for predator and prey. He looked back down into the trunk of the old car and unzipped a bag. "What a waste," he thought, picking up a standard Mark II pineapple grenade. "I just don't have the strength to deal with it." The small pack of prospective robbers looked youthful. Probably not old enough to know how to drive yet. Definitely not smart enough to spread out more than a yard. "Yo!" the lead punk called when they were about 30 yards away and approaching rapidly. "We're gonna take that car, and there ain't nothing you can do about it." Wade turned casually and pulled the safety pin. He imagined he was trying to use an underhand throw to toss water from a mug onto someone 10 feet away with a hard, flat arc. He let the grenade fly. Like a 7-year-old's bowling ball on a lane with bumpers, the oblong shape bounced and plinked slightly left and right, back and forth as it crossed the parking lot, cooking its fuse. Wade squatted on the far side of the 2 cars. The kids were mesmerized by the unbelievable sight and nearly rolled directly over it when it blew up. The teenage pup who'd dared to nip at the wolf before him took the brunt of the blow. Despite the anticlimactic visual effect of the explosion, the concussion and shrapnel did their work well. Hot steel ripped through the legs of the 3 closest, the shock waves more than enough to knock over the bicycles. The boy farthest away fell over from the invisible shove, bike still between his legs. He'd caught only 3 small pieces of shrapnel, but the shock and ferocity of the unexpected encounter had dazed him. Wade knew the chances were good he'd need to do some cleanup work. The cacophony of screams and wails played like a drunk symphony. He started to pick up a shotgun, then decided to grab an incisor, but the thought of sharp pain in his healing gunshot made him skip both options in lieu of one of the pistols. Without calculation or guilt, Wade Curry walked over to the kid most likely to escape. "Please, dude," was all the kid with long, unkempt blonde hair could think to stutter. He just about freed himself from the bicycle that was tying up his mostly intact legs. Wade stepped onto the bike frame with both feet, pressing it down hard onto the kid's shins. "Didn't your parents teach you to call adults sir or ma'am?" He squeezed the trigger, not needing to waste time dealing with irate parents or patriotic vigilantes. Only one of the other 3 warranted a potential threat, should he miracle a gun from some pocket. Wade killed him and then scrutinized the other 2. They were screaming like newborns and bleeding like cattle in a slaughterhouse. He saw the lower portions of 2 legs and 1 arm lying loosely nearby. "You know, that was going to be hard to find one day." With that, he went back to grab the last of his booty. Shortly, he was in his new burner car and back into the neighborhood to find a place to sleep off the daytime hours. Chapter 39. Bridle Trail Stables. "That'll do it, son," James Franklin yelled to Jamar over the noise of the Humvee ambulance's diesel engine. Squeezing the beast past the parked horse trailer had been simple thanks to the shoulder along the small driveway, which kept the trees, salal, and ferns from getting too close to the one-lane access. After passing it, Jamar backed the rig up to the horse trailer, with James and Jalen helping guide him in the medium-gray, rainy dawn. To their west, the heat of the stable fire could still be felt. The flat, hard-pan gravel on all 4 sides was too hot to walk on. The attacker's truck that Kevin had cut loose from the trailer had rolled to a stop about halfway down the building's length. It was only 10 feet away, close enough to blacken and warp the left side. The stable fire had taken the building down to a pile of hot coals and lumber remnants. The fire department never bothered to show up, leaving many of the neighbors to finally awaken to how bad things had become. The recent heavy rain was the only reason the large fire hadn't spread to the woods and office nearby. Nelson rode up on the older e-bike. "Hold up," he said to Jamar through the lowered window. He had been a couple of 100 feet away at the small residence and office building, consulting with the property owners. The 5 rescued horses were in the fenced field near the driveway. All but the solid black gelding that had startled Jamar hours earlier were keeping their distance from the fire and chaotic happenings in the farthest corner. The larger of the 2 muscular Belgians was pacing in the middle, casting a wary eye at everyone. In the hours since the gunfight, Nelson had become acquainted with the 2 owners and their kids enough to know that there was a potential alliance with them. "What's up?" "I've been discussing the potential blowback of all this with them." "Blowback?" Jamar asked with an irritated tone. "Sean gets killed and they're worried about that?" "My words, Jay," Nelson said to soothe his friend. "They feel horrible about that." Jamar shut the rig down and got out. "Imagine how Kevin feels." Kevin had used the newest e-bike and cart to take Sean's body back to Ramona's. He had been extremely distraught and needed to get away from the scene. "I don't have to imagine," Nelson said. He became a bit testy. "I knew Sean longer than any of you." Jamar lowered his eyes. I know, sorry." Nelson wanted to move forward before he started dwelling on the loss and losing focus. "I suggested to the ladies a plan to deal with the bodies and the attacker's truck. When the West End collapsed, it burned up their own truck and horse trailers, which is why they asked us to take this trailer and hide it. But before you hook up, I have another job." Jamar became curious. "Okay. You're not going to like it, but I need your help, and I don't want to ask your dad or brother to do this. Just spit it out, Nellie. We're going to take these 2 dead scumbags and put them in that truck over there." He pointed toward the charred hulk and push it into the embers. "We should let it cool off and then tow it somewhere else." "No. These guys will most likely have people coming to look for them. We can't waste time and let that happen." "They'll still find the truck. All they'll find is a blackened, melted shell." Nelson said. You think those embers will do the trick? Oh, yeah. There'll be heat coming off that pile for a few days. Haven't you ever stirred up a dying campfire and seen a log reignite? We didn't have a lot of campfires in the hood, Jamar said flatly. James and Jalen strolled up. What's the hole up? James asked. Just figuring out how to take out the trash, Nelson said. James nodded. Them ladies know what they're going to do yet? I think they're still in shock. I've advised them to pack up the horses and anything they can't live without and beat feet to a hiding spot as fast as they can. But you gotta tow 'em with the same rig you guys was gonna get out of town in, James said, pointing out the obvious hole. I think they'll want to handle Sean's burial first, Dad, Jamar said. But you're right, Nelson added. There's a couple of arenas in the park itself. We're going to take them around to the north end and then hide the rig in the woods out there. One of them is going to come back with us to Ramona's, so we figure out a plan. He looked at Jamar. I mean, if we all work together, we just added 5 horses to the gear list, so to speak. And 4 more mouths to feed, James quipped. The 4 men turned to look that way when a woman's screaming started up. The property abutted 2 residential properties on 3 spots. One of the owners, understandably at her nerve's end, was peeling away from her family to yell at some people who were gawking at the scene from their yard. She was yelling loudly enough that some things could be understood over by the Humvee. She's pissed none of them came and helped, young Jalen said. Jamar and his family had just lost their own home to a fire less than a week earlier. Their hearts were raw watching these strangers go through moment zero from a distance. She's just venting, but we get that, don't we? Jamar asked, as he put his arm around his little brother's shoulders and pulled him a bit closer. All the more reason we should help. Chapter 40. Ramona's. Kevin stuck the shovel in the hard clay at the bottom of the hole, tired and bitter. He looked past the mound of dirt from the new grave and saw the pile of rocks on top of Nana's burial plot. Ramona's yard will become a damned cemetery if we can't get on the road soon. The cynicism was easy, his morale tanking more each day. And having a pissy, entitled, unappreciative brother wasn't helping. Keith had taken to beating things with something non-damaging, a thick stick, a shoelace, a necktie of Noel's. It was non-stop and seemingly harmless until he did it 2,000 times in a row. Like Chinese water torture, the jittery addict was starting to become grating with his nervous energy. Kevin could hear the taps coming from somewhere around the side of the house. He'd managed to get a good enough hole dug, but it was only 2 feet, and they'd had to augment the few big rocks on Nana's grave with bricks. He wasn't sure what they would be able to use to keep Sean Fullen's grave secure, but that was a problem they could groupthink. The reality of Sean's death had hit him hard. If I hadn't let that guy live, he'd still be here. Kevin's eyes filled with tears and guilt. He heard the sliding door open. His back toward the house and sitting on the edge of the grave, he took the wet, dirty glove off and wiped his eyes. I told you to just stay away from me for a while, Kevin told Keith. But it wasn't him. The door slid closed and the awkward sound of crutches knocking into a patio chair tipped Ramona's hand. Kevin whipped around half a turn. 1.4 legs or not, I can still come out to my yard whenever I please, kiddo, Ramona said. Slowly she moved out toward him. The gray sky wept but a sprinkle, what most Washingtonians knew as liquid sunshine, the kind of rain that might cancel Little League games in southern states, but kids played in the Northwest. Because she had enough problems, Ramona wasn't taking chances. She had her old police raincoat on, the long one that went down past her knee. She moved out under the patio roof, but kept off the soaked lawn, staying on the landscape gravel near the concrete's edge. Kevin climbed out of the low hole and walked over to her. No need to stand out here. He motioned back toward the patio. Ramona stayed put, resting her armpits on the crutches, face up toward the sky and letting the water hit it. She blinked a bit, trying to keep the rain out of her eyes, but she didn't want to move. I didn't know this until just now, but I like the feel of rain on my face. Kevin pulled the ball cap she'd given him down around his eyes just a tad. I'm from the dry side. I'll take snow any day. Ramona pulled her face back down and blinked a bit more, not wanting to take her hands off the crutches. What I meant was that I didn't think I would ever get to experience the joy of rain again, or walking in grass, or hearing my daughter's laugh. She locked eyes with her young, tall friend, which made him avert his own gaze. Self-pity is a dangerous thing. You sound like my dad. He wiped his eyes again. Sean died because an evil person killed him, Kevin. Ramona tried to put a hand on his arm and lost one crutch in the process. He grabbed her arm and gave her a concerned look, stepping right next to her to provide a firm base to lean on. She'd taken to the 20-year-old who had risked his life to save Missy like one of her own brothers. She finished putting her hand up to him and gave him an awkward hug, knowing he wouldn't let her fall. You know better than most how guilt can cage you up for years. Kevin had shared with her that, in some small way, saving Missy had helped him start to heal from the guilt he carried most of his life. Kevin, like his own mother, blamed himself for not properly closing the gate that 4-year-old Keisha, Kendra's twin, went through and was later dragged off and killed by a cougar. The logic of things like that go out the window when you know your actions let someone bad kill someone you knew and trusted and liked and was just a good overall person. Ramona pulled him down and kissed him on the cheek. You're not the only one, Kev. We're all hurting. Most of us are blaming ourselves for choices, just like you. But if I hadn't made a mistake, I would never have gotten shot, and we would have never met. And maybe Missy wouldn't be alive. He looked at her, forgetting just how frail and pale she'd been since losing so much blood and having the emergency amputation. She was already a lean, fit, short woman. Now she was sickly, too. Let me help you back to the patio. My crutch, she objected. Can wait, he said. The pair moved around so that she could position herself, and Kevin kept a long arm around her back and ribs. She held her left hand with his while acting as her left crutch until she could hop to one of the padded patio chairs, where he helped her sit. He looked through the glass and could see Jalen in the living room talking to his sister and mother. Are they back? Jalen is, Ramona said. He says Nelson and one of the horse ladies are on the way back to talk about what's happening. Just them? Maybe I should go back and— Stop, Ramona cut him off. Just relax. The kid said everything is fine as of now. Nellie and Jay have things handled. You just dug your friend's grave. You need water. She waved her hand to remind him to grab her crutch for the lawn. And some sleep, I'm sure. Yo! It was Keith's voice, as annoying as ever. He came around from the side of the house in his raincoat made out of a black leaf bag, where he had taken to pacing when he got tired of being around people. His desire to see the trip east through was slowly taking over his intense need for drugs, but by just a fraction of a %. There's a worn-out-looking hag with a compound bow and a really nice-looking horse coming out the street. The stallion had a honey gold coat with an off-white mane and tail. Kevin was at the end of the driveway, watching the middle-aged woman on the horse and Nelson, trying to keep the perfect slow speed on the e-bike, chat as if it were just another day in early autumn. He figured their slow gait was mostly about hoof care on asphalt than any lackadaisical mood on their part. The ungelded male, the horse, not Nelson, let out a snort and tugged his head a bit when he saw Kevin. The rider made a few click noises with her mouth and pulled on the reins a bit. She guided the young, energetic Palomino toward the end of the driveway when Nelson confirmed it was the destination. The clacking of hoofs on the road were the only noise in the rain in the immediate area. The occasional gunshots or helicopter could still be heard at varying depths in the distance. All right, Coda, the woman said. Settle down. She walked the horse into the driveway and scanned. The stirrup and leather creaked a bit as the woman dismounted. She moved the reins over Coda's head and led him past the Mustang under its logoed car cover in the front yard to a Japanese maple that was about 12 feet tall. After securing the horse around the trunk, she took the compound bow strapped across her back off and scanned the car cover as she walked back toward the others. Kevin, Lydia, Nelson said. He walked the bike toward the garage door and nodded for Kevin to come open it for him. Lydia, Kevin. The pair shook hands and swapped greetings before Kevin went and rolled the door up for Nelson. They parked the bike and bow and shook rain off jackets before entering Ramona's house. Kevin studied the woman. He'd seen her with her bow the night before. The other lady had been using a rifle, but none of that accounted for the fact that he could have sworn there was someone in the hayloft shooting at the attackers. I wonder if they lost someone too. Lydia had the demeanor of someone who could either be a serious person or a complete jokester under different circumstances. Kevin estimated her to be early 40s based on the padding, crow's feet, and multiple strands of silver in her light brown hair. When they made it to the living room, Jalen had already helped Ramona settle to the couch with her stump elevated and attached to the vacuum pump. Diana walked over and introduced herself, Felicity, and Missy. Charcoal went to town smelling Lydia's jeans. The woman bent over and slipped into a super-friendly dog lover as she scratched his ears and head, making goo-goo talk at him. Charcoal's tail began to slap Diana in the legs. "Come on, Mutt," Jalen said, pulling the dog by his collar to the door to the backyard and making him go out. Everyone settled onto furniture and stools around the room. Lydia and Ramona recalled a couple of times they met, and the guest offered her condolences when she heard Noel had been killed. She avoided the obvious amputation injury altogether. Kevin noticed Keith had pulled a disappearing act, and while that generally made things more peaceful, he didn't trust his brother now that he was mobile. Going to need to check the house for prescriptions, he thought, seeing that the coffee table had a bag of them that the doctors had provided Ramona. For the 100th or more time, the thought of his brother letting himself get dragged into that lifestyle angered him. "I thought Lydia should come over and chat with us, since we've obviously not left on our trip east today," Nelson started. "Jamar and James are using the ambulance to tow a horse trailer and 4 other horses to, He looked at Lydia to confirm his summary. "A temporary hideout, essentially?" "It had better be," the boisterous woman said with half a chuckle. "There's bigger training and stable facility up there in the north end of the park. Just inside the park boundary is a small arena that they think is theirs." Everyone picked up on the tone. "They have a nice facility already, but that little arena is publicly owned. We're going to park the horses and ourselves there tonight. Any more horse thieves will have to get past their stables and several businesses to get to us. At least from that direction. Everything all around is just woods." Nelson nodded and looked around the room. "Lydia and I have already discussed a bunch of this, but one of my concerns is the Humvee. It's low on fuel. It's a target. It's probably on a watch list of some sort at every checkpoint by now. And our trucks got damaged too badly by the seemingly stoic woman suddenly choked as she spoke. The emotions of the stressful night, coupled with no sleep, had taken its toll. "The fire." She wiped her eyes. "Sorry." Diana and Ramona both began to console the woman. "No, we lost a dear friend to those." Her face went flushed with red, mouth and cheeks squenched in anger. She let the sentence go, but everyone knew that at that moment she would kill the attackers all over again. Eduardo had worked for the stables long before we owned the business. Corny isn't going to handle all this very well." "Who's Corny?" Missy asked. The 8-year-old had the innocence of not understanding the moment's true tension. She wondered if Corny was a dog. "Oh," Lydia said, gaining some composure back. "That's my wife's nickname. Her name's Courtney, something her father insisted on despite her Japanese mother not being able to say it very well. She's gone by Corny her whole life." Suddenly, Kevin found himself liking the woman, presumably the whole family. He'd gone out in the night to back up Jamar, who had gone out because he was tired of seeing bad people prevail. Sean had paid for those decisions with his life. Kevin was worried he would resent these women, but the more he heard her, the more his heart opened, something he needed, since dealing with Keith was turning it hard as diamonds. "Did any horses die?" Diana asked. "No. Over the last few days, several of our boarders have come and pulled their animals to take them with them to their cabins, hunting camps and whatnot. A couple of those things are freaking gigantic," Jalen said. Lydia nodded. "The draft horses. There's an animal rescue that couldn't take them in a few months back, so we did." "I bet they can eat a whole tree," Jamar mused. How are you going to feed them all?" The woman nodded. That question had obviously been weighing on her. I don't know if this was luck or an angel watching out for us. We'd just gotten our newest pallet of feed delivered. It's still sitting in the back lot in a shrink-wrap pallet. But if we try to leave, there's no way we can take it all." "Were the rescued horses abused?" Ramona asked. "Sort of. The old man who owned them took good care, but when he passed away, the probate process became a bitter war between his adult kids and grandkids. The son who was the executor refused to sell them, but he also neglected them. His sisters sued him. It got ugly, and the judge sent them to the horse rescue. But like I said, they were already overworked. Is that why you came over and checked that guy out before... you know?" "Uh-huh. I suspect that those men were working for one or more of the family that owns the horses. But now we'll never know." "What are you going to do?" Kevin asked. "What I really want to know is when do we get our Humvee back?" Lydia sighed, trying to organize her thoughts. "I guess the thing that makes that hard to answer is that Corny and I haven't had a good chance to talk. I'm from Texas, so I'm a bit light on family, but she has relatives on her dad's side in Montana. I've been trying to convince her for days that we should be heading that way. Her son is 17, but he's also autistic. He might not tolerate strangers and a long trip so well." "Didn't I see 2 teens?" Nelson asked. "Oh, yes. I have an older daughter who just started university down in Austin, but the other teen you saw is my son. He's not special needs, but he ought to be." Jason and Felicity laughed, much to Diana's horror. Lydia laughed, too. "I'm not kidding. That boy." She looked down and shook her head. "Sometimes I don't wonder if they didn't swap babies at the hospital." That drew bigger laughter from Ramona and Nelson. "That kid says some off-the-wall things." Kevin looked at Nelson and saw that he was already looking back. "This is why you brought her over," he thought, "to sell a mutual alliance concept to everyone." "Then you probably already know that several of us are trying to go east," he said to Lydia. "Your friend said something about that. I hear you're the man with the plan." Chapter 41. Bridle Trail State Park. "Oh, do be careful," the stressed, slightly eccentric woman said to Jamar from the right side of the Humvee's cab. Hooking up and then turning the long trailer around had been bad enough. The heat from the burned stable was still too hot to drive around it to either direction. Once Corny and Lydia's son Jackson secured the 4 horses to a fence rail, they opened the gates to let him use the small field, less than a half-acre, to turn around. He'd nearly worked the combo into a corner with a weird jackknife angle after a couple of attempts. He let his father figure out how to back up the long trailer. Neither man truly knew much about the task, and the decision was made to shuttle necessary gear and belongings from the home office on foot. The bad news was that it added a couple of hours to their tiring day. The good news was that the rain stopped. Corny had given Lewis a variety of assignments that would keep him productive and as stress-free as possible. Moving supplies wasn't stimulating enough for his spectrum brain, but stacking tin cans of food like a pyramid was right up his alley. Jamar was impressed with Jackson. The 13-year-old was quiet, though who wouldn't be after the night they'd had? But he knew how to handle the horses, which nearly scared the stinky fudge out of Jamar, especially that giant black one and the one slightly less giant sorrel one. He'd learned they were Duncan and Jazz. Unlike the other horses, they had long tufts of hair around their lower legs, called feathering. Jamar looked at Duncan and thought, "This brute is built like God decided to make 3,000 pounds of muscle nearly 8 feet tall and give it hair and hooves." As the smoky ruins of the fire grew less intense, and Jamar and James had been around for several hours, all 4 of the horses were becoming calm. Jamar and James helped the lady and younger teen grab as much tack for the horses as they could manage. While the newest, lightest riding saddles and some other desired gear had been lost in the fire, they weren't up the creek. The equipment that had come with the 2 draft horses was kept in the storeroom near the office, which used to be the home's garage. In the same space, the older surplus gear and anything needing sewing had also been kept. James used a pallet jack to move the recent feed delivery from the back lot to where they were loading. The older model trailer had a wedge shape between the horses and the tongue. It would be the perfect spot to store the feed and some of the gear. Pulling the long truck and trailer combo was already something Jamar was nervous about, but they'd also added the 4 remaining horses and thousands of pounds of supplies to the weight. He was a bit jerky with the pedal and wheel, which triggered the verbal warning from Corny. He received 2 more of those on the short ride around the park. Rather than drive into the large property, which housed 2 different horse-related businesses, Corny had Jamar turn south onto 124th Avenue for their final leg. "This looks residential," he said. "It'll be fine," the nervous woman said, with no other explanation. As they drove down it, Jamar could clearly see the stables of a larger business on his side of the road. There were a few people outside it who stopped what they were doing and began to scrutinize the odd sight. "Why are they staring at us?" "I know most of those people," Corny said. She had a judgy tone. "They think this is their personal park." "We're not even in the park." "We will be," she said. "This little road dead ends just a bit farther, right at the small arena we're going to use for the night. It's tucked into the woods and is just past the property line." Jamar kept going down the road at a gentle speed to keep from rocking the horses too much, let alone his father stuck in the back with 2 teens and a bunch of loose stuff. After less than 2 more minutes, the old worn pavement turned into packed hardpan. They passed the last home, and Jamar let off the fuel, letting the rig coast to a slow progression. He pulled well past the long galvanized gate to the arena, the ride becoming bumpy as he did. He shut down the rig simply because diesel was more precious than anything but air at that moment. Jamar opened the door and stepped down to the ground, hearing the short woman do the same thing on the other side. The first thing he noticed was high-voltage lines running north to south along the same cleared vehicle trail they'd driven onto. "I wonder if those come out near Ramona's neighborhood." He parked that curiosity in the recess of his thoughts and opened the doors to the back of the Humvee. He was greeted by a none-too-happy-looking James. "Boy, you drive like a man who's 1 minute away from the toilet, but 30 seconds out from crapping his pants." His father hopped to the ground, then turned to see if the teenagers needed help. Jamar's teeth shone bright as he couldn't help but laugh and smile at the fake chastisement. "I was going as slow as I could, Dad." He saw Corny walk past over on the other side of the trailer, so he moved to the end and went around. She was just coming down out of the side access door. "They look fine," she announced. "We're fine too," Jackson said. He led his autistic stepbrother over the hitch and down the trailer from the other direction. "Don't worry about us." "Yeah," Lewis added, not making eye contact with his mother, but clearly intending to add his own jibe to Jackson's. "Jackson!" Corny whined to her stepson. Jamar saw the tired kid smirking and figured he didn't get away with provoking his stepmom when his bio-mom was around. "Today's not the day to influence him." She pointed at Lewis. She walked under the power lines and went into the arena to do a cursory inspection before moving horses. "Your name's Jackson?" Jamar asked. The young teen just looked at him, not knowing how much sass or oddity he could get away with an adult who could obviously put a hurting on him. Not lost, either, was the knowledge that Jamar and his crew had saved their bacon. He opted for normal behavior. "Yeah, my mom told me she almost named me that, too, after a favorite singing family." He was trying to break the ice with the kids, knowing there was a plan in the works to possibly travel together. "Cool," Jackson said, clearly not meaning it. He drifted into the voice of an MC. "Ladies and gents, together on their last world tour, Jackson squared. Rah!" He added a fake crowd cheering sound effect and then walked down the road in the direction they'd come from. Lewis wouldn't look at Jamar. He paced back toward the truck for a moment, then switched gears and speed-walked to the pen where his mom was. Jamar looked at the brazen kid walking down the road and saw what had caught his attention. He moved past the trailer and saw his dad standing there. James had already seen the group of people walking toward them. "What you think, Dad?" "Don't see no weapons." He looked at Jamar. "Go fetch the lady, son." Jamar nodded in agreement. "Watch out for the brat," he said, before turning and lightly jogging over to the arena gate. Corny was already on the way back. "We have company." With Lewis safely in the arena counting sections of fence as he walked a lap, she joined Jamar and went back out to the rough road. "I know them," she sighed. "Mind keeping an eye on the boys? I'll go handle these busybodies." "Sure, no problem," Jamar said. "Unless that little twerp pushes his luck." He didn't add aloud. Corny picked up the pace and caught up to Jackson, who, in his third wind of energy and exhaustion, was in the middle of the road, doing imitation karate forms. He looked at his stepmom and mouthed his next words, moving his lips out of sync to appear as if he was in a bad 60s ninja movie. "You, take the invaders to the north, and I will protect the squirrel at all costs. Don't be a goon," Corny mumbled as she walked by. She pointed back toward the truck and trailer, and the lad walked back to Jamar. James and Jamar went to work detaching the trailer from the Humvee. Jamar kept a loose eye on the discussion Corny was in with the 2 men and 2 women 100 yards away. Hard to tell, he thought. Looks friendly enough, but it also looks like she's having to plead or negotiate a bit. One of the men was keeping several feet off the main group, either disinterested or simply to keep an eye on Jamar and James. The other man had taken up a stance to one side, letting the 2 women handle the conversation. What bothered Jamar was how he did it. He was no farther than 2 feet from Corny, arms crossed, smiling, but staring with that smile like it was a passive intimidation technique. "What, Jay?" his dad asked. Jamar had completely abandoned helping detach the horse trailer. "I'm thinking about going down to make sure she's not in over her head." "Patience, son. This is her world. You see someone getting ready to smack her on the nose or something, then go give her a hand." 30 seconds later, Corny shook hands with the 2 ladies and made a fast walk back down. She saw Lewis sitting on a nearby picnic bench with his head on the table and coat pulled over his head. Jackson was sitting on the gravel, leaning up against one of the right side tires to the trailer, eyes closed and arms crossed. Content the boys were safe, she joined the 2 men. "That was fun," she sneered. "Looked like the mafia or something," James said with a big grin. Jamar just closed his eyes at how his dad said stuff weird on purpose sometimes. "Like a PTA that only ladies named Karen or Babs can join," Corny agreed, laughing. She put the back of a hand up to her forehead. The strained look of worry returned. "Ah, man, am I ready for a nap." "Look, I think maybe we should stay until your wife gets back," Jamar said. She knew he was concerned about the people walking back into the large horse center nearby. "What, them? Nah, they're no problem. Now, if we camped here for several days, they might get crabby, but when I told them about Eduardo, they were pissed. He was liked by everyone, not to mention the best farrier in Bellevue. But I would appreciate a hand with the Belgians. I think the kids are getting a little tuckered." "The what?" James asked, a confused look on his face. "The draft horses," Corny said. "I've only been handling horses since I met Lydia. She's the lifelong horse gal. Don't worry, they're quite tame. I'm just scared to handle those 2 alone." "You and me both, Short Round," Jamar thought, shuddering at the memory of Duncan scaring the snot out of him. "Well, you know what we gotta do, son," James said. Jamar swallowed his fear and his pride. "I'll give you a hand." "Attaboy, Jay," his dad said as he slapped him on the back. "You need anything, I'll be right over there in the ambulance, sleeping." With the grin of a Cheshire cat, James Franklin went toward the next vehicle and hopped up into the passenger side seat. Corny caught Jamar gazing at the power lines over their heads. The towers holding them were hundreds of feet away in either direction. "Those run down into the neighborhood," she told him. "So does this trail under them." "This is a big trail for just horses and joggers." "Most of them are standard hiking trails," she explained. "This one has to be able to take trucks from the power company. Lydia'll be coming back from that direction." "It just comes out into the community at some random spot? It isn't a gate into the park or something?" "Water company has a tank and some equipment at the other end, but other than that, yeah." In a way, Jamar was glad his father had been there. Since he and Diana were insistent on staying with Ramona, James now had some area familiarization that attackers might not, an escape route, so to speak. "I think when Lydia gets back, we'll just drive out that way." He pointed. Then something caught his eye. "How many people do you think are already in the park?" The question made Corny stop from retrieving halters and lead ropes. I don't know." The security concern suddenly became very apparent. "Why?" "I just saw people cutting across the roadway down there." "Like 2 or 3? More like 15 or 20. Chapter 42. Spokane. Kenny knelt in the grass of Mrs. Park's front yard, feeling the change in the season. The sun was getting lower earlier, and the breeze that came with sunset held the fall crisp that he always associated with hunting season. I haven't even gone hunting in 4 seasons? Kenny put some thought into it and was embarrassed to realize it had been 5 years since his senior year in college. Sitting in the lawn under the royal blue sky, looking at his camouflage backpack and equipment, had let him slip into a few precious minutes of escape. Taylor had a high-quality, lightweight thru-hiker's backpack until just a few hours earlier, a beautiful turquoise color. She'd used some green spray paint on it, and after it dried, she rubbed it thoroughly in mud. The two of them had a decent collection of camp stoves and sleep systems to go with their 1-2-person ultralight tent. Pregnancy, children, and careers had kept them from hiking much, so the equipment was in new condition despite being a few years old. Together, and at her insistence, they had packed and unpacked the gear several times. What to do for clothing and food for the kids had become a priority. The repeated packing was in part about each getting to know the other's bag with familiarity, but it was also about learning what could be ditched, what could be crafted with a knife or hatchet and some cordage. The argument over where to go had become irrelevant. It would hurt nothing to have outdoor survival bags, even if they went to her friend's home. "Did you hear that?" Taylor asked, breaking his moment of solace. He immediately listened for a sick or injured child's crying. They were dead tired and sleeping on their own mattresses, placed on the home's living room floor. The broken front door on their house was going to keep them sleeping in the borrowed home, regardless of dealing with the emotional trauma of the break-in. Slowly, the sound of music reached his ears. It was coming from Scott Parker's home, and the only reason he'd heard it was because the front door opened for a few seconds. Music. What of it? Kenny wasn't worried about it. In fact, it was the opposite. Good for them, trying to enjoy a little of the old life before the next phase of this hack thing takes it away. Without a comeback, Taylor stood from her spot on the ground and walked out toward the edge of the lawn. She stood, staring down the road. After what was close to 3 minutes, she looked at him when the volume picked up just enough to be noticeable. She walked back over to her husband quickly. "I just saw like 4 or 5 people going in and out of Parker's house just now." Kenny shook his head and sighed. He slowly stood. "Now you think nobody shall be allowed to listen to music?" They'd been bumping heads so much that both now were automatically looking for the ulterior motive in each other's statements, even though it usually wasn't there. Taylor became hardened. "Oh, so you're good with them robbing people and having a party with the stolen food? You know I can't stand it when people use contextually void statements to make the other party sound like a brainless, heartless villain," Kenny said. "The last thing we need is another reason to argue." She shot her arm out, finger pointed to the curb by the road. "Then go look for yourself, Kenneth." Kenny rolled his eyes and walked past her. He couldn't deny the coincidence of seeing the middle-aged couple, Charles and Sandy Bella, walk up Scott Parker's driveway at that moment. She was holding a Corningware dish. The volume of the music picked up a bit when someone opened the door and let them in. "Still think I'm imagining things?" She and her upset tone were right behind him. Kenny looked at her, then walked off the grass and onto his driveway. He moved at a rapid clip without saying another word, a mixed bag of annoyances bouncing in his thoughts. He didn't mind his wife usually being right, and she was usually very pleasant, but he was about done with her tone. The end of the world has turned you into a real sarcastic and smarmy "Don't worry, honey," she yelled at him. "I got the kids." She stomped over to the gear and started moving it into the living room with a huff. Kenny gritted his teeth as he sneered. He was the camel's back, and everything around him was a piece of straw. He walked the few homes down and crossed the street. The sun was down to the west, and the sky was a beautiful crimson toward his left. He wasn't sure why, but he made the sudden decision to check out the backyard. There was a 6-foot wood fence that connected the Parker home to the next one on this side. He went over to the gate closer to that home and listened. He knew he heard voices, but it was the metallic clang of horseshoes on a steel rod that caused him to grab the latch and jerk the wood gate open. After his dramatic entrance into the backyard was noticed by absolutely nobody, he took a deep breath and thought things through. It looked like a typical backyard party. Horseshoes and cornhole bags were being tossed. People were holding paper plates of food and chatting as if they were glad the work week was over. He picked up an empty plate from the pile of them in the waste can and moved around, looking at who was there. Many were part of the security team, but not all. "Excuse me," he said, as he passed a woman he'd never met at the backyard door into the house. He slipped in. The dining area and living room were packed with people, laughing and swapping stories. He slid into the kitchen to find a burger patty for his used plate and nearly ran into Scott Parker's back. Without a word, Kenny turned and walked out as casually as he could. He slipped into the recessed living room and nodded to a couple of people he recognized. Most people weren't eating anymore, so he set the paper plate down. Something about the man and woman he'd just passed caught his attention, so he pretended to look at the wall of family photos nearby. "I guess we'll have to agree to disagree," the man said. "I think it's a great idea." "You can't be serious," the woman choked out, trying to keep her voice low. "It's exactly like a social credit score. Who gets to decide the scores, and why?" "I think you're exaggerating." The man sounded calm, sure that his opinion was absolutely correct. "It's relevant because as this thing goes on, we need to know who to trust. If people are antisocial and not sharing their resources with the community as a whole, then they've earned a bad score as far as I'm concerned." There was something about the way the man said it that made Kevin hot. His temper had already been primed. The straws were piling up. What the hell kind of meeting did I miss? Kevin wondered. Or rather, wasn't invited to. "Then what do you think of this commitment team thing they're tossing around?" the woman asked the man. "Meh, we'll see. I personally think they should go kick some of these morons out of the neighborhood, not fight to make sure they stay." "Anthony Reddington," the woman said, "I never knew you were such a cold-hearted SOB. "What?" The man exuded fake sincerity. "I don't know most of these people. Why do I care if they're committed to staying in the neighborhood? What do you think about it?" "Sounds a bit—" The woman drifted off. A look of realization crossed her face. She looked at Kenny and caught him looking at her, which caused him to look back at the pictures. "I'd rather not say," she said in lower volume. The man leaned in a bit. "Why?" His curiosity was piqued. "Honestly, I just don't know if I should spill what I think to people anymore. What if those in charge don't like what I'm thinking? You just made it clear you think people should be kicked out of their own houses." Just as the man broke out in a mocking, roaring laughter, a new voice boomed from across the room. It had the pitch of a drunk who was in a foul mood. "Hey, what are you doing here?" The entire room went abysmally quiet, like the dead of deep space. Kenny slowly turned and saw Jim Severson standing near the front door, staring at him. Slowly, all heads in the room were looking directly at Kenny. Jim began to stumble over. He set a mostly empty bottle of tequila down on a low bookshelf and kept coming at Kenny. "De-escalate, Richardson," Kenny told himself, even as his pulse started to skyrocket. "You have a gun in open carry. He doesn't. This is a lose-lose." Was I not supposed to be? An inebriated Jim Severson got right up to his personal bubble. He hadn't spoken to the man, who was but a few years older, since the day Jim glared at Kenny from his tractor. Then he saw it, what Taylor had talked about. One eye was blue, the other on the brown side of hazel. His head began to flood to thoughts of the night of the attack. Just then Scott Parker showed up. He just started to say something to pacify the situation when Jim threw a haymaker that connected with the side of Kenny's head. Kenny staggered back into the wall of framed family photos with a thud. The drunk was already on him, a fistful of Kenny's shirt in his hand. He landed a glancing blow, but on the recoil to punch a third time, Scott wrapped his tall, lanky arm around Jim's. He and another man pulled the angry construction worker away. The room was filled with gasps, mostly, but one or two "Get him, Jimmy" type comments had erupted. "You shouldn't be here," Scott said loudly to Kenny. Kenny put up a hand to his head and felt for blood. The spot he'd been slammed was hot, and he felt a bit dizzy. Jim continued to scream at full volume, telling Kenny what body part he was going to kick. Like Moses parting the sea, The crowd moved out of the way when Kenny slowly walked to the front door. Despite the dizziness, a few things were clear. Big plans for the neighborhood were underway, and Jim Severson, for some unknown reason, triggered an instant flashback memory to the night 4 intruders nearly killed him and his family. Chapter 43. Renton. Wade grabbed a decent nap in the same home he'd stolen the Civic from. He took a chance because he remembered the kibble bowl by the door. It was empty. The gray had turned light by the time he had parked back in the carport, so other than a little food and the trusty pistol that had taken 2 cartel members and 2 kids who couldn't shave yet, he took nothing in with him. His guts and his confidence told him that even if he ran into an old man, it would be a simple task. Once in the small home, the smell told him the truth. The old woman was starting to stink in a ripe way. "You weren't afraid of carbohydrates, were you?" he wondered. The woman defined morbid obesity. A near pharmacy level of prescription medications filled her bedside table. By his guess, she had passed very early on in the catastrophe, and her poodle had probably died of thirst 4 or 5 days after its bowl ran dry. He closed her bedroom door and sealed the edges with some tape, pressing a sheet from the hall closet under the gap in the door. After opening windows, but with the blinds and curtains shut to keep nosy friends at bay, he doused the house with Glade and lit a couple of candles. He made a few quick trips into the house with the bags and boxes of weapons, tech, incisor, and food. After a long meal and a good sleep, he decided to head out into the light rain before the gray had turned dark again. He took an M4 rifle and 2 full magazines, along with his Glock, but no other weapons. He wanted to get to an area he recalled was rampant with prostitution traffic back in the days he contracted for the gangs. To find Doughboy, first he needed to find criminals. As huge of a business as sex was in the old days, he imagined it would be a flooded market in the coming times. Women who swore they would never, suddenly would. The tiny wiener and stinky breath of a stranger was better than starving, or more to the point, watching one's kids starve. And, of course, the trade wouldn't be limited to just the fairer gender. Everyone had a flavor, and everyone's flavor matched someone else's taste. And at the end of the day, bartering was still easier than taking by force. As the experts always said, those who stole the goods with violence were in the game for the power, not the climax. He parked the old, faded blue Civic in the farthest corner of the seedy motel's lot that he could find. The locale was nestled just north of where Interstate Highway 5 intersected with the Regional Highway 99. Within a good swing of a softball bat of the motel was a truck dealer, a moving truck rental company, and a large unbranded warehouse with several dozen trailers parked at dozens of loading bays. If this spot were a TV show, it would be called Hooker Central. Wade laughed to himself. The lockdowns had created quite a problem for stranded truckers, which was quite an opportunity for dirty motels and women with starving kids. Wade watched the traffic until well past dark. He could tell that some of the men and women were rookies. The ones that dressed, walked, and talked like prostitutes on TV were the newbies. Finally, he saw 2 women join a trucker who had walked up to the back of the hotel from his rig a few hundred yards away. He had a military-style duffel bag on his shoulder. "I bet you're just paying with food for the load you're hauling that you never delivered, aren't you?" But the man and his goods weren't what caught his eye. The 2 prostitutes, both a bit older, met the trucker, and they exchanged greetings like they were friends meeting up in front of an Applebee's. But when they got out of their black Chevy Avalanche, 2 figures stayed in the vehicle smoking cigarettes. Bingo. One of the ladies took the bag back to the Chevy and opened the rear doors, returning several seconds later and handing it to him empty. Then the 3 went up the stairs outside the motel and disappeared into a room. Wade had a few choices. One was to go kill the trucker and force a conversation, which would likely lead to a shoot first, questions be damned response from her pimps. Another was to go talk to the pimps directly. But saying, "Hey, are you guys gangsters? I'm gangster too," in a walk-up conversation probably wouldn't fly either. Option 3 it is, he realized. The waiting began, and with John Q. delivery guy hiring 2 women every night, meant that the threesome probably had a routine, one limited only by the patience of the men protecting them. A full 55 minutes later, as soon as he saw signs of the three coming out of the motel room and headed toward the outer stairs, he left the Civic in the still corner and did a little quick jog over. He met them just as they got to the ground level. "Hey," Wade said, with the charisma he'd been known for in the days before prison. Though 50, the good-looking, fit killer was still something desirable to gaze at to most any promiscuous person who liked his flavor. "Hi," the taller, skinny lady greeted with a smile. The trucker flashed a look of both confusion and jealousy, not quite sure who the stranger was. I'll see you babes later," the greasy man said, eyeing Wade with suspicion. "What you looking for, baby?" the smaller, thicker lady asked. After running Lord knew how many cargo cars and cabooses on her freight train, Wade was a John who looked like a strong engine. Wade positioned himself to see their avalanche. Right on time, the two front doors opened, and a couple of young, sizable goons stepped out. One flicked off a cigarette butt when they walked quickly toward their employees. "Oh, I don't think you can all give me what I want," Wade smiled. "That's too bad, brown sugar," the taller one said with a frumpy face. She rubbed her hand on his chest, and it took all his will to swallow the pain. He couldn't afford to give away any detail. "But we got boys and he-she's if that's your thing." "Hey, old-timer," the man from the driver's side said. He was black, and the thug riding shotgun was white, which immediately told the old California hitman that these were independents, not run by a specific ethnic gang. "All prices go through us." It was all business. "Cash is dead. We need goods, and we need to see 'em first." "He don't want us, Frank," the short one said. "He wants to see the meat special." "Is that so?" Frank said. He gave Wade a serious glance. "It doesn't mean I can't deal, but I'm talking a special prize worth a lot of money." "You ain't gay," the other pimp said. "So what do you want?" Larry asked. He'd pulled his hands out of his leather coat pockets, letting them hang as balled-up fists. It was a predator's move, one that intimidated prey and alerted other predators. Wade looked at the man's hands for 2 long seconds, then looked back up. The absence of fear on his face showed up as concern on Larry's. "I only deal with bosses. Get in the car," the other one ordered the girls. The two men took a half step back. Their survival instincts were screaming in their subconscious minds. "Who are you, old-timer?" Larry asked. "No BS." "Wade Curry." The sexy smile returned. Larry and his junior pimp exchanged quick looks and stayed silent for 5 long seconds. "We can't just take you to see our man," Larry said, "even if you are who you say you are. Why don't you tell us what you're offering and what you want? We'll meet you back here in 2 hours. Wade thought that over. "So that you guys can jump me in one? I don't think so. Besides, the prize I'm offering is a location, and you need to act fast. There'd be nothing in it for you to try anything dumb." "Then how do we work this out?" Larry asked. "Leave me those girls as collateral." The pimps looked at each other again. "That ain't happening unless you tell me what the payoff is." The carrot on the stick is the location of a fully stocked, well, mostly fully stocked, Mexican cartel safe house, and the team using it will not be coming back to it, ever. What I need is for your bosses to get me in front of a player named Doughboy. The younger assistant laughed. "You're high, bro, and stupid. Doughboy won't see you," Larry added. "We can probably get in front of him when we need to, but we ain't wasting that on you." Wade went back and forth, looking at them as he spoke. "I'm assuming you have heard of me, so entertain this thought for a moment. What will Doughboy do to you when he finds out you failed to bring one of his oldest friends in front of him because you were a couple of spineless little pussies?" Kent. What should have been a 15-minute trip from Renton to Kent, straight down Highway 167, took over an hour. To avoid 2 military checkpoints, people still wealthy enough to burn gasoline took long cuts as opposed to shortcuts. Suburbs had to be driven through with their contour-following roads. Wider parceled farm areas had to be driven. tolls had to be paid at most of the informal road closures that had sprung up, usually to enterprising but low-scruples groups looking for food or ammo, sometimes to small neighborhood defense teams set up by overweight, middle-aged people trying to feed their families. But like any toll, it was just a small piece of doing business with unnecessary violence. A write-off. Wade just laughed in amusement when they finally parked in front of a Wineco grocery store close to the highway they'd avoided. Of course, he thought. Why steal the food when you can take the entire store? The same two low-level pimps had given him a ride in the Avalanche once the deal had been approved. Wade had allowed them to take a cell phone picture, and whoever they'd gotten their blessing from concurred that the man was who he claimed to be. They weren't stoically silent on the trip, which was fine with him. It was their necks on the line if the supposed cartel safe house turned out to be a unicorn. The parking lot to the store was low-key, not drawing unwanted attention to passing authorities. But the front had been covered with stacks of old pallets, plywood, tires, and a couple of dumpsters. It was a blind maze to get inside, and Wade had a feeling that Doughboy's crew probably had an overwatch up on the roof. He joined Larry and the dumb one on the walk to the front, where one of Doughboy's bloods stepped out from behind a long wall of stacked tires, an AK-47 slung to his chest. He was a teen, but the bullets flew just the same when he pulled the trigger. "Store's closed. Get." Larry the pimp looked at Wade. "We got you here." His tone made it clear he wanted that address. Wade ignored him. "Let Doughboy know that Wade Curry is here." The young gangster had never heard of him. Don't talk to chumps. He'll beat my butt if I wake him up." "He'll beat your butt if you don't," Wade promised him. The youth looked at the three men, then queued up a small blister-pack family radio. "Simpson," he said. After several seconds, an older voice came on. "I'm gonna kick you in the teeth if this ain't important." A minute later, the teen's superior strolled out of the sliding glass door, still operational behind the barriers that made it impossible to see from the lot. When the guard repeated Wade's name, the man scrutinized the guest for a few seconds. Recognition took hold. Wade gave Larry the address to the cartel safe house, with the reminder that he had no idea how long it would be before the bosses figured out their men were dead, but that the reward was well worth the risk. He followed the one called Simpson into the store. They'd figured out how to use the building's light timer. Only 1 in every 4 or 5 of the overhead lights was on, giving the place a solemn, sleepy feel. In the main register area was a collection of cots and sleeping bags, a few empty, most filled with gang members. The shelves and bins had been reduced in volume quite a bit, but not barren. "Look, man," Simpson said, stopping near the cluster of sleeping men and women. "I can't let you go in there armed." Smart, Wade thought. Bring this up where 20 other people are so I don't make a scene. Without saying a word, he pulled the holster from his waistband and set it on the conveyor belt at the nearest register. The entire time, he wore his trademark smile. Simpson wisely didn't push the issue with a pat-down. They walked past the cots and checkout stations. The desks and cabinets had been pulled out of the store's managerial office and were still sitting in the open area near the doors to the restrooms. "Wait here." Simpson went in without knocking. Wade scanned around. He saw he was drawing the scrutiny of an awake man who was slowly walking the store. He figured the man must have heard Simpson on the radio, or even seen him escorting Wade, hence the glare and not a violent reaction. He could look down a long aisle from where he was standing. It appeared there was a large section of bins where people could fill bags to pay by weight, but it was easily 100 yards away. He hadn't grocery shopped in years, thanks to a stay at the Gray Bar Hotel, and had never heard of the chain. "Holy smokes," he heard a deep voice boom before breaking out in a coughing fit. Wade turned and saw one of his childhood friends wearing a near white beard under a much balder scalp than he remembered. He was also easily 150 pounds lighter, his purple robe hanging on him like a sack. "They'll let anyone out of the joint nowadays." His grizzled face opened into a grin that was missing 2 teeth. "What's up, Doe?" Wade walked over and tried to fist bump his old buddy, but Doughboy wrapped him in a bear hug and squeezed. Wade winced, and the tall man quickly released him. "You all right, Kerr?" Wade nodded. "I'll survive. Got somewhere you want to go sit?" Doughboy looked back at the office door. "I got a king size in there with 2 hoes sleeping. Let's go to the back. I got some recliners and beds back there." The 2 old L.A. friends chit-chatted and slowly walked through the store toward the receiving area, Dough's slippers dragging as he shuffled his feet. "What gives, Dough? You all right?" Dwayne Doughboy Irby looked around. He was 3 years older than Wade. Most gangsters had been long retired by younger, stronger men by their mid-50s. "Man, we go way back." There was an unsaid but. "No sweat." Wade got it. "But you're one of just a few people I would never betray." Doe nodded. "I told all the kids I had a gastric bypass, but it's cancer. Only my son and daughters know." Wade looked concerned. "Is it?" "Well, now." The big man laughed, which triggered more coughing. "Lung cancer." His voice hushed as they got closer to the back. "They took a lobe, but now that I can't do chemo..." They went back to safe talk, swapping a couple of old stories before settling down into leather recliners that the crew had in the back. There were a couple of different pods of recliners, tables, video game consoles, and large TVs on rolling stands. Some ropes had been strung between tall, heavy shelving units so that tarps could be hung. Wade guessed the senior gangsters or their families were sleeping in those sections. The area smelled of marijuana and the odor of people who hadn't showered enough. But then those 2 odors were already something prison had made Wade used to. They settled into a couple of empty chairs. "I have a job that needs some intricate timing in 2 or 3 locations." He looked up and thought. "And some tech support, if you got a computer nerd who can hack into secure emails. And lastly, please tell me you took that suggestion years ago about downloading YouTube videos for future reference." "Sounds mysterious," Doe said, with a cough and a hack. "Yeah, I happen to have a guy like that, but you're gonna need to refresh my memory on the videos. How-to stuff," Wade said. "How to move as a squad, how to operate an RPG, how to sight in a sniper rifle, how to use a Stinger missile, stuff like that." Doe coughed again, then chuckled. "I vaguely remember something about that. I'll check my resident nerd." Then his face turned into realization, knowing there was a specific reason Wade would have asked about that in a conversation about taking on a job. He turned serious. "What makes you think we need the work?" Wade looked around. "Let me ask you, why are you sheltering in here instead of some rich dude's mansion?" Doe laughed. Another cough. "People gotta eat. I have enough bodies to hold this place. But, man, we got kids and old ladies to protect, and people out here on the streets of South King that owe us a lot of money for drugs they already smoked." "Look, you don't need this job," Wade said. "I'm the one who needs you, but you're never going to get paid what people owe you. They're all going to starve or get murdered first, and at the end of this job, there's a setup." He looked up at the rafters. "Let's just say you'll be king of Seattle from this castle." Chapter 44. Republic. Big Dog Baker sat behind the desk in the small office. Well over a century earlier, it was the mayor's house of the small town that started out as a gold mine trading post called Eureka. But when the town got a post office in 1898, the new name was chosen since there was already a place by that name in the postal system. Of course, the irony was thick and not lost on BD. The building was now the one-person police force's office, and he was using the owner's side of the desk, while the current mayor sat on the visiting side, begging him to stop. Mayor Vernon Moody, primarily the owner of the better of the 2 motels in the small city, was pleading with BD to not do what had been set up on the main street through town. "Please, Brian, we've known each other for, what, 40 years? 45? Even you couldn't stoop so low." BD's feet pulled off the desk they were propped on, and the old wooden swivel chair made a creak as he slammed them onto the floor. "Explain that, Vern. Tell me exactly what you mean by even you." He leaned forward on the desk of the recently deceased police chief/officer with his forearms to gaze intently in the businessman's eyes. The desk was in what was once a tiny living room, barely the size of a modern master bedroom. The rest of those around the part-time city official were all with BD, including his 3 sons. "You see, it's pompous asses like you who have been giving me crap my whole life." I... BD mocked him with a childish voice. I... Damn, Vern, you sound like a woman, not even a good one." He stood up and moved, waving his arm in disappointment. "Like one of them Baptist broads I would never put out back in high school." "Where does this lead, Brian?" Vernon asked. His tone could only be described as downtrodden and dejected. His words started to convey emotion. "You killed all those police, Brian, and members of the community." Beatty looked at his cousin Dwight and nodded. "Come on, Vern," Dwight said. He hooked the mayor by one armpit and pulled to get him standing up from the cheap padded chair. "Ain't no use in being here if you're just gonna bawl like a baby." Billy Ray moved over and took custody of the mayor and escorted him out the front door. Beatty looked at his middle son, Dallas. The husky young man had a long, dirty blonde mullet and a serious expression on his face. "You ready, kid?" Dallas looked at his father. The oldest of the 3 kids with Marguerite, he had grown up playing with Kevin Richardson simply because they'd lived near each other in the sparsely populated mountain settlement, where Kevin's father had done his best to raise his children to be productive, respectful people. Dallas's father had done the opposite. He was a case study in nature versus nurture, falling in line with his father's criminal dealings out of survival more than desire. The youngster nodded, the look on his face telling the truth. He was scared. "Then let's go," Beatty said with a loud clap. Soon the tiny office emptied to the cheers of 3 dozen of his family and friends. The north end of the one main street, Clark Avenue, was filled with folks who had been witness to his overwhelming victory over the police 2 nights earlier. Beatty placed himself into the middle of the crowd right next to Vernon Moody. The rest of his primary entourage was right behind him. There was a fervor as his most ardent supporters couldn't wait to see the show. The crowd walked south, passing the planning department and post office. One more block and they would be at what was the busiest intersection in town, where Highway 20 turned right onto Clark for its passage through the micro-city. 2 of the captured sheriff patrol cars were blocking access to the location from the west and south. In the intersection itself was the captured state patrol cruiser. Beatty's nephew Cody was along the edge of the supportive crowd. He started yelling the 3 broken syllables of the town's name, stoking a chant that took hold, and soon most people were yelling with ferocity, "Republic! Republic!" Beatty stopped shy of the patrol car. Though not part of the onslaught of machine gun fire Big Dog had aimed toward the volunteer posse, it was still pockmarked with bullet holes simply from the engagement that had led up to that moment. Beatty turned and eyed his son with suspicion, wondering if the boy had it in him to become a hardened man. Billy Ray obviously did. Even nephew Cody had proven himself, and he knew Seth would be a beta male to any woman that gave him some tail. But Dallas, he was the enigma, the one that Beatty had never been able to get a full read on. The kid had more than his share of trouble in his school years, but he lacked the resolve and confidence to make the hard decision deep inside. And BD was tired of wondering. "Get up here, kid," he ordered. He looked and he saw his other sons, his daughter Chloe and the Richardson girl he'd caught out back with Seth the night of the attack, were holding each other. Their faces were scared, afraid of the horrible reality they were about to witness. The sight reinforced his opinion of the fairer sex. He held up his hands, and it took several seconds to quiet his supporters down. Farther south on Clark Avenue, past the small diner, the body shop, and the one-room law office, people lined the street. Some were in the open, others barely out of their shop doors. People from the residences flocked to the smaller intersections to gawk. In numbers, they could certainly quash the brazen threat right then and there. But like Dallas, Beatty knew they probably didn't have what it took in the heart. Dallas opened the rear door to the cruiser, and the smell of camp stove fuel permeated the air. The crowd hushed as he motioned for the mayor to get in. "Come on," he barely said. Vernon pled once more. "BD, this is insane. Whatever happened in the last few nights, it doesn't have to end this way." "Come on," Dallas yelled more loudly. Not the smartest kid in Ferry County, he still had a Ph.D. in avoiding his father's bad side. He just needed to get through the next few minutes. Billy Ray was behind Vernon and gave him a hard, one-handed shove in the back. "Please," he pled with Dallas. "You don't want to do this, son." "I ain't your son," Dallas yelled as he shoved the man onto the hard plastic prisoner bench and slammed the door shut. Mayor Moody was trapped in the rig, meant to be opened from only the outside. The floorboards in both front and rear were lined with tough plastic troughs, easy to pull out and rinse with a hose. They were filled with the stove gas from the cans taken right off the shelf of the small town's general store only an hour earlier. Vernon sat on the bench awkwardly, trying to keep his feet out of the pools of fuel. Billy Ray pulled a road flare out of his back pocket and handed it to his little brother. He had a smirk on his face, like he was about to win or lose a bet. "Make us proud, Dal." Dallas took the flare. It felt odd, to say the least, being asked to perform the most emotional act on earth for a non-psychopath in front of his father's fan club and the hundreds more who would forever judge him for it. Either way, the young man felt he was about to be damned. He took the plastic cover off and flipped it over, striking the flare's magnesium starter on the attached coarse sandpaper. It roared to life with a brilliant flash, and so did the crowd. The three-pronged chant of the town's name took off again, and this time Big Dog joined in. Dallas turned toward the broken front window, per some advice his older brother had given him earlier. "The fire will take its time," he smiled. "It'll make it fun to watch him beg as he sees it coming." Dallas felt his heart pounding in his ears, not wanting to kill the man, especially in the circumstances, but not wanting to disappoint his father or face his wrath either. He felt a lump in his throat as he tossed the flare in. It bounced off the rack between the seats that used to hold clipboards and other gear for the troopers. When it hit the pool of liquid, the front of the seat erupted in flame, which quickly set the other side of the floorboard ablaze. In the back, Vernon Moody's begging went from hollering pleas to the intense screams of a person who was about to die, no longer words, just sounds that people would never forget. Dallas felt the heat and stepped back, the twin nylon-padded seats quickly catching on fire. The heat was lapping at the sound-dampening padding on the ceiling seconds later. The flames began to rumble in the front, the car making an eerie jet stove roar. Dallas felt himself get turned by his father, who shook him by the shoulders and gave him a happy shove on the side of his head. "Attaboy, Dallas. I knew you were a man." Billy Ray had moved off through the crowd a few rows back to pay off 2 packs of cigarettes on the bet he lost to his cousin Cody. Nobody was paying attention when Seth Baker, his sister Chloe, and his girlfriend Kendra slipped up to the back of the car and opened the door. Seth grabbed the mayor and dragged him back out a split second before the car became fully involved in fire. Chapter 45. Bellevue. Ramona stood on her crutches after her tearful goodbye and watched her daughter join the others in the back of the medical Humvee. She was holding it in, ready to go dump her emotions into a box of tissue and a pillow when she had a chance to be alone. Years of police work had taught her how to compartmentalize. She waved Kevin over, who was back in his full uniform, just as Nelson was. Diana had made a more appropriately tearful goodbye with her 2 younger children, but was hovering near the open back of the rig to keep the painful farewell going. Charcoal was in the back, not sure of what was happening, but consoling the sad children. With no way to guarantee they could feed him, and Jamar worried about his parents' safety, they'd all agreed to keep the dog with Diana. The trailer couldn't possibly accommodate a 5th horse, not with 2 of them being massive American Belgians. Corny wasn't going to part with Lewis for the stressful trip, but the group didn't think it was a good idea for Lydia to ride alone. Despite Kevin being the most suited for the role, he and Nelson needed to be in uniform in the rig to help sell their legitimacy if they hit any checkpoints. That left Jamar. After making a sorrowful adieu with his parents, he and Kevin went back to the north end of the park to pick up the trailer and the other group. Lydia helped him tack up Crystal, a chestnut horse with flaxen mane and many years of experience letting special needs kids ride her. When Kevin snickered at that comment, Jamar threatened him with the worst Texas titty twister you've ever gotten, bro. With copies of the motorized group's intended route and other maps in their possession, they departed the park with the intention of galloping anywhere that wasn't pavement to try and make it to the planned waypoint by nightfall. Kevin took Corny, the boys, and the trailer back to Ramona's and made a concerted effort to look for the large group of campers Jamar had warned everyone about. Neither he nor Corny saw any sign of them. Being down to 3 horses did have the major benefit of a place to secure the 3 bikes for the trip. They were also able to stow the big harnesses that were used with the Belgians. Walt still double-checked the basket welds and helped strap it and the garden cart to the roof of the Humvee. Final plans were relayed to Ramona, James, and Diana, and those 3 confirmed they had recorded the addresses for Kevin's family homestead and Ramona's parents near Pullman. Kevin and Nelson donated the portion of MREs that would have belonged to Sean to those staying behind. When Kevin arrived at his friend, he wrapped his arms around her so she wouldn't try to hug him and lose her crutch again. "You have to get past this Wade Curry thing and head east as soon as you can. I'll keep her safe, or die trying." Ramona's tough demeanor washed away like dust in a strainer of rice. Her eyes teared up at the young man's words. "You said nearly that exact same thing when you promised you would save her from the fire." The new widow turned her head and buried it into the tall lad's chest, weeping. "I believe you, Kevin. Please watch out for her. I'll be there as soon as I can figure out how to walk." James Franklin went around the group, patting the kids on the head or back and shaking hands with the men and women. He'd put on a tough exterior when hugging his son goodbye, but he'd been unusually quiet, Ramona noticed. Corny and Jackson checked on the horses one last time. And like that, the alliance that had sprung because Kevin saved Ramona from the hospital and Jamar saved Kevin from the gas station shootout had evolved once more. Ramona was not a spiritual woman. She wasn't sure what she believed. But despite that, she pled in her heart and soul that they would all get to see their kids one day. Once the rig and trailer disappeared at the end of the block, all 4 of the residual adults stood silently, almost lost. Walt had made it halfway across the street back to his house when Ramona called out, "Walt, can you come inside for a quick chat?" Diana and James looked around at each other and Walt. Whatever the chat was about, it was news to them too. The pudgy divorcee looked at his hairy wrist with no watch on it. "I don't know. I gotta pick up the dry cleaning in 10 minutes and thought about catching a movie later." He walked back toward the others. Everyone was amused, but too distracted and worried about loved ones to focus on his joke. They went inside, where Diana helped Ramona back into her resting position on the couch. "Look, Walt, I'm not sure how you're sitting on food and stuff, but I was thinking about seeing if you wanted to pool resources." Ramona abruptly stopped talking and looked at James and Diana for their thoughts. Walt looked confused. I know I could use a hand keeping watch," a very tired James said. He was sitting on the edge of the love seat, elbows on knees with head lagging low. "Yeah, I hadn't thought about it. You know, I was only married once, Ramona, from 42 to 44 and a half. Ramona and Diana exchanged glances, which he picked up on. "Only to mean that I'm as sharp as I needed kind of bachelor. The one thing I always kept in stock was coffee. I've been living on that and eating one big pasta meal before bed every night." He'd hoped the explanation was clear enough. He was almost out of food. He couldn't contribute. "You got ketchup?" James asked, in his trademark mispronunciation without lifting his head. "Yes, I have ketchup." Confusion. "Old homeless people trick. Ketchup, salt, hot water. Boom, you got tomato soup." "I think it's a cool offer, Ramona. Are you talking that I stay over here, or—" "Well, yeah," Ramona said. "It'll only work that way. We can't circle the wagons in 2 houses. Besides—" Ramona was interrupted by two heavy car door thuds right outside. James leaped up. Dab-nabbit, we forgot to shut the garage door. He sped over to the door that led out into the space. His .357 Magnum, though hidden, was already out there. If he needed it before he could get to it, it was going to be a bad moment in Hard Lessonville. Walt was already on his heels when he got to the door. The two men went into the garage, not knowing what to expect. Huh, was all the tired man could say. What is it? Ramona called from the couch. Diana had already been up when the doorbell rang. She moved toward it, and Ramona scolded her. Don't open that without a gun. She fumbled in the slots of the couch cushions, trying to find her Glock. James came back in holding the S&W 686 and maneuvered through to the entry. I gotta die, he said calmly but firmly. James kept the revolver lowered and stood behind the door when he cracked it open. Who's asking? Uh-huh. Give me a sec. He closed the door and locked the deadbolt. It was killing Ramona only to hear the one side of the conversation. James came back into the living room. We got a couple of kids out here claiming they's cops. Scrawny white dude and a sister with a booty that goes from here to Sunday. Ramona broke out in a smile for the first time since she could remember. That's Luckett and Sherman. I was on patrol with them when this whole thing went down. Let them in. Chapter 46. Carnation. The inhabitants of the Camlin medieval village on Kelly Road in the Cascade foothills marched to their own drummer. What the Lancelot is going on here? Nelson asked from the passenger seat. Kevin had turned the medical Humvee right off the forest road into the quaint facility. It was the first planned waypoint to wait for the horse team to show up. While having the fifth horse had been the biggest obvious factor in slowing down his trip, he'd been taught from childhood that there was never a wrong time to make the right decision. And aligning with the two horsewomen and their two children just felt right in his gut, despite the cost and time. He, Nelson, Jamar, and Lydia scoured the map for planned rally points, secondary points, and trying to set realistic goals. Each place had to be open enough to see for threats, big enough to accommodate them for a rest, and isolated enough to not draw too much attention. Next in the planning had come a communication system, spray-painted symbols not unlike what FEMA or CERT used after clearing collapsed buildings. Lastly, Nelson walked them all through the basics of what cops and soldiers called 360 security. When whoever got to a waypoint first, assumed to be the truck crew, had parked themselves, they needed to establish some method of looking in all directions for Murphy. It was his law that would most assuredly be followed in the form of a physical threat, a rogue group, a flat tire, a broken bone, or any other of 1,000 things that could go wrong. Kevin looked at his watch. We've only been on the road a little over an hour. He felt giddy about it. So far, so good. Getting started and making over 20 miles of progress quickly felt like a positive omen. While it didn't seem fast by old standards, they did have to go through one checkpoint, which had a long, disorganized line. Once past a belt of trees and undergrowth, the gravel parking area opened up quite a bit into the thick woods. There was another lot to the left, but he kept the right turn going to drive down the fur perimeter. There was better than 20 cars and trucks in the area. During the days before the hack, the location was a novelty. Now it was a working township. Kevin immediately understood Nellie's incredulous comment. Tucked into the woods were old English cottages and bigger buildings, crafted of stone and rough-hewn timber. The parts that were wood were painted in tan and brown trim, the shingles made of thick, overlapped cedar shakes. There were shops, a well house, a mill, and a large building that here in the 21st century brought in income as a working restaurant on weekends. Most of the people were adorned in period wear, from handcrafted lavender-colored dresses to tailored leggings under short pants to heavy brown tunics. Upon first scan, he only noticed the role players. A secondary look revealed some of the youth and children in normal attire. It's like medieval times without the trained stuntmen, Kevin clipped back. You ever been to one of them? Nelson asked, as Kevin hit the parking brake and let the diesel engine operate at normal RPM for several seconds before shutting down. Kevin gave him a look like he had an antenna growing off his forehead. Oh, I forgot I was talking to Opie Taylor for a second. Who? He shut the rig down. "Never mind," Nelson said as he exited the truck. "We're getting out," Kevin called back to Corny, Keith, and the kids in the back. Kevin helped everyone safely descend the back entrance over the tongue of the horse trailer, while Nelson went to go speak to a couple of men who were walking their way. "You have Lewis," Corny told Jackson. She headed to the side door to check on the horses. The teenager rolled his eyes but said nothing back to his stepmom. A wisecracker to adults, he was still respectful to his autistic stepbrother's feelings. "Come on, Lewis, let's go look at the weird fort." "Can we come?" Felicity said, holding Missy's hand. "Hold up, guys," Kevin said. "Let us talk to these guys first." He looked at Jalen and pointed up to the top of the Humvee. "Can you double-check that the stuff is still secured well?" Without waiting for a reply, he turned and quickly caught up to Nelson, who was chatting with two guys in their late 20s, or just a hair older. Both were in a mixed match of modern and medieval clothing and were carrying hunting rifles slung to one shoulder. "What's up? I'm Kevin," he said as soon as he got to them. The vibe was weary, tired, cautious, but not rude. "What's up?" the taller of the two said. He was a hair over 6 feet, not quite eye level with Kevin. The other was much shorter, with full red hair and a bit of confidence. Both sported beards, but ironically, it was a short one that looked more menacing. "I was just telling them we need to park and wait for a few hours," Nelson said. The men had been scanning actively, and the presence of the kids had seemed to calm them. As the conversation unfolded, they had watched Corny remove the pedal bike and unload the 3 horses. She tied them to the tongue of the trailer with short leads and placed big silicone bowls of water out for them. "Look, the first sign something's not on the up and up, you're out of here," the shorter one said. "We already have issues," the taller one added, which earned a harsh look from his friend. Always the cop, Nelson had to know more. "With whom? Neighbors?" The one who'd spilled the beans looked at the tactical leprechaun next to him, who took over. He looked over their state guard uniforms suspiciously. "No offense, but we don't know you guys." Kevin wanted to bring the mood back up. "Do you mind if these kids back here check out your... whatever this is?" "As long as one of your adults is with them," the shorter one said. "This is an active camp. The tourist days are over." "So this was like, what? A Renaissance fair or something?" Nelson asked. "Just an escape," the tall one said, "for people to see what it was like 700 years ago in England. When the hack hit and people started tearing up the cities, all the employees and actors kind of just came in. We're already used to cooking by fire and fetching water from the stream down below every weekend, so it wasn't a far stretch to us." "We'll watch our kids," Kevin said, "and stay out of your way." Kevin walked with Missy, Jalen, Felicity, Jackson, and Lewis through the small collection of huts and cottages. Keith was trailing behind them, in a foul mood because Kevin made him come along and get some fresh air. Nelson had agreed to take their first unofficial shift to watch the road from the tree line near the parking area. Corny announced she was going to try for a nap, having not cut up but a handful of Z's in the last 2 evenings. As they slowly strolled through, they passed an outdoor seating area, which looked like the space in front could be used for plays or reenactment theater. The trails were bordered with smooth stones from the creek, the walking surface kept weed-free and made of beautiful pea gravel. Occasionally, a smaller open-sided structure presented itself, usually for things like keeping firewood dry or using traditional tools to make boards out of logs. Several modern tents with pop-up canopies and tarps were intermixed, as the reenactment world had been put on hold for practical survival. Still, Kevin kept wondering why some of the people staying there were still in their replica garb. The kids were slowly getting bored and pulled away from him. He was about to say something when a young woman's playful laughter caught his ears. He turned back and saw Keith laughing and flirting with a woman in her early 20s. He went back to them, and his brother shot him an angry look. "Go away, little brother," Keith said. The woman giggled, which made her septum-piercing bounce. "Hi, I'm Katrina." She put a tattooed hand out for Kevin. He tried to shake it, but she pulled it back. "You're supposed to kiss it, silly." "Forgive him," Keith said. "The army took away his common sense and his sense of humor." Kevin gave her a simple, polite smile. "Pleased to meet you." He pointed with a head nod toward his brother. Let's go." "No," Keith said. "Your little flock, or herd, or murder, or whatever you call a pack of kids, is getting away." Another giggle from Katrina. Keith pointed in mockery, wanting Kevin gone and out of play for the babe. "I'm not leaving you out of sight," Kevin said. "You've worked too hard to backslide." The girl's face morphed from genuine flirtation to one of someone who no longer wanted to be in the middle of their beef, no matter how cute they were. Keith moved past Kevin. "Can I see you over here for just a damn minute?" he growled. He and Kevin moved about 20 feet away and stood next to a large rack for hanging long recurve bows and quivers of arrows. "Go away, Kevin. First you dragged me out of my life in Seattle. Now you're gonna Peter block me? Wake up, little brother. You're just a kid in a fake uniform." The scene had started to draw the attention of some of the village residents. "Drag you?" Kevin yelled. "You'd be dead if Nellie and I hadn't come and pulled you out of there." The potential score of a young woman had long disappeared. Keith started marching back toward the parking area, causing more of the onlookers to peel out of his way. "I never asked you to. Did it ever occur to you that maybe that's what I wanted?" "What?" Kevin yelled. He chased after his brother. It had moved past awkward, and they were rapidly approaching a Jerry Springer level of drama. He was just about to get a hand on Keith's elbow when his brother took off at a dead sprint. He didn't want to make the scene worse than it already was. It was possible this little outburst had just cost them the goodwill of the security team. He walked quickly, but by the time he made it back to the trailer, Keith and the pedal bike were gone. Nelson was jogging back from the entrance off the road. "What gives?" he said, a thumb pointing back over his shoulder. "Which way did he go?" Kevin asked in a hurry. "Left or right?" He went into the back of the trailer and undid the ratchet strap around the e-bikes. "Left? Back the way we came. What's happening, Kevin?" Kevin looked the bike over, trying to recall if he needed to turn on a battery or something. "He just blew up on me for no reason, just like always." He hopped onto the bike and turned the twist-grip throttle. He rode out and did a quick cross-check before heading out. It was a nice downhill slope for the mile or two down to the highway that led back toward the incorporated part of town. Down there, catching up to Keith would be easy, but he had the gravity to lead Kevin on a decent wild goose chase if he didn't catch up fast. Kevin cranked the bike up to its max speed. Within a few hundred yards, he could see his sibling pedaling like a buck rabbit in heat. Where the hell did all this energy come from? He thought cynically. He kept the handle on the Reese Supercharger 2 twisted. He pegged it at 28 miles per hour and didn't take long to catch up to his brother. "Stop!" he yelled. Keith jammed on the brakes and slowed down with a hard skid on the asphalt. Kevin rolled off the juice and hit his own brakes until he was almost all the way back down to a cruising speed. He did a quick check over his left shoulder to prepare for turning around when he jerked his head back. As Keith came sailing by at a high rate, he took his feet off the pedals and kicked Kevin hard on his left hip. Kevin and the Reese went sailing into the culvert, which had a nice downhill stream of storm water in it. Kevin let out a loud oof as he knocked his wind out, hitting the slope across the ditch. He banged up his hands and right knee as he and the bike went for a tumble. He groaned in pain, feeling the impact. His gut ached as he tried to catch his breath. It took him a good 2 minutes to get up. When he did, he looked down the woodsy road until it disappeared around a curve a few hundred yards away. Keith was a ghost. He felt his anger evolving into a bit of pity, but mostly sorrow. Why, Keith? After all that work for the last several days, why? Though he wasn't about to cry, he was desperately sad and depressed. For himself, for Keith, and especially his mother. Once again, she would forever blame him for the loss of a child. Kevin rode the cycle back into the entrance of the medieval village. Nelson wasn't standing there. He'd taken some time for himself and a little more to check out the bike, and when he rode back, he kept it at a cruising speed. He'd been gone perhaps a half hour. He steered to the right, and Nelson and Corny were there with the 2 security guys he'd met earlier. They had a worried look, and Corny was cinching a saddle onto Coral, the mother chestnut to Crystal, which Jamar was riding. Corny flashed laser beams and lightning bolts at Kevin when she saw him. "The kids are missing!" Chapter 47. Spokane. Kenny Richardson went for a long walk the night before. Everything had piled up in his mind, the slight of not being invited to the shindig, getting punched twice before he could react, and, worst of all, Taylor was right about something hinky going on. But above all else, he'd had a flashback to that awful night. The fear that he would once again fail and put his family in danger was sprouting in his gut. It was his and Danny's one night off the watch rotation, and they had reported back to the western road into the suburb for the early afternoon shift. Danny was keeping his father's plans closely guarded, but when he told Kenny that very soon he would be standing the watch all by himself, he took that to mean they were packing and leaving the coming night. "I think I need to tell you something," Kenny said. The younger man snickered. "Like why your wife gave you the goose egg last night?" Kenny's face soured. He leaned forward on the bench in the small cut-out fighting hole and looked in every direction. "I won't lie. Taylor and I have hit a rough patch, and to salt the wound, she's usually right. She's just so—" He clammed up and shook his head. "But she noticed something, and to prove her wrong, I went over to Parker's house last night. They were having some sort of potluck, dang near a party, I'd say." Danny's blood boiled. "What? With all the donated food? That's such BS, man." Kenny waited for the lad's instinctive gripe session to end. "That's not all. I snuck in and overheard some stuff about some sort of social scoring system." Danny stood up and balled his fists. "And a commitment committee that will go around and try to keep people from leaving." Danny put one foot on the edge of the lawn and was about to thrust himself up from the trench. "I'm gonna go—" No, hold up. There's more." Kenny was trying to keep his hothead partner from flying off the handle and making a strategic error. "I can't just sit here and work for these pricks." Kenny pulled on his friend's arm. "Sit down, man. You need to hear the rest, and then go tell your dad before you do anything stupid." Danny looked off toward the neighborhood and fumed. After several seconds, he turned and sat. "You're right. Is this what it feels like to be married?" Kenny laughed. "I suppose. So, for some reasons, that jackwad Jim Severson hates my guts. He was drunk and started throwing haymakers. Parker broke it up fast, but I had to leave there in this sort of walk of shame." Danny shook his head, too frustrated to interrupt. "But for some reason, seeing him up close and personal has made me keep thinking of the night of the attack. Getting punched is getting attacked." "More than that," Kenny countered. "Something about him specifically. It makes me wish I had taken pictures of the people I killed, something I specifically did not do to keep someone who came looking for them from finding out. Didn't you say you collected their wallets and such?" "I buried it in my crawlspace. The odds of someone finding that versus my phone are practically zero." "Right, but maybe there's a driver's license in there or something." Kenny sat down at the small octagonal dining table in his own home, the foundation dirt spilling off the plastic bag. Taylor was in the garage. She'd dumped all the Christmas ornaments and decorations on the floor of the spare bedroom and began to fill the plastic totes with every morsel of food in the house. Other potentially useful supplies were finding travel homes too, from tissue paper to hand sanitizer. He was trying to keep an eye on Dylan in the high chair next to him, who was dry gnawing an oat and dehydrated fruit cereal they'd claimed from Mrs. Park's house. Sierra was working diligently in a coloring book across the table. He opened the bag and the second one on the inside. His blood pressure crept up as he pulled out a few wallets, watches, 2 cigarette lighters, a money clip with $4, and a few cheap pieces of jewelry. He pulled open one of the wallets and flipped through it. The feeling was odd, dirty, like he was a criminal, a murderer. In his mind, the conscience was in a tug-of-war, reminding him he'd done nothing wrong. He looked at the picture on the driver's license. "You're the filth who tried to rape my wife." His face turned to a bitter frown, and he dropped the ID. He repeated the process, not caring about the debit cards, scraps of paper, or occasional photo. He found the card for the man from the front door and took a nice, long look. He stood and retrieved his phone from the kitchen counter, opening the magnifying app. He scrutinized the picture on the license. There was something about it. Maybe the eyes? Are they... He closed his eyes, his mind racing 100 miles per hour. Did he have 2 different colored eyes? He looked at the license once more. And there it was, not on the picture, but the data. Eye color, blue/brown. Who are you? He read the name and felt an angry, chilly wave overcome his every sense. His busy mind went in several directions, and it took the shaking table and Sierra talking to him for him to snap out of it. He'd set the license down, planted his elbows on the table, and began to wring his hands together in rage. "Daddy, stop! You're messing me up!" the toddler complained about her coloring. Kenny looked at her and sucked in her breath without knowing his rage had caused him to stop breathing. "Sorry," he said, as he leaped out of the chair and practically ran to the garage. He had a seething air about him when he opened the door. "I need you to talk me down, Tay." "What?" she yelled. But it wasn't from anger, it was from deep surprise. She'd only ever seen him this way once, when they were dating and his best friend had been put into the hospital from a bar fight. Kenny paced back and forth, one hand rubbing the back of his hair, the other resting on the pistol on his hip. They're behind it!" he screamed. Taylor rushed past her husband and hit the garage door button on the wall to keep his yelling from traveling out to probing ears. "Who is behind what?" I'm gonna..." He couldn't bring himself to say kill them, but it was on the tip of his tongue. He took a deep breath. "Who?" Taylor yelled in desperation. "Did what?" "You were more right than you ever knew. One of the guys I killed was related to the Severinsons." Kenny waited until well after dark. Taking the longer route away from the Parker and Severson homes, he briskly walked across a small community to go to Danny and Dustin Emmert's house. Most houses were well lit, people doing anything they could to deter their neighbors from trying to break in and steal. Kenny understood. His own view on electricity had been to drive it like he stole it and worry about the bill should that day ever come. And it was due to the backlighting from houses down the street that he saw a pair of heads outlined in an older model Ford Explorer. He stopped walking and took a knee behind a car in someone's driveway. The SUV was parked silently in front of a home 2 buildings away, and he had only had 5 houses left to get to the Emmert home. Are they being watched? Kenny wondered. Calm your kittens, dummy. That could be anyone out there trying to have a private conversation. He watched a bit longer, and the shapes barely moved. Finally, one made a motion that gave him the impression he might be leaning his head against the doorframe. Reminds me of the stakeouts on cop movies, he joked to himself. Then he stopped thinking it was funny. It is a stakeout. They're going to stop Danny's family from leaving. Chapter 48. Carnation. Jamar kept standing in his stirrups in short bursts, trying to ease the growing discomfort in his larger set of cheeks. He was fit and limber from years of taekwondo, but that meant little to the saddle newbie's wear and tear on the posterior. This takes some getting used to, doesn't it? He said. He was loosening his pants, glad that Lydia had advised him to wear his heavy work boots with a heel, not his running shoes. The heel had kept his foot on the safe side of the stirrup several times as he fidgeted. As he was told earlier, Crystal was being very patient with him, taking her cues from Lydia and Coda, without Jamar even realizing it. Lydia brought Coda to a stop, a bit shy of the intersection up ahead. They were traveling on a country road. The route had not afforded many opportunities for more than a walking pace. She pulled the freezer bag marked Day 1 from her inner vest pocket. All the planned legs had been stored in separate bags in her backpack. They had no saddlebags for the horses, with the loss of their best gear in the fire. Each day's travel gear, food, and water came down to what the humans could carry. The first leg, where the horses could eat grass and drink rainwater right on the side of the road, wasn't the worry. Later, in the heavy forest, they would have to be methodical about the other group staging small caches for them along the way. It was just one more reason they'd worked out a communication system with spray paint. They turned left here, against Kevin's plans, Lydia said, looking to and from the map to the stop sign ahead. There was a double arrow painted on it, a hunter orange one with a white one aligned with it. I think he or Nelson figured out that the plan he printed from the internet map for hikers is designed to keep people off highways, even when it adds time and miles. Crystal stopped and snorted next to Coda. Is the duress icon there? He was given a dark blue Seattle police ball cap to use by Ramona. The evening before, while making the final plans with the group, He used a Sharpie to darken out the silver embroidery. He adjusted the cap, thankful the mild occasional sprinkling didn't require donning their raincoats. I don't see it. If the lead group left a triangle with a dot in it in hot pink paint, it was a warning. I don't either, but you can see the bridge they used to get over the Snoqualmie just across that field. Then it was a straight shot down the highway. Hardly anybody is driving now. I say let's take the same route and shave an hour. Plus we can gallop the horses for a minute or two crossing this pasture. Let them grab a drink from the river. You're the boss, Jamar concurred. The pair and their mounts made quick time, and the horses appreciated a chance to let the humans off their backs and get some water and rest. Jamar left Lydia and went up the short slope from the field and river's edge to check out the bridge. The view was stunning, as if the world were just fine. Mostly flat farms painted the scene, with the dark green river breaking out and just a few rapids north of the bridge. It cut in several sharp curves through the area, creating a snake-like waterway that allowed a variety of trees and bushes to thrive on the banks. He figured the river to be just over 100 feet wide in most spots. East of the bridge, less than a half-mile away, was a small Highway 203 they would travel southeast on for a few miles before heading up the back roads into the foothills. A person caught his attention. I need to keep an eye on you, Jamar thought. The intersection between the road they were headed toward and the small farm road he was standing on was a roundabout. In it was a scrawny, lanky man in a trash bag raincoat, pedaling a bicycle like he could see a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. The cyclist made it through the unused intersection and headed west for the river crossing and Jamar. He stepped off the pavement and hit himself behind the end of the faded blue steel arch structure that held the bridge. The cyclist would be there in a minute at that rate. That looks like the mountain bike. Is that Keith? Hey, he yelled down to Lydia. I think something's going on. She looked up at him and saw he was staring down the road, but she was close to 20 feet down the grade from him. I can't see it, she called back up. She took control of the animals, leading them through a few trees, and mounted Coda. Leading Crystal, they trotted across the pasture to the road's shoulder several yards down from the bridge. Keith! Jamar yelled, waving his arms. Keith Richardson's eyes grew wide at the sight. He hit the brakes, breathing heavily, his face ashen and sweaty. Why can't you people just leave me alone? He looked around quickly. Without any time to plan, he turned the bike around and started pedaling it hard back the direction he came from. He turned sharply right down a gravel driveway. Lydia rode up to Jamar and handed him the reins to his horse. Is that the tweaker brother you were briefing me on? Jamar grunted as he got up onto Crystal. He gave his new friend a look of annoyance. Yeah, he's been a real joy, let me tell you. He heeled the horse, who was surprised at her human's new riding confidence, but she was all in. Kia, he said, imitating cowboys from the few westerns he'd ever watched. Horse and rider took off across the bridge, the metallic shoes clacking loudly. Kia? Lydia repeated, laughing at the city slicker. Coda, she called, with a specific tone and a specific set of mouth and tongue clicks. The stallion Palomino was already eager to prove himself to the mare ahead of him, and took off quickly. Crystal responded to Jamar's pull on the reins and moved down the driveway. There was but one small farmhouse off to the right. The gravel lane clearly ended a few hundred feet past at a public fishing spot. He reached the rider, who was exhausted and riding on adrenaline, just as they passed the home. Dude! Jamar yelled in irritation. Keith hit the brakes and had to put both feet down on the road surface as the tires locked and slid on the gravel. He started to turn again when Lydia and Coda came to a tempered stop about 10 feet away. He looked back and forth at the two, huffing and puffing wildly. A look of defeat covered his face, drenched from the soaked, sweaty blonde hair above. He let the bike fall and wobbled over to the field across the lane and fell in the grass. By then Jamar had turned and come back over. The horses were flaring nostrils just a bit, the sprints reminding them that there was more to life than walking trails in a state park. He dismounted the chestnut and held the reins as he walked over to the Richardson brother, lying flat on his back. He feared the worst, having seen this look on quite a few prisoners' faces in his short career. What'd you do, man? Keith looked winded, exhausted, and desperate. Nothing. He had to talk in short stints as he gasped for air. You're saying everyone's okay? Nobody got hurt? Just my little brother's pride. You know you have to come back, right? Keith's face morphed. You can't make me. That made Jamar smile and laugh. That's funny. Jamar walked Crystal over to his partner. He pulled his backpack off and started to fish through a side pocket. You do know I used to be a prison guard, right? I'm pretty sure I could make you dance like Pinocchio if I wanted to. Lydia walked her horse around the pair to watch the show. Jamar removed a set of handcuffs and stood up. Keith saw them, and his anger evolved to desperation. Please, Jamar! I don't get it, Jamar said back, his voice elevated as he started to get upset by the unnecessary antics. What's the problem? Keith shook his head and rolled up to one elbow. He glared at Jamar. I can't go back. You don't understand. I need to pay for it. For what? Lydia asked, hoping that she would seem to be the impartial voice. For my secret, Keith cried. For what I did. Chapter 49. Camlin Medieval Village. Where are my kids, Kevin? Corny asked with venom, though she didn't break her pace on tacking up Coral. They were safely in the village, just a couple of... He thought about it, and his tone became less defensive, a tinge of humility. When I went after Keith. Look, the stout redhead security member said. I'm sure they're safe. There's some trails down to the creek that continue upstream for a way. He looked to his taller buddy. Nelson picked up the slightest of glances. The ex-cop and bar owner sniffed a half-truth. Sure, we'll grab a couple of the older teens in our group and guide you guys up the trails. I'm not waiting on you guys, Corny said. She was adjusting the stirrups on the older, less used saddle for her Asian legs. Kevin was still sore from his wreck. He gave the bike a better look over, preparing to go out too. Here, the tall guy said, handing over 2 cheap Baofeng radios with longer whip antennas. I'm Kale. Chip, the redhead said. Nelson, Nellie said, taking them. Corny mounted her horse, and he handed one up to her, which she put inside her raincoat. The stream is south of the village? Corny asked Kale impatiently. He nodded, and she gave Coral a squeeze with her knees and a few click signals to get her headed directly across the lot and up the primary path. Make a hole, she yelled as she rode up the walkway with 0 cares given. I'm heading up this road farther, Kevin announced. Hold up, prep the other bike, Nelson ordered. He looked at Chip. You shot him a look, he said, pointing. Just saying that out loud made them do it again. What are you not saying? The man sighed. I'm sure it's nothing. Try me. We've got these neighbors, Kale explained, rolling his eyes. Just a different breed altogether. Real deliverance types, Chip said. Nelson became concerned. You guys have a history? We've taken them to court, Kale said. They're always messing with the creek, trying to divert it to some holding pond they built, without permits, he added emphatically. Yeah, these guys aren't the ask government for permits types, Chip said. I mean, beyond what I would call a normal prepper type. It's like a junkyard up there. A couple of acres of old trucks and cars, buses, broken equipment, vicious dogs, you name it. Kevin walked the other e-bike over after getting it out of the trailer. Even guys like that don't generally want to hurt kids. The 2 villagers shuddered. I don't know, Chip said skeptically. They've gone ballistic on a couple of our guests who wandered too close in the past. Families with kids. And they're up the road to the northeast? Nelson confirmed. He took the bike from Kevin and pocketed the radio Kale had given him. Yep, you definitely won't miss it. The 2 men pivoted and walked quickly back across the lot to organize a search party. The 2 were about to mount their bikes when Nelson said, I think I'm going to bring that rifle and magazines we took from those bodies at the stables. He went into the back of the Humvee. Better to have it and not need it than the other way around. Good call. He grabbed his big rucksack and opted for a shotgun. Why the ruck? The odds are better someone is hurt or stuck in a ravine than they got kidnapped by some hicks. Nelson nodded at the logic. The 2 AWOL State Guard members, still in uniform and giving an appearance as soldiers, mounted their bikes and moved out to the road. They kept silent and settled on 8 miles per hour, keeping their eyes and ears open for noise, bright colors, movement, or any sign at all. Kevin had spent over 2 years volunteering for his county's woodland search and rescue team. He knew also to look for broken branches, beaten foliage, the smell of smoke, and other signs like that. They came to a gravel road, and a chill went up both men's spines. It went into the woods and curved up out of sight quickly, but the owner's desire for privacy couldn't have been stated more clearly if he had been there screaming it in person. The trees and even a few installed posts held almost 24 signs. Most were sun-faded and tattered from the wind and rain. A few no trespassing, beware of dog, and private property signs were commercial. Many were simply painted boards. The biggest was a full sheet of plywood in the vertical position. It read, "Sovereign man, sovereign land and nation, we are supreme authority on these lands." Another said, "Self-appointed, self-elected sheriff." Yet another gave UPS drivers permission to proceed, but warned Amazon drivers to keep out. A faded American flag was displayed upside down. Nelson and Kevin were quiet as they stopped and read them. "They spelled sovereign 2 different ways," Nelson quipped. "We have a few places like this back home," Kevin said. "Mostly good folk that just want to be left alone." Nelson had a more experienced, bitter perspective. Try dealing with clowns like this when they've just beaten their wives or started a brawl in a bar you own. "What do you want to do?" "I think we should ride more slowly and head back," Nelson said. "Unless they were grabbed by someone in a rig, unlikely to kidnap 5 kids in one car, they probably didn't make it past this property in the woods in the given time." "That was my thought too," Kevin said. "I want to find a good spot about halfway back to park the bikes and head into the woods." Nelson nodded. They only made it 100 or so yards back down the road when Kevin yelled, "Lewis!" He stopped and parked the bike and then took off the clunky backpack and shotgun. He could see the Spectrum teenager moving with purpose, counting trees and mumbling. The youth looked at him, then quickly looked down, but started heading toward Kevin. Nelson joined him after moving the 2 bikes to the shoulder. "Lewis," Kevin asked, stepping in front of him to keep him from walking past. He knew better than to touch him unasked, especially when he was stressed. "Where are the others, pal? This is important. Are you hurt?" The boy shook his head in the negative. "Tank," he said, his voice a bit strained, but his face very worried. "He's in the tank." "Who is in the tank?" Nelson asked. "He's in the tank," the boy repeated with emphasis. Just then, the radio Nelson was carrying crackled. "You guys hear me? This is Corny." Nelson pulled it out of his cargo pocket. "We got you, Corny, and we have some news." "Me too. We found Jackson, Felicity, and Missy. They said they got separated about a half hour ago." "He's in the tank," Lewis said calmly. "We just found Lewis," Nelson said. He and Kevin looked at each other, then to the boy who had been trying to communicate. The radio was silent for 3 seconds. "Then where's Jalen?" Corny asked. Chapter 50. Spokane. Kenny had kept himself kneeling behind the car for much longer than he wanted, stuck in a counter-surveillance mode. He contemplated his moves. "If I walk back out in the street, there's a good chance I get seen. I can try to slip around this house, but how do I go approach Danny's family without getting shot? If he told his dad what I learned, then he's most likely on alert already, but maybe he knows about these guys watching." All the possibilities were only serving to bog him down more. Then a sudden worry hit him like an old jalopy at the county fair destruction derby. What if they were watching me too? The thought that another team was in the shadows watching him watch them nearly froze him. Or it suddenly hit him they could be outside his home, his family at their mercy while he was out playing what if in someone's driveway. What if I slipped out before they got there? The sound of an engine starting up broke the silence of the still night. It was muffled but close. He looked back out around the car. The heads inside were more alert. They noticed it too. The light coming from around the neighborhood revealed the dark Emmert home garage door opening. The engine noise became more pronounced. They must have moved a few things around in the shop so they could pack up in private. A red glow emitted from the dark garage when someone stepped on the brakes to put the truck into drive. The Ford Explorer with 2 people inside started up, completely interrupting the calm of the night. Its lights came on and the rig zoomed ahead. At the same moment, a second vehicle's headlights came on from down the street past the house. The two vehicles converged and slammed on their brakes, blocking the end of the Emmert's driveway with barely 2 feet between their bumpers. Kenny couldn't believe his eyes as the two pair of men jumped out of the rigs. They pulled pistols and kept them trained at the ground near the bottom of Dustin Emmert's black Chevy Silverado. One of the men approached the driver's window cautiously. It rolled down, and a Saiga semi-automatic shotgun barrel protruded and blasted the man in the chest. Kenny watched in horror as the other three began to fire into the truck with ferocity and zeal. All three of them emptied pistol magazines, reloaded, and kept firing into the cab's windows and doors. No! He thought his head was going to explode as the shock and disbelief of what he just witnessed hit him. He turned and sprinted across the width of the front yard he'd been near. "We have to get out of here." Chapter 51. Republic. B.D. Baker sat in the Richardson home living room, straddling a hard-backed dining chair backward. On the old, stained taupe couch sat 17-year-old Kendra. Her face was splotchy from crying, her eyes showing comprehension of the true danger of the situation. When her boyfriend Seth released the captured mayor from the burning state patrol cruiser, it had put a nasty course of action into play. He, his sister Chloe, hadn't even made it 10 feet before being swarmed by BD's supporters. The man knew instantly it was the women who were behind it. He'd never been shy about telling anyone who asked what he thought about his sons, and he knew that he'd let Marguerite baby the youngest too much. "Just a month or 5 too long sucking on a tit," he'd told his cousin Dwight more times than either could remember. His boy would do anything that a girl who batted her eyes at him asked, and for BD, that was a character flaw he knew he would be forced to address someday. That day had arrived. He shot the mayor in the head himself, just so that any of the dozens to hundreds of gawkers lining the road could all agree on one truth. Brian David Big Dog Baker ran Republic now. He left his associates in town to deal with the corpse and clearing the blackened hulk out of the road. Billy Ray, Dallas, Dwight, and Cody rounded up the 2 young ladies and Seth. After dropping off his own disappointing offspring at his property, he and Billy Ray took Kendra home. This time there were no pleasantries. After all, he was the mayor now. They barged in, which caused Papa to trip on his medical air hose on the way back from the trip to the restroom. Granny received a hard backhand the moment she started to chew the man out. Elizabeth was tending to her deceased husband's parents, both of whom were on the floor. When Kendra tried to help her mother, she was put into her place. While Billy Ray threw the teen down onto the couch, B.D. situated himself in a chair in the middle of the living room. Elizabeth Richardson let more than a few choice words fly at the man, not caring about any consequences. She got the scalp bleed on Papa under control with a paper towel, then left him leaning against the ottoman to his chair to kneel by and help Granny. "You and yours have always been just a little bit prissy with my family, Liz," Beatty said. After once again explaining to him what act he could go to perform on himself, Elizabeth said, "There's workers and there's takers in this world, and everyone in town has always known exactly what the Bakers are." Beatty looked off in memory. "It weren't always like that, though. Your boy used to play with Dallas when they were boys. Thick as thieves, those two. Then, one day, nothing. Personally, I think it was that vanilla straight-arrow old man of yours." He paused long enough to make her look up at him, relishing the pure hatred he saw. The thought of swapping out his current wife for her had occurred to him, but that thought went as fast as it came. She was nearly his age, which was going the wrong direction. He always went back down the scale for something with fewer wrinkles and less inhibitions. "But that's not why I'm here." "What?" Elizabeth chided as she held an ice pack to Granny's head, while the old woman held a bag of frozen corn to her cheek. "Killing half the town not good enough for you?" She saw his eye twitch. "You want the whole valley and mountain for yourself?" He gave a mild laugh. "I was having a meeting this morning, and this one," he motioned toward Kendra, "instigated my boy into making a really stupid choice. Something I'll have to set straight in front of." He chuckled as he thought about it. "Well, the whole damn town, I guess." "Seth is old enough to make his own damn choices," Elizabeth spat back. "Now, that's obviously true with a grown man like Billy Ray here, or even Dallas. But you and I both know that little girl of yours sitting there has that stupid kid of mine wrapped around her finger with the power of the P." Elizabeth's mouth dropped in disbelief. "You're just a special kind of stupid, aren't you?" "Oh," Beatty said. He played a role of fake shock. "You didn't know them two were doing the deed, did you?" He saw her face setting in stone. "That's right. Like a couple of months now. Right out in the pile of wood chips in my shop." "That's a lie," Kendra yelled, drawing a wicked laugh from Billy Ray. "Quiet, girl, or I'll show you what a real man can do," the convict said. Elizabeth finally broke and lost it. "Why are you in my house, BD?" "This is your chance, Liz," he said. He pushed off the chair and gently put it back near the dining table. He nodded for his son to get set to leave. "I'll take care of mine. You set her straight for what she did." The men headed out the front door, but he paused in the threshold and looked back. "Or Billy Ray will." Chapter 52. Camlin Medieval Village. Kevin's entire group was in the main dining building of the village, a large room with 2 long rows of tables pushed end to end and benches for people to sit. A gap between 2 tables allowed servers dressed as jesters and wenches in between the rows during the weekend public dining hours. The room itself had large round-top picture windows and murals painted on the walls. The tables were covered in white cloths, stainless steel goblets, and wood bowls. A suit of armor stood on a stand in the corner. They had been accompanied not just by Cale and Chip, but the property and business owners and a few long-term employee actors. They'd just gotten a full summary of the events from Missy, Jackson, and Felicity. Corny had reunited with Lewis and kept him with the horses to calm him down. The children had squabbled a bit about which way to go. Jackson and Felicity admitted to being a bit interested in ditching the other 3 to have some early teen flirting time. But Felicity had also taken responsibility for Missy, and so she allowed her to tag along. They moved across the stream after Jalen and Lewis had continued north and pulled away about 50 yards. By the time the kids were repeating the story, they agreed it had been at least an hour, but not 2, since they'd seen them. "Look," said Lem Robeson, one of the owners of the business. "We're sorry about your missing boy, but we don't need more trouble with Jeff McGinty and his kind." "They're a bunch of dangerous armed thugs," his wife Angela chimed in with detest. "You all can use this as a base of operations," Lem said. "But if this blows back on us, we're going to have problems." Kevin saw Chip shift a bit. He looks like he wants to say something, but won't. Nelson spoke directly to Kevin. "We're wasting time here. Let's just attach the trailer and take the Humvee up there, right now." "Wait," Chip said. He'd been leaning against the wall, arms folded. "I'll go with you guys." Lem about choked on his spit. "Chip, you're our guest. I can't guarantee you a spot here if you get involved." "What if they recognize you?" Angela asked. "I'm a veteran," he said. "You guys have been heavily reliant on me to help guard this place. Now that a kid is missing, you're acting like this?" "Babe," a woman about his age said. He ignored her and continued to stare at Lem. "I'll go too," Cale announced. "I may not have training," he said to Kevin and Nelson, "but if enough of us go, they'll back down. They're like coyotes. They only go after easy targets." "Great," Nelson said, talking over the owner's continued objections. "Let's get going." The 4 men left the restaurant and started down the main path to the parking area, the children following behind, depressed and quiet. "I think we should go on foot," Kevin said. "The Humvee is loud." Nelson thought about that. "You may have a point, but it is also a great cover if this thing goes south, which is more likely to happen if we roll up uninvited in a Humvee," Kevin said. "Cover won't be a problem," Chip said. "The place is a literal death trap of junk and contraptions." "You been there?" Cale asked in surprise. "Pfft," Chip noised with disbelief. "Of course not. But I did study their property on a map app. You didn't?" "Should we wait for Lydia and Jamar?" Kevin asked. "They should be here any moment." They arrived back to the rig. The horses were still tied up in front of their water. Corny had Lewis sitting in the trailer. He was constructing things out of a box of Lego parts they'd brought with them. Nelson looked at the sky. "If something didn't happen to them, it's already late afternoon. We can't afford to wait. Time is critical. You know that. Corny stepped out of the horse trailer. Are they going to help? A couple of us will, Chip said, leaving it at that. To Nelson and Kevin. We have packs and some more ammo for these hunting rifles. Give us a quick minute. Forget those, Nelson said. We have 2 ARs you guys can borrow. Just acquired them a couple of nights ago. He checked his own gear to make sure he had one of their 2 remaining sets of night vision. And we're not going up the road. We'll grab your bags on the way down to that trail by the stream. Chapter 53. Camlin Medieval Village. Lydia, Jamar, and Keith rode into the parking area on the 2 horses. Jamar handcuffed Keith on the front and then had him ride in the front position. They abandoned the pedal bike right where Keith had let it fall. After Jamar showed increasing competence chasing down Keith, she traded horses with him simply because Coda was younger and over 100 pounds heavier than Crystal. He could take the increased workload. They saw Corny and the kids in the back of the trailer, most of them lying down on horse blankets after the stress of the ordeal. Corny ran out when she saw them. "I'm so glad to see you," she said. Lydia picked up on her wife's stress. "What happened?" She dismounted. "Jackson?" She called into the trailer for her son. "Come out with Coda." Jamar dismounted too, but he was too preoccupied with helping Keith down to catch Corny's worried sound. "Your wish is my command," Jackson said, with the enthusiasm of someone about to get a colonoscopy. He took the reins to both horses and went to tie them up and give them food and water. Jamar and Lydia both ditched their weapons and backpacks. "Jamar, you need to hear this," Corny said, after the married couple exchanged a long hug and kiss. She went into the full detail of the story. As it unfolded, Jamar took a long look into the trailer. He became worried. "Felicity," he called, waking the girl up. "Where's Jalen?" "That's where I'm trying to get to," Corny said. He whipped his head, face like concrete. "Spit it out, Corny. The guys went to find Jalen. They think he's in trouble at some junkyard north of here." Jamar went to run around the trailer and grab the horse being tied off. "Which direction?" Keith gave chase. "Let me help." Jamar's angry look found new focus. "You gotta be kidding. Get out of the way." He grabbed 2 magazines from one of the pockets on his pack and picked up the rifle. He moved up the trailer to take Coda back into his control. Keith, Lydia, and Corny all followed. "I'm going too," Lydia announced. "Seriously, Jamar?" Keith begged. "I'm as experienced in the woods as Kevin. I won't let you down." He held up his cuffed hands, eyes pleading to be believed. Jamar looked at the 3 of them. His sister had woken and run out, making her way through them to hug her brother. "It's my fault, Jamar." She started to cry. "I let him wander off with Lewis, but only Lewis made it back." Jamar squeezed his sister and kissed the top of her head. "I won't let you down," Keith said. "You should know that, considering what I told you on the trip back." Jamar felt his anger transforming into fear and worry. He did know the dirty secret now, and he had developed something for Keith he never thought he would. He felt sorry for him. Lydia addressed her son. "Help Corny get the rest of the horses stowed in the trailer." "Roger, Roger," the odd kid said, imitating the Star Wars battle droid. Jamar let go of his sister and dug the handcuff key out of his pocket and unlocked the cuffs binding Keith's wrists. "Which way did they go?" Chapter 54. Spokane. After just a few yards, Kenny was forced out to the dark of the street by folks from about half the homes coming outside to find out what was happening. Many were armed. He sprinted as fast as he could, taking the 2 right turns he needed to get back to his own house. He was wheezing and tiring from the fast run. "Need to see if there's a team by my house." He tried to control his heavy breathing as he slowed to a fast walk. "Hey," he heard from an unfamiliar voice. He shot his eyes right and saw an older man in a bathrobe holding a pistol. "You look suspicious. Stop." There were a few other men and women who had drifted out of their homes. "That's the guy from 3 houses past mine. He's one of the guards," another voice replied. "He's one of us." Thank the Lord for small miracles, Kenny thought. He saw a head moving inside a car. It was being approached by a woman with a small frame pistol. It suddenly started and drove off. "That was weird," she announced to anyone in earshot. One thing was clear. Guards at the neighborhood entrances were second fiddle to the people of his neighborhood learning to protect themselves. "Any idea what happened?" the woman called to Kenny as he continued to jog home. "They just waxed the entire Emmert family," he said, hardly believing the words that came out of his mouth. Waxed? She said with confusion. Killed them. What? The man who recognized him said. That can't be right. I just saw it, Kenny yelled, his anger and confusion causing his voice to waver with emotion. They were trying to leave and got killed for it. Who did? The woman begged. Kenny's wife wasn't the only person primed to believe something was amiss with the neighborhood's leaders. The Severansons and their cronies. It was done, said and out in the open. Kenny had minutes, maybe less, to get out of his house. Forever. He was panting when he made it home. The lights were on, and when he pushed in through the broken front door, Taylor was standing on the arm of the couch, big cheese knife in the air, ready to pounce on him. Damn it, Kenny, she cried in stress. She put the knife back into the plastic case and tucked it into the small of her back. Grab the kids while I finish loading our stuff. Not that we have anywhere to go. I have an idea about that, Kenny said. He pulled apart the mess on the entryway bookshelf, frantically looking for something. Where's the keyring I use for work? Chapter 55. McGinty Compound. The four men were crouched in the woods. Chip pointed out the low flow of water in the creek, despite the recent rains, as evidence of whatever the group was up to. They let the sound of a generator guide them. It had shut off several minutes earlier, but the motion alarm on some sort of tractor or other machinery beeped occasionally. They slowly followed the noise, heading up the small grade into the woods. They wanted to avoid wandering onto the property, however Lewis and Jalen did. I haven't seen or heard a dog, Nelson said. We should discuss ROE. True, Chip said. Row? Cale questioned. Rules of engagement, Chip said. We are the trespassers, after all. If we see a threatening dog, we may get a split second to run. If we see two, I'm shooting them. Won't that make the owners shoot back? Cale asked. Yes, Nelson said. He sighed. But he's right. Unless... He looked at Kevin. Got any bear spray? No. Then we are screwed if there are dogs. 2 is about 5 times worse than 1. I worked with a cop who got attacked once. Okay, Cale said. Are we going to discuss scenarios without violence? Chip shot him a strange look and let out an exasperated groan. Do I even know you, man? Cale was defensive. I'm just saying. Okay, Nelson snapped as quietly as he could. If we see vicious dogs and they get within 15 feet, shoot them. Got it? We're wasting precious seconds. Call it a warning if you see people or dogs and they've seen you, Chip added. And always, and I mean always, know where you're going to run for cover if something cooks off. He moved forward with Nelson on his heels. Kevin let them get a bit ahead, then took a slightly different path, aiming to come out on the right side of a big stack of tires, as opposed to the left. Just stay near me, he whispered to Cale. He broke through the tree line and moved past the tires, some old rusty appliances and lawnmowers to his right. When he reached an open area, he looked around for people. He scanned left, finally seeing the other 2 about 30 feet away. He pointed to let them know he was going to move toward a big pile of loose sheet metal a bit farther into the yard. He crouched and walked in, feeling the nervous man behind him, hoping Cale really did know how to use the rifle as promised. With his shotgun up, he once more knelt by the property's materials to keep a low profile. He could see the top of a house or shop from there. It had an old, thin trough made out of rebar legs and structure over it, some custom mod that had been welded out of parts. Psst, he heard. He saw Nelson looking at him. He made a hand signal to get Kevin to join him. Wait here and keep an eye on this gap that leads to that open area by the building, Kevin said. He moved over to Nelson. Then he saw it. A worn and heavily customized surplus Army M35 6x6 truck was parked near them, next to what was probably the driveway they'd seen the other end of. The big rig that used to haul infantry soldiers around had a tow-behind artillery piece attached to the rear. It was rusty and pitted, obviously not a working model. Kinda looks like a tank, doesn't it? Sort of what we were thinking, Chip said. Might be exactly what an autistic kid would call it. Obviously, Jalen is old enough to not get stuck in this thing, Kevin said, confused. We still need to check it out, Nelson said. He pointed. They had a closer and more direct sight line on the house, which was not the building Kevin had seen just a bit down the way. You blast any junkyard dogs without warning. Got it? Kevin nodded. Nelson and Chip proceeded, taking a good long stare at the faded, unkempt house. Chip sprinted across the gravel, dodging trash and auto parts until he got behind the wheel of the big truck. Nelson did the same in a beeline for the back. The two men checked out the cab, the bed, and even the replica artillery piece tethered to it. They scanned around and started to move back when an angry voice broke the evening air. A man and a Rottweiler had walked around the home and two older cars from the far side. "Hey!" He pulled a revolver out of an old cavalry-style holster and took a rapid shot at Chip, which missed and hit an old chest freezer he'd just run past. From the opposite direction, Kevin heard loud barking. He spun and saw a Doberman staring down Cale, who was trembling and as white as a ghost, from 5 feet away, snarling. The teeth were bare except for the saliva drooling off its mouth. Kevin clicked the safety on his shotgun and raised it. Kevin didn't have time to think. He raised the barrel and placed the little brass bead on the muzzle end over the Doberman's chest. He pulled the trigger at the exact moment the snarling animal lunged at Cale's face. He let out a sickening, painful yelp, all 8 of the buckshot pellets catching the animal. He heard shots ring out behind him within a split second. He turned, and the Rottweiler was charging at Chip. Nelson was dead to rights within aim of the man with the revolver, but he swung the AR barrel up and pulled the trigger nearly as fast as he could while keeping his muzzle controlled. 2 shots connected, and the lethal animal slid into Chip as he was trying to scramble up onto the artillery piece. "You son of a whore!" The man, who was in his mid-30s, screamed in agony. He pulled the trigger in a blind rage, which saved Nelson's life when the shot yanked. Kevin pulled his own trigger to stop the man, but he'd spun toward his front door as soon as he took his own shot. Kevin's pellets missed. He re-racked to take another shot, but a motion from his right caught his peripheral vision. "Damn it!" he screamed in his head, when a woman with a hunting rifle pulled his muzzle up. Kevin dove back behind the last pile he'd been hiding behind. Nelson turned and took 2 rapid shots, causing the woman to pull back around the back corner of the house. She must have been in that shop building back there. All 4 of them were now behind metal cover. Kevin and Cale behind scrap piles, Nelson and Chip behind the 6x6 truck's massive wheels. Shots started to explode from 2 different windows, the back corner of the house and the top of the shop's roof. Suddenly, the house's windows were peppered with rapid fire at the same moment gunfire flared up from Chip's left, on the driveway. Jamar was standing there, his rifle eating ammo like it was candy as he covered his friends. Behind him, Lydia was running up the tree line and dodging behind old wrecked cars with her compound bow. The intensive fire from the house stopped long enough for Chip and Nelson to run for their lives. When they passed him, Kevin turned back up with his shotgun muzzle up and hit the front door with 1 shot, then followed them. Jamar and Lydia dodged into the woods. "You're not going to steal our water!" an old man's voice yelled from the house. "Told that black kid the same damn thing. Must be the old codger we heard about," Nelson yelled to Kevin, who had retreated back to one of the many stacks of tires. Suddenly, a generator somewhere could be heard running, slowly getting up to speed. Everyone kept their eyes peeled. They could hear the property tenants yelling back and forth. Several seconds later, water started spilling off the channel system Kevin had spied off the roof. Along the front side of the shop building was a large, aged, and rusty 3,000-gallon water tank trailer, like the kind the company would take to a remote job site. It showed signs of modifications all over. Jerry-rigged piping was welded onto place near the rear. It had the original dual axles on the back end. On the front end, instead of resting on the parking legs, they had welded on a pair of axles from something else. They had crafted their own tow pendant to the front to enable towing with the property's huge forklift. The custom waterway that ran over the building was spilling water into the one manhole on top that hadn't been permanently welded shut. It became obvious that they were crafting a giant home cistern out of the tank. "Tank," Kevin thought excitedly. Right then, the sound of something beating on the trailer from the inside filled the air. It was like a hammer, a desperate hammer. "I know where Jalen is," Kevin screamed. "I need everyone to cover me." He saw Jamar and Lydia across the small dirt lane from him, joined by Keith, which made him do a double-take. They'd come through the small gap Chip and Nelson had earlier. Lydia was pulling back on her bow, an arrow knocked. She let the graphite bolt fly up toward the rooftop, missing the man operating gates on the custom water channel, but only barely. He slipped off the roof on the far side when he panicked and ducked after the arrow nearly grazed his face. "Cover me!" Kevin yelled to them. He looked, and the other 3 men on the search team were all poised at the places of cover to start shooting. Kevin was still wearing his ruck. He loosened the straps and tossed it off. He grabbed the shotgun and sprinted past Cale and the dead Doberman into the gap between the stacks. His heart was pounding in his ears, just like on the night at the Tacoma Dome. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "I'll go, little brother," Keith said, locking eyes with Kevin. "Keep that gun in the fight." Before Kevin could pick his jaw back up and object, Keith took off at a sprint for the back end of the long, rolling tank. He scaled the rusty welded ladder. On top, there were 2 welded rails that each ran about a foot off center down the length, one on each side. He stepped over the closest tank access, which had a blank welded to it. He ran down the center to the next one. Suddenly, Kevin and Jamar started shooting at the shop. Then Chip and Jamar added their own gunfire to the gap between there and the house. Someone was trying to get into position to take Keith out. He reached the middle access. "Jalen!" "I'm in here!" the teen yelled. Keith looked at the gridded metal grating on top of the hole. 2 heavy hinges had been poorly welded on one edge and a thick, rusty sliding-style deadbolt on the other. Somehow the lid had fallen, and the barrel hasp became latched, or the men had trapped him in on purpose. "Where are you?" Keith yelled over the gunfire, roaring nearby. He got to his knees and put his head and back into the heavy stream of water. The top of the tall shop was over 8 feet higher than the top of the big tank. The water poured off the channel it flowed through with enough speed to run out a few feet as it fell, where most of it was landing directly on the grating and filling the vat. Keith beat on the rusty barrel bolt to slide it so he could open the grating cover. "I hurt my leg," Jalen said, "and I'm stuck." He managed to open the hasp and move the grating up. He found Kevin with his eyes. He was a few feet farther down the pile, reloading the shotgun with shells from a pocket on the pack he ditched. "Kevin!" He yelled it 3 times before getting Kevin's attention. He cupped his hands around his mouth. "He's hurt!" Keith pointed down and then stuffed his legs into the hole. He put his hands on the lip of the manhole, then lowered himself until he dropped the rest of the way. That was the moment Kevin realized there was a real problem. That tank is going to fill with water. Around from the gap between the shop and the house hit a piece of old commercial vent pipe near him, forcing him to duck and remember where he was. He scooted closer to the gap to keep low and take a better look at the tank trailer. "Empty weight, 10,500 pounds, he read, and that is before they added their pipes and the front axles. He looked around, remembering he'd heard machinery earlier. They must have a way to tow this thing. He also noticed water leaking from the cracks and bad wells in the unfinished project, but it paled in comparison to the volume pouring in from above. "Come on, Keith," he yelled, willing his brother to hurry. "Something's wrong." "Hey!" Kevin waved to Chip. The redhead was engaged in a slow, methodical game of hunt and seek with someone taking pot shots from the south. "Is there a forklift or tractor over there?" The ginger looked at Kevin, who was pointing toward the water, filling it up. His face showed the same surprise and realization that Kevin had just experienced. He leaned to his right and took 2 shots in the direction of his sniper, then ran to the next pile of washing machines to hide behind. He gave Kevin a big thumbs up as his new cover took a voracious volume of fire. Kevin made a snap decision. He sprinted through the gap, driving his legs in the open area as fast as he could. He followed the path up to the tank top and scooted down to the middle hole. "Keith!" The rusty grated lid had been slammed shut by the water. He pulled up on it, but it didn't budge. "Kev, I need help in here. There are all these pieces of steel here they've been welding into place, like baffles maybe. But Jalen hurt himself, and I need help moving one of these loose ones off him. I can't get this. How'd you open this stupid thing?" "It's just rusty. You have to beat on it." Kevin used the shotgun butt to no avail. "It's broken." He went back to trying to yank on the grated cover. "This thing is stuck good. Maybe it got bent when the water slammed it shut. I need to move this tank." Kevin turned. "Or start the water," Keith called after him. Kevin climbed back down and ran to the corner of the metal building. Hugging it tight, he took a quick peek around the corner. He had the angle on the man who was shooting at Chip. More importantly, there was a big tractor. He pulled the shotgun up and dispatched the man's head with authority. He turned and surveyed the situation. There was a big chunk of log behind the trailer's rear tire on the left side, acting as a chock. The ground right there sloped down a wide dirt lane between car hulks on Chip's side and the cutout of a hill on the side Kevin was on. Deep ruts indicated they took the machinery up and down. Then he realized why. About 40 yards away, and a good 10 to 15 feet downgrade, was a giant tractor-carved pond. That was where they were diverting the stream water into. A series of screw pumps were pushing water up the hill in short sprints. It looked like a contraption from the game Mousetrap Kevin played with his siblings when they were young. The water was running out the end of the Archimedes-style piping and into a big cattle watering trough. Next to it was a welded metal box. A shaft with 6 shovel blades welded on at an angle protruded out of the box. The water hit the blades, turned the shaft, and... that must be a generator for the next pump. He racked the shotgun and shot the shaft and blades to no effect. Then he shot the box, which was at least 4 feet tall and 5 feet long. Nothing. A deeper look told him that stopping the water flow would require too much time, too much risk and investigation. There were 3 or more of the pumping stations in the series chain that he could see moving water several feet uphill, all off the power of one initial diesel generator somewhere out of sight. A retaining wall of concrete blocks and broken cars kept the tractor from getting to the aqueduct without a lot of work. Moving the tank with the tractor was the best option. The gunfight was slowly turning in favor of his team. He could no longer see any of them but Chip, but the noises were sporadic and farther away. The others must be driving them farther back. Now's the time. He racked the shotgun and kept it up, looking for threats as he ran toward the machine. Chip moved up to Kevin's old spot, then ran down the length of the big building to continue the advance and cover Kevin's back. Kevin reached the green machine and saw keys hanging in the ignition. "Hold on, Keith." Chapter 56. McGinty Compound. "You're bleeding," Jamar yelled to Lydia. "'Tis nothing but a flesh wound," the woman yelled back in an English accent. Jamar gave her a look. Even in the stress of battle, the lady and mother about twice his age had a level of calm he didn't understand. More importantly, he now knew where Jackson learned his intelligent but ill-timed quips. Jamar took another shot under the body of the old cement hauler where their quarry was hiding. "Oh, we're quoting movies now. You ain't got time to bleed?" The woman grinned at him and glanced at her upper arm. "I got a tiny piece of ricochet. It's fine. I'm getting back into the woods. I can't take the time I need to dial in a shot here in the thick of it." Jamar nodded and put 2 more rounds into the far side of the scrapyard to cover her. It forced him to reload. Last mag, he thought with concern, which was probably true for all parties, explaining why it was the slow tempo of a standoff at this point. He looked to his sides and found Nelson helping him cover the front. "I'm going to go that way and find out where my brother is." "Then send that flabby one hiding by the tires over there." Jamar was confused. "You mean Lydia?" The bar owner shot him a dirty look. "She's a badass. I'm talking about that tall beta cook." Jamar understood. He found Cale, someone he'd never met, as he moved south and deeper onto the property. The deer in headlights look was a dead giveaway. "Nelson needs you that way," Jamar pointed without stopping. He saw a dead woman and a dying man along the way. He took the partial magazine from the one AR rifle and moved down to the water tank. Just then, Kevin rounded the corner in a John Deere tractor, working the lever to ensure he moved the bucket properly. "Pull that log out of the way." He pointed to the rear of the trailer as he aimed for it. "Are they still in there?" Jamar asked with stressed concern. Kevin made a motion to his ears. He can't hear me over that tractor engine, Jamar realized. He noticed water spilling out of small, unwelded rust holes, and even some welds that needed repair. There was a pipe in the middle of the installation, held up into position by straps and rope hanging from other pipes. It was leaking all over the dirt. The ground all around the sloped rear end of the trailer was a thick, muddy mess. He figured out Kevin's plan was to push the trailer out of the flow of water. Jamar pulled on the log, and it wouldn't budge in the mud. "You need to get up here and push some weight off it." Kevin drove the tractor up. As he tried to take weight on the raised bucket, it began to cut into the old piping the McGinty clan was welding on. Some of it broke, but it was dry, still above the climbing water level in the tank. The tractor started to spin the tires in the mud. "That can't be good," Jamar yelled. In desperation to save both of their brothers, Kevin backed up and lowered the bucket. He drove the bucket's front edge and turned the tractor, forcing the chunk of log out of the way. The trailer rolled back on the grade. It slammed into the angled tractor bucket. Kevin hit the gas and spun the tires. The heavy trailer pushed the tractor backward. The seasonal rains had already saturated the entire slope. The tank was rolling on the slick, muddy bog down the slope, directly for the pond, and pushing the tractor with it. Jamar's eyes got wide. "We gotta get them out of there!" Just then, an arrow flew past him and into the body of a man creeping up from behind an old sandblast unit. Lydia sprinted up and knocked another arrow directly over the screaming man as he lay on the ground, writhing. She shot him in the heart from just a couple of feet away, nicking his aorta with a broadhead hunting tip. He died, showered in his own blood, a few seconds later. She retrieved both arrows and looked at Jamar, who had gone back to watch Kevin. The tall kid from Republic was shifting gears and turning the wheels, trying everything he could think of to stop the massive trailer from slowly rolling down the long, shallow slope. Nothing was working. Jamar left Lydia and scaled the trailer. As it rolled downhill, he slowly crawled down the top to the tank access cover. Like Kevin had discovered, no amount of beating was getting the lid to open. The tractor was screaming, Kevin redlining it in every failed attempt to push the trailer back up the muddy slope. Jamar climbed back off, and Lydia ran down to him. "We have to go get the horses." "What?" Jamar screamed, confused. "Not them," Lydia said. She knew he was thinking of the ones they'd been riding all day. "We'll take them back and grab the trailer. The draft horses are the only thing that'll save them." Jamar flashed back to the side of the giant Duncan, nearly scaring him into dirty pants mode. How he thought that God touched the magnificent beasts' bodies with a little extra magic sauce when they were born. "You go. I need to find a tool or something to get that tank open." "I need you, Jamar," Lydia pled. "It takes strength and height to tack them up. You have to help me while Corny drives us back. It's the only way." With one last desperate look at the slow-motion tragedy in progress, he knew she was right. The pair sprinted back up the slope toward the main driveway, toward Coda and Crystal. Chapter 57. Medina, Lake Washington Eastern Shore. The four Bloods had removed all jewelry and gang colors. Adorned in black shoes or boots, pants, and hoodies, the young man ran across the 17th, 18th, 8th, and 9th fairways of the Overlake Golf and Country Club as fast as they could, while carrying the equipment and weapons. Once clear, they still needed to cut through the properties of several millionaires to get to their waypoint. Up north, two other fit members were sprinting across the 15th, 14th, 6th, and 5th fairways on an identical mission. Once Doughboy had heard the well-equipped plan, with the world's most famous modern mansion as the potential prize, he committed his crew. He'd help his old friend and get the crown jewel of Seattle estates in return. Wade shared with them almost everything, his list of weapons and tech, the intel dossiers on the judge and the billionaire, even the fact that he was purely in this as a debt owed to the cartel. The one card he kept to his chest was the fact that until the job was done, he was now on the cartel's hit list himself. With his scouting trip on the boat, Wade understood that the tech mogul's security was much better trained and hidden than anyone knew. With the cartel's expensive file in hand, he had numbers, locations, tactics, and strategies, even a few of the names and profiles. Assuming the man had doubled his security in the last 2 weeks, he had at least 20 operatives, the vast majority of which had a decade or more of experience in the various special operations branches. But in the end, they weren't a military force. They were a protection detail at the end of a winding road and backed up to a giant body of water. Doe picked his most reliable gang brethren, 10 men and 2 women with clear heads, cool temperaments, and the lung capacity to run. They needed to pass the golf course, the middle of which nestled into an elite neighborhood with the first 3 fairways. The goal was to land on the main north-south avenue in the ritzy area called Evergreen Point Road, in between its intersections with 12th and 24th Streets. The homes in the area were worth well over a collective $1 billion, the owners themselves worth far more than that, at least in the pre-hack economy. But since most of the sheep refused to admit the coming simple truth, they had still retained their influence despite all money being erased. Each of the 2 main intersections held a police squad car with 2 officers. It was assignments such as these that were one of the main motivators for cops to even go to work anymore. Most had been bribed to become part of the affluent area's personal police force. They were told they could house their immediate spouses and children in the few homes with which the owners were unaccounted for. Doe could only spare a dozen people for the mission, and this leg took 6 of them, so timing was key. He wasn't willing to strip his Winco of all the guards, and too many of them moving about would have drawn the wrong attention. The team north of the 12th Street intersection, Team 1, had to be well past Evergreen Point Road before the plan went into motion via a hacked email. Thanks to a video downloaded to a hard drive many years earlier, Wade and a gang member who had been in the infantry years earlier were able to teach the crews how to set and trigger Claymore mines. What was a seemingly simple process was complicated by the dark of night. While the 700 grams of C4 created a lethal explosion for nearby bodies, it was the 700 ball bearings that extended that lethality to 50 meters, but the weapon would be staked just inches off the ground. It had to be aimed slightly up to reduce loss of effect to the earth, and the item to be destroyed had to be in the front plane of the parabolic shape, as dictated by the box sight on top. One of Doughboy's most trusted troops came up with a unique solution. The crew had been messing with each other by placing vinyl blow-up sex dolls in each other's bunks. The plastic ladies would be left in the road as a decoy to get the cops to stop in the kill zone. After Team 1 set up the kill box for the southern police car, they divided into two pair, with one remaining to operate the mine when the time came. The other ran west to set up the next trick. Team 2 set up an identical kill box closer to 24th Street. Half of Team 1 proceeded west through the trees, custom marble walls, and plush lawns of 3 more mansions. The PC billionaire lived on the north fork of a small road along the water. The several buildings that comprised his high-tech 70,000-square-foot home filled most of that end of the road. They had arrived at the south fork. With the aid of their lent night vision, they went to work planting one of the radio-frequency IEDs that Wade had procured. In a few minutes, the judge would receive an email, seemingly from his computer billionaire neighbor, an email with a scanned copy of an old photo, an email that would make him jump into the car for a personal chat. Once he'd passed the kill box and turned onto the long, windy road toward the Titan's mansion, a grenade would be tossed, for no other reason to get the cops moving south and north respectively, right about the same time they will be stopping and getting out of cars to investigate these Susie Sucks-a-Lot toys. All 3 locations would erupt in flame, pain, and death. Chapter 58. McGinty Compound. Kevin tried to lever the tractor bucket down into the mud to act as a brake, but it was stuck in the piping and pipe hangers it smashed into when the 2 steel surfaces met. He looked behind. There was no appendage on the back to try and jam down into the earth. "I caused this," he thought in panic. He jumped off the tractor, boots splashing in the edge of the pond. He ran up the slope past the heavy trailer with no idea where the enemies were, or his shotgun for that matter. He met Chip at the corner of the shop. "I think the last holdouts are in the house, but they knocked over some stacked pallets so I can't go forward around the shop. You should be clear of the dirt bags this way." He started to head back toward where Nelson and Cale were. "Wait," Kevin said. "Help me find something in the shop to cut through steel." He ran into the wide-open bay door, but Chip was too eager to finish the battle. "I need to get up there. Look for a carbide or diamond-tipped power tool." Alone and desperate, Kevin scanned, but he was overwhelmed, on the verge of falling apart with guilt over making the issue 1,000 times worse. He picked up various steelworking hand tools on the pin slab table. Maybe the sledge will help. But he ran his eyes over the workbenches and couldn't see anything that might help get the expanded metal grating free. Suddenly, Cale showed up, lacking a weapon but bringing with him fresh eyes. "Chip said you need a hand. We need something cordless that cuts steel, and we need it right now." He ran and opened a cabinet covered in sexist magazine spreads and hillbilly stickers. "Will this work?" He turned around and was holding a gas-powered concrete cutter with a huge 16-inch blade. Kevin ran to him. "Maybe." He took it and set it down. Then he pulled the choke and pushed the priming bulb. Finally, he pulled on the starting handle. It coughed. He did it a couple of more times, and the saw sputtered to life in a small cloud of white smoke. He pushed the choke in, and it started to idle solidly. "Grab that big old hammer on the table." Saw in hand, Kevin made its return sprint down the muddy, gentle slope. The tractor was largely submerged when he reached the tangled vehicles. The trailer's rear-end wheels were completely covered on the back axle and up past the hub on the next axle forward. Cale was running to catch up. Kevin set the saw down and scrambled up the front end of the tank. He could hear Keith calling out for help, terror in his voice. "Hand me that saw and get up here," Kevin screeched at Cale. Cale handed the idling saw up to him and then began his own climb while bringing the 8-pound sledgehammer. Kevin moved down the worn white paint, keeping his toes jammed into the gaps under the tank's low-top rails. "Keith!" "Hurry, Kevin! The kid is knocked out! We're stuck! We're about to drown!" Kevin stepped over the frozen lid and turned, wedging both feet into the structure of the rails. He squeezed the throttle as hard as he ever grabbed anything in his life and placed the high-speed wheel onto the thick weld holding the barrel bolt and its body onto the hasp and the hole combing. Hot sparks began to shower him all over, burning his arms. He was still a few feet out of the water, but he would be into it in just a few minutes. Once the pond started to pour into the top hole, their brothers would be dead in seconds. Chapter 59. Medina. Like most of the wealthy and influential, federal Judge Christopher Smoot had sheltered at home in the most recent days. While in the time before the hack, he had warranted a single U.S. Marshal for full-time protection. In the days since, he'd demanded more. With some strings pulled, he had been granted one ODA team from the Special Forces unit stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord. 12 men. Unlike the regular Army and Guard units, they had suffered little in terms of desertion rates. Operators were simply used to long, unique deployments, to embracing the suck and powering through the bad days. Judge Smoot hadn't left his home in 3 days, and he had no intention of doing so. That was until the email came. It looked authentic enough. Even then, there was never going to be a good time for the world to learn he was a pedophile. But as badly as he didn't want the photo to leak, it was the address that sent it that bothered him. He lived less than 1 mile from the leading PC expert in the world, and it was his personal email address that had sent it to him, with a direct threat to release the pic typed in clear terms. This demanded an explanation, in person. The first lieutenant in charge of the team strongly objected to the decision to travel in the night. "Whoever sent the photo may be trying to draw you out," the man, only 2 years out of college, argued, but he was overruled. "Stop crying and do your job. We're going 20 houses down the road." The officer and his NCOs relented and kept one 4-man fire team at the judge's mansion to ensure that the property wasn't going to be sabotaged. The rest took 2 GMC Yukons out the Iron Gate, taking a right onto Evergreen Point Road. None of them noticed the small collection of ferns and holly on the side of the road, hiding a mechanical and chemical device. 2/3 of a mile away, the lead SUV turned right on 18th Street and crept down the winding road, traveling 15 miles per hour past several multi-million-dollar homes. 2 members of the South Seattle Bloods hid in the underbrush, hearts picking up tempo as the headlights showed up within the window they were told to expect them. A second set of vehicle lights was just something they might have to contend with. Unlike cell phone IEDs, they were warned, there would be virtually no lag in the detonation when you hit transmit. Right as the first vehicle passed the correct shrub, a gang member set the coup in motion from a distance of just over 300 feet south down the other leg of the road. The 4 pounds of C4 exploded, rupturing the bodies, cabs, and fuel tanks of both Yukons. Both blew to the right. The trailing vehicle wound up in the yard of the corner estate. The lead vehicle pushed down 73rd toward the billionaire's gate and servant quarters, grinding nearly 100 feet. The judge and 3 A-team members were fully engulfed in flames, their organs scrambled from the concussion of the bomb. Roughly a minute later on the main road, police officers had exited their patrol cars, driving to investigate the obvious low-grade explosion of a sole hand grenade somewhere in the distance. What they found were sex dolls and one last chance to crack a few immature jokes before the Claymores turned their spouses into widows. Inside the custom mansion and its surrounding property, an experienced team of retired or former Tier 1 operators were scrambling per protocol. The megalomaniac owner had never built a heliport directly on the property, much to his team's objection. Their plan A was to use the tennis courts. They'd drilled on the maneuver monthly for years. Some would pull down the tennis court nets. Others would use powerful hydraulic cutters and a vehicle-mounted winch to make the fence disappear in minutes, and others still would cut down 2 trees. They estimated the court would be clear 5 to 10 minutes before the helicopter showed up to whisk their primary to the safety of one of his 4 private jets. In the event something happened to the Eurocopter EC-135 luxury helicopter, the plan B was either an evacuation via the property's speedboat or an SUV extraction depending on the circumstance. Staying in the expansive basement safety vault was a last resort, but in the almost 13 days since the hack, with the knowledge there would be no SWAT team on the way, staying to ride out a coordinated attack was deprioritized on the table of options. When the explosions happened right down the road, and the ones just a bit over the horizon at nearly the exact same moment, Retired Sergeant Major Neil Nomena put his men into action. The plan went smoothly. They analyzed their security feeds and listened for rogue signals on scanners. They sent up a drone, which confirmed the devastation near and far. The tennis court clearance plan went as smoothly as could be expected. The EC-135's rotator noise grew louder, and the turbines whined as the craft flared on approach. The ex-Navy pilot experienced at parking a bird on tight destroyer decks. The tiny aluminum John boat, spray-painted black just 2 hours earlier, had drifted to within 80 meters of the property. The 3 gang members of Team 3, all clad in black and hiding under mylar blankets. While one readied the 10-horsepower engine for its pull start, another prepped the AT-4 shoulder-held rocket launcher tube. Normally meant for ground troops to defend themselves from a tank, the 84mm shell was indiscriminate in what it destroyed. The team was reminded to just let the chopper land and then shoot, not to worry about the passenger list. The helicopter settled, and from the drizzly black waters of Lake Washington, a rocket filled with 440 grams of octal sped into it at 290 meters per second. The fourth unexpected fireball of the night shattered mansion windows and shook the already trembling neighbors in their panic rooms. The predictable happened when the elite security team reacted with overwhelming return fire, first with automatic rifles. A scant few seconds later, a former Ranger and a former Marine launched a pair of 40mm grenades from their M203 rifle-mounted launchers. The light boat and members of Team 3 were turned into several dozen pieces instantly. Wade Curry watched the entire thing from the water, on one of the few hundred vessels spread out on the lake. He and Team 4, the last 3 people from Doughboy's gang, had split into 2 pairs. The other pair were only a quarter-mile from the property in a ski boat. 2 minutes later, 2 long, slender speedboats roared to life and left the mansion's boathouse, barely warming up before reaching a high rate of speed. The ex-soldiers were whisking the billionaire to the far side of the lake, bound for any one of 1,000 piers and a vehicle emergency exit to Boeing Field. The other duo and Team 4 took off after them. "Let's go," Wade told the lone gangster with him. He and his temporary partner had somewhere else to be, to set the last piece into place. "Almost done with the most high-profile assassination in modern history, Ramona," he thought. "Then it's your turn." Chapter 60. McGinty Compound. Jamar felt the trailer making the big turn to get out of the parking lot. He and Lydia were trying to get the horses prepped to cut down on the wasted time on site at the crisis. Coda, Crystal, and Coral were left in Jackson's capable hands. The teen and the remaining kids were given explicit instructions to stay put at the village dining room. The amount of gunfire over the previous couple of hours was more than enough to convince him to follow orders. Jamar was told to place the collar on Jazz, the slightly smaller of the animals. "They'll listen to you, Jay. They respect confidence above all else, and you have that after today, right?" She pumped him up. With a bewildered, nervous look, Jamar nodded and took the heavy, padded leather horse collar from the pile at the front of the trailer. "Holy hernias," he said. He squatted to get his legs involved. Jazz knew what was happening. "These guys weigh well over 5,000 combined," Lydia said. "And they're smart and love to work. Just tell them what you want." She was on her knees in the very front, pulling apart the pile of connecting straps, buckles, and hardware pieces. "Head, Jazz," Jamar said, with way more assuredness than he felt in the jostling trailer. The horse lowered his head down and stooped just a bit. "Here," Lydia said, as she shot up next to them. She disconnected the securing leads to the halter to let the big collar slide down past the face and settle on the shoulders. The horse vibrated with anticipation when he picked his head back up. Duncan became excited, too. Each horse was a few inches taller at the rump than Jamar's fully erect height of 5'11". Their heads were easily over 7 feet off the ground, their hooves almost the size of dinner plates. Jamar picked up the second collar, and Duncan didn't even need to be asked to put his head down. The pair worked together to get the collar down to the shoulders once more. Lydia walked Jamar through the next steps. They felt the truck slow and turn onto the curvy gravel driveway. "We're almost there," Jamar said, his nerves about to explode. Corny took the tandem rig down the junkyard as far as she could. Nelson waved her down. "The threat's been neutralized," he and Chip promised. They had turned on the spotlights mounted to the side of the shop and found a big floodlight on a wheeled stand to move closer to the scene. The rig had barely stopped when the rear doors flew open. "Hurry," Chip said. Lydia guided the big animals out. "Jamar," she called him over. He took the animals by the collars while she finished tethering them together. They were amped, bouncing in the energy they felt from the humans. "Hold them," Lydia yelled after she nearly lost a hand trying to cinch straps and buckles. Jamar pulled on the collars like he was trying to correct some sass from his siblings, loving but firm. "Just a minute, Duncan. Hold on, Jazz. Not quite yet." He took a deep breath, and the two horses calmed down a bit, both keeping eye contact with Jamar. "Corny, grab the spreader bar," Lydia yelled. Her wife ran into the trailer and grabbed a wide carbon fiber bar that the 4 connection tethers coming off the 2 horses would hook to. She ran out and handed it to Lydia. "Now the chain binder. Meet us down there at the trailer." Lydia made the attachments. "Okay, Jamar, lead them down." She held the spreader bar off the ground and was able to give the work animals steering signals from behind. "Duncan, Jazz," Jamar yelled. "Let's go save them." He pulled on the 2 collars, and the horses immediately started prancing in excitement. Several of the medieval village's residents had filtered in from the woods and the driveway, many holding rifles, bats, and even shovels. The presence of an audience only energized the work team all the more. Jamar's arms and legs became dog-tired, fighting to keep the bouncing animals in check and not to slip in the mud as he guided them down. The horses' leg feathering started to pick up mud. They knew they were in for a sweat-inducing workout. They could sense the fear and importance of this pull. They would do their job or die trying. Nearing the bottom, Jamar and Lydia worked together to turn the team. The loud roar of the diamond blade saw suddenly ended. Kevin was standing knee-deep in water, which was starting to lap at the axes' combing. He handed the saw to Cale in exchange for the hammer. Exhausted but desperate, he took 3 blows to knock the welded swivel grating off. He handed the hammer to Cale and descended into the dark, wet void. "Back!" Lydia yelled to get the team to back up to the welded toe pendant on the trailer. "Whoa!" The horses stopped, their knees bounding in pride and anticipation. Corny struggled with the heavy chains. Chip jumped in and helped Lydia get the final connection made. "Okay, Jamar." Jamar spun and let go. Facing the horses, he took a step back. "Let's go! Pull, Duncan! Pull, Jazz! Let's save them!" Lydia gave them commands from the back as well. The giant beasts stepped into the harnesses, already sweating from the excitement. They snorted and strained. Leather, fiber rods, and steel all tensed as the team tackled the heaviest load they had ever felt. Huge hooves stomped down a foot into the mud until they felt hard clay. The horses bowed their heads as they synchronized their movements, stepping together, knees buckling. Each time they fought to get back together, not wanting to fail their partner with too much of the nearly impossible load. The trailer stopped, rolling backward. "Kia!" Jamar yelled, for not the first time that day. Duncan and Jazz continued to groan and grunt, wild exhaust blowing snot out of their nostrils. Still, they dug. And dug. They had arrested the roll. Pulling it out might be a bit tougher. Jamar thought he was seeing things at first. A man dressed in medieval garb walked into the pond carrying a trucker's strap with knots tied into it. Then another did, this time carrying rope. Several more followed. Some men and women found handholds on the trailer. Others ran straps and ropes up to their friends on the muddy incline. Some in the village were not oblivious to the battle that had been fought to make their little corner of Washington safer. The sight boosted Jamar's morale and gave Duncan and Jazz fresh invigoration. Chip jumped in, while Nelson jumped out to check on the rescue. Knowing he was probably a fool, Jamar did something he never thought he would. He moved around his team and got right behind them. He leaned into the spreader bar with both hands and began to shove. "Pull!" he yelled to his horses once more. Under the spotlights, a miracle started as the horses and humans, playing a deadly game of tug-of-war, caused the nearly full tanker to start rolling up the incline. Chapter 61. Lake Union, Seattle. Wade stood on the wet, sandy beach at Gasworks Park. The park had become an almost apocalyptic camp of trailers, tarps, tents, and some hastily constructed pallet shacks. Drums of trash were on fire, providing light and heat in several spots. He and his colleague drifted up to the shore after making a speed run through Union Bay and the Mountlake Cut to move to the smaller freshwater body. Soaking the bottom of his pants and boots, he hauled a huge canvas bag full of canned goods from Winco out of the boat and about 30 feet into the park. It was the toll to the residents that he was sure he'd find. The rifles he and his companion slung across their backs sent a clear message: don't ask for more. He tied the bow off to a log-sized piece of driftwood and helped his gangster teammates set up the large drone. Gorilla tape applied to the red and green LEDs assured it will remain invisible in the night sky. "Do you want me to set it up?" the young man asked. Wade scanned the Ship Canal Bridge to the northeast. It carried due north at the sharp horseshoe bend in Portage Bay, the last waterway for the quick transit they themselves had just taken. He felt the pain in his chest return from holding the binoculars up. "With the cargo, how long do you figure the batteries on that drone to last?" "Maybe 40 minutes, the man said, looking for seagulls or anything that might give him an idea of the early morning winds. Wait. Wade thought he saw a boat peeking under the bridge. Of course. He laughed to himself. You bug out in style, I'll give you that. Yeah, send it, just like we talked about. He switched from binoculars to the night vision and tested both modes. He was sure he was looking at the 1930 Chris Craft commuter from the dossier, a nearly 50-foot brown wooden cabin cruiser. Inside were a handful of security members, probably a trusted personal assistant or two, and a divorced tech titan, under the ruse of the speedboat getaway to draw out Team 4 in pursuit. The actual evacuation left nearly 30 minutes later at a leisurely 21 knots. The 8 blades of the large drone picked up speed and noise from the flat grass of the park, drawing the wary eyes of several night dwellers from the impromptu camp. The 2 men connected the package. The 5-foot-long Griff 300 looked like a flying panther. Donning a pair of VR goggles, the gangster flew the device straight up several hundred feet, more than enough to make it inaudible and nearly invisible to the rich man's protectors. "Where's this thing parked?" the man asked. "Usually the seaplane parked down south," Wade said, "but I'm told you'll find it in a dry dock over on the east side, about a half-mile down." The pair went silent for a bit, and Wade took the chance to scan behind him. The bag had been dragged off toward the center of the shantytown. Without being asked, someone had taken it upon themselves to guard the mysterious pair. 2 armed men were perhaps 100 feet away, but their backs were to Wade. People are figuring out the rules in the new world, he thought. Don't ask questions, and protect the hand that feeds you. "Got it," the man piloting the one-way trip said, with a nonchalant sound. "Shoot, dog. Whitey's even got a helicopter on it already." It was the Holly Manu, a twin-hulled ship with a flat top built for but one purpose and for one person, a personal mobile heliport for a man that had floated in and out of the world's richest person spot a few times. Like all vessels, the older it became, the more time it spent in water, the more maintenance it needed. 10 days before the hack, it had entered the dry dock for a planned 1-month renovation to repair rust and give it several fresh coats of paint. "Wait until he's in," Wade said. "The noise of it starting up will mask you." He removed the radio transmitter from his coat pocket. He walked a bit away from the operator, getting a clear line of sight over the water to the east bank. He held the nods up to his eyes with his left hand. Wade watched the craft glide across the lake until it was small and buried against the backdrop of houseboat marinas. After a couple of more minutes, the silence was broken. "Aight, bro, they're getting off the boat." The man was getting excited at the prospect of being involved in the high-profile operation. "They got cops, too, like 8 of them, protecting the head of the dry dock." "Figures. As soon as you see the helo rotors turning, begin your descent. Stop about 100 feet up." Wade lowered the optical device and gazed east. A streak of purple was just starting to form on the eastern horizon. Might just be a clear day, he thought. "We're there, bro," the man said. Wade looked at him. He'd taken off the headset, ready to watch the spectacle. Wade eyed back to the southeast and held up the radio. He pushed the transmit key. 2 seconds later, the IED hanging under the drone exploded directly over the helicopter, showering it and the entire area with several pounds of plastic explosive. The secondary explosion rocked the entire ship askew in its dock setting, sending pieces of helicopter in every direction for hundreds of feet. The crowd behind Wade went silent, and looked up at the glowing orange fireball across the water. A few seconds later, the rumble that resembled a thunderhead caught their ears. Though a few kept watching, most went back to the small melee that had erupted over the contents of the bag. Wade smiled. A clear day indeed. Chapter 62. In the Tank. Already wet and cold, Kevin dropped into the tank and nearly twisted an ankle on an unseen obstruction. With a gentle slope, he was uphill a few feet, standing in shin-deep water. "Keith!" It was dark, the faint light mostly coming from the hole he'd just dropped through, but seeing small rays of the nighttime spotlights penetrating a couple of cracks in the crude hull. "Back here!" his brother yelled. He choked, his voice sounding exhausted. Kevin moved down about 1 foot and stumbled on something that shifted, causing him to slip with a splash. "What the?" He figured out what the issue was when he reached down and found a plate of metal, heavy and cumbersome. "There's loose metal all over in here." Keith's voice was in pain, full of desperation. He choked on water again. Kevin moved down the tank, balancing speed with caution, the water quickly up to his waist, then his ribs. His eyes were adjusting. He was starting to make out the shapes when he ran smack into an unmovable piece of steel that was welded to the tank in what would normally be an upright position, running from the bottom up about halfway. "I can't. What are these?" he called out in frustration. "I think they keep the water still," Keith yelled. "You need to hurry. Grab Jalen. I can't hold his head up much longer." The little light coming from the tank access disappeared entirely. Cale wiggled his thick booty through the hole and dropped in with a thud and an oof. "Grab that saw," Kevin ordered in near panic. He reached toward Keith's voice and couldn't feel anything but water and steel. He sounds so close. He leaned his torso over the half-wall obstacle and put his hands down as he fell over into the next subcompartment. He refound his footing in the angled, slippery tank hull and stood. His feet slid down to a pile of loose plates that he stood on. Keith screamed out in pain, choking once more on the water. "Get off! Get off!" his brother cried. Kevin reached back uphill and found the submerged baffle he'd just crawled over with one hand and did his best to find a new foot placement. "My legs and left arm are trapped under the pile. I think they're broken." The light returned as Cale had finished propping himself back up long enough to grab the gas-powered saw and pull it into the void with him. Keith's voice was coming from the back left side. "Where's Jalen?" Kevin barked. "Right next to me," Keith cried, the sound of water gurgling from the dark. I can't hold his head up much longer. There's bubbling. The water's coming in through holes back here where pipes were broken off." Kevin found a good handhold and moved his legs back up under him, as if he were about to swim. With his free left hand, he reached farther into the black hole and felt an arm. "I got him." He pulled, and the arm started to float forward with him. Keith choked and gurgled, struggling to keep his face in the last pocket of air. "I think so." The water shifted and sloshed suddenly, filling his face and mouth. He choked and gagged even worse. "The tank's moving!" Cale yelled from the front. Kevin continued to pull on the youth, feeling the bumps of Jalen's legs hitting stuff transmit through his body and arm and into Kevin's hands. He spread his legs back out from under him, knowing he had to do it. He stood on the pile of metal plates lying askew in the black water. Keith groaned in severe pain, afraid to open his mouth. The teenager was floating on his back, and Kevin got one hand under the head as he pulled the boy free. "Do you still want the saw?" Cale asked. "I don't think it'll help." Nelson's voice exploded into the hole. "What do you need?" "Take this," Cale said. He handed the saw back up and then slipped down the hole until he could feel the boy's head and shoulders. Kevin struggled, but managed to get Jalen's legs and trunk over the low baffle plate that had been installed. The injured teen began to glide under Cale's power. "Be ready for the boy," Cale yelled up to Nelson. As the ex-cop's arms shoved through the hole, the tall, pudgy software engineer grabbed under Jalen's armpits and pulled him up in a reverse bear hug to Nelson's hands. "Keith!" Kevin yelled. He tried to move back to where Jalen had been floating. Despite the tank moving uphill, the water from the rear-end holes was just pumping in too fast. They wouldn't be able to drain unless they broke the pond's surface. The level in the tank was lapping at Kevin's throat as it splashed. Kevin choked. "I'm sorry, Kevin." More gurgling. Kevin reached out and found his brother's one free hand. "Hold on!" Kevin screamed. He took a deep breath and pushed his face into the black. He felt the corner of a steel plate and tried to heave, but it wouldn't budge. The plates, angle iron, valve bodies, and various tools piled on top. Everything had slid aft as the tank moved downhill, trapping Keith under hundreds of pounds, piled like a horrible game of pickup sticks. Kevin let go and found something on the top to move, a piece of angle iron about 2 feet long. He cast it back behind him, but it just slid back down onto his own foot. He felt Keith's hand squeezing his desperately, so he pulled his face back out. He'd lost 2 more inches of his own air pocket. "I'm sorry," Keith choked once more, his voice full of water. "Tell Mom I did something good for once." A cough. "Tell them all." "Shut up," Kevin yelled. "Let me think." He was about to cry, and his heart was beating in a desperate drum in his ears. "The water's about to drain. Just hold on a bit longer." Keith was sucking the last bit of air, lips and nose getting splashed. "Love you, Kev. The latch was my fault." The rising water filled his mouth, and he choked, trying to spit it out with nowhere for it to go. He held his breath. "Keith!" Kevin took a deep breath and pushed in through the water, pulling on his brother's hand, which was clutching at his like it was holding on for dear life. He pulled himself closer, feeling corners of angled framing and steel plates jab him in the chest and ribs. He got his second hand up to Keith's head, which was flailing as he drowned. To Kevin's horror, he felt the head stop moving. Kevin's hand relaxed its grip on his brother's. Kevin heard a gurgle. Keith Thomas Richardson died within arm's grasp of Kevin, and there was nothing he could have done to stop it. Chapter 63. Spokane. Kenny left Taylor's black Nissan Rogue and felt for the keyring in his coat pocket. The eastern sky was breaking dawn, though the day looked like it would be an overcast one. Over the previous few days, Taylor had used a piece of plastic tubing from Mrs. Park's garden irrigation supplies to siphon off every bit of gasoline she could from the red Mazda 3, 1 painful gallon at a time. It helped replace some of what she'd wasted idling the small SUV in the garage in the hours after they were attacked. They'd burned through 1/8 of a tank driving in random neighborhoods, making sure that the tyrants taking over their old community hadn't followed. He unlocked the chain-link fence to the housing development, wondering if the appearance of security was a facade. When the 1,400-home development became drastically behind schedule, his boss had assigned him to work here daily for several months, to help the project managers with code interpretations and work through unplanned obstacles. The former farm field was due east of a Costco and nestled into a triangular piece of land south of the intersection of Highways 2 and 395, about a half-hour north of downtown. Several of the homes were nearing their final phases of completion. When the hack hit, Kenny had been scheduling the city inspectors for them, and that's where they would spend a day hiding, resting, planning. Taylor pulled through, and he closed the rolling chain-link gate. "Drive really slowly," he advised once back in the car, "and kill the headlights. I thought we'd try the office trailers, but now that we're here, we could hide a little more out of sight in one of the finished units." Taylor drove from gravel onto a recently paved section of road that was to be named DuPont Drive. He was worried about the red glow of her brakes. Every home was dark, even the ones in a finished portion of the suburb that were getting their final electrical certifications. As they progressed, the homes transitioned from lots getting foundations to raw skeletons to homes with Tyvek underlayment ripped by the wind, flapping in the breeze. After another 5 sites, they reached the completed units. Kenny had her pause while he got out and walked around, listening, looking, even smelling. He picked a house with a working garage door and waved her inside. She had the foresight to back in. The need to be ready for a rapid escape would be burned into her psyche for a long, long time. "Shall we just let them sleep in the car?" he asked. "Yes. Why wait them to go to sleep on a floor that hasn't even had the carpet installed yet?" I just wanted to say..." Kenny gulped. Taylor pulled off her seatbelt and stood up in the garage, which still smelled of drywall and freshly curing concrete. I don't have the words, but I'm glad you had all this ready to go." "That was yesterday," Taylor said, perhaps the calmest she'd talked to him since he retrieved her at the hospital nearly a week earlier. "What are we doing today? Tomorrow?" "The way I see it, we have 2 choices. My mom or your parents. I don't see how we could possibly make it to Nashville." And you've let go of the idea of going to your friend's place near downtown? She looked away and crossed her arms, nodding. It was the closest he would get to an admission from the proud nurse that her idea had been a bad one. Republic is about 120 miles. He let out a frustrated sigh. Think we can get there on the gas we have left? We'll be lucky to get 50, she said. She leaned onto her husband and let him wrap his arms around her. But at least we have a plan now. Less than a mile south, along the southern edge of the chain-link fence, sat an abandoned Kaiser aluminum plant and several desperate people who watched a set of headlights drive into the community under construction and turn off. Chapter 64. Bellevue. Former Seattle police officer Brian Sherman walked back into Ramona's house. "Definitely scarecrows," he said, "all over the place." Ramona was on the couch, trying to take over her own wound care under the tutelage of Diana Johnson and Charcoal the Mutt. The long-term effects of the permanent injury were starting to truly hit her. Her anger with the cartel over murdering her husband was slowly being replaced with an intense desire not to just kill Wade Curry, but to do it as slowly as possible. He'd tried to kill her daughter, then Ramona herself. He'd beaten her knee into an irreparable pulp with a bludgeoning tool of her own making. Now she was fully reliant on the work of others to simply survive. The room was filled with a static and monotonous drone of an AM radio anchor discussing the chaos erupting across America. "Where do you think they came from?" "No idea. It could be a prank, but it strikes me as something more, something warped." He and his rookie trainee had been under the sergeant's mentoring at SPD. They came to visit Ramona the afternoon before, and he wound up staying. Both were in the process of quietly abandoning their jobs. They knew Ramona had been shot, lost her husband, and had to rescue her daughter from a kidnapper. Tanya had parents and a boyfriend to be concerned with. She dropped Brian off and pledged to try and come back, but no promises. Brian was single. His parents, siblings, and their extended families had headed for their hunting property in eastern Oregon early in the crisis, so he committed to stay a bit longer. That morning, James reported hearing weird noises for a good portion of the night from his perch in the garage. He described it as calls, like animals using sounds to communicate. An hour or so later, Walt ran over to his house for a bit and found a scarecrow in his neighbor's front yard. Brian took a stroll and was gone for a few hours, checking out the suburb and the nearby park. "I don't like it," Diana said. "It's probably them folk who dabble in witchcraft and such." Ramona was skeptical. "More likely they just want people to think that." The bland beeps of an alert tone played from the tiny emergency radio speaker. Brian went over to it after taking off his raincoat and messed with the two metal antennas to get a clearer sound. "This is a special report from Homeland Security just in. They're reporting—" Click. The radio turned off. "Turn it up, Sherman," Ramona said, slipping back into sergeant mode. He clicked the dial on the radio a few times. "It's dead. I didn't turn it off." Chapter 65. Republic. Brian Big Dog Baker stood on the small pier next to the boat launch, fishing. It was Friday afternoon, a pair of weeks since the prison doors all suddenly opened. Life is good, he thought. In that time, his oldest son, the only one of his children he'd ever really liked, had found his way home. And though the small town was running out of beer and liquor, it had plenty of small farms and homesteads. He and his family would not starve in winter, something he'd assured simply by taking power where nobody seemed to want it. "Shame that the electricity went off, huh?" Billy Ray said as he made another cast of the rod. "Didn't figure it'd have been as long as it was, truth be told," Beatty said. "Seems these hacker types are intent on sending the entire world back about 3 centuries, which is fine by me." Something in the water got his attention. "Dog, go move that." He snapped at Seth while pointing. His most disappointing offspring was behind his father. The boy's face winced as he moved. Seth whined in true, deep pain when he tried to stand. "Did I say you could stand up, dog? Get your butt back down." The teen made a snort as he cried and sucked in air, crawling to the edge of the small dock with a boat oar he'd been provided. Chains rattled whenever he moved. "And quit sniveling." Seth reached out with the oar, at the same time trying to keep from sitting back too hard on his feet, where the searing pain was radiating from. He pushed on the carcass, forcing the body out of its slow drift toward the dog. It left a small series of ripples as it drifted, until it hit the next carcass. Beatty reeled in his line. "Here, girl," he said to Kendra Richardson, whose face was red and splotchy from crying. Her mind was stuck playing a loop about the intensive psychological agony, about the reality of things. To her, time was frozen, and she would be in hell forever. He handed her the fishing pole. "Take that back to my truck and wait there." Like Seth, she was adorned in restraining jewelry. In her case, her hands had been bound to the front with 2 pair of handcuffs, linked, to give her a bit more reach. She had shackles on her ankles. Beatty found them in his new office at the police station. It was everything she could not do to puke and start crying again when she saw the bait on the hook. The sound of chains rattled as she waddled off the dock and into the boat launch parking area to put his fishing pole away. He turned back to look at the pristine lake. Next to him was Billy Ray, who was still fishing. "They ain't gonna bite, Billy, not with all this chum in the water." "You're probably right, Pop." The convict reeled in his own line. "Dad, I'm sorry," Seth cried from his knees. "Please, my feet hurt. I need to get home and—" "You should have thought of that before you undermined me in front of the whole town," Beatty said. "And don't talk to me. Dogs don't talk. You got a complaint? Take it up with Billy Ray." Beatty stepped over the leash leading from the collar on Seth's neck to a clip attached to Billy Ray's jean belt loops. "Come here, dog," the oldest sibling commanded with a laugh when he jerked on the leash. Seth squealed in pain once more as he slid over on his hands and knees. "You can stand for this, but then back to your knees when you get to the truck. Dog." He laughed once more as the teen stood in agony, showing off the bandages wrapped around his feet. Each one had thick bloodstains on the inner front corners. The boy cried once more as the side of one of his 2 missing big toes swung on the reeled-in hook, dripping lake water. It was white and swollen. Fish had been slowly pecking away at the flesh around the digit bone. He took the pole and hobbled away in pain on his heels and the outer edges of his feet, the leash dragging behind him. Billy Ray looked out at the close to 3 dozen corpses floating in the south end of the lake, all of them people that Beatty or his relatives had identified as the stuck-up, the pretentious, the arrogant. "Good call, Pop. No way the fishing will be good for a while." Chapter 66. Camlin Medieval Village. Kevin still hadn't slept. It was late afternoon, barely sprinkling. He sat on his rump, his camo pants having gotten wet and dry more times than he could remember. Sheer exhaustion had allowed him to agree to let the village people, something Lydia and Nelson had quietly started calling their new friends, to dig Keith's grave and provide a service. He was next to the pile of dirt, holding a single stone, not actually the whole stone, but a piece the stonemason had broken off for him from the big creek rock in which he would chisel as a grave marker. He heard the soft sound of boots crossing rain-soaked blades of grass. Jamar took one knee next to the man who he now considered his closest, best friend, despite knowing him less than 2 weeks. "Did you hear they finally knocked out the power and internet?" It was small talk, but the only thing he could think to say. Kevin nodded but sat in silence, drifting between anger and denial, wondering why he was doomed to cause the death of all his siblings. He set the stone piece next to him and looked at the mound. The villagers had done a nice job, all things considered. The mound was a near-perfect rectangle, set in a spot in what Kevin had been told was a beautiful flower garden in midsummer. The dirt had been shaped to resemble the 2 long sides and 2 short eaves of a roof, then covered with flower seeds. He was told that after the mason had finished the marker, a few of the gardeners would pick out the perfect rocks to form a perimeter. The service, attended by over half of the villagers, had been generic in denomination, but of sufficient solemnness to convey the proper tone for a man none of them had met. The minister, a parts inspector for a Boeing contractor in the old world, had worked up a nice little sermon on the greatest love and laying down one's life so another may live. Jalen was recovering well from his concussion. His worst physical injury was a pair of sprained ankles, suffered when the men on the property dropped him into the tank to teach him a lesson about snooping. "You should grab a bite and a nap, Kev," Jamar said, "especially if you're still dead set on leaving tomorrow." Kevin picked up a small stick out of the soil from the grave and started to break it into 1,000 tiny pieces. "How am I going to tell my family?" "We'll be there, man. We'll help. Keith saved Jalen." Kevin shook his back to get Jamar's carrying hand off it. "It should have never happened, Jamar. I moved the tank and caused this." "Jalen snooped on someone's property, bro. This ain't all on you. Those men were evil bastards. He would have never been there if I had been doing my job. You don't know that." Kevin stood and wiped the water and grass from the seat of his pants as he turned and held up 2 fingers. Jamar stood too. "2 of them, Jamar. This is the 2nd time I've caused one of my siblings to die." Jamar went silent. His eyes shifted to the side as he chose his words. Kevin couldn't get the sound of Keith's dying voice out of his ears. He wanted to cut off his hands to erase the memory of feeling the life leave Keith with them in the cold, black water. How am I supposed to live with that? Things aren't always that simple, Kev. Meaning? He was superbly tired, and just tired of everything and everyone. Keith lived his life in a way you and your family never understood. Well, no kidding, Sherlock. It's called self-medicating, Jamar said. He told me something yesterday, something that may help you understand why he fled to Seattle to begin with, why he was into drugs so heavily. Kevin's mouth compressed into a tight line. His eyes narrowed, locked on to Jamar's. There was nothing his friend could say. Jamar had barely known Keith for 5 or 6 days. What? His tone was loaded with doubt. Jamar shook his head and looked down, left, right, buying time to think. Finally, he told me and Lydia all about the night of the cougar. Kevin's face turned sour. I already told you about that. Jamar shook his head. Nuh-uh. You told me what you think. Keith told us the truth. He was the one who left the gate open. Something about a latch, a practical joke. Kevin listened, all his confused emotions writing themselves on his face. He never had the courage to tell you. Not even your mom knew. As far as he could tell, the only one who knew the truth was your father. The memory of his father's dying words came flooding back. Stop dwelling on it. That was the worst night of our lives. It was not your fault. Then the words Keith said rushed his thoughts next. The latch was my fault. Kevin, tired and stressed and exhausted, had had enough. He felt tears welling up in his eyes. He refused to look at Jamar.